What was thought to be a passing shower turned into a relentless torrent, obscuring the pedestrians and vehicles in its watery veil. As a result, the succulent shop faced a decline in business. After Summer Wei bade farewell to a customer who had traveled from Lin City, she found herself with some respite. Although she was one of the proprietors of the succulent shop, her role had always been limited to financial investment, leaving the management entirely to Yisu. While dealing with ordinary patrons was manageable, the thought of a seasoned enthusiast sent shivers down her spine. Just as she was fiddling with the car keys, she noticed Yisu entering from outside. Clad in a long black dress accompanied by a matching knitted cardigan, the hem of her skirt was damp and splattered with mud, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. Summer Wei looked up at her. The small, delicate face bore an unusual pallor, and her typically gentle eyes were filled with confusion and despondency. Stunned, Summer Wei widened her eyes and exclaimed, "That old scoundrel Cheng Jinxing wouldn't dare to trouble you even at Cheng Simin's funeral, would he?" Yisu lowered her gaze. "I went to the cemetery as well. Did you remain outside?" Summer Wei retorted with a hint of sarcasm, then sighed. "Yisu, you've always despised being looked down upon, haven't you? You could have chosen not to go. Why subject yourself to humiliation?" But Yisu suddenly lifted her head and declared, "But Cheng Simin is dead." Upon witnessing her crimson-rimmed eyes, Xiao Wei fell into a profound silence. Yisu raised her hand to shield her eyes, concealing the tears that escaped her composure. She lamented, "He had a chance to survive. It was for my sake that he perished." Xiao Wei, unable to bear the weight of her words, turned her gaze aside. She had always perceived that, in contrast to Cheng Simin's fervent affection for Yisu, Yisu perhaps lacked any genuine love for Cheng Simin. After all, she was perpetually so restrained, consistently reluctant to acquiesce to Cheng Simin's advances. Though Yisu's reticence could be interpreted as a manifestation of her pride, a desire to avoid the humiliation from Cheng Jingsheng, it remained a fact that he was merely Cheng Simin's grandfather, not his parents. Yet, his parents held Yisu in high regard. If true love existed, how could such trivial obstacles deter one from pursuing it? Ultimately, it seemed to Xiao Wei that it was simply a matter of insufficient love. Once, she believed this to be the case. However, upon witnessing Yisu's current demeanor, she began to question her previous assumptions. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, she felt a profound desolation emanating from Yisu. But how could this be? Despite Yisu's countenance exuding a semblance of forgiveness, she was not the type of beauty that dazzled, but rather possessed a purity of beauty that was striking in its simplicity. Her pair of hazy eyes seemed perpetually enveloped in a shroud of confusion and melancholy. This appearance elicited sympathy from others, who, regardless of the circumstances, would invariably seek to understand her plight and extend their compassion. However, in reality, as a close friend, Xiao Wei was acutely aware that Yisu was a quintessential example of duplicity. She was not the sort of person who lacked strength or conviction. She possessed a clarity about her future that surpassed that of anyone else and pursued it with unwavering determination. Thus, Xiao Wei was utterly certain that the notion of despair would never be associated with Yisu. Yisu's moment of disarray lasted only a brief, while she swiftly regained her composure and said to Xiao Wei, "This weather likely means we won't be receiving any more guests. Let us close the venue." The two tidied up what needed to be arranged before departing together. "Once we reach the urban area, it will be your turn to drive," Xiao Wei began, turning to speak with Yisu, only to be met with her look of terror. "What's wrong?" The final syllable of her question remained unspoken as she witnessed Yisu hurriedly unfastening her seatbelt, lunging towards her. In Yisu's eyes, Xiao Wei glimpsed the scene outside the window, thick logs tumbling from the adjacent heavy truck, plummeting towards them. At that moment, Yisu had already thrown herself atop Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei's eyes widened in fear. Her mouth formed only a single utterance. Perceiving her confusion, Yisu, despite the excruciating pain radiating from her shattered spine, managed a faint smile. A torrent of blood mixed with fragments of her internal organs erupted from her mouth, yet she paid it no mind. "Get away from me, you jinx. Just go. It was you who caused Simin's death. The death of our family's sole heir. Leave. I do not wish to see you." The elderly man's hysterical words echoed in her ears, deeply piercing, yet Yisu found herself lost in thought countless times. Cheng Simin. has perished. At the pinnacle of Tianlan, the god of anger hurriedly entered the temple, his mouth poised to speak, but he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. To his astonishment, the god of desire was seated on the divine throne, seemingly in a daze. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was indeed lost in thought. The exquisite beauty of his countenance, usually emanating an icy aura, bore an unusual hint of bewilderment. This sight stirred memories of a past friendship within him, and he relaxed slightly, his voice softening. "What are you doing?" The god of desire, realizing his presence, turned his head and, after a brief silence, replied, "My true spirit has fallen in love with a mortal woman from the lower realm." The god of anger approached him, only to discover that a true spirit stood before them. It was a strikingly handsome young man, brimming with youthful vitality, yet his eyes were filled with sorrow and longing. Taken aback, the god of anger instinctively exclaimed, "Could it be that alien has not spared even your true spirit?" The god of desire shook his head. "My true spirit is not so easily found, that mortal woman is not alien." At this revelation, the god of anger's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you implying that?" The god of desire raised his gaze toward the horizon and said, "That mortal woman has just passed away." The god of anger was taken aback, following his divine sense to witness the moment Yisu closed her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to seize Yisu's soul, casting it into a miniature realm. Upon witnessing that miniature realm, the deity of desire could not help but furrow his brow. The deity of wrath smiled at him and remarked, "There is no harm in giving it a try, is there?" Chapter 2. 1-1 In the vast underground plaza, the occasional cries of children echoed, yet there was a distinct absence of vitality, replaced instead by an oppressive atmosphere. As I surveyed the scene, clusters of children engaged in exercise stretched endlessly across the plaza. The younger ones, barely able to walk, were guided by adults with disabilities, encouraging them to move their limbs more freely. The slightly older children, around 2 or 3 years of age, were either practicing basic stances or partaking in one-on-one or group confrontations. Admittedly, the sight of such young children fighting did evoke a sense of absurdity. Yet this did not diminish their earnestness. After all, the outcome of these contests would directly influence the quantity of food allocated to them. 1-1 Hurry! Cried a darker-skinned child as he forcefully pressed his body against the opposing chubby boy, exclaiming triumphantly. The expression on the chubby boy's face instantly morphed into one of despair, while his two teammates, unable to assist, could only facepalm in resignation. In a flash, seizing this moment of distraction, their opponents swiftly subdued them. Observing this turn of events, a girl named 1-1 dashed over and left a bright red mark on each of their faces. "Well done," cheered Ahei, who embraced 1-1 from behind and directed his praise towards the two younger boys. Ashio and Xiaotong also released their subdued opponents, their dust-covered faces beaming with joy. The chubby boy and his companions exchanged glances, resigned to seek competition with another team. Having received a black mark so soon, they knew that if they did not earn a few white marks before dinner, a hearty meal would be a distant hope. The 4 siblings, known as 1-1, had garnered quite a satisfactory harvest. Although they faced some setbacks with black marks from others, the white marks they accrued largely counterbalanced them, leaving them sufficiently sated. This was primarily due to Ahei's prodigious appetite, which necessitated that the other 3 share their portions with him. While in the cafeteria, they found themselves adjacent to a group of chubby children. Unfortunately for that group, their fortunes dwindled. Not only did they fail to accumulate enough white marks to offset their black ones, but they also incurred an additional 2 black marks, leaving them with a mere 5 points, barely enough to stave off hunger. In a moment of surprise, 1-1 smiled at them before averting her gaze. This little girl, 1-1, was none other than Yisu. She remained perplexed about her circumstances, having initially believed she had perished, only to find herself in a peculiar world as a mere infant. She recognized that the chubby boy across from her was consumed by envy, just as she, the youngest sibling, relied on her 3 brothers to ensure her well-being. Meanwhile, the chubby boy's situation burdened his siblings, forcing them to share in his starvation. 1-1, let us go? As she was lost in thought, her second brother, Ashio, approached to guide her away. 1-1 nodded and softly remarked, "We are about to change zones." Ashio frowned, hoping for a stroke of luck this time, wishing to avoid any formidable adversaries. However, 1-1 interjected, "Have you forgotten? We have already turned 4. If fortune does not favor us, We may be sent to the Starry Valley before we even switch zones." At this, a heavy silence enveloped the four of them, their expressions bearing a weight that belied their youth, one that was more somber than that of adults. The dormitory they resided in was neither particularly spacious nor excessively cramped. Approximately 4 to 5 square meters accommodated 4 children, all under the age of 4, which was more than sufficient. Moreover, they possessed virtually no personal belongings, their clothing being distributed from a communal supply. At night, as she lay in bed, Wanwan found herself restless. She was aware that her 3 brothers likely experienced similar feelings. In a contemporary society, what could children of 3 or 4 years of age possibly comprehend? Yet, at present, her 3 brothers understood that without diligence, there would be no sustenance. They were acquainted with the endurance of pain and had come to grasp the concept of mortality. Ultimately, this awareness stemmed from the harshness of the world they inhabited. Even now, when Wanwan reflected on those initial days, a shiver of trepidation coursed through her. Heaven knows, at first, she believed she had fallen into the clutches of a human trafficking ring, destined to be weighed and sold like mere commodities. It was only later that she discovered she was not, in fact, a victim of such a nefarious enterprise, but rather a scion of a large family. However, the method by which this family nurtured its offspring was somewhat unconventional, as they segregated siblings into various dormitories for concentrated upbringing, initiating training at an early age. For the denizens of the starry world, particularly those belonging to prominent families, progeny held both significance and insignificance. It was significant because a lineage perpetually required fresh vigor, yet insignificant because procreation in this world was astonishingly uncomplicated. Here existed a phenomenon known as the stone of inheritance. Upon reaching adulthood, individuals could embed it within their bodies to consolidate the blood of their lineage. When the lineage blood of both sexes converged, it would form a gestational cell capable of nurturing offspring. Often, a singular gestational cell could support one or several fetuses. Wanwan and her 3 brothers were born of the same womb, training together since their inception. Fortunately, she has 3 elder brothers. Otherwise, with her lackluster physical abilities and clumsiness, she would have likely been discarded long ago. She had once inquired about the fate of the eliminated children, discovering that they would automatically become servants to the more capable members of the family. The reason behind such seemingly cruel training for the children remains a mystery to her. What she does know is that upon reaching the age of 4, they might be sent to the Valley of Stellar Glory. This so-called valley is, in truth, a battlefield. The coaches have mentioned it several times, referring to it as the battleground for the young ones. Frankly, she struggles to comprehend the rationale behind creating a dedicated battlefield for children. However, one thing is universally understood among the children. No one wishes to be sent to the Valley of Stellar Glory too soon, ideally. They hope to delay it until they are 6. For adults, a 2-year difference may seem trivial, but for children, it is significant, though they are small. They recognize that being slightly older would increase their chances of survival in that daunting place. Alas, such matters are entirely beyond their control. They must adhere to the family's arrangements, lacking any choice in the matter. After all, children like them, who have yet to endure the trials of the Valley of Stellar Glory, do not possess names, nor do they have a place in the family genealogy. To the family, only those with true names possess the rights of humanity. For now, they remain mere tools of little utility. In the darkness, a hand reached out to embrace her, and the gentle voice of her younger brother echoed near her ear. "Don't be afraid. I, along with our elder brothers, will protect you." Startled, she heard the voices of Ahe and Ashio chime in simultaneously. "Do not fear, for we are here. No one shall bully Wanwan. As long as we stand together, no harm shall come to you." Chapter 3. The summons. The fortunes of the 4 siblings were quite favorable, as they smoothly transitioned to a new training zone, without receiving any notice to head to the Starry Valley. Wanwan secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this development. In this new zone, it was a fortunate coincidence that Xiao Pang and his companions were placed in the same area. Xiao Pang stealthily approached Wanwan, expressing his desire to merge their teams. Without a moment's hesitation, she declined. She was not foolish enough to undertake such a thankless endeavor. Although her relationship with Xiao Pang was amicable, it was already a challenge for her 3 brothers to support her, and she had no reason to add further burdens. Not to mention Xiao Pang, who was equally inept. Her 3 brothers were only moderately skilled. Without Xiao Pang's hindrance, they might find sufficient sustenance in the training zone. But that would be the extent of their progress. In truth, her brothers were not exceptionally strong either. The eldest, Ahei, could be considered formidable. He had always possessed excellent physical attributes, standing out among his peers in stamina and courage, and he was invariably the strongest force within the team. The second brother, Ashio, while lacking in stamina compared to Ahei, still ranked above average. His strength lay in his meticulousness and caution, enabling them to avoid the traps and schemes of their adversaries. As for the youngest, Xiaotong, he was the most agile and swift, possessing a keen intuition that often allowed him to detect crises before they unfolded. The most ineffectual of them all is Wan. She possesses no athletic prowess whatsoever. Even with the utmost effort in training, her abilities remain merely adequate, rendering her the least remarkable among her peers of the same age. One can only wonder how much psychological torment she, an adult at heart, has endured to confront the disheartening reality that she must rely on the three brothers of her true childhood friends to secure her sustenance. Wan glanced up and recognized one of her brothers, a slender boy with a scarred forehead, who was pulling along Xiaoping. Noticing her gaze, the boy offered a faint nod before continuing on his way. Meanwhile, Ahei and his companions, who had been observing the situation from a distance, approached her. Ashio, with a gentle demeanor, reached out to stroke Wan's hair. The individuals in the training area often remarked on Wan's soft and ineffectual nature, suggesting that they should disregard her entirely and allow her to be eliminated, thus sparing her the fate of perishing in the Valley of Stars. Yet, they could not bring themselves to accept her being deemed lesser. They had also learned that being relegated to servitude did not guarantee safety, should one encounter a cruel master. There would be no one to voice their grievances, even unto death. Faced with equal peril, it was far better to live with dignity. Moreover, the three brothers turned their attention to their soul sister. While many deemed Wan useless, they understood the truth was otherwise. Throughout their lives, her considerations had always encompassed a broader perspective than theirs. Many of their immature decisions had been rectified through her insights. In this training area, formidable individuals were not absent. A team of 6 brothers exhibited not only exceptional physical abilities, but also displayed remarkable ferocity in combat. From a distance, Wan and her companions had witnessed a single instance, a truly astonishing spectacle. Fortunately, the siblings number only 4, thus they do not find themselves pitted against one another. Otherwise, sometimes, being overshadowed by a dark mark and left wanting for food is not the most terrifying ordeal. The true horror lies in encountering those merciless individuals who inflict lasting wounds. The training zone is not a sanctuary for healing. Often, an injury only exacerbates during subsequent training sessions, leading to an insatiable hunger and ultimately forcing one to either choose self-elimination or to endure with unwavering resolve until death. It is said that the 6 brothers hail from a remarkable lineage, being sons of the clan's elders, which accounts for their exceptional talents, earning them the coach's utmost regard. A year has swiftly passed, during which the prowess of Ahei and the others has significantly increased, and even Wan has not emerged empty-handed from this period. After facing various setbacks, she has finally discovered one of her strengths, her remarkable accuracy, whether tossing stones or wielding the hand crossbows bestowed upon them by the coach. She has excelled impressively, surprising the coaches. If only her physical strength were greater, archery would have been a splendid choice for her. Perhaps it is mere illusion, but Wan feels that from that moment on, the coaches have shown her a certain favoritism. On one occasion, after suffering a wrist injury during training, a coach unexpectedly slipped her a tube of ointment. The 4 siblings privately deliberated over this unusual occurrence, yet they were unable to reach any conclusions due to the lack of information. On this particular day, as they dined in the cafeteria, they noticed a commotion outside. Ahei stood up to peer out, frowning as he remarked, "It seems to be by the notice board." Upon hearing this, the hearts of the other 3 sank. They ventured forth, yet even before they could reach the notice board, they gleaned the unfolding events from the murmurs of others. Why is the decree so extensive this time? I do not wish to go to Starshine Valley. I fear for my life. What should I do? I am merely 4 years old. The faces of the 4 were ashen. Ashio bit her lip and suggested, "Let us push to the front for a clearer view." After considerable effort, they finally managed to reach the forefront and beheld the true nature of the decree. All children aged 4 and above are to engage in battle. Upon hearing this, Ashio's complexion turned ghostly pale. Wanchuan, feeling a surge of anxiety, clutched the hem of Xiaotong's garment and whispered, "Which training zones are involved?" Although the decree had emerged from their training zone, she yearned to ascertain which other zones were being summoned. In response, Aishio's expression darkened as she replied. All training zones have been summoned. At this revelation, the countenance of Wan Xuan, He, and Xiao Tong shifted dramatically, mirroring the apprehension of the other children. Never had they heard of such a sweeping call to arms. Wan Xuan bit her lip, her heart inevitably gripped by fear. A battlefield. One should not underestimate the terror of a battlefield populated by children. The potential of children in this world far surpasses anything she had encountered in her previous life. After merely 2 or 3 years of participating in competitions, she had endured 3 fractures. Starshine Valley is indeed a place where lives are lost. Moreover, her gravest concern lay in whether she could truly take a life. Still, a group of children, the oldest merely 8 and the youngest only 4, faced their daunting fate. Noticing her younger sister trembling, the little bucket grasped her hand tightly, offering solace. In truth, it was not just Wan who felt apprehensive. The 3 of them were equally uncertain about their journey to the Starry Valley. Their abilities, while respectable within the training zone, were not exceptional. However, the Starry Valley was home to many seasoned veterans who had been honing their skills for months, if not years. He clenched his teeth and declared, "The most pressing matter now is to ascertain what precisely has transpired in the Starry Valley." Chapter 4. The gathering. Just as they were contemplating the investigation into the Starry Valley, the instructor of the training zone summoned all children aged 4 and above. Numerous instructors filled the training zone, amounting to several hundred, of whom Wan and her companions recognized only a fraction. However, they were well acquainted with the head coach, a burly man with an unkempt beard, whom everyone referred to as Coach Yin. Like the other instructors, Coach Yin bore his own physical imperfection, having lost one ear, which, it was said, compromised his hearing as well. "Are all the little ones assembled?" Coach Yin bellowed, striking the podium with considerable force. As the crowd quieted, he unfurled a map and, with the assistance of several coaches, pinned it to the wall. Wan's gaze became riveted upon it. This was her first encounter with a map of the world. It is noteworthy that while the training zone did offer educational courses, they were limited to teaching the children basic literacy. The written language of this world, as she could attest, was astonishingly rudimentary. All along, Wan had perceived the culture of this world as rather primitive. However, gazing at the immense and intricate map before her, she found herself engulfed in uncertainty. The map depicted a land resembling a whale, with the southeastern region inexplicably shaded in green, while the northwestern part was tinged in red. As Wan pondered whether these areas belonged to 2 distinct nations, she heard Instructor Yin extend his finger to encircle the green expanse, proclaiming, "This territory is the domain of our Xingel family." The other children appeared oblivious to the significance of his words, yet Wan's eyes widened in shock. Instructor Yin then directed his attention to the adjacent red section, stating, "This is our arch-rival, the territory of the Shinka family. When you enter the Xingyo Valley, you will confront the offspring of the Shinka family." He grinned malevolently, adding, "Remember, every adversary you eliminate is a victory." One might imagine that such a declaration would terrify the children from Earth. Yet, the children in the square reacted with an air of familiarity. "Xingyao Valley is located right here." Instructor Yin indicated a nondescript dot along the central line. "Not far from Xingyao Valley lies the main battlefield of our 2 clans. Once you arrive there, your concerns will extend beyond the youthful foes. You must also guard against the adult warriors of the Shinka family who stealthily approach to slaughter the young." He reassured them, "However, do not fret excessively. Our adult warriors from the Xingel family are not idle spectators." "Instructor Yin, how long must we remain in Xingyao Valley?" a child inquired. After a moment's pause, he replied with significant weight, "When you are truly ready to leave Xingyao Valley, the question of departure will become inconsequential. Moreover, remaining is often more favorable than departing." While the other children listened in a daze, Wan could not help but shiver with realization. Who could foresee whether the battlefield beyond the Starry Valley would be more merciless? At that moment, another child inquired, "Coach Yin, why is the scope of this recruitment so extensive?" Instantly, everyone's attention was piqued. The child who posed the question was rather older, and Coach Yin glanced at him before replying, "Because the Starry Valley has been completely purged. As for the reasons, it is best you refrain from asking. I shall not disclose them, nor will they have any bearing on you." Wan clenched her fists, understanding that the outside world was even more brutal than she had anticipated. Subsequently, many other children posed questions, yet to Wan, their inquiries bore little significance. Hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke up, "Coach Yin, once we arrive at the Starry Valley, how shall we distinguish between allies and foes?" Coach Yin was somewhat taken aback, as this was the first time he had encountered such a question from a young one. Intriguing, he mused and replied. Do you think the reason you are required to change districts 4 times a year is merely to face more opponents and accumulate combat experience? It is also to familiarize yourselves with your kin. Thus, on the battlefield, you will not confuse friend with foe. However, Wan furrowed her brow, realizing that even this was not entirely foolproof. Coach Yin continued. In addition, there exists another method to discern kin from enemies. Wan immediately perked up her ears. Observe their skin color. Upon witnessing a group of young rabbits displaying expressions of astonishment, Instructor Yin broke into a grin, stating, I am not jesting with you. You have spent years in the basement, resulting in your fair complexions. However, the younglings of the Shinka family are quite different. They train in the mountains and, due to the climatic conditions of the Northwest, each one possesses a dark complexion. Particularly when you first enter the Starry Valley, do not hesitate upon seeing dark-skinned individuals. They are undoubtedly adversaries. Huan found herself at a loss for words, yet upon reflection, she realized the truth in his statement. Having grown up, she had indeed never encountered anyone with a dark complexion in the training area. Conversely, due to their prolonged stay underground, they had become progressively paler. This revelation suggested that the opposing side had a distinct advantage. After all, transitioning from fair to dark skin was far easier than the reverse. However, it also implied that infiltrating enemy ranks would be considerably simpler for them. Huan bit her lip and queried, Instructor Yin, will there be someone to command us in battle once we enter the Starry Valley? There was supposed to be, he replied. At this, Huan's heart sank. But Instructor Yin continued, however, as previously mentioned, the Starry Valley has been cleared, leaving you without guidance from any seniors. Moreover, individuals over the age of 8 are, in principle, not permitted to enter the Starry Valley. Thus, you will have to rely on your own resources. Seeing the young ones with wide eyes, he reassured them. Do not be anxious. The Shinka side is, just like us, devoid of any advantages. With one final inquiry, Huan looked up again and asked, in this entry to the Starry Valley, are there more of us or more of Shinka? Jian exchanged a glance with her 3 elder brothers, and a sense of foreboding settled upon them. Their expedition to the Valley of Starry Radiance seemed fraught with peril. Regrettably, they found themselves devoid of any choice in this matter. They were not the only ones. Others were not oblivious to the inherent dangers of this journey. Thus, as soon as the assembly concluded, some individuals began seeking allies. Chapter 5. Bad news. Jian privately reflected. Although the reasons behind the evacuation of the Valley of Starry Radiance remain a mystery, this summons may not be entirely detrimental for us. Ashio nodded in agreement, stating that the absence of seniors would slightly increase their survival rate, as they would all be on equal footing. They were 5 years old this year, while no child entering the valley could be older than 6 at this tender age. They already possessed a certain advantage. Little Tong interjected, we must also prepare adequately. It would be beneficial if we could secretly acquire some healing ointments. When they entered the battlefield, their family would certainly distribute some weapons and medical supplies, but those would be of ordinary quality and in limited quantity. However, procuring these items on their own proved to be a formidable challenge. After all, since their birth, they had lived in the underground plaza, truly destitute. With their clothing uniformly provided, Jian sighed inwardly, pondering her unknown parents. She did not dare to yearn for much. She merely wished for some assistance in their current plight. Living in the underground plaza, she had seen other children possessing additional belongings. At first, she found it puzzling, but later realized these were gifts from their parents. Yet, her siblings had never had the chance to meet their own. The certainty of their parents' survival stemmed from encounters with their half-siblings in the underground plaza. Indeed, they were merely half-siblings, as there were no true siblings born of both parents. It is said that in the realm of Xinglan, the concept of marriage is entirely absent. All men and women who jointly bring forth offspring are, at their core, merely collaborators. Just as these thoughts weighed heavily on her mind, a knock on the dormitory door interrupted her reverie. Upon opening the door, she found herself face to face with little Fatty and his 3 brothers. Do you need something? Wan inquired, somewhat apprehensive, fearing that little Fatty might broach the subject of forming an alliance. To her surprise, they indeed proposed an alliance. Yet it was not the type she had anticipated. The conflict in the Valley of Starry Radiance primarily revolved around the offense and defensive territories, and it was evident that it would not resemble the familiar skirmishes of smaller groups. Our 2 teams are somewhat acquainted. If we operate within the same territory, It will surely confer some advantages in battle, little Fatty's elder brother stated. Wan and her companions turned to Ah-Hei, who, without hesitation, consented. Unexpectedly, the renowned six brothers also arrived, presenting a request akin to that of little Fatty and his group. The Valley of Starry Radiance, comprising a single battlefield, would encompass no fewer than several hundred individuals, thus creating no conflict. Consequently, Ah-Hei acquiesced and informed them of little Fatty's group. As anticipated, the six brothers expressed no dissent. Demonstrating remarkable initiative, they managed to assemble several hundred individuals in less than 2 hours, nearly half of the people in this training zone. On the day of departure, Wan and her companions lined up to receive their combat supplies from the instructor. Each received a combat uniform, a water bottle, a flint, a medical kit, as well as a dagger and a crossbow. This constituted their entire arsenal. For the first time since her birth, Wan stepped out of the underground plaza, and her excitement was palpable as she faced the sunlight, nearly moved to tears. Her reaction was not particularly conspicuous. It was merely that the others were struggling to adjust to the sudden brightness. Initially, Wan speculated about how they would reach the Valley of Starshine, only to be informed that there would be no means of transportation, and they would embark on the journey on foot. For these children, the outside world was a vibrant tapestry of experiences. Even a single leaf or a puddle represented a landscape they had never encountered before. It was not just the others. Even Wan could not help but greedily inhale the fresh air of the outside world. On the second day of their departure, the novelty began to wane for the group of children, and the instructors started to integrate combat training into their journey. Lacking prior experience in large-scale warfare, this early preparation proved to be more beneficial than detrimental. Within just a few days of training, Wan discerned the differences between large-scale battles and the small skirmishes they were accustomed to. In contrast to mere strength, strategic oversight and harmonious collaboration emerged as far more crucial in large-scale confrontations. To her own astonishment, Wan found herself performing commendably. When another group approached from behind, the traps set by her teammates sprang into action. Like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, one child after another fell into the pit. In that moment, all the children were taken aback. After all, the underground plaza was strewn with stones, and they had never encountered the earth before. Moreover, at the front lines, Wan and 3 older boys executed an ambush, utilizing the environment for camouflage before launching a surprise attack that caught the adversaries off guard. A few coaches watched the events unfold from a distance, commenting, "That young girl is quite quick-witted." Others also noticed Wan's remarkable performance. The fourth among the 6 brothers looked on in surprise, while the 5th shook his head and said, "Ah, see, you have no idea." Among the 4 of them, it's always Wan who tends to take the lead. Indeed, she possesses a sharp mind, praised the second brother. The eldest cast a glance at his 5 siblings, asserting that strength was of utmost importance, while everything else was secondary. The others nodded in agreement, echoing their father's sentiments, which he had expressed on numerous occasions. However, Wan did not consider herself particularly exceptional. Her initial advantage was merely a result of deceitful tactics. Once the others adapted to their surroundings, her methods would lose their effectiveness. Moreover, contemplating the coach's descriptions of the Starry Valley's environment gave her a headache. Although referred to as a valley, its internal geography resembled a basin, a compact and densely formed one at that. It was said that nothing could grow there, with black and red rocks and scorched earth dominating the landscape. Each basin was rumored to serve as a battlefield, and there were thousands of such locations within the Starry Valley. After traveling for half a month, the coaches informed them that they would reach their destination in 3 more days. Anticipation and anxiety filled the air. However, that night, an unexpected incident occurred. When the alarm rang, Wan and the others instinctively sprang from their beds due to their prior training. Expecting an enemy attack, they emerged from their tents only to find several coaches standing in the camp, awaiting their assembly. No, there is indeed a distinction. Wan's gaze fell upon the additional individuals beside the instructor. Despite the dimming twilight, their presence was impossible to overlook. The air of seasoned warriors and the latent pride concealed within their erect postures were exceedingly conspicuous. The expressions of several coaches appeared rather grim as they awaited the assembly of all the children, and upon speaking, they delivered disheartening news. A recent report indicated that Shinka had resorted to deception and had already infiltrated Starry Valley. Chapter 6. Buds. Upon hearing this, Wan and her companions were taken aback, while the unfamiliar individuals displayed evident impatience. Enough with the idle chatter, let us depart swiftly, declared one young man. Without awaiting a response from the others, he gestured with his hand. In an instant, the ground beneath their feet began to shift, propelling them directly toward Starry Valley. Wan widened her eyes, momentarily at a loss for how to react. What is this? A superpower or a spell? The other children were equally astonished, with Ah-He, Ah-Xiao, and Xiao Tong instinctively positioning themselves protectively around Wan. After a brief moment of shock, whispers erupted among the crowd. Yet, when Wan glanced up at the coaches, there was no sign of an explanation forthcoming. She could not articulate the tumult of emotions within her, feeling both elevated and relieved. How cool would it be if I possessed such power? Ah-He remarked enviously. Many shared this sentiment. After all, who wouldn't envy such abilities? Even Wan felt a deep-seated envy. However, she was acutely aware of the slim odds of wishes coming to fruition. However, it is not entirely devoid of hope. A glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. If this extraordinary ability were solely reliant on innate talent, then one could only resign to fate. Yet, if it could be attained through diligence. Just as she contemplated this, Wan noticed an unusual expression among the 6 brothers nearby. Their demeanor conveyed not anticipation, but rather a semblance of resolute determination. Wan quickly deduced that these 6 brothers had likely received some advance intelligence from their elders. She was inclined to inquire further, but the lack of a close rapport between them made such questions awkward. Subsequently, Wan shifted her focus to the unfamiliar individuals. She soon realized that their capacity for remote travel was not entirely at their discretion. From her observations, they seemed to alternate every 5 to 10 minutes. Within merely an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the Starry Valley, expecting the coaches to provide some instructions at this juncture. She was surprised when they merely exchanged complex glances and said, "Go in," before hastily departing. Thousands of children exchanged wary looks, and even those accustomed to extreme environments could not suppress their trepidation. Yet, at that moment, they had no choice but to proceed. Hesitation was fleeting, and soon they began to enter the Starry Valley. Aware that the personnel from Star Science had already entered, they moved with utmost caution. Wan and her 3 companions quickly regrouped with their allied teammates, discussing their next course of action as they ventured deeper. What position shall we choose for our stronghold? It was evening, and amidst a throng of people, someone inquired, "Let us choose a position further back. It's safer." However, constantly hiding is not a viable strategy. Indeed, those individuals are novices as well, each equally matched. If we keep evading them, by the time we encounter them again, they will have gained combat experience while we remain mere novices. The outcome of our survival would be predictable, wouldn't it? A suggestion arose. Why don't we select a spot that is neither too forward nor too far back, allowing us to observe discreetly? Jian shook her head in response. Sure enough, Ada from the 6 brothers spoke up. We should advance. Many voiced their dissent, but he continued, the battlefield does not permit cowardice or evasion. Jian concurred with this sentiment, yet an undeniable sense of trepidation stirred within her. In her previous life, she had been an utterly ordinary individual, having studied horticulture in university and subsequently opened a succulent shop. She had never attended a military academy nor set foot on a battlefield. Her sole experience in this realm was perhaps the military training during her university years. As they proceeded, their movements grew more cautious. A group of them crawled swiftly across a basin, and Air examined the map he carried, announcing, "We have covered 1/3 of the journey. Daybreak is approaching, and the individuals from Xing Ku will likely awaken soon. Let us take this opportunity to rest," Xiao suggested. There were no objections from the others. Having not paused for a breath throughout the latter half of the night, they were now both weary and famished. Yet, Jian furrowed her brow and spoke up. "I have a question. Attention, everyone," she whispered. "Although we have brought provisions, they will only last us 2 or 3 days at most. What then? This place does not appear to yield any food." As she cautiously observed her surroundings, she realized that the Valley of Starlight was devoid of animals and even vegetation. In such a desolate area, where could their sustenance possibly come from? A troubling thought began to take shape in her mind. Just then, a sand spoke up. "Do not worry. The Valley of Starlight is home to a plant that grows underground, known as bud sprouts. This will be our primary source of food moving forward." He paused before adding, "Of course, bud sprouts will also become one of our targets for competition." Upon hearing this, Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she could not help but silently express her gratitude. She recognized that for children like them, having parental guidance was indeed crucial. Without it, Vital information such as the existence of bud sprouts could make a significant difference. Reflecting on her earlier unfounded assumptions sent a chill down her spine. She pondered the possibilities, had it not been for the abrupt summons to the Valley of Starlight. Their coach would have surely clarified matters concerning the valley before allowing them to enter. Even if their parents were typically indifferent towards them, one would expect them to make an appearance before their children ventured into the Valley of Starlight. The others also exhaled in relief. After hastily consuming their rations, many began to roll up their sleeves and start digging for bud sprouts. They soon discovered that the buds were rather difficult to extract. Firstly, the ground was exceedingly hard, with a surface resembling a carbonized shell, and secondly, the buds were located at a considerable depth, requiring at least a meter of digging to uncover them. After toiling for half a day, only a few managed to unearth the buds. Fortunately, Wan and Ashio, despite not having found any themselves, benefited from Ahei's luck, as he managed to dig up 2 in one breath. The buds were as large as basin, with a shell reminiscent of an old coconut. Remarkably tough, without a proper opening, it was impossible to break them apart. Awu took the opportunity to enlighten the group. Once winter arrived, the buds became even more challenging to extract, prompting everyone in the Starry Valley to gather as many as possible during the warmer months for storage. These treasures could be preserved with ease, simply wrapped in mud, remaining viable for an entire year. As winter approached, the buds transformed into one of the crucial resources for both parties to contest. Wan pondered thoughtfully. One of the crucial resources? This suggested that, aside from the buds, there were other items of contention between the two factions. Yet, as her gaze swept over the dark, reddish ground, she found herself questioning what else in this desolate place could warrant such rivalry. Chapter 7. The barrenness of the Starry Valley was evident to the naked eye. Wan pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from voicing her inner doubts. To her surprise, when the bud was cracked open, the flesh inside was extraordinarily delectable. Noticing Wan's astonishment, Asi explained, "The flavor of the bud varies throughout the seasons. In spring, it is tender and delicious. In summer, it is sweet and juicy. In autumn, it is soft and fragrant, and in winter, it is chewy and rich." The two most prominent families in the Starry Realm, the Zinglv and Shinka clans, cast their young ones into the Starshine Valley, not merely for the purpose of honing their skills, but for reasons beyond mere necessity. They anticipated that the location they chose would still be relatively secure. After all, given the circumstances on the Shinka side, even if they arrived first, it was unlikely they would leap such a considerable distance. However, to their astonishment, upon setting out once more, they encountered a group of dark-skinned adversaries. The sight of these foes, who outnumbered them significantly, left everyone in a state of bewilderment. This was their first encounter with genuine dark-skinned individuals, and they were unprepared for the reality they faced. In stark contrast, the young ones from the Shinka clan, having ventured deep into enemy territory, were mentally primed for such an encounter. Consequently, their reactions were markedly swifter. In the blink of an eye, several children at the forefront were attacked, resulting in 2 immediate fatalities, while the others sustained severe injuries. The scene unfolded with alarming rapidity, leaving all spectators in shock. Ada was the first to regain his composure. He launched himself forward like a young cheetah, swiftly plunging his dagger into the chest of one assailant before retracting it with equal speed. Blood splattered onto him, yet he paid it no heed as he pressed on towards his next target. The others soon followed suit, brandishing their daggers and charging at the enemy. Jun was no exception. Although she lacked the strength and speed of her peers, she had her own clever strategy. Having discreetly stashed a pouch of small stones in her waist bag beforehand, she specialized in hurling small pebbles at her adversaries' eyes, seizing the moment when their vital points were struck, causing them to instinctively cover their eyes, to plunge her dagger into their chests. However, at the outset of the underground square, the instructors emphasized not only literacy, but also the crucial understanding of human anatomy. They educated them on which areas were vital, the fatal consequences of injuries to those regions, and the potential for severe repercussions from wounds inflicted there, where blood would flow uncontrollably. While Huan struggled with other subjects, she excelled in this knowledge. Yet today, when it truly came to action, her dagger inexplicably veered away from its intended target by a fraction. Remarkably, her performance was commendable. Aside from encountering a cunning foe who unexpectedly raised a hand and forcefully broke her grip, necessitating some effort on her part to resolve the situation with minimal risk, the remainder of the encounter proceeded smoothly. After an initial moment of confusion, they swiftly fell back into their usual training rhythm. The four siblings adhered to their habitual formation, with Ahei leading the charge, Axiu and Xiaotong flanking him, while the injured Huan concealed herself behind her brother's protective guard, occasionally assisting when they were unable to respond. In just a few minutes, the pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Observing the bodies of both allies and enemies strewn around, Huan's eyes reddened, and she entered a state of numbness, relentlessly engaging in combat, indifferent to the wounds accumulating on her body. The only thing that stirred her emotions was when her brothers found themselves in peril. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar scream pierced the air. She instinctively turned her head and beheld the fallen figure of the chubby boy, from whose neck a copious flow of blood erupted. Such grievous injuries were undeniably beyond salvation. The three brothers of the boy shared this grim realization, their eyes wide with anguish. Regrettably, amidst the turmoil of battle, they could neither mourn the loss of their fallen sibling nor approach the lifeless body. They were compelled to grit their teeth and persist in the fight. In that fleeting moment, Huan felt a tremor within her heart, which quickly steadied itself. This was the battlefield, the true essence of warfare. She reminded herself of this truth, striving to deliver lethal blows to her adversaries, refusing to afford them even a sliver of mercy as she had done before. Yet, she found herself incapable of such resolve. Tears welled up in her eyes. These children, born into this era, were so utterly innocent. She could not surmount the moral threshold within her heart that forbade her from extinguishing their lives. More and more tears cascaded from her eyes, even as her hand, still clutching the dagger, continued to strike. The turmoil within her was unmistakable. This unusual display caught the attention of Ahei and his companions. Just as Axiu was about to speak, he caught sight of a figure leaping from the ground, a short blade aimed at Huan. "Be careful," he shouted, attempting to rush forward. Huan had just dispatched an enemy and raised her gaze to meet her second brother's face, etched with urgency and fear. Unbeknownst to her, due to their positions, she was oblivious to the threat lurking behind her, and she could not react in time. In the blink of an eye, just as the dagger was about to pierce her neck, a figure suddenly appeared, forcefully tackling Huan to the ground. However, despite averting the tragedy of Huan's demise, the owner of the dagger swiftly turned his wrist and struck at the shadow that followed. Pressed beneath him, Huan suddenly felt the rise and fall of her brother Sanji's chest against her back, followed by a wave of warmth at the back of her head. Alarmed, she turned to see Xiaotong, who was spitting blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Huan hurriedly helped Xiaotong to his feet, only to notice the grievous wound on his back. The gash was horrifyingly deep, a slash rather than a stab, extending from his shoulder down to his waist, where even his kidney had been injured. Noticing the panic etched on her sister's face, Xiaotong instinctively sought to reassure her, but as he grasped her hand, his vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Ahei had successfully intercepted the enemy who sought to capitalize on the situation. The two sides engaged in a fierce exchange, but neither could gain the upper hand. Had the opponent not been injured, Ahei might have been at a disadvantage. Injured? Huan's gaze suddenly fixated on the wound on the enemy's chest, the very location she had struck. This meant that had it not been for her compassion, this formidable foe would never have been able to rise again, nor would he have threatened her life or inflicted such grievous harm upon Xiaotong. Witnessing the blood gushing from Xiaotong's wound, Huan trembled with rage and struck herself hard across the face. Chapter 8. The Heavenly Arrival. Yet, in that moment of self-reproach, Huan understood the paramount importance of what lay ahead. From her satchel, Huan retrieved a water flask and a healing salve, carefully cleansing the wound of the small barrel before liberally applying the medicine to the injury. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and as despair enveloped her, the salve dwindled perilously low. Yet, at long last, the bleeding from the small barrel's wound ceased. Startled, Huan nearly wept with joy, dabbing her tears away as she produced a small roll of gauze to bandage the injury. This gauze, a remnant of her past reserves, had been spared until now. Once her task was complete, she gently placed her fingers beneath the small barrel's nose to confirm the presence of breath, allowing herself a profound sigh of relief. However, it was then that the excruciating pain in her left hand finally captured her attention. Frowning at her limp appendage, she swiftly twisted her hand, realigning the bone with a surprising ease that left her incredulous. In her previous life, such a skill would have been beyond her grasp. After securing the realigned bone with a wooden plank, She lifted her gaze to find Ah-He locked in a fierce struggle with the assailant who had injured the small barrel, both combatants bearing significant wounds. The adversary attempted to retreat, but Ah-He clung tenaciously, denying him the chance. Meanwhile, Ah-Shio remained steadfastly by her side, guarding both her and the small barrel. Without his presence, she would have been utterly unable to tend to their wounds in peace. Consequently, Ah-Shio bore injuries that appeared even more severe than those of Ah-He. With a determined glint in her eyes, Wan seized a pebble from the ground and hurled it forth. The quail egg-sized stone struck the enemy squarely in the eye, eliciting a pained yelp, which provided Ah-Shio the opportunity to thrust his dagger. With a resounding thud, the foe collapsed, and Ah-Shio immediately confronted yet another adversary. As the situation unfolded, Junjun felt the encroaching presence of adversaries. Fearing that a moment's absence from her small refuge would result in a fatal blow, she positioned herself protectively in front of the barrel, her hands tirelessly hurling stones. This time, however, she was not merely tossing pebbles. Rather, she wielded substantial rocks, each the size of a palm. With her left hand fractured, she was left with only one functioning limb, casting doubt on her ability to engage in close combat. Fortunately, Ah-Shio was nearby. Should anyone attempt to breach their defenses, he would be able to arrive just in time. Ah-He, too, recognized the plight of his younger siblings. Reflecting on how he had yet to land a single strike with his dagger, he gritted his teeth and chose not to pursue his opponent during a feigned retreat. Just as he resolved to assist his brother and sister, the enemy, having discerned his intentions, cast a glance at the struggling Junjun and Ah-Shio. Instead of retreating, the assailant advanced once more. Taken aback, Ah-He swiftly understood the adversary's cunning strategy, which ignited his fury. With sharpened focus, he deftly blocked the opponent's attack with his dagger and, leveraging his strength, launched a powerful kick aimed at the enemy's hand that clutched the short blade. This calculated maneuver forced the opponent to awkwardly redirect the blade towards himself, causing surprise and prompting a hasty retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Ah-He rushed to Ah-Shio's side, effectively parrying an incoming strike and countering with a forceful blow that sent the adversary reeling. Observing this turn of events, the enemy hesitated, wary of being overwhelmed by the trio of siblings, and ultimately chose to withdraw. On this side, Wan found herself compelled to engage in close combat. Her inherent strength and speed were already lacking, and constrained by the necessity of remaining close to the small barrel, she appeared exceedingly beleaguered. After several harrowing near escapes, she had been relegated to a state of passive defense. Observing the tufts of hair near her sister's ear being severed, it was only due to her timely crouch that her ear had not been clipped away. Ah-He and Ah-Shio were filled with trepidation as they fought and retreated. They eventually managed to reunite with Wan and assisted her in vanquishing the foe. Surveying the surroundings, it became apparent that the skirmish was nearing its conclusion. The remaining combatants were less than half, and most bore injuries, with hardly anyone left unscathed. A fleeting glance from Ah-Shio conveyed understanding to Ah-He. For him, the safety of his younger siblings held far greater significance than the fleeting skirmish. The small barrel lay gravely injured and unconscious, and the trio was not in a much better condition. Though they had not entirely lost their combat capabilities, they could scarcely muster any significant strength. In this predicament, rather than seek a decisive confrontation with the enemy, they yearned for a sanctuary to recuperate. However, such a pursuit proved to be anything but simple. Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, a sudden illumination burst forth from the heavens. The sensation was peculiar, despite it being daytime and the sky inherently bright. The circumstances felt oddly surreal. The light above, though not blinding, was impossible to overlook, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread in all who beheld it. The clash of war inexplicably paused, and a murmur escaped the lips of an unknown voice. The brothers, Ada and his companions, leaned on one another, their expressions transforming in unison. It was a divine omen. Everyone, disperse quickly and do not gather together. Asi shouted hoarsely. The individuals from the black skin glanced at each other, while those from the Zingle family, though perplexed by Asi's words, possessed enough trust to follow his instructions without hesitation. Wan, being more astute, led her 3 brothers to a location closer to the 6 brothers. The sky grew increasingly bright, and suddenly, a large black dot appeared. "It's coming," Asan's voice echoed in their ears, prompting everyone to take cover and wait for it to land, using it as a shield. What could it be? Such questions arose in everyone's minds. As everyone stood vigilant, the black dot expanded, ultimately landing on the opposite side of Xingyao Valley. However, soon there were more and more black dots. In mere seconds, one black dot descended near them. Boom! A tremendous shockwave surged forth, and Wan and her brothers instinctively shielded the small barrel behind them. In that moment, everyone comprehended why the Xingyao Valley bore such peculiar terrain, formed by these impacts. Once the chaos subsided, they hastily followed the 6 brothers to the vicinity of the colossal stone. As they approached, Wan realized that the stone was not black, but rather an intense shade of crimson. This color, a wave of familiarity washed over her, just as a sea began to explain. This is the Stone of Legacy, an object that inevitably falls whenever the heavens bestow their gifts. Startled, Wan looked up at the multitude of black dots in the sky and couldn't help but offer a wry smile. If I recall correctly, the legacy stones embedded in the bodies of adults at the moment of my inception were scarcely larger than a thumb. Yet, the colossal stone before me possesses the capacity to yield countless legacy stones. Thus, it is hardly surprising that we, the children, are deemed insignificant, treated by our families as mere pawns to be discarded at will. Chapter 9. Prayer. Meanwhile, Asi continued to enlighten us, asserting that such large legacy stones are not particularly perilous. As long as fortune favors us and we evade the initial strike, subsequent concerns are minimal. The true danger lies within the smaller legacy stones. He paused, noting that when the time comes, evasion will be futile, and we will have no choice but to withstand the impact with our frail bodies. Should luck be on our side, and the descent be brief, we might endure as children. However, if the duration extends, then only a path to demise remains. The crowd surrounding the legacy stone gasped in unison. It was then that Ada spoke up. Even more perilous is the encounter with the stellar energy stone. The mention of the stellar energy stone quickened Wan's heartbeat. She instinctively sensed its immense significance. Ada nodded, recalling those who had previously guided us. Do you remember the individuals who led us on our journey? You are speaking of. The eyes of the crowd brightened with realization. They are the children of the stars. Ada continued. Only those who have fused with the stellar energy stone and acquired extraordinary power can be deemed children of the stars. Observing the eager expressions on many faces, he dampened their enthusiasm. The stellar energy stone possesses distinct attributes. Should its nature clash with your own, failure is inevitable. And the consequence of failing to fuse with the stellar energy stone is nothing short of death. A shiver ran through the crowd, and someone inquired, "Isn't that akin to courting death?" "Not at all," replied Ada calmly. "When a star energy stone descends, it will instinctively collide with individuals possessing compatible attributes nearby. Should we encounter a star energy stone that resonates with our attributes, we too will sense its presence. However, in the absence of any star children with compatible attributes, the star energy stone will launch indiscriminate attacks on humans." In that moment, a glimmer of joy illuminated her face. Third brother. Upon hearing this, Ahei and Ashio turned their attention toward Xiao Tong, who had indeed awakened, their expressions brightening instantly. Xiao Tong managed a weak smile, uttering, "I am fine." Yet, feeling the relentless agony within his abdomen, he understood that this time, he might not escape unscathed. As this thought flitted through his mind, his gaze swept over his 2 brothers and sister, and a resolve surged within him. He had overheard their previous conversation, and now, witnessing his siblings' collective joy, he felt it necessary to interject. "Quickly, let us dig a pit using the inheritance stone." Junjun was the first to grasp his intention, exclaiming, "Yes, let us dig a pit to hide in." She pondered how gravely injured third brother was and resolved to ensure he could take refuge within. She understood all too well that given the difficulty of excavating the soil in this area, the notion of creating a deep pit was utterly fanciful. Thus, her plan was to excavate a small enough pit for Xiao Tong to conceal himself. This enormous inheritance stone was circular in shape and could provide only limited protection. However, as long as they stood outside the pit as shields, Xiao Tong would remain safe from harm. This notion is not solely conceived by her. Others within the team share similar thoughts. However, there are also grievously injured individuals among the other teams, which means numerous others continue to dig pits. The legacy stones have diminished in size. A voice belonging to Air echoed through the air. Wan lifted her gaze, and indeed, the sky was densely speckled with dark dots. The realization that these legacy stones would soon come crashing down upon them sent a shiver down her spine. No one anticipated that the small bucket would suddenly take action. Wan was pulled by him, and, before she could react, found herself sprawled in a pit. Just as she attempted to rise, a person landed on top of her, followed by another. Without needing to look up, she knew it was a Xiao and a Hei. "What are you doing?" A Hei's voice rang out, filled with fury. A Xiao quickly followed. "Small bucket, don't be reckless. You're still gravely injured." The small bucket pressed down on a Hei's most severely injured shoulder, causing him immense pain and rendering him unable to rise. Cold sweat broke out on a Hei's forehead. "Small bucket, let go quickly, or I will truly be enraged." Though the small bucket had never possessed strength comparable to a Hei, at this moment, he held him down with surprising force. In the face of a Hei's wrath, he chuckled, "Brother, accept reality. We cannot withstand even a single one of those legacy stones falling from such a height. And yet you still..." A Hei trembled with anger. "I'm already destined to perish." The small bucket interrupted him. "Let me die with some semblance of value." With that, he glanced at the legacy stones. Now merely 100 meters away, and with a sudden leap, he threw himself onto a Hei. Small bucket. Small bucket. Third brother. The three individuals struggled violently, the small bucket nearly slipping from their grasp. He clung desperately to Ashio's clothing below and implored, "I beg you, do not move." Upon hearing this, the three froze momentarily, yet instinctively resisted compliance. But it was too late. With a sickening sound, accompanied by the hissing of burning flesh, warm blood flowed into Ah Hei's neck, cascading down to Ashio, and finally to Wan Wan. The small bucket gasped for breath, emitting a sound akin to a wheezing bellows from his throat. "You must live." His final words faded into the wind. "Wan Wan, do not move." Seeing her struggle, Ashio pressed firmly on her. "What do you mean, second brother?" Wan Wan asked, her confusion palpable. "It means nothing. Just obey," Ashio replied, gripping her shoulder. Wan Wan was pinned down so tightly that she could not even turn her head, thus missing the tears and resolve glistening in her brother's eyes. Yet she was no fool. She understood that if this calamity were to persist, "Eldest brother, second brother, let me out. I cannot stay down here. I want to go up. Please, let me go." Wan Wan cried out in despair, reaching for the stone of inheritance beside her, hoping to use it as leverage to climb out. However, under the combined strength of Ah Hei and Ashio, her efforts proved futile. They remained silent. The sound of gasping continued incessantly, and as they felt the body of the small bucket growing colder above them, silent tears streamed down Ah Hei and Ashio's faces. Wan Wan, who had been struggling and shouting, suddenly froze as she felt the warmth receding from her neck, and she broke down in anguished sobs. She prayed silently, "O heavens, if you possess any spirit, please save my brother. Even if it costs my life, I would not mind." Atop the peak of Tianlan, two deities quietly observed this unfolding scene, listening to the heartfelt supplication of Yi Su that only they could hear. Humans are sometimes so dazzling that they evoke a sense of incredulity, the god of wrath exclaimed, captivated by the radiant soul of the young girl. In contrast, the god of love and desire remarked, "The brilliance of humanity is as fleeting as that of a firefly. It is their inner, vile desires that remain constant. You ought not to transfer your animosity towards AIE onto those who are uninvolved," the god of wrath sighed. "They are all humans, are they not?" The god of love and desire replied with an air of indifference, prompting an eye roll from the god of wrath. Chapter 10. A tragedy in the mortal realm. Just as the god of wrath was about to speak, a tone of surprise escaped her lips. The god of love and desire was equally taken aback, even rising from her celestial throne. "No, to be precise, she has awakened the heavenly Tao of the starry world," the god of love and desire corrected. Shock was evident on the face of the god of wrath as she pondered, "How is this possible?" It is known that the starry world, due to certain reasons, had not given birth to the heavenly Tao, resulting in a chaotic fundamental order. Were it not for these unclaimed laws, the true essence of the god of love and desire would not have ventured here for trials. The usually aloof visage of the god of love and desire now bore traces of astonishment and confusion. "This should not affect your true essence, should it?" the god of wrath inquired with some concern. The god of love and desire responded ambiguously, "It is merely the nascent consciousness of the heavenly Tao. It will require a significant amount of time to attain completeness." The god of anger finally let out a sigh of relief. Deities such as them harbored exceedingly intricate feelings towards the existence of the heavenly Tao. Without the heavenly Tao, the summit of celestial waves would remain the dominion of the celestial beings, leaving no opportunity for later deities like themselves to come into existence. Yet, the only entity capable of posing a threat to them was, indeed, the heavenly Tao. The god of desire raised an eyebrow, noting the generosity of this heavenly Tao consciousness, which had surprisingly relinquished the primordial laws, albeit just a minuscule portion. The god of anger remarked, "Truly, this is still the naive consciousness of the heavenly Tao. Not so miserly after all." However, Wan was oblivious to the events unfolding around her. With her face pressed down, she could not see that not far from her, a faint green glow was gently descending, seeping through the fine wounds on her hands and into her body. It seemed to be. The god of anger hesitated. The law of life? The god of desire sensed it with divine touch and furrowed his brow, close enough. Time felt interminable to Wan. It stretched on as if an entire lifetime had passed, until the frightening sounds finally ceased. "Elder brother. Second brother?" she called out cautiously. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the faint sound of breathing discernible. Were it not for the warmth of human life she could feel within her, Wan might have lost her sanity. After exerting immense effort, she gradually managed to extricate herself from the pit. She dared not directly lift Xiao and the others, fearing that it might exacerbate their injuries. Yet, despite her mental preparation, upon witnessing the appearance of her three brothers, Wan was utterly shattered. Prior to this moment, she had harbored a glimmer of hope that the small barrel might survive. However, now, she burst into tears. Yet, she was acutely aware that this was not the time for lamentation, thus within mere seconds. She quickly regained her composure and carefully cradled the shattered remains of the small barrel, placing it upon a spare combat suit. Upon seeing Ahei below, Wan nearly suffocated. His back was adorned with a multitude of heritage stones, and his garments were almost entirely soaked in crimson blood. As for his head, Axie reached out, encircling Ahei's neck, allowing him to cling to a thread of life. However, Axie himself, his hands were also embedded with heritage stones. Furthermore, their legs, Axie's legs entwined around Ahei, resulting in one thigh brimming with heritage stones, while the other's calf was similarly adorned. Gazing upon the two brothers seemingly nailed together, Wan's tears cascaded down in heavy drops. She sobbed uncontrollably, yet her hands began to meticulously peel away the heritage stones from their bodies. These stones were not particularly large, the largest no bigger than a pebble, and the smallest merely the size of a mung bean. As she removed more and more heritage stones, the wounds on their bodies inevitably began to bleed anew. Wan could only tend to their wounds while continuing to extract the stones, her supply of bandages dwindling. Thus, she unfastened Ahei and Axie's waist pouches. And when her supply of medicinal herbs was finally exhausted, she turned her gaze to the surroundings. Previously indifferent to her environment, she could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This is truly a tragedy of the human condition. In fact, there are many who have made the same choices as Ahei and Axie. Everywhere one looks, there are numerous siblings piled together, their bodies scattered like small barrels, with many others engaging in the same grim actions as Wan. What chills Wan to the bone is that among the siblings huddled together, none survived in the end. To have even one person live is already a blessing. Now, many of those being rescued are not their own siblings. Nearby, there were three sisters who had perished entirely. Wan pressed her lips together and approached to unfasten their waist pouches. As more and more legacy stones were extracted, Wan was pleasantly surprised to find that Ahei and Axie's conditions were not as dire as they appeared. The legacy stones embedded in their bodies were merely a single layer deep. Although some bones were injured, their vital organs remained unharmed. Overcome with joy, Wan could not help but weep. Ahei and Axie were alive. Just then, a voice called out beside her. Turning around, Wan saw one of the brothers of Xiaopeng. If she remembered correctly, he should be the youngest after Xiaopeng. At that moment, Xiaopeng's brother was not in great shape either, dragging one leg, with half of his face covered in blood. Wan, unable to see her own reflection, was blissfully unaware that her appearance was not much better than his. She nodded in acknowledgement. "You are truly fortunate," Xiaopeng's brother remarked with a hint of envy. Wan's gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Xiaotong nearby, tears welling up in her eyes. She opened her mouth to say something, but, thinking of how only one of Xiaopeng's four companions had likely survived, she found herself at a loss for words. "I shall lend a hand," said the chubby elder brother. Jujuan glanced at his leg and inquired, "Doesn't your leg require treatment?" The chubby elder brother shook his head, offering a wry smile as he replied, "No need. This leg is beyond repair. I've tied it up with a rope, and the bleeding has ceased. Later, I shall seek someone to assist me in amputating it." Jujuan fell silent, not rejecting the chubby elder brother's goodwill. The two quietly tended to Ah and Ah Xiu's wounds, tearing their combat uniforms into strips to serve as bandages. Subsequently, they sat side by side, hugging their knees, patiently awaiting the awakening of Ah and Ah Xiu. Chapter 11. Thread. A gentle rain began to fall. Jujuan, momentarily bewildered, lifted her head, and as if struck by a sudden realization, dashed to retrieve the combat uniform that contained the small bucket of corpses. She then carefully shifted Ah and Ah Xiu closer to the stone of inheritance, using excess fabric to construct a small shelter, shielding them from the rain with her body. Noticing that the chubby elder brother remained motionless, Jujuan paused and couldn't help but say, "Your brothers." The chubby elder brother wiped the rain from his face and replied nonchalantly, "They are gone. What significance remains in their corpses?" Despite his words, he approached and joined Jujuan in using their bodies to shield against the rain. Jujuan hesitated, glancing at his leg. The chubby elder brother chuckled softly and reassured her. "It matters not. We shall be drenched regardless of location." The rain did not persist for long, concluding within a mere 10 minutes. As if to cleanse the blood from the Valley of Starlight. Once the downpour ceased, Jujuan felt inclined to attend to the others. Then she discovered that among the 6 brothers, except for Ao and Aliu, the 4 elder brothers had all perished. As for the others she recognized, there were scarcely any familiar faces left. Of the hundreds who had allied this time, fewer than 50 remained alive. The number of survivors on the enemy's side was even less than theirs. Unlike the Xinglu family, the children of the Xinca family were not accustomed to operating as a unit of siblings. Thus, in stark contrast to the protective nature of the Xinglu side, where the older ones shielded the younger, the Xinca side was solely focused on their own survival. However, there were still about 20 or 30 who had survived on the enemy's side, and these individuals had all used the bodies on the ground as shields. Huan did not harbor disdain for such actions. Rather, she felt a twinge of regret. If she had considered this possibility earlier, perhaps Little Tong would not have had to die. In this moment, even in the presence of the enemy, the desire to engage in combat had dissipated. Huan cast a worried glance at Ahei and Axiu. Though her 2 brothers were now safe from immediate peril, given their injuries, their participation in the forthcoming battle seemed precarious. Fortunately, Aliu soon shared some uplifting news. It turned out that in the Valley of Starlight, after each descent, there was a 3-day ceasefire period. During these 3 days, the 2 families would send people in shifts to transport the legacy stones and star energy stones. Those who were injured, like Ahei and Axiu, would receive treatment during this time. Star energy stones? Huan was taken aback. Were star energy stones present during this descent? They must be, Aliu remarked. It's just that we haven't encountered any yet. What do star energy stones look like? Huan feigned curiosity as she inquired. In truth, her palms were already slick with perspiration. She was no fool, in a scenario where even a few individuals piled together might not survive. The fact that 3 out of the 4 siblings had miraculously endured was utterly perplexing. Thus, she found herself contemplating whether Ahei or Axiu had merged with the stellar energy stone. As for herself, she felt absolutely nothing. Like a stone, albeit of a different hue. Aliu sighed, suggesting, "Let us search as well. Perhaps this battlefield harbors a stellar energy stone that must not fall into the hands of those wretched star science descendants." Upon hearing his words, although the group had yet to recover from the sorrow of losing a companion, they instinctively began to seek out the elusive stellar energy stone. Their motivations were not rooted in unwavering loyalty to their kin, but rather in the desire to escape the helplessness that had engulfed them following the calamity. Consequently, many harbored private ambitions, pondering the possibility of fortuitously merging with a piece of the stellar energy stone. Huan hesitated momentarily before joining them, her thoughts mirroring those of her companions. After the celestial event, the landscape was littered with heritage stones, capable of ensnaring an entire arm if one were to reach in. This only amplified the incredibility of their predicament. 3 surviving siblings amidst the loss of 1. Be cautious, everyone. Do not inadvertently touch the stellar energy stone, Oh called out, his voice ringing with urgency. The current circumstances were indeed precarious, with so many heritage stones scattered about. Who could ascertain which corner concealed a stellar energy stone? A careless encounter could lead to an unjust demise. Given this, Huan was exceedingly cautious, resolutely avoiding any unexamined areas. Even while inspecting the star energy stones, she remained vigilant, particularly regarding those star science youngsters. Nearby, Alu whispered a warning. Do not let them find it first. Wan paused, then quietly inquired. What if they do? Although they were numerous, she believed the outcome was uncertain. Then we shall seize it, Alu replied without hesitation. After all, we have the numbers. If they desire their lives, they must relinquish the items. Awu chimed in, thus, we must be vigilant and not allow them to stealthily hide the star energy stones. Wan furrowed her brow, an unsettling feeling that something had been overlooked gnawing at her. It wasn't until conflict erupted and she witnessed a He and a Xiao being held captive by a group of dark-skinned individuals that realization struck her, followed swiftly by a surge of anger, gritting her teeth as she beheld a He and a Xiao with blades pressed against their throats. A primal urge for vengeance ignited within her. However, Awu and Alu hesitated, realizing that they had 16 injured members in their ranks. This was no trifling number. Yet, when weighed against the value of a single star energy stone, the lives of these 16 seemed inconsequential. In an instant, Wan discerned their thoughts. Her expression darkened as she swiftly pressed a dagger to Alu's throat before anyone could react. Awu, who was about to speak, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. What are you doing? He exclaimed. With an unruffled demeanor, Wan replied, it is easy to abandon another's brethren. True strength lies in forsaking one's own. Her meaning was crystal clear. Should Awu utter a word of surrender regarding the injured, she would not hesitate to take Alu's life. Wan was acutely aware that the individuals wielding the most influence on his side were Awu and Alu. It was not merely their strength that allowed them to overshadow others. Rather, as sons of the family elders, they inherently possessed an advantage. This turn of events astonished everyone involved. Awu, seething with rage, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, do you have any idea how crucial the star energy stone is to our family? Wan cast a glance at the prominently displayed brown star energy stone within the inheritance stone, replying coolly, I am uncertain if you comprehend its significance. Given its importance, I imagine you would willingly sacrifice your own brother for it. You are utterly unreasonable. Awu's face flushed crimson. Wan let out a cold laugh. Yet the dagger in her hand drew even closer to Alu's throat. Such is human nature. When it comes to sacrificing others, one can be fiercely righteous. But when faced with personal loss, Awu's expression betrayed his inner turmoil. He was reluctant to sacrifice his only brother. Yet the star energy stone was equally vital. The crux of the matter was whether Wan would truly dare to kill Alu. Chapter 12. 1 year. All of Awu's speculations came to a sudden halt upon meeting Wan's gaze. Nothing could compare to the chilling determination reflected in her eyes. Thus, neither side dared to make a move. Awu was unwilling to sacrifice his brother, while those from the Shinka faction were equally resolute in refusing to release their hostage. This stalemate persisted until the arrival of their family members. The only solace for Wan was that her family's reinforcements arrived promptly, almost in tandem with the Shinka family. When Zingle arrived, his gaze immediately fell upon his old rival, Shinka Xijiang, who had also just arrived. The two adversaries simultaneously emitted a cold snort, then averted their eyes in unison. Hengi quickly sensed the peculiar atmosphere. The pallor of the individuals present suggested that his offspring had been taken hostage by the dark-skinned ones. However, his attention was soon drawn to Wan, who had a dagger poised at Alu's throat. These two fair-skinned individuals, they must be his children, he pondered. Was this a sign of internal strife? Xijiang, too, recognized the oddity of the situation, yet his gaze was first captured by the star energy stone positioned in the center. His eyes then shifted to his own child. Hengi was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the unfolding events. Observing the situation, Awu stepped forward to briefly explain. A sense of unease filled his heart. While it could be said that Wan was being unreasonable, his own selfish motives lingered. Hengi's expression gradually hardened, especially after Xijiang cast a mocking glance his way. Fool, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Awu turned pale, about to speak. But Hengi had already directed his gaze at the group of dark-skinned children, declaring, release him. The star energy stone belongs to you. The dark-skinned children looked towards Xijiang, who lazily nodded, clearly in high spirits. Fortunately, Hengi had been judicious in his approach. Despite the 16 injured, none had suffered exacerbated injuries. Hengi observed the curly-haired girl with keen interest. Wan, aware of his scrutiny, raised her head and met his gaze calmly. Regardless of the consequences she might face today, she would harbor no regrets. Initially, Hengi expected to reprimand her, but to his surprise, he averted his gaze and said to Ao, you've brought shame upon us before the enemy. Ao lowered his head in acknowledgement of his mistake, while Aliu could not help but defend his elder brother, stating, Brother Wu is only striving to obtain the star energy stone. And yet, to disregard the wounded kin for the sake of a mere star energy stone, is that justifiable? Hung scoffed. Upon hearing this, not only Ao and Aliu, but even Huan seemed somewhat bewildered. Was it not said that the star energy stone held immense significance for the family? Moreover, was the Xingel family truly one that exemplified fraternal love? Observing their confusion, Hung expressed his disappointment. The worth of our kin is negligible internally, but externally. A mere star energy stone, is that not an affront? Huan began to grasp the implication. Internally, consumption may not be lamented, yet before the adversary, an appearance of unity and camaraderie must be preserved. Hung, unaware of how Huan had misconstrued his words, waved his hand, and his subordinates commenced loading the heritage stones onto the vehicles. The means of transportation in the Starry Lawn world were rather primitive, yet strikingly grand. Huan watched as they transported the heritage stones, varying in size, into carriages as large as 2- or 3-story buildings, each drawn by a colossal beast tethered with reins. The transportation utilized by the Xinca was quite similar to that of the Xingel, though the beasts employed by the latter were predominantly tigers and wolves, while the former favored lions and leopards. The efficiency of these individuals was remarkable. In less than half a day, they had successfully gathered all the heritage stones from this battleground. At this moment, Ahei and Axio had already awakened, and Huan began to feed them with the prepared buds. Both were somewhat silent, and Huan refrained from speaking. Surprisingly, before departing, Hung had healed all the wounded. Without the protection of their skin, the suffering they would endure in the future would likely be considerable. This thought made Huan unable to control her tears. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Axio gently rubbed her head and said, It is already a blessing to be alive. Huan looked up at Axio and asked, Second brother, do you think there might be a child of the stars who could restore you and elder brother completely? Upon hearing this, Axio forced a smile. Such matters. It's better to just think about them. Huan sighed. Deep down, she still held some hope, though it was not a topic suitable for public discourse. As seasons changed and a year slipped by in the blink of an eye, Huan navigated through many challenges, managing to cling to her life. Throughout this year, she had come to understand the source of the initial abnormalities. She had believed that Ahei and Axio had merged with the star energy stone, but unexpectedly, Huan helplessly observed the faint green glow emanating from her fingertips. This thing could be deemed useful, yet also deemed useless. She had tried multiple times to cast a bit of green light on Ahei and Axio, only to find their wounds would lessen slightly. Beyond that, there was nothing more. Throughout the year, she had inquired and learned that becoming a child of the stars promised a transformative improvement in one's physical condition. However, she remained as ineffectual as before. This indicated that she was not a child of the stars. Thus, the question arises, what is the true nature of this situation? Regrettably, no matter how much Huan contemplates, the answer will not reveal itself. Hearing Ahei's voice, Huan hastily paused her actions, her voice laced with concern. Have I hurt you, brother? Upon noticing the multitude of blisters and sores adorning his back, her eyes brimmed with tears. Ahei shook his head. Continue. It will hurt regardless. Huan softly acquiesced, her movements becoming increasingly delicate as she tended to the blisters on his back. Do we have enough medicine? Ashio inquired from the side. Yes, Huan replied. When we restocked our supplies last time, I exchanged quite a bit for the buds. Ashio's expression relaxed, but as she glanced down at her bandaged arms, she couldn't suppress a sigh. Due to their circumstances, the 3 siblings had never had surplus buds. Acquiring a better crossbow for Huan was simply out of the question. Chapter 13. Reflections. Huan, Ahei Ashio. Once again, during a supply replenishment, the trio was greeted by Sun and upon their arrival. Unlike the children who had been eliminated in the underground square, those like Sunin, who bore disabilities from the battlefield, were afforded the choice to either serve as servants or assume roles as logistical support for their families. Both options bore their own merits and drawbacks. The former offered safety but lacked status, while the latter allowed for inclusion in the family lineage, yet came with certain risks. The family replenished supplies to Xingyao Valley every month, and since becoming a logistical staff member, Sunan was responsible for this aspect of their operations. However, it must be noted that these supplies were procured through the exchange of buds. The bud is indeed a precious item, found exclusively in the Valley of Starry Glory. Huan waved her hand and smiled at Sunan, saying, It seems you all have arrived a bit earlier this time? Sunan extended his arms to embrace her and then replied with a faint smile, the higher-ups have an urgent need for buds, so we were dispatched. What is so urgently needed about these buds? Ashio inquired, puzzled. Has that child not been sent to the underground square? Wanwan asked, intrigued. Sunan shook his head. That child is too frail, with complications. If sent to the underground square, they would not survive. Pausing briefly, he added, however, it is said that the illness will prevent them from living beyond 20. Upon hearing this, a somber silence enveloped the group. It would be disingenuous to claim they felt no concern. After all, they too had parents. Yet, whether present or absent, it seemed inconsequential. By the way, Sunan, have you seen your parents? Ahei asked curiously. I have, Sunan replied with a bittersweet smile. My father fell in battle last month. I did see my mother, but she did not recognize me. Wanwan and the others fell silent once more. Perhaps their parents would also fail to recognize them. Sensing the atmosphere turning heavy, Sunan quickly shifted the subject. By the way, how has your month been? How many heavenly falls have you encountered? In the Valley of Starry Glory, heavenly falls are quite common. However, occurrences of such magnitude as before are exceedingly rare. If not for this, Wanwan and her companions would not have survived. For times, Ashio sighed. None of them were significant, and we have yet to encounter any star energy stones. By the way, have you all heard? Sunan spoke. It is that Alu. He has become a child of the stars and was added to the clan registry half a month ago. We are aware of this, Ahei replied casually. Ever since Wanchuan used Awu's life to threaten Alu, they have parted ways. Such occurrences are commonplace in the Valley of Starshine. Deaths happen daily, allegiances shift constantly, and companions are perpetually replaced. Alu was likely among the first to leave the Valley of Starshine. It was thanks to him that Wanchuan and the others realized that to depart from the Valley of Starshine, aside from reaching the age of 8, the quickest path was to become a child of the stars. Have you heard about Awu? Sunan inquired. Awu? Wanchuan was taken aback. What happened to him? He lost an eye while helping Alu secure that star energy stone, Sunan explained. So, he is now your colleague? Wanchuan asked instinctively. No. Sunan shook his head. He believes that losing an eye has little impact on combat and chose to remain in the Valley of Starshine. Furthermore, he added, his brothers are all exceedingly proud. He likely aspires to become a child of the stars as well. Wanchuan pursed his lips slightly, hesitating before asking, Sunan, have you witnessed a child of the stars in battle? After a moment of silence, Sunan replied, I have, and it is truly terrifying. Take, for instance, that near-fatal descent we experienced. For a child of the stars, it barely grazed them. I have seen a child of the stars single-handedly protect a radius of 100 miles during a descent, ensuring that the civilians within remained unscathed. I have witnessed the children of the stars from our clan engage in battle against foes, shattering the endless snow-capped mountains in an instant. The children of the stars possess a strength that is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. In the end, a longing appeared on his face. Wanwan's heart was similarly stirred. The memories of a peaceful life from a past existence seemed to fade. For those who have never experienced the ravages of war cannot fathom the rarity of peace. Earth has endured countless conflicts. Yet the roots of these wars ultimately stem from the pursuit of political, economic, and territorial integrity. However, the wars in the starry realm arise from a different cause. If the wars on Earth are a matter of choice, then those in the starry realm are inescapable, due to the presence of the celestial descent. All inhabitants of this world live in an environment where their lives could be lost at any moment. It is for the sake of survival amidst the celestial descent that individuals vie for the star energy stones, aspiring to become children of the stars and seize control of their destinies. The discord between Shinka and Zingov originates from this very struggle. As long as the celestial descent persists, peace will forever elude this world. While Wanwan was lost in thought, Ahei and Axiu had already exchanged enough buds for bandages and medicinal salves. Before their departure, Sunan mentioned another matter. Speaking of which, Wanwan, I have encountered your parents. Upon hearing this, the three of them were momentarily stunned. Ahei could not refrain from asking, what are they like? Sunan replied, your father is a child of the stars, and though your mother is not one, she is nonetheless an exceptional warrior. Finally, he could not help but express a hint of envy, saying, no wonder your siblings possess such remarkable talents. In his heart, even a seemingly useless individual like Wanwan, who has managed to survive in the Valley of Stars, must possess some remarkable talent, unlike their brothers. This news, while impactful, holds little significance for Wanwan and the others. They are acutely aware that their parents harbor no parental affection for them. Thus, the identity of their father as a child of the stars and their mother as a supreme warrior bears little meaning for them. If I were to have children in the future, I would never treat them this way, Ashio suddenly interjected. Wanwan was taken aback. Why are you contemplating such matters so early, second brother? Ashio blushed slightly. I was merely expressing a fleeting sentiment. However, Wanwan responded, I have no desire to have children. In this harsh world, why subject innocent lives to suffering? It's simply unthinkable. She had spoken casually, yet Ahei countered her remark. Chapter 14. The First Revelation. Why? Wanwan was utterly taken aback. Ahei looked at her with a hint of exasperation. After we reach adulthood, the blood of our inheritance, forged from the stone of legacy, must be surrendered to the family. Surely, you don't believe that the family merely intends to safeguard our bloodline? After a brief pause, he added, of course, if there are promising genetic contributors, one may also synthesize embryos independently. He had overheard this from others inadvertently. Wanwan was left speechless. In that moment, she began to comprehend why her parents had always been so indifferent towards them. Wait a moment. If all the bloodlines are to be surrendered, how many offspring must one person bear in a year? Wanwan suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, she could not help but swallow hard. It was simply too much. By the time she reached 30, she might have a dozen children. Reflecting on her biological father being a child of the stars, she found herself less inclined to blame him for neglecting his siblings. Even if he wished to care for them, managing such a multitude of children would be overwhelming. Life in the Starry Valley had its own rhythm, and Wanwan and her siblings gradually acclimated to an environment fraught with danger at every turn. Their only concern was the skin condition afflicting Ahei and Ashio. Wanwan had contemplated that once Ahei and Ashio became children of the stars, there was a significant possibility they could be completely healed. However, despite their encounters with the star energy stones, neither Ahei, Ashio, nor herself had experienced any response. Another winter had arrived, and this time, they had gained experience. Digging a cave in advance to hibernate. While enjoying steaming sprouts, they overheard discussions about events occurring outside. Have you heard? There was a sudden downpour at the front lines. And the scene. Did you see it? I only heard it from others. But what is this downpour? It's a heavenly rain. But it consists entirely of star energy stones. Goodness, is that truly the case? How incredible. Incredible, you say? Surviving a fall from the legacy is one thing. But being struck by star energy stones? You might as well forget about surviving. As Huan listened thoughtfully, she couldn't help but inquire about this matter when the next supply convoy arrived. However, upon hearing her question, Sunin's face turned pale, and he replied, Rainfall from the sky is not particularly rare on the front lines. It occurs once or twice a year. Yet, the recent celestial rain has been extraordinarily alarming, with the largest piece of stellar energy stone weighing several hundred tons. Huanwan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She remembered witnessing stellar energy stones in the Starry Valley on multiple occasions, the largest of which barely exceeded the size of a football, weighing no more than 10 to 20 pounds. At that moment, a companion of Sunin interjected, but that is not the most terrifying part. The most frightening aspect is that the stellar energy stone was merged with someone right on the spot. Gasping, the three of them collectively inhaled sharply. Is that true? Ahei inquired, eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Sunin replied, his expression complex. It was a boy from the Shinka family, around 13 or 14 years old. His name is said to be Shinkalita. His companion added, Shinkalita was already well known before becoming a child of the stars. Notorious as a berserker who displayed immense courage and strength on the battlefield. This time, he has become a child of the stars. I heard that the clan leader and elders convened an emergency meeting overnight because of this. Huan silently noted the name, while Ahei, filled with both envy and curiosity, asked, What does Shinkalita look like? What could a member of the Shinka family possibly look like? Probably dark-skinned, Sunin scoffed, but he is said to be quite handsome. I've heard he has a scar on his neck. Having spoken of these trifles, Sunin continued, You should be able to leave the Valley of Starshine next year. If the opportunity arises, it would be prudent for you to become children of the stars. Otherwise, the front lines will be even more perilous than the valley itself. Upon hearing these words, Wanwan and her companions could not help but wear solemn expressions. They were well aware of such matters, yet many things were beyond their control. Although all three siblings yearned to become children of the stars, fate did not align with their desires. By the time they reached the age of 8, when they were finally able to leave the Valley of Starshine, they had still not attained the status of children of the stars. Among the hundreds of children leaving the valley, it was surprising to find a Wu among them. "What is he doing here?" Wan exclaimed in astonishment. A Xiao, unfazed, replied, "What is strange about that? He is of the same age as us." Wan fell silent, realizing that even a child who had lost an eye and remained steadfast in his ambition to become a child of the stars had ultimately found his aspirations unfulfilled. Coincidentally, the one sent to escort them was none other than Xing Lu Hengyi. Hengyi was also taken aback to see familiar faces and sighed inwardly. He had high hopes for this little girl, yet without the title of a child of the stars, no matter how capable she was, she would fade into obscurity. The children emerging from the underground plaza did not all share the same familiarity as Wan and her companions. Many addressed each other by rank, reminiscent of the 6 brothers from before. If he was not mistaken, this boy likely shared their fate of never having met his parents. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reminded them, only by becoming strong oneself can one truly survive. Reliance on others is futile. This statement, though wrapped in gentle words, bore a harsh truth, essentially conveying that they should not expect any advantages from their parents. These children, having reached this point, were not naive. Many turned pale upon hearing his words. The Jun's siblings, however, felt little impact, as their expectations from their parents had long been extinguished. Chapter 15. Ruinyu City. The speed of the behemoth vehicle could not rival the extraordinary prowess of the Star Child, yet it was significantly swifter than walking. If one were to point out a flaw, it would be the jarring bumps. It was hardly an improvement over ancient horse-drawn carriages. In her previous life, Jun would have surely succumbed to nausea, but in this life, one must admit that the training endured since birth and the experiences on the battlefield had proven most beneficial. Prior to arriving at the family stronghold, Jun had conjured numerous images of the Xingel family, yet she had never anticipated that their abode would manifest as a grand city. Was the entirety of Ruinyu City inhabited solely by the members of the Xingel family? Jun gazed in disbelief at the resplendent and gentle city that basked under the blue sky and white clouds. This colossal edifice far exceeded her imagination. Indeed, Hengyi declared with pride, Ruinyu City is the very foundation of the Xingel family. Even the most common vendor residing here is of their bloodline. Ruinyu City was not bustling. Rather, it could be described as a tranquil locale. Despite being the stronghold of a family rooted in warrior tradition, it exuded an ambience reminiscent of a leisurely tourist destination, imbued with a sense of languid relaxation. A group of children leaned out of the car window, gazing intently at the scenery, while Hengyi neither discouraged them nor refrained from occasionally introducing the buildings flanking them. Before long, the colossal vehicle came to a halt. Hengyi ushered them out, gesturing towards the architectural ensemble ahead, stating, "This is the Lord's Manor, where the family's warriors receive their assignments. It is also here that the patriarch and the elders conduct their official duties. Furthermore, the armory and the arsenal are housed within the Lord's Manor. Thus, it may be said that this place holds paramount importance for the family." After a brief pause, he added, "Consequently, the star children of the clan reside within the Lord's Manor." Jian could not suppress her curiosity and posed a question. "I have one inquiry. Most of the children from the family are sent to the underground plaza shortly after birth, and those who are eliminated become servants. So, where do the ordinary merchants come from?" Upon her utterance, the others turned their inquisitive gazes towards her. After a moment's reflection, he elaborated. "These 3 identities are subject to different taxations. The first bears the heaviest burden, requiring half. The second is levied at 20%, and the third incurs only 10%. As he spoke, the group entered the Lord's Manor, Hengyi leading them with familiarity into one of the buildings. Jian took particular note that the building they entered was of a standardized design, with several identical structures nearby, each marked with a unique number. Upon entry, the first sight that greeted them was a diverse assembly of men and women scattered about the room. Some exuded an air of mediocrity, while others possessed an extraordinary presence. In a moment of bewilderment regarding the identities of these individuals, a man and a woman approached them. The man stood tall and handsome, adorned with a faint smile, while the woman, petite in stature, exuded a chilling yet valiant aura, her almond-shaped eyes calm yet piercing. Undoubtedly, they belonged to an extraordinary lineage. The trio of siblings, gradually realizing the truth, understood that this couple must be their parents. "I am Xingel Qingyi, your father," the man said with a gentle smile. The woman briefly introduced herself. Xingel Hua, her demeanor considerably colder. The three siblings exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Qingyi, still smiling, inquired, "Have you decided on names for the family registry?" Ahui replied. Zinglevimo Axi followed with Zinglxiu. Finally, Huanhuan declared, Zinglhuanhuan. These names had been prearranged among them. They remained true to themselves, the brother and sister of Little Beryl. This was an unchangeable truth, regardless of whether they were known as Yi Su or Huanhuan. She was still her. Yet, Little Beryl's sister was Huanhuan. Qingyi sensed that there was a story behind the chosen names, but he refrained from probing further. Instead, Hua urged, "All right, let us proceed with the registration." The trio had no objections and followed the couple to complete the formalities. In mere moments, their names were inscribed in the family registry. It seemed absurd to reflect on it. In the 8 years since their birth, they had fought fiercely for so long, only to arrive at this utterly ordinary moment. How wonderful it would have been if Little Beryl were still here. A glimmer of tears welled in the eyes of the three siblings. Qingyi and Hua lingered only briefly, offering a few kind words before departing. "I have envisioned countless reunions with my parents, yet I could never have anticipated such a profound silence. However, as I surveyed my surroundings, I discovered that this circumstance was far from unique." Ahei sighed, remarking, "It seems that Hua does not particularly favor us. In the realm of Xinglan, there exists no strict protocol for addressing one's parents. It is quite common to refer to them by their names, rendering sentiments of fondness or disdain inconsequential. It matters not." Junwan replied nonchalantly. Axiu observed, "Qingyi appears to regard us with kindness, yet he has not offered us any assistance." After completing the registration, Hengyi led them into a modest building. Unlike before, this structure exuded an air of significance, with guards stationed at every entrance and on each floor. Their prowess not to be underestimated. They were subsequently brought before a serene-looking middle-aged woman. As they speculated about her identity, Hengyi respectfully announced, "Elder." These children are the latest group to emerge from Xingyao Valley. Junwan and the others were taken aback, realizing that the seemingly unremarkable woman before them was, in fact, the matriarch of the Xing family. A wave of uncertainty washed over the children. Even Junwan found herself at a loss. This was simply because, for the majority of them, such gentle treatment was an unfamiliar experience. Fanghe was not surprised by the children's reaction. She sighed inwardly and then smiled, saying, "Very well. Let Hengyi guide you to rest and freshen up. Tomorrow, you will enter the training camp, so strive to do your best. Enduring a bit of hardship in the training camp will increase your chances of survival on the battlefield in the future." She continued, "You are the future of the family, a vital asset. Please take good care of yourselves." Chapter 16 Training Camp. The group of children, including Wan, found themselves assigned to a quaint little building. Compared to their previous experiences in the underground plaza, their current accommodations were significantly better, with each child enjoying the privacy of their own room. Once the adults departed, the children began to converse about the chieftain. "The chieftain is so gentle. Indeed, no one has ever told me to take care of myself. I feel the chieftain is even better than my parents." As the praises for the chieftain echoed in her ears, Wan remained ambivalent. Although the chieftain appeared to be a benevolent figure who could discern whether such demeanor was merely a strategy to win their allegiance, this fleeting thought barely lingered in her mind, as she had no intention of delving deeper. After all, the chieftain felt worlds away from her present reality. In Wan's imagination, the training camp, once inscribed in the family genealogy, would not differ much from the underground plaza, perhaps only boasting slightly better facilities. Unlike the spaciousness of the underground plaza, this training camp consisted of small compartments, which could easily be mistaken for private dining rooms in a restaurant. What was most astonishing was that all the instructors here were star children. These instructors, albeit of relatively lesser prowess, faced a higher probability of sacrifice should they find themselves on the battlefield. Thus, until their own skills advanced, they were relegated to the role of camp instructors, earning a modest salary sufficient for their basic needs. Naturally, some star children on leave from the front lines also came here to take on part-time roles out of boredom. The family overseer who brought them introduced the camp to the bewildered children, including Wan, who struggled to comprehend the workings of this training camp. The supervisor was evidently aware of this and spoke. "Each of you should find an empty cubicle to wait in. A coach will come shortly to instruct you on what to do." After exchanging glances, Wan and the others could only comply with his directive. Once they had all settled into their designated spaces, the head coach of the training camp appeared before them and addressed the newcomers. "As you are all new here, You may not be familiar with the circumstances of this training facility, so I shall provide a brief overview. You have all experienced the Starfall Valley and are undoubtedly aware of the helplessness that ordinary individuals face against large-scale celestial descents. However, compared to the Starfall Valley, the celestial descents on other battlefronts are even more perilous. Some may assume that aside from the Star Children, ordinary soldiers are merely fodder for the front lines, destined to perish. Yet, this is not the case. While ordinary soldiers do encounter greater hardships and dangers than the Star Children, it does not imply that survival is beyond your reach. After all, where do you think those elite warriors originate? At this point, even Wan could not help but perk up her spirits. Indeed, elite warriors are forged through this very process. The more one endures the refinement of stellar energy, the stronger one becomes. The group of children listened in astonishment, taken aback by this revelation. In that moment, some felt anxious, others fearful, but most were filled with anticipation. The head coach continued, "Since this is your inaugural visit, each of you will be assigned a coach who will oversee your refinement and monitor your physical endurance." After a brief pause, he remarked, "Of course, in the future, you may also consider seeking coaches with varying attributes to refine your skills. If you find that you possess a high tolerance for a certain attribute star energy, do not hesitate to inform your coach." The coach assigned to Wan was a young female star child, her large, clear eyes sparkling with youth. Upon seeing Wan, she flashed a shy smile and softly remarked, "You are truly beautiful." Beautiful? Wan momentarily pondered her appearance throughout her life and gradually realized that she indeed possessed an exceptional beauty, one that could have made her a social media sensation in her past life. Regrettably, from the moment she was born, she had been entangled in a struggle for survival, leaving little room for her to care about her looks. Perhaps one day, when she could finally take control of her destiny and no longer needed to toil for existence, she would, like in her previous life, pay attention to her appearance and take joy in adorning herself. Yet, she wondered if that day would ever come. However, Wan felt that this coach exuded an almost overly innocent and pure aura, entirely uncharacteristic of someone who had fought to survive in the Valley of Star Glories. Just as she was contemplating this, the coach introduced herself, saying, "My name is Wherein. You may call me by my name or refer to me as sister." Wan hesitated for a moment before responding, "Wherein," initially expecting to be addressed as sister. Wherein appeared somewhat disappointed but quickly regained her composure and continued, "Though the abilities of Star Children are diverse, the fundamental attributes are limited to a few: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, and ice. In our esteemed Xinglu family, the children of the stars embody the elements of wood, earth, water, wind, and ice, while the Shinka family's progeny are predominantly aligned with gold, fire, and thunder." Wan blinked, pondering whether the star offspring of the Shinka family indeed possessed a more formidable offensive capability. She surmised that this gathering was likely an informative session organized by their families, prompting her to inquire without reservation. "That is not the case," Wherein patiently elucidated. "If we categorize the abilities of the Star Children into 3 domains, attack, defense, and support, any star child of a given attribute may encompass any of these capabilities. A fire element star child might excel in defensive support, while a water element star child could potentially possess offensive strength. There are no absolutes. However, it is true that water element star children typically exhibit fewer offensive abilities, whereas fire element star children tend to have a greater prevalence of defensive and supportive skills." Wan speculated, "So it appears that the Xinglu family excels in defense and support, while the Shinka family is more adept at offense. In the context of frontline battles, the Xinglu family would likely have an advantage in securing the star energy stones, whereas the Shinka family would excel in combat." She noted that ordinary warriors facing the children of the Shinka family would be rendered utterly powerless, while conversely, a regular warrior from the Shinka family might stand a chance against the star children of the Xinglu family. Thus, it was imperative for these reserve warriors to remain vigilant. Chapter 17. The task hall. With a smile adorning her face, Wherein expressed, "I am a child of the stars with a wood attribute. Thus, it is quite suitable for the refinement of the body." She glanced at Wan and cautiously inquired, "Shall I begin?" Wan nodded and endeavored to relax her body, replying, "Go ahead." After a moment of hesitation, Wherein placed her hand gently on Wan's shoulder, saying, "As this is your first time, I will only infuse a small amount of star energy. However, you must be mindful not to reject the star energy, although doing so would cause it to swiftly dissipate, sparing you much agony. it would ultimately defeat the purpose of the refinement. Once she concluded her words, Wan felt a refreshing essence coursing into her being. Yet, this soothing coolness quickly transformed into an unsettling rush, and as it traversed through her, intense pain began to spread. Wan's body tensed, despite the excruciating torment. She found herself unable to expel the star energy within. It surged from a single point, enveloping her entire form, rendering her body feeling foreign, as if struck by a bolt of lightning that shattered her very soul. In the depths of her suffering, faint echoes of other children's anguished cries and whimpers reached her ears. Wan reassured herself, "Endure, you are an adult. Do not succumb to these children." Time lost its meaning as she persevered, but ultimately, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to her, Wherein, a novice instructor at the training camp, was alarmed to witness the young girl convulsing and devoid of awareness, frequently checking for the faintest breath beneath Wan's nose to ensure she was still alive. The next day, Wan regained consciousness. Upon seeing her awake, Ahei was overjoyed, cradling a bowl of meat soup as he said, "At last, you are awake. Have you and Erga been awake for long?" Wan asked in surprise. Ahei nodded. "I woke up in the early hours. Ashio awoke an hour later." Wan glanced outside at the sky, realizing it was nearly noon. From her estimation, Ahei and Ashio's talents must far exceed her own. "Have the others awakened?" she inquired, taking the soup to drink for herself. Ashio nodded. "You are the last one." Wan fell silent. It seemed her abilities were indeed lacking. However, she soon came to terms with it, as she had known of her deficiencies for some time. After stretching her limbs, she discovered that aside from some lingering soreness, she felt no discomfort, though she still felt somewhat weak. Ashio explained, "The coach said we must rest for a day between training sessions. Otherwise, we cannot endure it." After a pause, he added, "If the intervals are prolonged, one might consider shortening them, as every individual's physical potential varies." Wan sighed internally. For someone like her, such matters were likely beyond consideration. Over time, the gap between herself and Ahei and Ashio would likely widen. She felt a twinge of worry. Having finally begun to keep pace with her brothers, she was reluctant to become a burden. In the days that followed, Wan diligently began the process of refining her body day after day. Thus, 5 years swiftly passed, and she had blossomed into a graceful maiden, while Ahei and Ashio had matured into spirited young men. According to the family regulations, children who reach the age of 13 must depart from the training camp. Wan had originally assumed that she and her peers would be directly dispatched to the front lines. However, they were instructed to proceed to the mission hall to receive their assignments. Receive assignments? Some murmured in confusion. The head coach explained, "The front lines are exceedingly brutal, and your chances of survival are currently too low. It is wiser to undertake some missions first to accumulate experience." "Aren't assignments meant for the front lines?" one inquired, perplexed. "No," the head coach clarified. "Mid to low-level missions are typically located within the family territory, which is relatively safer. Moreover, most locations are overseen by the family's star children, who, should circumstances allow, can assist you in physical training upon your arrival." What sort of missions could possibly exist within the family territory? The mission hall was an expansive space, its walls densely populated with meticulously documented task notes. If one wished to undertake a mission, they could approach and tear off a task note, subsequently registering it with the responsible party. Provided that the authority deemed them sufficiently capable, a family seal would be inscribed upon it, allowing them to then collect the necessary supplies from the logistics department. It turned out that, aside from the front lines and Starfall Valley, other areas, though less frequented by celestial descents, were not entirely devoid of them. Fortunately, the arrival of celestial descents often bore omens. While others might remain oblivious, the nearby star children could sense the signs. Upon detecting such an omen, the station star children would alert the family, summoning members to provide assistance. Wan, somewhat perplexed, asked, "If there are star children present, why do we, ordinary warriors, still need to go?" Jian was momentarily taken aback, but soon expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for informing us." The young man cast a glance at them and inquired, "You have just emerged from the training camp, haven't you?" Acknowledging the truth of his observation, Jian nodded. The youth advised, "For your inaugural mission, it would be prudent to select one that is in closer proximity to Ruinyu City. Otherwise, should unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be wise to seek assistance from your families." Noticing his benevolent guidance, Jian seized the opportunity to ask, "What tasks are we expected to undertake on such missions?" Pausing for a moment, he added, "Typically, By examining the mission's remuneration, one can discern the nature of the assignment. If it is on the lower end, it likely indicates a less perilous situation. Although you are novices, I would recommend that you do not solely pursue safety. Engaging in relatively dangerous tasks can provide you with invaluable experience. Chapter 18. The Slanting Sun Villa. A Shio pondered thoughtfully and asked, Senior, what should we do if the Tianpeng cannot withstand a celestial descent? The instructors at the training camp had introduced them to the Tianpeng, which was reputed to be the only defense against celestial descents for ordinary individuals. This equipment was crafted using the heritage stone and refined by the star children with stellar energy. It appeared no different from ordinary fabric, yet it was impervious to swords, guns, and fire. However, the Tianpeng was not infallible. Had it been so, the existence of the star children would be rendered unnecessary. Jian Jian had previously questioned the instructor about the possibility of constructing a multi-layered Tianpeng for enhanced protection. However, the coach remarked that the family did not have an abundance of tents to squander. Therefore, if the scale exceeded a certain limit, it would inevitably lead to the destruction of the tents, and thus they would refrain from constructing them. Upon hearing this, the boy's expression became somewhat complex. If that were the case, escape would be the only option. If they had the capacity to take the populace with them, they would do so. If not, they could only prioritize their own safety. The three companions fell into a sudden silence. Observing the trio's sudden despondency, the boy chuckled. Such situations are quite rare, so do not fret unduly. Huanhuan nodded and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Senior. May I inquire your name, if it is not too much trouble? There is no need for formalities. Simply call me Lingyu, he replied, scratching his nose. I am merely 2 years your senior. Lingyu was soon preoccupied, exchanging a few pleasantries before taking his leave. Once he departed, Huanhuan and her companions began their search for suitable tasks. Initially, they intended to select a location closer to Ruinyu City, as suggested by Lingyu. However, fate was unkind. After an extensive search, they found no tasks in proximity to Ruinyu City. This was not surprising as the demand was high, and such tasks were swiftly claimed by others. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they opted for a task located in Sheiyang Village. Although Sheiyang Village was neither particularly close nor far from Ruinyu City, a beast cart could reach it in a day's journey. Despite its name, Sheiyang Village was actually a sizable town. Due to its arid geographical conditions and lack of resources, it had never been upgraded to the status of a city. Upon presenting their task slips to the supervisor for registration, the trio of siblings was met with a furrowed brow. Is it just the three of you? The supervisor inquired. Ahei nodded, questioning what was amiss. The supervisor replied, Indeed, it is problematic. A team of 3 may suffice for minor tasks, but when it comes to intermediate assignments, it falls short. It would be prudent for you to augment your numbers before then. With that, he promptly embossed the family seal onto the task slip and continued. The guardian at Sheiyang Manor is Lord Yushou, whose circumstances are rather unique. While he is still able to utilize stellar energy, each exertion poses a risk to his life. Therefore, once you arrive, be sure not to overburden Lord Yushou. The trio had anticipated such a situation, as the task's remuneration had already hinted at the challenges ahead. Upon arriving at the logistics department with their task slip, they were promptly provided with a colossal beast cart and an expansive canopy spanning thousands of square meters. In terms of medical supplies, equipment, and weaponry, the generosity displayed was unparalleled compared to their experiences in Xingyu Valley. Ahei expressed his gratitude upon receiving the provisions, and soon, he, Huanhuan, and Ashio set forth on their journey. The colossal beast cart required no driver. Simply informing the beast of their destination sufficed, as these creatures, nurtured by their family, would reach their destination with precision. During the journey, the trio spent most of their time resting, aside from organizing the canopy and distributing the medical supplies and weaponry. When the cart suddenly came to a halt, the siblings awoke simultaneously, rising from their slumber. Ahei drew back the car window and observed the outside, stating, We have arrived at Sheiyang Manor. The trio emerged from the carriage, only to be encircled by a throng of common folk within mere moments. This marked Zhuan Yuan's inaugural glimpse of the populace in this world, reminiscent of the ancient peasants portrayed on television in her previous life, clad in simple attire, frail and emaciated, devoid of any vigor. However, what caught the eye were the expressions of trepidation and unease etched on their humble faces. It seemed they were already aware of the impending calamity that Sheiyang Manor was about to face. The Star Warriors had finally arrived. Are we to be saved? One might wonder. Yet, there was something peculiar about this battalion of star warriors. They appeared notably diminutive. Faintly, Wanyuan could discern whispers amongst the crowd. The three felt a sense of awkwardness, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, as the onlookers merely observed without any intention of engagement. Fortunately, a figure of authority soon approached. A short and stout man hurried over, wiping the sweat from his brow, and announced, "I am De Jiang, the steward of the guardhouse. Our master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. I kindly request that you follow me." This was the first instance they had been addressed as lords, and the trio felt somewhat ill at ease. Ahei pressed his lips together and replied, "Thank you for leading the way." "Oh, no need for such formality. You may simply call me De Jiang," he responded as he began to part the crowd. Ahei secured the beast cart, and the siblings followed De Jiang towards the guardhouse. As they journeyed along, it became evident that Shenyang village was indeed steeped in poverty. The dwellings of the populace were dilapidated, and the rice fields appeared sparse, suggesting a meager harvest. The children by the roadside, upon catching sight of them, quickly retreated, only to peek curiously from behind. The only commendable aspect of this place was its vastness and sparse population. However, it was likely this very poverty that rendered the area so uninhabited. Those with the means would undoubtedly seek to depart from such a locale. The garrison, in contrast, boasted accommodations far superior to those of the common folk, yet even this was relative, a two-story wooden structure that would scarcely attract attention in Ruinyu City. Da Jiang led them inside, where a middle-aged man with graying hair awaited their arrival. Upon seeing them, his brow furrowed immediately. Huan and her companions were puzzled. Yusho raised a hand to massage his temples, inquiring if only the three of them had come. The siblings offered their respects, and then Ahei nodded, saying, "Yes, my lord." Yusho waved a hand to interrupt him, stating, "The situation has changed. This forthcoming celestial event is likely to exceed our expectations." "What does that mean?" Huan and the others were bewildered. Yusho sighed, expressing his frustration. Last night at midnight, the garrison leader of Ming County, Mingguang, sent word that he sensed a significant celestial event approaching. Chapter 19. Despair. Huan was momentarily perplexed. But that should pertain to Ming County, right? What connection does it have to Shenyang village? You do not understand, Yusho lamented. If celestial events occur too closely to one another, they may merge into a singular phenomenon. Ahei widened his eyes. Are you implying the situation could be dire? Yusho raised his hand to rub his brow and said, "What you do not understand is that we, the children of the stars, can not only sense the omens of celestial descents, but can also, to a certain extent, distinguish between ordinary celestial descents and celestial rain. Moreover, if it is celestial rain, we can discern whether it aligns with our own elemental affinity." In her heart, Huan felt a jolt. Indeed, Yusho continued, Mingguang sensed that there is celestial rain in Ming County, and he immediately assessed that it was not of his own water element. When I arrived in Ming County and sensed the situation, I confirmed that it was not soil-based celestial rain either. Pausing for a moment, he added, after Mingguang, I consulted several nearby guardians and established that it was not wood-based celestial rain. The ice element and wind element children of the stars are rather scarce within our lineage, so it may take some time to locate them. As for the fire and metal elements, there is no need to mention them. Although it is possible that the celestial rain could belong to the ice or wind elements, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Therefore, it is more likely to be of the fire or metal elements. After a while, Ashio inquired, what significance does the elemental attribute hold? At least for them. Any threat is equally perilous. They might very well lose their lives here. It is indeed significant, Yusho replied with a wry smile. If it were ice or wind elemental celestial rain, perhaps star science would send individuals to compete for it, but their numbers would certainly be limited. Or they might even choose to remain passive, merely investigating the situation. However, if rain of other attributes were to descend, the Shinka family would undoubtedly mobilize their forces. Just as within the territory of Shinka, should precipitation of attributes such as water or earth occur, our Xing would certainly strive to claim it. Upon hearing this, Huan and her companions instinctively bristled. They had previously encountered members of the Shinka family in the Valley of Starlight, and they were indeed formidable adversaries not to be underestimated. Although they had been enemies at that time, it was true that as both sides became more seasoned, encounters would often be approached with caution, avoiding a relentless struggle. After all, while they were foes, there was no deep-seated enmity nor a fierce competition for interests. As for items like the budding star energy stone, while they could incite conflict, such instances were rare, and everyone valued their own lives. However, the situation was different with the descent of rain. Such occurrences were of paramount importance to a family. Furthermore, even in the absence of rivals, the survival rate for lesser figures like themselves during such events was exceedingly low. The prospect of encountering enemies only compounded their concerns. One felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. Yusho, having once been a common warrior himself, quickly discerned the despair of the three young ones. He sighed and said, "I have already sent word to the family. I believe they will soon dispatch someone to provide support." After a moment's hesitation, One ventured to ask, "Are we permitted to abandon the task and withdraw?" Pausing, she added, "Given our capabilities, does it truly matter whether the rain descends or not?" Yusho had not anticipated the girl's forthrightness, yet he shook his head and replied, "Family rules dictate that once a task is accepted, it can only be abandoned in the face of failure. This is not a manifestation of familial cruelty, but rather a measure to prevent some inadequately tempered young warriors from abandoning their duties for trivial reasons, thereby jeopardizing the safety of the populace." "What punishment would I face if I insisted on such a course?" One inquired. "You would be struck from the family lineage and condemned to become a battle slave." Upon seeing the color drain from the young girl's face, Yusho felt a surge of compassion. It is no wonder these children desired to retreat. The peril of a sudden rainstorm poses an overwhelming threat to ordinary folk. Battle slave. One bit her lip tightly. A battle slave is not merely a common servant, but rather a mere pawn on the battlefield. When danger arises, it is invariably the battle slaves who are sent to meet their demise. They exist in a state even more degraded than that of servants. For only those of the clan who have committed grave offenses are relegated to the status of battle slaves. Ashio gently patted her sister's head. Turning to Yusho to ask, "My lord, do we still need to erect the canopy?" "No need," Yusho replied. "I have made the necessary arrangements. I shall remain here while you evacuate the people of Sheong village to the nearby territories." "My lord, you are not leaving?" Ahei exclaimed in astonishment. According to the intelligence they possessed, this lord had little chance against the impending rainstorm, and remaining behind could very well cost him his life. "I am the guardian of Sheong village," Yusho responded with a faint smile, addressing Wan and her companions. "Your fear of death stems from your youth. When you reach my age, you will no longer fear it." At this moment, Wan remained non-committal to his words, for the fear of death knows no age. It was not until much later that she realized the profound truth of those words. In a world such as this, the longer one lives, the easier it becomes to relinquish the notions of life and death. This bears no relation to the lofty ideals of self-sacrifice or noble heroism. Rather, it is simply that the battlefield becomes a mundane reality, where hope is a distant mirage and the distinction between life and death becomes increasingly blurred. For someone like Wan, who once thrived in a peaceful world, the despair would be far greater than for anyone else. She had deeply experienced the true beauty of peace. Yusho had no further demands of them. He merely stated, "Take Dejiang with you. I have protected him for half my life, but ultimately, I must let him go." At that moment, Dejiang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Brother!" Yet Yusho smiled, saying, "I have already told you, I do not appreciate being called master." It was only much later that Wan learned Dejiang was Yusho's biological brother. Due to his lack of talent and the fear that he might perish on the battlefield, he had voluntarily renounced his place in the family tree, becoming a servant under Yusho's protection. In the Xingshu family, one could indeed choose to renounce their status and become a servant if they grew weary of warfare. However, such choices were rare, and even then, they typically mirrored Dejiang's situation. The quartet had not walked far before they encountered the dwellings of the populace. Ahei had intended to approach and negotiate, but Wan held him back. She turned to Dejiang and inquired, "Apart from Lord Yusho, are there any other individuals of considerable standing here?" Dejiang, having calmed his emotions, replied, "Are you referring to the town elders, my lord? Please follow me." Chapter 20. A sudden downpour unexpectedly. Upon hearing the situation, several venerable elders from Sheong village promptly agreed to assist, dispatching individuals to notify each household, urging the populace to swiftly gather their valuables and prepare for evacuation to the nearby territories. Jujuan gazed in astonishment at the frail figures of the elders. Their eyes clouded and dim. They appeared rather unassuming, reminiscent of the elderly farmers depicted in the documentaries of a bygone era, clad in coarse, simple garments, their pipes emitting a pungent smoke, speaking with a timorous demeanor that lacked any semblance of grandeur. Yet, it was precisely these elders who, in the face of the impending calamity, exhibited remarkable composure, arranging all that was necessary without the need for excessive dialogue. After a brief discussion with her two brothers, Jujuan ultimately decided that the three of them, along with the servant Dajiang, would each take charge of a group to facilitate the evacuation of the citizens. Despite being merely a servant, Dajiang's prowess rivaled theirs, if not surpassing it. Initially, Jujuan harbored concerns that the civilians would dawdle, reluctant to part with their possessions. However, to her surprise, when they arrived at the assembly point, the townsfolk swiftly appeared, laden with their belongings. This was perhaps unsurprising, unlike the modern world. The inhabitants of the Starry Mist realm were accustomed to the sporadic downpours and had learned to flee at a moment's notice. Even those who might struggle to discern the gravity of the situation had likely already faced the consequences of their indecision, long before Jujuan could intervene. In the span of half a day, Jujuan and her companions successfully led the multitude of civilians to the air raid shelter in the neighboring Jinfeng town. Not only the residents of Xiangpo, but also those of Jinfeng town have retreated into the air raid shelters. Huan and her companions have not even managed to encounter the guardians of Jinfeng town, who, it is said, have rushed to support Meng County. Huan understands that the Moon Hunter's directive for them to assist in the evacuation is, in fact, a veiled means of ensuring their protection. Through the dense, towering woods, several figures darted past, and a rich voice resonated from above. "Lita, are you certain you sense the impending rain?" "Absolutely." The boy's voice was imbued with a vibrant magnetism and sharpness, betraying his unabashed excitement. Bolai furrowed his brow, questioning even as he sprinted. "Are you sure your senses won't fail you from such a distance?" "You'll see for yourself soon enough," the boy replied confidently. A gust of wind swept by, momentarily lifting his hood and revealing a strikingly handsome and rebellious face. Ashio glanced at the time and remarked, "Only 2 hours remain." Ahei looked up at the tranquil sky, where even the clouds had ceased their movement, and frowned. "I wonder if our family's reinforcements have arrived." "Elder brother," Huan gasped, instinctively grasping his sleeve. Ashio wore a look of disapproval. Over the years in the training camp, unlike Huan, who remained a mere vessel for old ideas, Ahei and Ashio had grown far beyond her stagnant mindset. In weighing risks and benefits, they had even surpassed her. Huan recognized the validity of Ahei's words. One must not assume that all kin are benevolent. Even if you avoid trouble, others may still seek to create it for you, especially when engaging in actions that provoke discontent. She sighed and spoke. "Then I shall accompany you." "I will join as well," Ashio added. Ahei did not refuse and turned to Dejiang, saying, "Dejiang, you should stay behind." Dejiang moved his lips, but ultimately refrained from expressing his intent to follow. It was anticipated that he would venture to Meng County. "Shall we also head to Meng County?" Ashio hesitated. Huan quickly shook her head. "No, if we go there, we will truly have no way out." She turned to Ahei. "Let us go to the air raid shelter. If I recall correctly, the shelter at Sheong Village lies on the border of Meng County. Should anything arise in Meng County, we will be able to respond accordingly." Ahei did not oppose this plan. Due to the phenomenon of the celestial descent, air raid shelters were ubiquitous in the Starry Mist world, and it could be said that the technology for constructing these shelters surpassed that of building houses. However, air raid shelters did possess their downsides. While they offered safety, they hindered the observation of external circumstances. Thus, although the three of them entered the shelter, they did not delve deeply inside but remained outside, striking a balance between offense and defense. "Look above," Ashio suddenly shouted, pointing to the sky. Huan and Ahei both looked up, their faces filled with disbelief. Truth be told, the trio had witnessed numerous celestial descents before, yet none had been as awe-inspiring as this one. They beheld a black hole suddenly manifesting in the high heavens, expanding rapidly until it loomed directly above them. Those unaware might have thought they were experiencing a solar eclipse or that night had fallen. Huan gasped. "This must be a phenomenon unique to the celestial descent, right?" "It should be. We have never seen anything like it." Ahei took a deep breath. Huan felt a surge of anxiety. The rain from Meng County and the fruit from Sheong Village had indeed converged, which meant they were now under the same ominous downpour. Ahei and Axiu instinctively clasped her hand, urging her not to be afraid. Huan shook her head, insisting, "I am not afraid." Once, her wish was for the four siblings to remain well. Later, it became a hope for her elder and second brothers to thrive. Now, her sole desire was merely to wish to pass from this world before her elder and second brothers did. It is challenging to encapsulate the scene of that moment. akin to countless streams of fire cascading from the heavens to the earth. A profound silence enveloped everything, as if the world itself were on the brink of collapse. It was a rain of fire, Axita remarked with a solemn expression. The three siblings, hand in hand, were prepared to face their demise together. Just then, a hazy, earthen-brown light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, and in an instant, the ground trembled, transforming into an inverted giant bowl that encompassed a radius of 100 miles. Remarkably, the air raid shelter was also within its protective embrace. Yusho, seeing his friend spit out a mouthful of blood, Mingguang anxiously supported him, asking if he could endure. Perhaps it would be better to. Chapter 21, Star Science Lida. Unlike his friend, Mingguang's physique was considerably stronger than Yusho's. However, Yusho could still harness star energy. His body was like a sieve, with the ability to gather star energy severely limited. Encountering even an ordinary warrior would likely put him at a disadvantage. The situation of the guardian of Jinfeng Town, Shantu, was somewhat more favorable than his own, yet it could merely be deemed slightly superior to that of an ordinary warrior. Yusho wiped the blood from his lips and shook his head at Mingguang, expressing, "I am uncertain how much longer I can endure. I hope the reinforcements from our clan arrive swiftly." "Who goes there?" Mingguang abruptly turned his head. The trio of Wan, who had hastily arrived in the dark, quickly raised their hands and exclaimed, "Lord Yusho, it is us." Ahei scratched his head and added, "We were somewhat anxious. Initially, we thought the impact of the rain would not be so extensive, and that hiding in the air raid shelter would keep us safe." Yusho sighed. "Now that you are here, I cannot protect you for long." As he spoke, he glanced at Wan, only to discover that the little girl was not displaying the panic he had anticipated. Wan looked up with a smile and replied, "It is all right. One is responsible for one's own life. It is commendable that you possess such awareness," Yusho remarked. "Wait a moment. I will do my utmost to secure some time for you." What he aimed to secure, however, was an unspoken understanding among them. As time gradually passed, the moonlight on Yusho's face dwindled, and finally, he uttered, "I can no longer hold on." As he spoke, a powerful earthy brown light emanated from his palm, and the inverted massive bowl suddenly flipped, enveloping a multitude of star energy stones and inheritance stones within, forming a colossal sphere. Meanwhile, Wan and the others found themselves concealed beneath the sphere, undetectable unless one were to sense carefully. However, after completing these tasks, Yusho began to cough up blood profusely, and his body, resembling a shattered porcelain artifact, started to exhibit spiderweb-like cracks. Within mere seconds, he was on the brink of collapse. Along the borders of Meng County, 6 dark-skinned men stood either atop trees or on the ground, their eyes keenly observing the unfolding events. Such a monumental downpour, yet the star children from Xinghua had not dispatched anyone to investigate? Shinka Bolai appeared utterly perplexed. "Captain, do you suspect a trap?" inquired Shinka Quanglong. Bolai shook his head, asserting that the likelihood of a trap was minimal, especially since even they had not anticipated that Lida could sense the downpour from such a distance. Without this premise, the speculation of a trap naturally fell apart. "Enough of this idle chatter, let us get to work," declared Shinka Lida, twisting his wrist. Without waiting for Bolai to respond, he surged into the area engulfed by the downpour like an arrow released from its bow. "You, Captain, does he not appear utterly reckless?" Quanglong exclaimed in anger. Bolai remained non-committal. While he did not harbor fondness for Lida, he was not incensed by his unilateral actions. The principle of the survival of the fittest remains unchanged regardless of the circumstances. Lida's figure accelerated rapidly, transforming into a multitude of lightning bolts, ultimately coalescing into a vast electric net that swiftly eliminated the heritage stones mingled within the rain, capturing a significant amount of star energy stones and accumulating them into a small mound on the designated ground. Although Wan and the others were trapped beneath the massive earthen sphere, Yusho had deliberately transformed their location into a concave area, allowing them to observe the events unfolding outside through a carefully crafted breathing gap. As anticipated, the lightning elemental star child was none other than the dark-skinned member of the Shinka family. "Do not be alarmed. Even if we are discovered, they will not seek our lives," Mingguang gently reassured the anxious young girl, whose face was taut with tension. "Why?" Wan queried, astonished. Ahei and Ashio exchanged puzzled glances, equally bewildered. "It's customary," Mingguang sighed. "Ultimately, there is no deep-seated enmity between our families. We are all merely striving for survival. Unless absolutely necessary, We would not resort to a fight to the death, particularly when the disparity in strength is so pronounced. Moreover, you three are but younglings. But Wan hesitated. We have battled for so many years. We have killed members of the Shinka family, and they have slain members of ours. Does that not constitute a mortal feud? Ming Guang paused momentarily, then shook his head. A warrior's death on the battlefield is fate. One cannot dwell on who dealt the blow. Do you understand my point? He turned to the three children. The life and death that transpires on the battlefield cannot be regarded in ordinary terms. The trio grasped the essence of his words to some extent. Initially, they had been deeply affected by the dark-skinned child who had grievously injured Xiao Tong, vowing to avenge him. Yet, in the end, it became clear that it was not an individual who had taken Xiao Tong's life, but rather the cruel nature of their world. In the brief span of time, 5 more figures clad in dark skin fell from the battlefield. Observing the scene where thunder clashed and flames roared amidst a forest of steel, even a fool could discern the arrival of adversaries. Wan furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are we to merely stand by as they abscond with all the stellar energy stones? While it may enhance their safety to seize these stones, this is not our concern." Ming Guang responded bluntly. Wan noted his remarkable composure, devoid of any bitterness or anger. Very well, since he bore such a tranquil disposition. She felt no obligation to fret unnecessarily. At that moment, the sky erupted in brilliance. Amid the thunder and lightning, a resplendent and handsome visage flickered past. In the next instant, like a rain of arrows, thousands of bolts of lightning surged into the sky with ferocity. For a fleeting moment, Wan was entranced. Her aesthetic sensibilities had always leaned towards the conventional, believing that men with fair skin, large eyes, and prominent noses were the epitome of handsomeness. Dark skin had never appealed to her. She thought that no matter how well-featured a man might be, dark skin diminished his allure. Yet, in that instant, that face was undeniably stunning. Despite the darkness of his skin, he emanated an exquisite charm, akin to an unparalleled sword being drawn, sharp in its magnificence. Utterly captivating. Realizing that she was, in fact, infatuated, albeit momentarily, with an enemy, Wan helplessly covered her eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Suddenly, Ashio exclaimed, "That is Lida, Shinka Lida." Startled, Wan suddenly turned to Ashio and asked, "Are you certain, second brother?" Ashio nodded solemnly. "I saw the scar on his neck." Chapter 22. Stunned Shinka Lida had been extraordinarily active on the front lines in recent years, having eliminated numerous heirs of the Xing Lu family, enough to fill several pages. Meanwhile, Wan and her companions in the training camp were informed by their instructors about the situations concerning rival families. The adage of knowing oneself and one's enemy held true, and the renowned heirs of the Xing Ku family were of utmost importance. Shinka Lida, in particular, had become the arch-nemesis of the Xing Lu family in recent years. During their training, Wan often heard their coach speak of him. Among the distinguishing features of Shinka Lida, aside from being universally acknowledged as a handsome man, the most notable was the scar on his neck. It was said that the scar resulted from a throat-slashing incident, which had nearly cost him his life. Yet, perhaps bewitched by his allure, Wan found herself unable to recall whether she had actually seen that scar on his neck. As she pondered this, she suddenly noticed something in the sky. It was a star energy stone, a colossal one at that. Ahei could not contain his exclamation. After years of body refinement, they had developed a faint sensitivity to star energy. At this moment, they sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying surge of star energy. It felt as if a mountain were bearing down upon them. The 3 siblings felt their blood run cold, and even the act of raising their heads became an arduous task. Suddenly, the once solid earthen sphere above began to tremble, shedding its soil in a disconcerting manner. It was evident that once the colossal star energy stone above plummeted, the sphere would collapse, leaving them with no chance of survival. Not only Huan and her companions, but even Shinka Bolai and others displayed expressions of shock, retreating several miles. The face of the crazy dragon contorted as he contemplated the star energy stone. It seemed even larger than the one Rida had previously fused with. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief that Rida was part of their team. Otherwise, such a substantial star energy stone would be beyond their grasp, even if the star child of the star raid had not yet arrived. It was clear that, aside from Rida, no one else possessed the capability to approach the star energy stone. "Captain, it appears there are individuals below." Suddenly, a keen-eyed star child from the Shinka family spotted Huan and her companions. Bolai glanced over, dismissively remarking, They are likely the guardians of this place. We need not concern ourselves with them. In truth, he held no murderous intent. Those star children stationed within their family's territory were often heroes who had retreated from the battlefield due to injuries. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not resort to extermination. However, Captain, if we ignore them, they will likely perish. The crazy dragon pointed to the crumbling earthen sphere. It was important to note that the sphere contained numerous star energy stones, and should it fall. Upon hearing this, Bolai replied with a calm demeanor. That is of no concern to us. While he would not resort to violence, he was not inclined to exhibit compassion towards foes either. As for Rida, he was notoriously cold-hearted. He could watch his own kin face peril with a smile, so one should not expect him to extend aid to enemies. Even the ferocious dragon could perceive the dire situation. Naturally, Huan and her companions, being the parties involved, were acutely aware as well. In the blink of an eye, their lower bodies had already been engulfed by the earth, and if the situation persisted, they would be buried alive, even if they were not crushed by the celestial energy stones. Shanta let out a sigh and instructed Mingguang, who stood nearby, to take care of Yusho. Although Yusho was in a precarious condition and, predictably, would not survive, as friends, they would not abandon him as long as he drew breath. Mingguang understood his intent. A glimmer of tears welled in his eyes as he nodded, assuring him, rest assured. In the next moment, several robust vines surged from the depths of the earth, swiftly creating an opening. Concurrently, Huan and her companions were ensnared by the vines and violently hurled away. While they had narrowly escaped the fate of being buried alive or crushed, being cast away did not guarantee their safety. After all, the torrential downpour had yet to cease. Unfortunately for Huan, her luck seemed to falter. She was propelled far away and was on the verge of colliding with two celestial energy stones, each the size of a football. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she twisted her body just in time to narrowly evade one stone. But the searing pain from the other grazed her back as the fiery energy infiltrated her limbs, causing her to curl up in agony. The second celestial energy stone, however, was unavoidable. In that moment, darkness enveloped her vision, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Huan, Ahei and Axiu watched in horror as their sister was about to collide with the celestial energy stone. In a moment of dire urgency, a fleeting shadow suddenly appeared near Huan. In the next instant, a fiery red star energy stone was grasped by a long, powerful hand, while simultaneously, Huan was embraced around the waist by another hand. At that instant, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. Ahei and Ashio were taken aback, and the members of Bo Lai exchanged bewildered glances. That person is Lita? The crazy dragon hesitated, fully aware that the individual was indeed Shinkalita. Damn it. He actually relinquished the colossal star energy stone for a mere girl. Bo Lai finally grasped the situation and jumped in frustration. It seems not. One team member ventured cautiously. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up to see the massive star energy stone enveloped in a violet electric net, hurtling northwest like a shooting star. That place is. The crazy dragon was left dumbfounded. Bo Lai, however, breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate, the colossal star energy stone should land within the territory of the Shinka family, or at the very least, on the front lines of the battlefield. After all, the Shinka family had no star children capable of easily approaching the colossal star energy stone. With Lita present, it could be said that the stone was already within their grasp. However, the crazy dragon muttered, what if it strikes our own people? Although he did not harbor any fondness for Lita, he equally detested the crazy dragon's penchant for creating trouble over trivial matters. He could not believe that the crazy dragon did not understand that should they acquire the colossal star energy stone, the death of a few, as long as it was not the clan leader, would be of little consequence. The existence of battle slaves meant that only a small number of clansmen committed grave mistakes, while the majority consisted of captives from the battlefield. Chapter 23. Novelty. Lita maintained a stoic expression, yet his form transformed into an ephemeral shadow, vanishing from his original position in the blink of an eye, arriving near Bo Lai and his companions. I am willing, Bo Lai replied nonchalantly. At that moment, his brow was relaxed, revealing a rare hint of joy. Despite the commotion, Lita still had not relinquished the scroll. He had no intention of retrieving the star energy stone. Instead, he addressed Bo Lai directly. You all continue your tasks. I shall pursue the colossal star energy stone. No sooner had he spoken than he morphed into a fleeting silhouette and disappeared. Should he inadvertently stray into the territory of the Xinghua family and subsequently dispatch guards to secure it, retrieving the stone again would prove exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, Ahei and Axia were in a state of frantic urgency, fully aware that their combined strength was insufficient to keep pace with Lida. Moreover, they found themselves devoid of allies to turn to, even if they could seek assistance, who would be inclined to aid them. In that moment, the brothers' eyes burned with frustration, lamenting their lack of power. When Xingyi arrived with his group, he was met with such a scene. Naturally, his gaze immediately fell upon Bolai and his companions, who were busily collecting the star energy stones. A deluge of ice shards suddenly enveloped Bolai and his group, and in the next instant, roaring flames ignited, painting the dark sky with a vivid clash of ice and fire. Recognizing that the star child of the Xinghua family had arrived, Bolai momentarily set aside other concerns, discarding the star energy stones he had gathered, and the two sides engaged in a fervent battle. In the depths of despair, Ahei and Ashio took several moments to recognize that this ice-affiliated star child was their biological father. In an instant, the glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes, a stark contrast to their earlier reluctance to expect assistance from others. Xingyi, hurry and save Wanwan. She has been captured by Xing Kulida. They cried out, urging him. He had thrown a massive star energy stone towards the northwest. If intercepted in time, they could certainly prevent her abduction. Xingyi, engaged in battle, momentarily hesitated, but soon resumed his assault, wielding his ice sword against Bo Lai as if nothing had occurred. As time inexorably passed, the light in Ahei and Ashio's eyes gradually dimmed. Mingguang sat nearby, somewhat dazed. Not only had Shan Tu perished during Wanwan's capture, but even Yusho had succumbed. Noticing the desolation in the brothers' hearts, he sighed and said, "Do not blame Chang'e. The family must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances that delayed sending a star child at this hour. They likely cannot spare any personnel right now. And sending an ordinary star child against someone of Xing Kulida's caliber would be tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, Wanwan is merely an ordinary warrior. The family would not sacrifice other star children for her." Though he refrained from voicing this sentiment, the brothers understood. They had hoped that Chang'e, as their father, might harbor some paternal affection for Wanwan. Yet, it seemed their hopes were in vain. At that moment, tears could no longer be restrained as they streamed down their faces. This world is indeed profoundly despairing. First there was the little bucket, and now there is Wanwan. Yet they grow increasingly powerless with each passing moment. Mingguang can somewhat fathom their sentiments, letting out a quiet sigh, unsure of how to offer solace. Who hasn't he endured similar trials? One by one, siblings, dear friends, and loved ones have been lost, to the point that now, with the death of two close friends, his heart remains eerily calm. Even so, he merely opens his eyes a fraction. Every part of his body aches in waves, with a particularly searing pain in his back. And most conspicuously, his stomach feels as if it is performing a lament. Lida is remarkably perceptive, easily noticing the alteration in her breathing. Thus, Wanwan's gaze is immediately met with an arresting visage that nearly takes her breath away. She instantly recognizes Lida, yet what could that look signify? For a moment, Wanwan questions whether she has become some sort of monstrosity. Otherwise, why would he regard her with such peculiar curiosity? No. This gaze seems less akin to that of someone observing a creature and more like that of a child eyeing a toy. A chill runs through Wanwan, and in that instant, she nearly aligns her thoughts with the wild notion that he might possess a penchant for pedophilia. Yet, upon further reflection, something feels amiss. She has never heard of such a thing before. After all, Lida is a prominent figure on the front lines, and the fleeting thought crossed Wanwan's mind. And after a moment of hesitation, she spoke candidly. "I'm hungry." She had contemplated being resolute, yet the stark reality was that if she delayed eating any longer, she might very well starve. Thus, it was prudent to acquiesce to the situation. However, Wanwan felt a twinge of concern. It was not merely a matter of whether the other party would offer her food, but she had discovered, upon attempting to move, that she was truly immobilized. Merely wiggling a finger required tremendous effort, let alone feeding herself. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a piece of roasted meat was presented to her lips. Accompanying it was a long, strong hand. Wanwan glanced around and noticed a pile of ashes nearby, upon which rested a perfectly roasted goat. Lida, with his left hand, held up a leg of the goat, from which the meat being offered to her was evidently torn. Observing the size of the meat, she remarked, "It's too large. If she were to consume that piece, she was certain she would choke." Lita cast her a peculiar look and asked, "Don't you have teeth?" Huan was taken aback, momentarily slow to comprehend that he was suggesting she bite off a piece. However, was this method of eating somewhat inappropriate? Chapter 24, Twilight Forest. It was not until much later that Huan understood what was amiss with this method of eating. After all, in modern society, those who adore dogs often favor feeding their pets treats in such a manner, do they not? Although Huan sensed something was off, the lack of alternatives left her no choice but to satisfy her hunger with Lita's hand as her guide. After a short while of eating, she felt her stomach was full and shook her head when Lita offered her the roasted meat once more. Lita furrowed his brow slightly, but did not press the matter. Instead, he swiftly devoured the remaining portion of the lamb leg. Astonishingly, he even finished an entire roasted lamb. Huan watched in wide-eyed disbelief. Noticing her startled expression, Lita couldn't help but chuckle, his voice laced with amusement. "The appetite of a star child is quite substantial. Have you never witnessed it?" Huan paused, then shook her head. During their time at the training camp, they had spent ample time with their coach, yet they had never shared a meal. Leaving her unaware of the star child's voracious appetite, Lita retrieved a water bottle, using the cap to gradually offer her sips of water, before taking a swig from another bottle himself. A rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the air, and Huan realized with surprise that he was drinking liquor, not water. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Huan finally began to reflect on her current predicament. Considering her situation prior to losing consciousness, it was not difficult to deduce that she had been rescued. As for the identity of her savior, in terms of strength, Lita was the only viable candidate. Yet, what was the nature of her current circumstances? Had she been captured? By the way, what is your name? Lita's voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. Huan pressed her lips together before responding, "Star-Raid Huan." If she were indeed a captive, Lita's demeanor hardly resembled that of a captor. He was far too kind. Huan. Lita's gaze settled on her curly hair. Huan remained unfazed, for indeed, her name had originated from her curly locks. She had anticipated a jest from Lita, but to her surprise, he reached out and gently stroked her hair, smiling as he said, "It's quite adorable. Lovely." Is she referring to her hair or her name? Upon hearing this, Lita raised an eyebrow. "I have saved your life." Huan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of his meaning. Lita continued, "Your life now belongs to me." "As do you." Huan felt her entire body stiffen. What was happening? Was the Shinka family in dire need of combat slaves? She cautiously inquired. Lita, appearing somewhat displeased, clarified, "You belong to me, not the Shinka family." Huan furrowed her brow. "What use am I to you, my lord?" Lita rested his chin in thought and replied, "Perhaps, entertaining?" Huan was rendered speechless. Faced with such unconventional reasoning, she genuinely did not know how to counter it. One thing was certain. Escaping from this predicament would not be an easy task. However, it seemed that he had no intention of making her situation more difficult. She couldn't help but wonder about a He and a Xiao. Were they worried about her? Huan's condition was not particularly favorable after a brief conversation. She felt fatigued and intended to close her eyes to rest, only to unexpectedly drift off to sleep. Upon awakening, Huan found herself in a forest once again. Awake? Lita immediately noticed she had regained consciousness. "Where's this?" Huan asked in confusion. Lita helped her sit up against a tree trunk and placed a berry, about the size of a thumb, into her mouth, stating, "The Twilight Forest, your body has been afflicted by the fiery attributes of stellar energy. If you do not consume the appropriate medicinal herbs, you may remain incapacitated for a decade or more." A sudden shock coursed through Huan as she realized her ignorance of such matters. She had merely assumed that her current state of weakness was akin to that of recovering from physical training, believing that a brief period of rest would suffice for her recuperation. Her understanding of this world remained woefully limited. The Twilight Forest and medicinal plants were concepts she had never encountered before. It was evident that this knowledge would only be imparted by her family when the time came for them to venture to the front lines. As she swallowed the berry in her mouth, Lita offered her another. Noticing her hesitation, Lita encouraged, "Do eat. This berry is also a medicinal plant and will be beneficial for your health." Huan, being quite pragmatic, did not hesitate to consume the berry upon hearing this. Lita chuckled softly before continuing, "Although the Twilight Forest lacks celestial downpours, its dangers are not to be underestimated. Being on the frontier, the two factions often clash while gathering resources. Were it not for the prohibitions against employing large-scale destructive star energy here, this place would likely have been reduced to ashes long ago." Furrowing her brow, Huan questioned, What exactly do you intend to achieve? The effort Lita expended on her was far beyond what she considered normal. She believed that even within the esteemed Xinglu family, aside from He and Axiu, none would invest such thought and energy on her behalf. Do not overthink it. Simply be obedient, Lita replied, gently stroking her hair. In that fleeting moment, she perceived a softness in his expression that seemed to embody tenderness. Wan was nearly taken aback, and upon closer inspection, she confirmed that she had not misjudged. There was indeed an unusual fondness glimmering in his eyes as he gazed upon her. However, this indulgence only sent shivers down her spine. This person refused to reveal his intentions, leaving Wan with no choice but to change the subject and inquire, "How much medicine must I take to recover?" "Quite a bit," Lita replied. "We shall remain here for several months." After a brief pause, he added, "Do not worry. I will ensure your safety." Wan let out a quiet sigh. This time, she did not fall asleep. When it was time to continue their journey, she discovered that Lita had taken it upon himself to carry her on his back. What was most disconcerting was that, due to her current weakness, he had bound her to him with rope, quite tightly, at that. Lita was not an inattentive individual. He noticed her slight rigidity almost immediately. What's wrong? Wan held back her feelings of embarrassment and indignation, finally mustering the courage to ask, "Could you loosen the bindings a bit?" Lita, perplexed but compliant, did as she requested. However, Wan soon realized that loosening the ropes did little to alleviate her discomfort. In her state of utter weakness, the newfound slack only caused her to jolt more, making her plight even more unbearable. Lita, clad in leather armor, remained oblivious to the distress etched on the young girl's face until they reached their destination, at which point he found her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 25. Epiphany. He halted, bewildered, and asked, "What has happened to you?" Wan shot him a glare and gritted her teeth, demanding, "Hurry and release me." Her fierce glare, in Lita's eyes, was akin to a playful pout. His expression tightened slightly, his throat moved subtly, as he lowered his head to free her, gently guiding her to sit against a nearby tree trunk. He presumed that Huan was merely uncomfortable from being bound, secretly disapproving of her excessive delicacy. Though his ears betrayed him, flushing subtly, Huan believed her day had already been filled with enough absurdity, only to discover that the evening held even more shocking revelations. As Lita reached to loosen her collar, her eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. "What are you doing?" If possible, she yearned to stop him. Yet the reality was that she could only submit to his will. She anticipated that Lita's gaze would be lewd, perhaps even lascivious. However, at the moment he lifted his eyes, she was met not with lust but with a pair of calm, questioning eyes. Huan's breath caught as Lita spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "Of course, I am going to give you a bath." "A bath?" Huan's heart sank, and she heard Lita continue. "Do you not feel uncomfortable if you don't bathe? There is still quite a bit of sand in your hair." "I believe it is acceptable to forego bathing for a short period," Huan replied defiantly. Certainly, she wished to bathe, but she was currently immobile. If Lita were to take action, she was 13, not 3. Lita's face reflected hesitation, and before Huan could even exhale in relief, he shook his head resolutely. "No, it's too dirty." In that instant, Huan felt utterly despondent. The only solace she found was that Lita seemed to harbor no ulterior motives towards her, even as he meticulously cleansed her from head to toe. His demeanor remained unflustered and calm. Especially as he passed by her chest, he naturally pressed down, his expression unperturbed as he inquired, "Have you begun to develop?" Huan felt a shiver run down her spine. Her entire face flushed crimson, wishing fervently to find a hole to burrow into. In both her past lives, she had never experienced such profound embarrassment. Disgusted by the clothes she had changed out of, Lita simply handed her his own spare garments. For Huan, Lita's clothing was excessively large, akin to donning a burlap sack, and the trousers trailed behind her. Fortunately, her body was entirely incapacitated at that moment. Thus the inconvenience was somewhat mitigated. To make matters worse, Lita then retrieved a towel to dry her hair, and after it was dry, he gently combed through it. However, Huan could not derive any enjoyment from this. Instead, she felt an unsettling chill. She was increasingly perplexed by this young man's intentions. Oh, to be precise, he was merely a youth, yet this did not diminish the terror he instilled within her. Subsequently, Lita took her through the dimly lit forest, searching for medicinal herbs that would be of benefit to her. Over the course of several days, he tirelessly attended to her needs, bathing, dressing, feeding. and grooming her without a hint of impatience. From an initial sense of shame, Huan gradually acclimated to his ministrations, for Lita harbored no lascivious thoughts towards her. Initially wary in this regard, she eventually found herself at ease. At times, she could even comfort herself with the thought that being attended to by such a handsome young man was not without its advantages. While there was an underlying oddity to the situation, it was still bearable. However, as time wore on, Huan began to sense that something was amiss. Lita began to apply an unknown herbal concoction to her body twice a day. Initially, Huan was oblivious to his intentions. However, it soon became apparent that the calluses on her palms began to soften, and the hardened soles of her feet, accustomed to wearing leather boots, also gradually became tender. Each passing day, her skin grew increasingly fair and delicate. More astonishingly, one day, Lita unexpectedly procured a long, pale yellow dress and eagerly dressed her in it. To be honest, this gown was neither ornate nor extravagant, for in the realm of Xinglan, there existed no aristocracy solely devoted to leisure. The common folk lived in poverty, and even the privileged families of Xingolf and Xinka did not lead lives of comfort. They often endured even greater hardships. Thus, the fashion of the Xinglan world could not be overly complicated, with most attire emphasizing simplicity, durability, and practicality. This dress, though modest in style, was nonetheless charming. Once Huan's hair grew to shoulder length, Lita began adorning it with beautiful ribbons. Even without a mirror, Huan could surmise that she resembled a life-size doll. It dawned on her that Lita seemed to be treating her as a pet. Here she was, a perfectly capable individual, being kept as a pet. While she could not muster genuine joy about this predicament, in a world where survival was paramount, whether as a pet or not, it was merely a title. What was there to be concerned about? Had it not been for her two elder brothers, Huan might have readily accepted her role as a pet. However, she was, after all, a modern individual with a sense of self-respect and connections to others. There was no way she would willingly become a mere parasitic flower reliant on someone else. Yet, escaping from this predicament was not a simple task. She would need to regain her strength first. Although Huan said nothing, Lita could discern her subtle despondency, leading him to find her beautiful flowers and delightful fruits over the next few days. He possessed a certain resourcefulness, having somehow acquired a pair of exquisite little red boots, not the rugged kind worn in battle, but rather a refined style befitting a lady. Observing her continued lack of spirit, Lita gently stroked her head and spoke. Once you are able to walk and jump again, I will procure a star energy stone for you to merge with. A flicker of thought crossed Huan's mind. What if I am unable to merge? Lita smiled knowingly. I assure you, if I say you can, then you certainly can. Though his confidence seemed unfounded, Huan instinctively sensed that he was not the arrogant type. Thus, she quietly postponed her escape plan. The sense of morality she once held was entirely cast aside after Xiaotong's demise. She could no longer afford to wait. Ahei clenched his fists and abruptly stood up, his expression fraught with anxiety. If we remain mere ordinary warriors, we may never be able to save Huan in this lifetime. I have an idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility, Xiao hesitantly suggested. Chapter 26. A shortcut. Ahei suddenly lifted his gaze, fixating on Xiao with an unwavering stare. What are you thinking? Xiao pursed her lips and replied. What do you think about seeking out Hua? Hua. Ahei took a moment to recall that she was their biological mother, yet he frowned slightly, remarking. It's worth noting that Hua's attitude towards us back then was even less favorable than Changyi's. And as for Changyi, he completely disregarded our pleas for help. Xiao, too, felt a sense of uncertainty, yet she believed it was worth a try. I've given it some thought. Regardless of whether we have the fortune to become star children, even if we do, such opportunities are rare and elusive. However, Hua is different. She is a top-tier warrior, and we still possess the strength to leverage in that regard. After a pause, she continued, do you remember what Ming Guang said? The prowess of a top-tier warrior is not inferior to that of an ordinary star child. Their only shortcoming lies in their inability to perform long-range attacks. Our talents are not lacking. After 5 years in the training camp, our strength and speed are several times that of an average person. However, a top-tier warrior. Ming Guang mentioned that a single punch from one could create a chasm hundreds of meters deep in the ground. I can't shake the feeling that such power is not solely achievable through physical conditioning. There must be secrets we are unaware of. With such reasoning, Ahei found no grounds to disagree. Yet, even though they had resolved to seek out Hua, finding her would not be an easy task. As a top-tier warrior, She spent most of her time fighting on the front lines, making it difficult to encounter her within the family. Nevertheless, Ashio had clearly contemplated this decision from various angles. Brother, do you recall why the family did not promptly dispatch reinforcements when the rains fell in Main County? Ashio inquired. Overall, the family did not suffer losses this time, aside from the colossal fire attribute Star Energy Stone. The other Star Energy Stones were secured due to Chung Yi's timely arrival. Not only did they vanquish 3 star sons from the Shinka family, but the remaining 2, despite their eventual escape, were unable to seize even a single Star Energy Stone. Ahei nodded. Then we shall seek her out when the time comes. When Wanwan was finally able to move, a month had passed. Although it was said she could move, she had not fully regained her mobility and was still unable to stand, yet she could gradually feed herself. Regrettably, Lita showed no intention of allowing her to eat independently. He claimed to be taking her on solitary excursions within the Twilight Forest. But as a star son of the family, it was implausible that he would loiter without attending to any pressing matters. Thus, although he did not articulate it, Wanwan was aware that he often ventured out at night. Occasionally, the two would encounter other star sons from the Shinka family. Sometimes it was inconsequential, while at other times, they would be called upon for assistance. During such instances, Li Da would display impatience, and on occasions when his mood soured, his sharp tongue could incite frustration in others. Initially, those star sons were at a loss with him and sought to vent their grievances on Wanwan, only to discover that provoking her would bring Li Da's ire upon them. Over time, no one dared to trouble Wanwan anymore. He possessed a temperament akin to that of a dog, rarely displaying amiability towards others. Strictly speaking, however, he treated himself with utmost kindness. Once, they encountered an injured little brown bear, and Lita tended to its wounds. However, later, 2 families of star children clashed in battle, mistakenly killing the playful cub. Enraged, Lita fiercely punished both factions. This incident made Wanwan realize that while this man harbored no kindness towards his own kind, he displayed utmost gentleness towards small creatures. She began to comprehend his sentiments towards her. Although somewhat embarrassed, Wanwan had no desire to alter his perspective, as it would be detrimental to her. Lying in bed, Hua heard the servantess announcement and paused for a moment, inquiring, "Who do you mean?" "Your own son." Hua raised a hand and tapped the edge of the bed, eventually saying, "Let him in." When Ahei and Axiu entered, they were extremely anxious, fearing Hua would scowl at them. To their surprise, although her expression was calm, it lacked the previous impatience. After they placed down their tokens of condolence, Hua furrowed her brow slightly, but said nothing. "What brings you here?" she asked directly. The brothers, initially intending to engage in polite small talk, suddenly felt awkward. After a moment's hesitation, Axiu replied, "We are here to seek your assistance." Hua raised an eyebrow. "Do you wish for me to rescue Wanwan?" After a brief pause, she continued, "If I encounter her on the battlefield in the future, I will decide whether to intervene based on the circumstances. If Wanwan were to be used as a combat slave by the Shinka family, there remained a chance for their paths to cross on the battlefield." Hua's words, though not particularly sweet, possessed a certain humanity. Ahei and Axie were genuinely taken aback. "We do not wish to implore you to rescue Wanwan, but rather..." Ahei pressed his lips together and said, "We seek your guidance on how to become top-tier warriors." Noticing Hua's gaze upon them, Ashio remarked, "Perhaps there is a chance to ascend to the ranks of elite warriors through a methodical approach, yet by the time we achieve that, our years may be woefully limited. According to my research, you became a top-tier warrior at the age of 24, which surely cannot be accomplished through mere adherence to routine, can it? In the world of Xinglan, lifespans are rather brief, with living past 50 considered a mark of longevity. Indeed, shortcuts exist, but..." After a prolonged silence, Hua addressed them. "As you stand now, you lack the conditions to pursue such shortcuts." Despite her assertion, Ahei and Ashio remained resolute in their determination. Observing their persistence, Hua sighed and revealed the answer to them. Chapter 27. Compatibility. As ordinary individuals, our means of physical cultivation are rather singular. However, as Ahei and Ashio turned their attention towards her, Hua sighed and stated, "The only way to enhance the efficiency of physical cultivation is through the consumption of medicinal plants that facilitate rapid recovery of the body." Medicinal plants? Both Ahei and Ashio were taken aback. Hua nodded. "These plants are a specialty of the Twilight Forest. The forest lies at the front lines, where celestial drops are nearly non-existent. Yet due to the frequent occurrence of rain from above, the area has gradually mutated, yielding many extraordinary products. among which the flora is referred to as medicinal plants. After a brief pause, she added, some unique medicinal plants even possess the ability to enhance physical cultivation. Then let us venture to the twilight forest. Ahe spoke without hesitation, and Ashio evidently concurred. Hua's gaze was somewhat complex as she remarked, the twilight forest is not easily accessible. The resources there are fiercely contested by both families. I must admit, even if I were to venture there, I would not dare claim absolute certainty of success. Ashio, undeterred, inquired with curiosity, how did you manage to obtain the medicinal herbs then? Hua paused for a moment, taken aback, and then replied, my sister is a child of the stars. It was she who single-handedly elevated me to the rank of a top-tier warrior. Ashio was taken aback by this revelation and asked, if we wish to journey to the twilight forest, could you guide us? Given their current strength, it was expected that the Xing family would not permit them to approach the front lines. Hua regarded them for a prolonged moment before responding, in principle. Under circumstances such as yours, the family would not obstruct your journey to the twilight forest. However, she sighed, continuing, never mind. I have some surplus medicinal herbs that should suffice for your needs for the next 6 months. Focus on enhancing your strength first, and then you may venture to the twilight forest. Observing the two youngsters, she was reminded of the days when her sister was still around. The herbs had become of limited use to her, and since she was not in need of money, she decided to offer them the resources. Upon hearing her words, Ahe and Ashio were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom such unexpected generosity. After a brief hesitation, they expressed their gratitude and accepted her kindness. Though they were anxious to rescue Wanwan, they understood that haste would not aid their cause. Reckless actions could not only jeopardize their sister's safety, but also their own lives. Unbeknownst to her two brothers, Wanwan remained oblivious to the events unfolding on their end, and it would be 2 months before she fully regained her health. Regardless of her recovery, in Lita's eyes, she remained but a liability. Recently, as her hair had grown longer, a certain young man had taken to braiding it. Surprisingly, despite his imposing stature, his hands were quite deft, and he crafted more intricate styles than she could have imagined. The sole source of joy for Wanwan was Lita's decision to take her into the twilight forest to combat ferocious beasts. Given her current abilities, facing such creatures was perilous, yet with Lita providing protection, she sustained only minor injuries and avoided any fatal wounds. Moreover, it must be said that Lita proved to be an exceptional teacher. Wanwan had never excelled in close combat, a shortcoming attributed to both her innate talent and the lack of advanced training. However, with Lita's guidance, everything changed. He was a natural-born warrior, and even without formally instructing her, he consistently highlighted her deficiencies and mistakes. This alone allowed Wanwan to benefit immensely. It was akin to finally understanding where to channel her strength. In just half a month's time, she felt a significant enhancement in her prowess. While combat skills were secondary, she was astonished to find that she had developed a sense of martial aptitude. She genuinely believed that had Lita lived in modern times, he would undoubtedly be a candidate for a commanding officer in the military. The individual's grasp of the combat situation is remarkably precise and comprehensive. Regardless of the unforeseen circumstances that may arise, he remains unfazed, effortlessly devising a novel and effective strategy. She even mused that it is fortunate this person harbors no ambitions regarding the front lines, lest the Xing family suffer dire consequences. Moreover, Lita has begun to employ stellar energy to assist in her physical refinement. Yet, Wanwan soon discovered that the agony she experienced while refining her body with Lita's stellar energy was nearly double that of others, though the subsequent results far surpassed her previous experiences. Upon hearing her words, Lita expressed surprise, admitting he had never assisted anyone else in body refinement before, perhaps indicating a higher compatibility between them. Wanwan smiled outwardly, but inwardly she was cursing vehemently, thinking to herself that there was no compatibility between them whatsoever. Nevertheless, Lita's expression of excitement suggested that this leopard was indeed extraordinary. Lita initially intended for Huan to directly obtain nourishment from beneath the snowy cloud leopard, much like the small leopard, but Huan resolutely refused, rendering his persuasive efforts futile. He maintained a good-natured demeanor in her presence, ultimately resorting to manually extracting the milk himself. Lacking experience in this endeavor, he nearly provoked the mother leopard into a frenzy at the outset. Thus, on the first day, after considerable effort, he managed to collect merely a small bowl of milk. Observing his disheveled appearance, Huan refrained from further comments and took a sip from the bowl. Initially concerned that the milk might possess a strong odor, she was pleasantly surprised to find it not only devoid of any unpleasant scent, but also exceptionally sweet and fragrant. Quite the oddity. Noticing her enjoyment, Lita, who had exerted himself considerably, could not help but smile with a childlike glee, his eyes narrowing with delight. Feeling a pang of compassion, Wan acknowledged that although this individual treated her as a pet, he had indeed shown her considerable kindness, not merely trivial gestures. The most remarkable aspect was allowing her to languish in bed for over a decade, during which she was likely cared for by Ahe and Ashio. Yet, a sigh escaped her lips as she realized that this was not a past life. She truly could not repay such kindness. The best she could do was perhaps to treat him with a bit more consideration. Reflecting on her attitude towards Lita over the past few months, she recognized that it had not been particularly gracious, and she was fortunate that he had a good temperament and had tolerated her. Chapter 28. Sanctuary. Having resolved to treat Lita with more kindness, Wan set her intentions into motion. In both her previous lives, she had endured from a place of hardship. In her last life, when she was merely 12, her parents perished in a car accident, leaving her to be shuffled among relatives until she was ultimately placed in an orphanage. From that moment on, she relied solely on herself, engaging in various odd jobs from making matchboxes to selling flowers. There was scarcely a task she had not undertaken. Of course, she could have chosen the path of least resistance, yet those who opted for idleness had long since dropped out of school, while she persevered through hard work to complete her university education. After graduation, living independently, she honed a plethora of practical skills. Among these, her culinary abilities may not rival those of professionals, yet they surpassed those of many homemakers. Initially, when Wan expressed her desire to grill meat herself, Lita was opposed to the idea. Ultimately, he could not withstand her persistence and reluctantly agreed. Grilling was not particularly complex. The key lay in the marination of the meat. Fortunately, the Twilight Forest offered an abundance of seasonings, including honey, wild garlic, and ginger. To her delight, Wan even stumbled upon a small cache of cumin seeds. Having savored the grilled meat prepared by Wan, Lita was utterly impressed. However, when Wan attempted to assist him for the second time, he declined her offer, asserting that he had already mastered the technique by observing her previously. In the Twilight Forest, unrest loomed. For several months, Wan had followed Lita, witnessing numerous conflicts. Yet, she found it perplexing that Lita appeared somewhat detached from these matters. Unless he was discovered by the star child of the Shinka family, he seemed unwilling to intervene. Regardless of the tumultuous circumstances, perhaps her astonishment was too evident, as Lita raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you surprised?" Wan nodded in affirmation. Lita embraced her, resting his chin atop her head, and remarked, "What is so peculiar about this? Be it the Xinglu family or the Shinka family, how many truly possess a sense of belonging to their lineage?" Wan remained somewhat perplexed. Indeed, she felt little attachment to the Xinglu family. Yet that was due to her being an outsider. However, what of others? Her thoughts abruptly halted as she pondered. Did Ahe and Axiu also lack a sense of belonging to their family? Noticing her realization, Lita chuckled. Whether it be the Shinka or Xinglu families, while there are subtle distinctions, the fundamental differences are negligible. This is a place devoid of warmth. How can one expect the descendants to exhibit unwavering loyalty to their families? Of course, this was true in times of insignificance. Once they ascended to the status of star child or top-tier warriors, families would certainly make their intentions known and further entice them. Some would respond favorably, while others would merely feign agreement, as there were many with ulterior motives lurking about. Wan has grown accustomed to some of his affectionate behaviors. After all, the other party's intentions are clear, and she gradually ceased to pay them any mind. Turning her head with curiosity, she asked, "So, do you accept it or not? What do you think?" Lita retorted. Wan pondered for a moment and replied, "I thought someone with your temperament would simply walk away if you didn't accept it, rather than settle for it." At these words, Lita couldn't help but laugh. His strikingly handsome features suddenly alight with vitality. He gazed at her and said, "You are correct, but the patriarch of the Shinka family has shown me kindness. Moreover, even if I were to leave, where could I possibly go? This world is rather uninteresting. No matter where one wanders, the scenery remains largely the same." Wan fell into silence. Another month passed, and during this time, the quantity of medicinal herbs she consumed was beyond her own count. However, what astonished her the most was the milk of the snow-cloud leopard. Not only was it delicious, but its effects were remarkable. setting aside its internal benefits. Wan believed this substance to be nothing short of miraculous. After a month of daily consumption of the snow cloud leopard's milk, her complexion improved day by day. Her once slightly yellowing hair transformed into a lustrous black sheen, and her slender frame gained a touch of softness, rendering her skin radiant and her limbs graceful. Achieving an unprecedented beauty, Wan felt both elated and troubled. She was delighted because, as a woman, no one could resist the allure of becoming more beautiful. Yet, she was troubled by the fact that her now delicate skin and the disappearance of calluses on her hands and feet would likely pose challenges when she returned to the battlefield. Just as she was in turmoil, Lita led her to a certain place. What could this be? Huan merely followed Lita, and soon they found themselves entering an underground river. Delving deeper and deeper, ultimately, what appeared before her was a mass of energy that exuded a distinctly sci-fi aura. Even from several meters away, Huan could sense the terrifying essence emanating from this energy. The sacred land of Lunel? The gate of time and space. Huan was bewildered. What were these? Lita gently stroked her hair and chuckled softly. The world of Xinglan is replete with celestial phenomena. Do you know the reason why? Why? Huan instinctively inquired. Because a rift has appeared in the sacred land, Lita replied. Noticing her bewilderment, Lita smiled slightly. You'll understand once you come with me to see. With that, Lita effortlessly lifted her up, and in the next moment, a violet lightning enveloped them both. With a light leap, he carried Huan through the gate of time and space. Had she not covered her mouth, she would have nearly screamed. It felt as though she was traversing a vast ocean and numerous rivers, yet her body remained completely dry. Raising her head, the sights around her instantly widened her eyes in astonishment. This place was. All around her, towering mountains rose to the clouds. And what was peculiar was that these mountains bore no vegetation, each colored in hues of blue, red, brown, and green. A surge of realization jolted through Huan. Yet disbelief lingered within her. These were the sacred mountains. Lita took a few steps with her and then pointed to the black fissures beneath their feet, saying, The stone of heritage and the stone of stellar energy both separated from the sacred mountain and fell through these crevices. The Starfall world itself possesses barriers. However, once an abundance of stellar energy stones or heritage stones accumulates, it may breach the defenses, leading to what we know as a celestial descent. At this moment, Huan was utterly dumbfounded. She never anticipated that such an ordinary outing would reveal such a monumental secret. Yet, it was not a secret at all. Observing her astonishment, Lita chuckled. While I am currently the only one able to traverse the temporal gates to enter the sacred land, many others have succeeded in the past. Such matters are documented within the families of Xing Ku and Xing Shu. Chapter 29. Ripple Effect. Huan was completely taken aback. After a long pause, she pointed to the black fissure on the ground and asked, Then why not seal these gaps? After a moment's hesitation, she added, Surely there must be some solution? At her words, Lita fell momentarily silent before responding. There are indeed methods, but they are impractical. What do you mean? Huan was taken aback. It seemed rather straightforward. Could it be that someone is reluctant to part with the heritage stones or stellar energy stones? Although he did not finish his thought, Huan had already grasped the implication. If memory served her right, stellar energy stones were not consumables. Although the children of the stars could fuse them upon their demise, the stellar energy stones would automatically separate from their bodies. Do you understand now? Lita remarked. In order for the celestial descent to vanish, no new star children can be born. Yet, as long as the celestial descent persists, star children are indispensable. Thus, it creates an utterly inescapable vicious cycle. After a prolonged silence, Huan spoke. If only a decisive individual were to emerge. Futile, Lita interjected. Star children cannot be easily sacrificed. And what of you? Do you share this sentiment? Huan inquired softly. Without much thought, Lita nodded. Though this world may seem rather dull, I have not yet exhausted my days. After all, as a star child, my life will not be lacking. Indeed, with Lita's formidable prowess, no one could lead a more liberated existence than he. This topic was thus laid to rest. Lita gestured towards the surrounding sacred mountains, saying, Go and explore. There should be celestial energy here that you can merge with. Huan was taken aback. Could she truly merge directly with the celestial energy within the sacred mountains? Lita affirmed, stating that the sacred mountains were not fundamentally different from the celestial energy stones, save for their size. The sacred ground was vast, no matter how Huan wandered. She seemed unable to perceive its boundaries. Prior to arriving here, she had yearned fervently to become a star child, Yet now, reflecting on Lida's words, she found herself in a state of hesitation. However, the adage the heart may long to cultivate flowers. Yet it is the unintentional willow that flourishes aptly described Wan's current predicament. Just as she beheld the pale green sacred mountain before her, her heartbeat suddenly slowed, followed by a resounding thud in her mind, and thereafter, she knew nothing more. As Jay suddenly collapsed, Lida instinctively reached out to catch her. However, before she could make contact, a torrent of surging energy erupted from the sacred mountain, sweeping Jay into the sky. Startled, Lida extended her hand, summoning countless bolts of lightning in an attempt to disperse the formidable force. Yet, unexpectedly, instead of isolating the energy, her actions roused another sacred mountain in the distance. When a colossal beast, forged from lightning, descended from the heavens, even Lida was momentarily taken aback. After several evasive maneuvers, she ultimately found herself engulfed in its maw. In the tranquil sacred land, numerous sacred mountains stood stoically, while high above, two massive cocoons, one a pale green and the other a deep violet, pulsed rhythmically like a beating heart. Ahei and Axiu had been in the Twilight Forest for a year. Initially, after enduring numerous life-threatening encounters and elevating their powers to a significant level, they had planned to depart to rescue Jay. However, during this time, they inadvertently learned that Shinka Lida had entered the Twilight Forest with Jay, yet they had not seen them emerge, and even the Shinka family had lost track of Lida, who had not been in contact for over a year. With the confirmation that Jay was still likely within the Twilight Forest, they naturally altered their plans. Although the Twilight Forest was fraught with peril, it undeniably honed one's abilities. The brothers' current prowess was incomparably superior to what it had been 6 months prior. 2 years had passed, and the once youthful faces had grown increasingly resolute, yet their eyes still bore traces of melancholy. They couldn't help but wonder how Jay was faring now. The two brothers sat before the flickering campfire when Ahei could no longer contain himself. Initially, they had tacitly agreed to refrain from mentioning their sister, as each mention only deepened their worries. Yet, in this moment, Ahei found it impossible to hold his tongue. Ashio, who was busy polishing his long blade, paused, his expression growing somber. He deemed Ahei's words rather trivial. What joy could a captive possibly experience? Their sole hope now rested on the mere fact that their sister was still alive. Beyond that, they dared not entertain any further aspirations. In the Twilight Forest, distinct circles and hierarchies existed, and due to their status as ordinary soldiers, Ahei and Ashio remained on the outskirts. Though they yearned to venture into the heart of the forest in search of Wan, they only dared to inquire about news, never truly stepping into that realm. It had been 2 years since Wan's capture, and the torment in their hearts had only intensified, each day more agonizing than the last. Although the Twilight Forest was not prone to sudden calamities, it was not entirely immune either. On this particular day, the sun blazed fiercely, prompting most adventurers in the Twilight Forest to seek refuge in the shade for an afternoon nap. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms erupted, startling everyone from their slumber. As some ventured forth to investigate, they discovered that a calamity had indeed befallen the nearby frontline area. However, such overwhelming noise was unprecedented. Could the calamity be alarmingly close? Those who could reach the Twilight Forest typically had little reason to fear such events, prompting a throng of onlookers to gather in curiosity. The scale of this calamity was substantial, and upon closer inspection, they might even uncover star energy stones amidst the chaos. Indeed, let us take a chance, who knows? We might ascend to the heavens and become children of the stars. The celestial descent is nearing its conclusion, yet fortune has favored the two, as they have discovered 2 substantial star energy stones. However, their luck cannot be deemed extraordinary, for none of the stones resonate with them. What is that? Suddenly, a cry of alarm echoed. The crowd followed the direction of the outstretched finger and beheld what appeared to be a person. Chapter 30, Confrontation. It was 2 individuals. One of them was cradling another in their arms. Ahei and Ashio, initially indifferent, could not help but lift their heads upon hearing this. As they discerned the figures in the sky, their expressions shifted dramatically. Though the distance was great, they could still make out that the one being held possessed long, flowing locks. Perhaps it was illogical, yet their instincts told them it was Wan. Exchanging a glance, the two wasted no time and sprinted toward the location where the 2 figures were descending. Having finally left the sacred ground, Lida let out a sigh of relief, only to be unable to contain a spurt of blood. He paid it no mind, wiping his mouth before turning his gaze to the unconscious Wan in his arms. At that moment, her condition was dire. Blood flowed from her 7 orifices, and she was unresponsive. Had he not awakened during the journey, they might have been overwhelmed by the relentless surge of star energy. Fortunately, they had encountered the celestial descent nearby, which allowed him to escape with her. Despite the circumstances, both individuals found themselves in a precarious situation. The man fared better, for he was a child of the stars, endowed with a physique far superior to that of Junjun. However, Lita dared not linger any longer, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he whisked Junjun into the twilight forest. Observing this, Ahei and Axiu wasted no time in pursuing them. The twilight forest harbored wondrous treasures, and Lita's destination was a hot spring located in its central region. To ordinary mortals, this hot spring was akin to poison, yet for the children of the stars, it possessed the unparalleled ability to restore and unlock their physical potential. Nonetheless, even among the children of the stars, one must exercise caution in utilizing such a spring. There had been instances where a child of the stars, in a display of bravado, met their demise, reduced to mere blood as they were absorbed by the very spring they sought to exploit. This enigmatic nature of the spring deterred most children of the stars from venturing here unless absolutely necessary. Lita, however, found himself with no other alternative. If Junjun's body did not receive prompt restoration, it would soon succumb to its afflictions. The commotion Lita caused did not go unnoticed. Many star children from both clans sensed the disturbance. In no time, numerous individuals converged upon the scene, thanks to their presence providing cover. Ahei and Axiu managed to reach the central area without incident. By this time, a significant crowd had gathered around the hot spring, yet none dared to approach. Due to their distance and comparative strength, Ahei and Axiu had arrived later than others. Their gaze fell upon 2 figures seated intimately within the spring. Lita, strikingly handsome like a celestial being, and Junjun, even more exquisite than they remembered. Most critically, Junjun's eyes were tightly shut, her form languidly resting against Lita's shoulder, his hand gently resting upon her waist. In the misty embrace of the hot springs, handsome men and beautiful women nestled together, creating a scene of undeniable beauty. Yet, at that moment, no one harbored the inclination to appreciate it. Junjun. Ahei's words had begun to tumble out in a disjointed manner. Axia fared little better. Her eyes rimmed with red. However, this hot spring was renowned in its own right. In Junjun's presence there seemed to indicate that she had, indeed, become a child of the stars. This notion was not lost on them. Others present shared the same realization. The captive that Lita accompanied was quite notorious in the Twilight Forest, and while the Xinglu family might grasp only a fraction of its significance, the Xinca clan was acutely aware of Lita's deep attachment to this prisoner. Originally, the 2 clans had approached out of curiosity, but upon discovering that Junjun had transformed into a child of the stars, they found themselves at an impasse. Those familiar with Lita knew well his unpredictable nature and how difficult he could be to confront. Should this captive be taken from him today, the consequences for those gathered would surely be dire, especially given Lita's visibly wounded state. Thus, they dared not let their guard down. Consequently, not a single person departed, and a standoff quickly emerged between the 2 factions. Lita, aware of their apprehensions, paid little heed to them, his entire focus fixated on Junjun. Should she exhibit any signs of distress from the hot springs, he would immediately pull her out. Yet, as 2 days elapsed and he himself had to emerge from the waters, Junjun remained blissfully immersed. At this juncture, the tension between the observing clans grew palpably thick, charged with an electric atmosphere. The star child of the celestial family has cast aside all hesitation. Given Wanwan's current performance, she is undoubtedly a formidable star child, potentially even stronger than Lita. Were it not for Lita's watchful presence, it is likely that someone would have already made a move. However, Lita's presence has instilled a sense of confidence among the Star Science faction, who believe their chances of victory remain substantial. Yet, reality diverges significantly from their expectations. As Wanwan just opened her eyes, still disoriented by her surroundings, a large hand enveloped her, lifting her up. Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, a cloak fell, wrapping her securely. Caught off guard, she barely registered Lita's words in her ear, "I will come find you later." In the next moment, she felt her body lighten as she was tossed aside. Straining to lift her head, she witnessed Lita unleashing a torrent of purple lightning, decimating numerous lives in an instant, all of whom belonged to the celestial family. Upon seeing Wanwan thrown out, Ahei and Axiu were filled with urgency, instinctively pursuing her. The star science individuals were left in a state of shock. Lita, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? A few quick-witted individuals attempted to intercept Wan, but in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to charred remnants, barely clinging to life. Catching a glimpse of Ahei and Axie chasing after Wan, Lita felt a slight sense of relief and then remarked, "Sit with me for a moment." What? The group of dark-skinned individuals stood dumbfounded. At this moment, even the slowest among them realized that this was all intentional. However, they did not dwell on it for long, merely attributing his behavior to a petulant temperament that disallowed any intrusion upon his possessions. With this thought, they felt a sense of relief. As long as it did not involve the troublesome Xing, Chapter 31, the blue spirit fruit. In the instant she was cast aside, Huan was taken aback. She had never anticipated that she would not need to exert her utmost effort to escape. Lita had simply released her. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she comprehended the rationale behind Lita's actions. Had she remained an ordinary warrior, Lita's prowess would have made it exceedingly easy for him to retain ownership of a captive. However, she was now a child of the stars, and a formidable one at that. Thus, the Shinka family would never permit him to maintain ownership and authority over her. As for her, being a child of the stars belonging to the family, it was evident what fate awaited her, either execution or complete manipulation and exploitation. Upon realizing this, Huan felt a tumult of emotions, struggling to discern her feelings toward Lita. A green luminescence enveloped her, and in an instant, a great tree surged from the ground, reaching her height in a mere heartbeat. She grasped a branch, halting her descent. Ahei and Axie, who had been trailing behind, witnessed this spectacle with astonishment. After a moment of mutual surprise, they erupted into excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, Huan becoming a child of the stars was undeniably a positive development. Perched upon the branch, Huan lingered in thought for a moment before spotting Ahei and Axie catching up from behind. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Elder brother, second brother. After 2 long years, seeing my sister again." The sorrow in Ahei and Axie's eyes finally dissipated, revealing genuine smiles from the depths of their hearts. Huan. She leaped down from the branches and embraced her 2 brothers. The trio, overwhelmed with emotion, laughed and cried in unison, taking a considerable time to regain their composure. Ahei grasped Huan's hand and inquired, "How have you fared these past 2 years? Has Lita mistreated you?" Although the current information suggested that Lita had been relatively kind to her, as her elder brother, he could not suppress his concern. Axie, too, cast a worried glance towards her sister. Huan's expression was somewhat intricate. She lowered her gaze slightly and replied, "He has treated me well. If it weren't for him, I would never have become a child of the stars." Yet, she lamented, her life was destined to bring him disappointment. Axie scrutinized her sister and hesitated before asking, "Is he?" Her words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Despite the absence of conventional marriages in the world of Xinglan, due to the existence of the inheritance stone, it did not mean that romantic feelings between men and women were absent. Rather, they simply did not marry. Women also did not waste time on pregnancy, yet there were numerous cohabiting partners. Some relationships lasted only a few years, while others endured a lifetime. At this, Huan couldn't help but laugh, saying, "No, second brother, you are overthinking it. He merely keeps me as a pet." "A pet?" Ahei and Axie were taken aback by her unexpected response. Huan nodded, explaining, "He is rather peculiar, lacking kindness towards his own kind. Thus, you need not worry. His feelings towards me are certainly not of a romantic nature." Upon hearing her say this, Ahei and Axie exchanged peculiar glances, pondering the meaning behind the lack of goodwill towards their kind. Does this imply that their own sister is not a proper human being? Is there not a flaw in this logic? Such thoughts were but fleeting, as they were soon captivated by Huan's inquiries. "Elder brothers, how have you fared these past 2 years? What brings you to the Twilight Forest?" Huan asked. Ahei and Axie did not conceal their experiences over the past 2 years, recounting everything candidly. They concluded, the Twilight Forest is indeed fraught with danger. Yet it is a remarkable place. Had it not been so, our prowess would not have advanced so swiftly. Indeed, we are fortunate to have remained here, otherwise our reunion today would have been impossible, Axie added, following closely behind Ahei. As for the Xing family, while they could not claim to be particularly fond of them, neither did they harbor any deep-seated aversion. Setting aside their hardships in the underground plaza, they were, after all, raised by the family. There exists a certain resonance among the children of the stars, and the celestial energy emanating from Wan was simply overwhelming. Upon receiving the report, Fang He expressed her surprise and delight, exclaiming, "This is splendid news." With that, she retrieved a rare blue spirit fruit from her private collection. The blue spirit fruit is an exceptionally rare medicinal plant, its sole purpose being to enhance the body's self-healing capabilities. While it may seem inferior to some miraculous healing elixirs, in the grand scheme of things, it is indeed a most precious gift. Fang He held in her hand the 6 precious blue spirit fruits she had obtained years ago in the Twilight Forest. After consuming one for herself and giving another to her frail daughter, she bestowed 3 upon the family's esteemed contributors. The one she presented to Wan was the last of her stock. Summoned by the clan leader, Wan felt no surprise. Yet it was astonishing to receive a blue spirit fruit. This item had been mentioned by Da when they were in the Twilight Forest, yet it had eluded her for months. Considering the unfamiliarity between them, Fang He refrained from elaborating and merely offered verbal encouragement before discussing Wan's future prospects. Ordinarily, as a newly appointed child of the stars, one would be expected to serve as a trainer in the camp for several years before advancing to the front lines. However, if she was not mistaken, Wan's current abilities seemed to surpass her own. With that in mind, Fang He inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "I wish to go to the front lines," Wan replied, looking up. "Leader, how can a child of the stars enhance their strength?" "By absorbing more star energy stones," Fang He answered without hesitation. "However, this requires a touch of luck. Even star energy stones of the same attribute possess subtle differences. If the first stone you fuse with is substantial, it bodes well, but if it is small, future enhancements will prove difficult. Thus, there are indeed children of the stars who have remained in the training camp for decades without seeing the front lines." Despite her words, Fang He understood well that, from a perspective of safety and comfort, being somewhat weaker was not necessarily detrimental for a child of the stars. The greatest fear lies in the limbo of uncertainty. To remain in the training camp as a coach is preferable, yet to venture to the front lines poses a perilous threat to the safety of a star child. Chapter 32. Secrets regarding the front lines. Wan held no objections. She simply expressed, "I wish to be with my 2 elder brothers." Her tone was resolute. Upon hearing this, Fang He was both surprised and unsurprised. The institutional norms of the Xing Shui family often engender a profound bond among siblings. It is, to be candid, not uncommon for star children like Wan to make such choices. However, Fang He furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you certain?" "On the front lines. The battlefield for star children typically lies in the Tianjin region, while ordinary soldiers contend with the challenges of the Chongling grassland. If you persist, it would only mean that Mo and Xiao would accompany you to Tianjin. It is impossible for you to join them on the Chongling grassland." Wan was indeed prepared for this point. "I can accept that," she replied. She had been a star child for quite some time, and although she had yet to engage in battle as one, she had conducted private trials and possessed confidence in her abilities. Observing her demeanor, Fang He assumed she was unaware of the stark differences between Tianjin and the Chongling grassland. She proceeded to explain, "You have spent time in Xingyu Valley and are aware of the frequent celestial descents there. However, you must understand that the conditions on the Chongling grassland are even more dire, with intense celestial descents occurring almost daily, while Tianjin experiences a relentless downpour. Moreover, the terrain of Tianjin is fraught with danger. While star children may fare better, ordinary soldiers struggle to cope with such an environment." If possible, Fang He still hoped that Wan would reconsider her decision. No matter how formidable the star child may be, should there be 2 burdens. Wan was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, yet her resolve remained unshaken. While the Tianjin was fraught with peril, it was likely to harbor opportunities that other places did not possess, she speculated. Having learned of the wondrous bud-like entities in the Starry Valley and the myriad of miraculous yields within the rainfall-encircled Twilight Forest, she had long surmised that the incessant rain could, to a certain extent, give rise to rare treasures. Fang He, momentarily startled, did not conceal the truth and informed her, "Beneath the Tianjin lies an abyss, and beneath that abyss is an endless cold pool. Due to the influence of the rainfall, this pool is replete with many medicinal herbs beneficial to humanity. Of course, the cliffs on either side also produce herbs and rare mineral deposits. But due to the constant ravages of the rain, these are rather difficult to obtain. Simultaneously, the cold pool itself possesses potent effects for body tempering. As long as one can withstand its icy embrace, The physical form can be continually strengthened. However, with the rain's presence, the cold pool is far from a leisurely bathing spot. Huan, deep in thought, then inquired with a hint of skepticism, in the Tianjian, are the star rate and star science adversaries? She believed that in such a perpetually rain-soaked environment, even the star children would prioritize self-preservation, should they find themselves in conflict. To her surprise, Fang had chuckled at this observation, asking, do you think that we, the star rate and star science, are enemies? After a lengthy silence, Huan shook her head. Indeed, we are not enemies. Fang spoke gently. The attributes of our two clans do not overlap. In the contest for the star energy stone, it can be said that we do not have significant conflicts. As for territory, with the Tianjian River as a barrier, neither party can encroach upon the other's domain. What she articulated resonated with Huan. Ultimately, while the Xinglu and Xinca clans are referred to as two prominent families, this notion diverges from her previous understanding. The common folk in this world live in perpetual uncertainty. The burden of taxes is merely the beginning. For the two great families must also allocate manpower to protect them during celestial descents. Moreover, due to the existence of these descents and the legacy stones, commoners face hardships in farming, yet they bear many children. It is a feat in itself if their harvest can sustain their families. They cannot hope for more. Although the Xinglu clan does not engage in agriculture, they are blessed with numerous wood-attribute star children, who not only ensure their kin are well-fed but also serve as renowned grain exporters in the starry mist world. Thus, the contention over territory seems futile. Then why do we still oppose each other? Huan inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Fang smiled wryly. She hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to share this with the child. Nevertheless, considering her potential to soon become a cornerstone of the family, she spoke up, because our ideologies differ. The patriarch of the Xinca clan, Xinca Sator, has long aspired to absorb the Xinglu clan, aiming for the Xinca to become the sole great family in the starry mist world. As the leader of the Xinglu clan, I cannot idly watch it perish under my stewardship. Furthermore, I do not believe that the unification of our clans would yield beneficial outcomes. The common folk of this world endure immense suffering. Should our two clans merge, there may not be immediate issues. However, with the passage of time and the absence of checks and balances, it is conceivable that we might extend our grasp toward these commoners, exploiting and enslaving them to secure a more comfortable existence for ourselves. After all, human nature tends towards inertia. If such a large family were to decay and no one was left to intervene or prevent it, it would undoubtedly drag the entire world into despair. Particularly, Xinca Sate, who inherently believes that the status of the star children should surpass that of ordinary individuals. Huan was taken aback to hear such secrets. Yet she undoubtedly concurred with the clan leader's sentiments. The dominance of one family can be perilous anywhere. Thus, the relationship between Xingzhu and Xinca is one of enmity. Yet not entirely. The nuances of this dynamic one would come to understand after spending ample time in Tianjian. Fang has summarized. While they discussed Xinca Sate, he himself was on the verge of exploding with rage. The stout, square-faced middle-aged man hurled the teapot from his hands in frustration, feeling it insufficient. He then kicked the table before him aside. It was as if a switch had been flipped. He continued to lash out until all the furniture in the room lay in disarray. Only then did he pause, panting heavily, his gaze piercing like a sword directed at Lita, who leaned languidly against the doorframe. Tell me, have you developed feelings for that captive? He demanded fiercely. Huh? Lita raised an eyebrow, her expression one of incredulity. Have you taken leave of your senses? I'm not jesting. Sate glared and remarked. If you weren't fond of that little girl, would you take her to the Holy Land? Would you allow her to become a child of the stars? Would you let her go? Why not? Lita stepped into the room, casually lifting a chair that had fallen to the ground and sitting upon it lazily. If Shimei and Ahui had the opportunity to become children of the stars, they would undoubtedly still be alive today. Chapter 33. The Jade of Communication. Upon hearing the names Xiaomei and Ahui, Sate's expression twisted in discomfort. Those unaware might assume these were mere human names. However, little did they know, Xiaomei was the name of a chicken, while Ahui was the name of a dog. Don't tell me you've kept that captive as a pet? Sate raised an eyebrow. Lita glanced over, his gaze clearly insinuating, what else would you think? Who do you take me for? Sate retorted, utterly unconvinced. You expect me to believe that a rare beauty has been treated like a chicken or a dog? I can't explain it to you. Lita rolled his eyes. Huan is different from you mundane and filthy humans. She is obedient and adorable, far more endearing than Xiaomei and Ahui, despite only having known her for 2 years. Compared to the 5 years spent with those prior pets, Sate's disbelief grew even stronger. Yet he could neither force Lita to admit the truth nor deny the discomfort brewing within him. The women of the Xinglu family were indeed cunning, one more so than the last. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Sate recalled something. Given your domineering nature, you would never have intended to release that captive from the very beginning. Yet, you took her to the sacred site to merge with the star energy stone. His expression darkened. Could it be that you initially harbored the intention to conceal her identity as the child of the stars? Others may be oblivious, but he was acutely aware of Lita's formidable power, while others might struggle to disguise the star energy emanating from the child of the stars. He was certain he possessed a means to do so. Upon hearing this, Lita, far from feeling guilty, retorted, "But it didn't work out, did it? I was simply eager to take Wan to the hot springs, and by the time I realized this would expose her identity as the child of the stars, it was already too late. He could hardly take action against his own kin. Didn't work out? You've already let her go. What more do you want?" Lita replied nonchalantly. Sate was nearly choked with frustration, pointing at him and declaring, "From today onward, you shall remain by my side." At this, Lita's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "I would rather head to Tianjin." "Dream on." Sate's face contorted with rage. "Don't think I am unaware. You wish to see that Wan, don't you? You still claim she is merely a pet, as if everyone else is as foolish as you." Lita frowned. Sate swiftly discerned his ulterior motives, his face betraying no emotion as he warned, "If you refuse to obey my orders, I shall destroy all your treasures." Lita was instantly alarmed, knowing Sate meant every word. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to temporarily acquiesce, planning to relocate his treasures later. Ahei and Axie exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with uncertainty. "Jian, are you certain we won't be a burden to you?" Ahei inquired. Jian nodded before shaking her head. "When you are by my side, I do have my reservations. However, if you are not with me and instead at Chongling Prairie, my concern for your safety would also distract me." After saying this, she furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of oddity. Ahei and Ashio were not the type to hesitate. The three of them had long agreed that whoever became the star child would protect the others, and it was illogical for them to retract that promise now. She understood her brother well. They were not driven by any sort of male chauvinism. "Has someone spoken to you about this?" Jian asked. Ashio did not conceal the truth. "It was Cheng Yi. We encountered him today, and he advised us not to weigh you down. He mentioned that Hua's sister was dragged down by her. Despite their usual resilience, those words began to instill unease within them." Ahei added, "Given our current strength, while there are dangers at Chongling Prairie, we could at least ensure our own safety. If going to Tianjin would put you at risk, we might as well head to Chongling Prairie. The circumstances are different." Jian shook her head. "I have never met Hua's sister, but I am confident that my strength far surpasses hers. You must trust me," seeing that she did not appear the least bit reluctant. Ahei and Ashio exchanged glances, choosing not to voice further objections. Deep down, they did not wish to part with their sister. Not solely out of familial affection, but also out of concern. Although their sister had grown stronger, they had not forgotten the lurking threat posed by Lita. Having prepared adequately, Jian wasted no time and promptly declared her intention to venture to Tianjin. Initially, she intended to navigate her way there using a map, but the family had arranged for an experienced individual to accompany them. To her surprise, this person turned out to be Cheng Yi. He bore the same amiable expression as when they first met, as if he had never abandoned the mission to rescue Wan. With a gentle demeanor, he remarked, "There is much about the situation at the front that you remain unaware of. I shall enlighten you during our journey." At this juncture, Wan was indifferent to the notion of a biological father, and there was no animosity to speak of, since this was a family arrangement. She felt no aversion to it. There was no urgency, as they were traveling in a colossal beast vehicle, which, on this occasion, soared through the skies, pulled by 2 enormous geese. Throughout the journey, the 4 of them remained in the cabin, and Cheng Yi diligently shared all he knew about the circumstances at the front. On the 6th day, while the 4 were resting in the cabin, Cheng Yi abruptly sat up and retrieved a palm-sized transparent stone from his pocket. Wan possessed one as well. It was a communication stone provided by the family to the star children, known as the transmission jade. Familiar star children could imbue each other's stones with their star energy, enabling them to write messages on the transmission jade when necessary, which would then synchronize with the corresponding stones imbued with their star energy. The transmission jade is akin to a mobile phone, albeit far inferior in functionality. It lacks voice transmission capabilities, permitting only text messages, and does not support one-on-one communication. Occasionally, if too many messages were sent, the transmission jade would become chaotic and erroneous. What is it? Ahe inquired. Cheng-yi, gazing at the content on the transmission jade, wore a grave expression as he responded, "It appears we must delay our journey. A family member has encountered an attack nearby." Junjun was taken aback, wondering if they had not yet reached the front lines. Could it be yet another struggle for the Star Energy Stone? No, Cheng-yi replied. It is the family's grain convoy that has encountered robbery. Robbery? Axiu inquired. Is it the Shinka family? No, Cheng-yi remarked with an odd expression. This grain convoy was bound for the Shinka family. They had no reason to act against us. Chapter 34. Shocked upon hearing this, Junjun and her companions were stunned. Our Zingov grain convoy. Headed for Shinka? Ahe expressed disbelief. What is so strange about that? Cheng-yi responded nonchalantly. Our Zingov family controls the southeastern region, which is abundant in water and pasture. Our clansmen excel in agriculture, and the family possesses numerous farms and ranches. Conversely, the Shinka family, located in the northwest region, is rich in mineral resources, and their clansmen are skilled in metallurgy, producing weapons and armor of unparalleled quality. Our two families have mutual needs, thus it is natural for us to engage in trade. Junjun fell silent. It was Axiu who, filled with curiosity, asked, Since it is not the Shinka family, who else would dare to rob our Zingov grain convoy? Cheng-yi replied, It is likely some minor families. Minor families? Junjun was taken aback, as she had believed that only the two great families, Zingov and Shinka, existed in this world, never considering the presence of smaller families. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng-yi continued, The minor families in the southeastern region have no need to rob for food. Rather, it is those minor families in the northwest, reportedly oppressed by Shinka and suffering from chronic food shortages. If I am not mistaken, it is likely they are the ones attempting to rob the grain convoy. Why does Shinka suppress the minor families beneath them? Axiu questioned, a look of confusion on her face. As far as he knew, the Star Clan and the minor families beneath them had always coexisted harmoniously. In a display of loyalty, these minor families would send their kin to the front lines, while the Star Clan had consistently shown leniency towards them, providing considerate care in all matters. However, upon hearing this, Cheng-yi revealed a look of disdain, remarking that Star Clan Set was notoriously ambitious and could not tolerate the independent development of those minor families. Such suppression was merely a tactic to compel them into submission and integration into the Star Clan. Wan subtly raised an eyebrow, perceiving that the patriarch of the Star Clan was not an ordinary tyrant. Remembering that Lita had once mentioned the patriarch had shown him favor, she felt a twinge of curiosity about how such a person could bestow any kindness upon him. When the four arrived at the location of the supply convoy in a colossal beast-drawn carriage, the only evidence of prior activity was the myriad tracks on the ground, alongside a scattering of corpses and a severely injured star child. Cheng-yi and the individual were evidently acquainted. Upon seeing Cheng-yi, the other's expression visibly relaxed, prompting Cheng-yi to rush forward and support him. Wan subtly moved her fingers, releasing a gentle wave of celestial energy from her being. A small tree, roughly 10 feet tall, began to grow slowly, swaying as it showered light upon the area. Under the radiance, the injuries of the star child visibly healed at an astonishing rate, and in the blink of an eye, he was restored to health. Most astonishingly, despite his left arm being completely severed below the elbow, a fully intact hand had miraculously grown in its place. Witnessing this left not only Cheng-yi and the others in awe, but even Wan, the one directly involved, was taken aback. Although she had privately experimented on injured beasts from her clan and was aware of her celestial energy's remarkable healing properties, the outcome still surprised her. However, the injuries sustained by those colossal beasts were not particularly grave, nor were they caused by stellar energy. She merely believed that her own stellar energy surpassed that of other children of the stars, unaware of the vast disparity that existed between them. Moreover, numerous constraints impeded progress. To speak of nothing else, both Ahe and Axiu, although healed, found their skin irreversibly damaged. Yet, just moments ago, Wan had caused that child of the stars to manifest a hand from thin air. Realizing the significance of this, Wan immediately turned her gaze toward Ahe and Axiu, her eyes shimmering with incredible brilliance. Meeting her sister's gaze, Ahe and Axiu understood that she had connected the dots, prompting them to smile in unison. As for Halcoin, the very person affected, his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld his regained hand, stammering, Am I dreaming? Without hesitation, Qingyi seized the noticeably softer hand, squeezing it gently, exclaiming, It's warm. There are bones inside. Try to move it. He feared that the hand might merely be ornamental. No need to test. This hand is just like my original one, Halcoin replied, clenching his fist and savoring the sensation. It feels somewhat weaker than before. And the calluses are gone. Compared to such an extraordinary healing child of the stars, the meager provisions of the supply team seemed trivial. Losses were inconsequential, especially since they were merely the handiwork of a small family in the northwest region. If inquiries arose from the Shinka side, there might even be a chance for retaliation. Huan, oblivious to his thoughts, raised an eyebrow and asked, Why not go? Chang'e was taken aback for a moment, furrowing his brow as he remarked, For a therapeutic star child like you, it would be far safer to remain within the confines of your family. Huan frowned, asserting, I possess my own means of self-defense. Although she was indeed more suited to a supportive role as a star child, it did not imply that she would be defenseless on the front lines. Ultimately, her determination to venture to Tianjin stemmed from her concern for a He and a Xiao. Due to her unique circumstances, her family might acquiesce to her staying in Ruinyu City as a mere idle bystander. But there would be no exceptions made for a He and a Xiao. Noticing her steadfastness, Chang'e frowned once more before finally stating, Regardless of whether you go to Tianjin or not, your star energy must be reported to the family. Huan had no objections to this and turned to Hao Jun, inquiring, Senior, could you enlighten us regarding the situation here? At that moment, Hao Jun had already risen, responding politely. The ones robbing the grain are star children from the Duogene family. Their strength is slightly inferior to mine, yet their numbers are considerable, and I was caught off guard. Thus, how much grain was taken? Chang'e inquired. Chang'e hesitated momentarily. The Duogene family had a surplus of metal-type star children, and their speed would not be particularly swift. If they pursued, perhaps they could catch up, but he glanced at Huan and her two brothers beside her. Although he felt confident in facing those star children, their numerical advantage posed a significant threat. If they were to take Huan hostage first, Huan pressed her lips together and declared, You all go ahead and chase them. I will stay on the beast cart with my elder brother and second brother. Chang'e initially intended to refuse, but upon contemplating that he and his companions were traveling in a colossal beast vehicle, while the metallic star child could not take flight, he relented, saying, Very well. Do take care of yourselves. Should anything arise, send me a message via the Jade communicator. Huan nodded and proceeded to board the beast vehicle with a He and a Xiao. Once they were settled, Chang'e joined Hao Jun in pursuit of the bandits. Inside the carriage, Huan gazed at a He and a Xiao with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, Elder brother, second brother, quickly remove your clothes. Chapter 35. The Heavenly Abyss. Understanding Huan's intentions, a He and a Xiao exchanged glances and obediently shed their outer garments, unraveling the bandages until they were left with nothing but their shorts. The three siblings had grown up together, and in the presence of their sister, they felt no sense of shame. Though they had empirical evidence of what was to come, Huan still couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness as slender, delicate shoots began to sprout from her palm, soon swaying gently with tender branches and leaves, casting a sprinkle of radiant light. Under Huan's fervent gaze, the crimson surface of a Xiao's hands and feet, as well as a He's back, gradually faded away, ultimately revealing a pale, yet entirely normal complexion. Huan was taken aback and instinctively covered her mouth, allowing tears to stream down her cheeks uncontrollably. Memories flooded back to her during the sweltering days of the past. Her two brothers would often be covered in blood, sometimes even festering wounds, and no amount of bandaging could staunch the flow. Moreover, whenever their skin suffered damage, they endured far greater pain than others, requiring more time to heal. If one is unfortunate enough to encounter a relentless fever brought on by infection, it can lead to a harrowing struggle between life and death. The palms that wield the knife gradually develop calluses, with each step taken. The soles of their feet may grow unsightly yet protective layers, preventing them from becoming raw and blistered. However, once the skin is lost, they can no longer produce the protective calluses they so desperately need. Huan feels deep within her heart that such a life is scarcely fit for a human to endure. Before a He and Axiu could revel in their joy, they were instead taken aback by the sight of their sister. Huan, why are you crying? Ahei exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Axiu frantically searched for something to dry her tears. Huan retrieved a handkerchief herself, smiling through her tears as she said, I am happy. Happy that you can finally live like normal people. However, things were not going smoothly for Changyi and Haojuan. It was not that they had failed to pursue the star child of Duojin or that their opponent was too powerful to overcome. Rather, they were confronted with the sight of compartments sealed with metal. Changyi and Haojuan felt a headache coming on. What should we do? It seems our clan does not possess a star child of the metal attribute, Haojuan remarked, perplexed. The Xinglu family occasionally produces star children of the gold, fire, or lightning attributes, but such occurrences are infrequent, perhaps once every few decades. Yet, coincidentally, there is currently a star child of the fire attribute in the family, but none of the metal attribute. Changyi rubbed his forehead, deciding to set that concern aside for the moment. Let us first regroup with Huan. Otherwise, I fear she may encounter trouble. Upon hearing this, Haojuan immediately disregarded the matter of the 20,000 pounds of grain. Compared to such a superlative healing star child, the loss of 20,000 pounds of grain seemed trivial. Thus, the two hastened in their 3 colossal vehicles to rendezvous with Huan. Upon hearing their so-called predicament, Huan displayed a peculiar expression, gazing at them as if they were simpletons. Noticing their prolonged bewilderment, Huan finally spoke. Have you forgotten that this batch of provisions is destined for Xingke? Changyi and Haojun were momentarily taken aback, then their faces illuminated with understanding. Indeed. How could they have overlooked such an important detail? Although they lacked the metallic attribute of the star child, Xingke certainly possessed one. Moreover, seizing this opportunity, they could also take the chance to taunt their counterparts. With a plan in mind, the two men no longer felt the urgency. As Huan insisted on continuing the journey, Changyi had no choice but to bid farewell to Haojun, leaving him behind to await the family's reinforcements. It wasn't that Haojun lacked confidence in safeguarding the provisions alone, but the destination was Xingke, and venturing there alone seemed rather unseemly. Furthermore, they still wished to confront their adversaries with some semblance of grandeur. As for Huan's insistence on departing first, it stemmed from a desire to avoid encountering the family's reinforcements. Huan had conjured countless imaginings of Tianjian, yet none could compare to the minuscule fraction of awe inspired by the scene before her. Before her, the boundless horizon revealed a massive chasm that cleaved the majestic and resplendent Black Mountains. Beneath the celestial canopy, countless star energy stones cascaded like shooting stars, occasionally erupting into a splendid display of fireworks. Below, the leaping and dancing star children, though undoubtedly graceful, appeared as diminutive as ants in their defiance against nature. This stark contrast evoked profound shock within the hearts of those who beheld the spectacle for the first time. Upon observing the 3 children wide-eyed and silent, Changyi felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia wash over him. He spoke gently. Come, I shall escort you to the family's logistics station for registration. As they registered, a family member discreetly scrutinized Huan, believing her gaze to be subtle. However, Huan was acutely aware of the scrutiny. It was evident that the family had likely disseminated information regarding her circumstances. Subsequently, Changyi led them to meet the chief commander of the family at the front lines. Xiongcheng regarded the trio of siblings with a mixture of concern and contemplation. Do you wish to act independently or join an existing team? He pondered that. Despite the potential burden of the extraordinary healing abilities of Huan, a prodigious child of the stars, would surely attract numerous willing teams. Without hesitation, Huan shook her head, declaring, we prefer to act alone. She wished to shield Ahei and Xiu from disdain, and moreover, she preferred to dedicate her entire focus to her 2 brothers. The thought of them getting injured while she diverted her attention to protecting others was simply unacceptable. Xiongcheng, while not particularly surprised, replied, even so, you should initially accompany my team. Once you have acclimated to the situation here, you may operate independently. Noticing Huan's inclination to refuse, he added, this is customary. With his assertion, Huan reluctantly acquiesced. Xiongcheng's team comprised only 5 members, his biological sister, Xiucheng, and 3 brothers, Shuifeng, Fengyu, and Atian. Upon hearing the last self-introduction, Huan couldn't help but pause momentarily. The names of the 3 brothers, while the first 2 can be overlooked, the last one seems rather incongruous. Atian, accustomed to the puzzled expressions that his name elicits from others, explained with a simple smile, when I was added to the family tree. I couldn't think of a suitable name. so I let the staff choose one at random. Upon hearing this, the trio of Jun exchanged sympathetic glances. I consider myself fortunate. At least my name is easy to pronounce, and after all these years, I've grown used to it. Those with less favorable names, Tion chuckled. We had a pair of siblings in our cohort who, due to their reluctance to name them properly, ended up with the names A Cho and A Xiang. Jun scratched his nose, reflecting that compared to A Cho and A Xiang, A Tion's name was indeed a source of comfort. Meanwhile, Shou Qing jested from the side. A Tion, you might as well take solace in that. Just be cautious not to get beaten up again next time. Chapter 36. The cold pool that must surely be your doing, Shou Qing, A Tion huffed. Observing the confused expressions on Jun and the others, the gentle-hearted Feng Yu chuckled and clarified. A Tion enjoys using A Cho and A Xiang as examples whenever people tease him about his name. As a result, those siblings became rather famous. And naturally their grievances have their rightful causes. At this, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, A Tion had endured quite a bit at the hands of that pair of siblings. Jun, however, was astonished. A Cho and A Xiang are both star children? Otherwise, it's hard to imagine an ordinary warrior being able to give a star child a thorough beating, especially since Xiuchang is the top authority of Tianjin. As his teammate, A Tion's strength must be considerable. I know what you're surprised about. Shui Feng, smiling brightly, remarked, what is so extraordinary about this? Their fortune is indeed commendable, yet all three of their siblings perished. After a brief pause, he added, do not be misled by the fact that the three of us are children of the stars. It may seem fortunate, but in truth, we had 9 brothers at the outset. Wan fell silent, while Xiucheng summarized, in this world, it is exceedingly difficult for siblings to survive together. The conversation came to a halt as Xiucheng led the 3 of them to their base. Initially, Wan had assumed their base would be situated beneath the heavenly abyss in the cold pool. Upon learning of the cold pool's effects, her first thought was to immerse herself in it for 24 hours if circumstances permitted. However, to her surprise, Xiucheng and his companions had established their base in a cave artificially carved into the cliffside. Moreover, as Wan approached, she discovered that the cliff was riddled with numerous caves, and upon entering, she realized these caves were not only profoundly deep, but also interconnected in all directions. At Xiucheng's prompting, Wan glanced across to the opposite cliff, where, despite the mist and the countless falling star energy stones, she could faintly discern a multitude of caves. The black-skinned beings from Xingke resided in the caves on the opposite side. Xiangqing explained, typically, there is little conflict between our two sides. However, exceptional circumstances do arise. It is important to note that the southeast and northwest regions are separated by the heavenly abyss, and to traverse from one side to the other, one must pass through it. In our daily endeavors, aside from vying for the star energy stones, our primary mission is to thwart those dark-skinned intruders attempting to stealthily infiltrate the territory of the stars. Huan, fully aware of the situation, gazed at the rain cascading from the heavens and inquired, has the rain here always been like this? Xiuqing replied, currently, this is considered mild. During severe weather, those star energy stones can crash into the base, leaving the inhabitants scurrying about like mice trapped in a bottle. Pausing for a moment, she turned her gaze to Ahei and Axiu, adding, the children of the stars are fortunate. You two are the ones in peril. Huan understood all too well, recalling how a mere brush with a star energy stone had rendered her incapacitated. Had it not been for Lita's tireless efforts to procure medicinal herbs for her, she might have languished for years. With a solemn expression, she declared, I will ensure the safety of my brothers. Hearing her words, Xiuqing and the others felt a sense of helplessness, while Ahei and Axiu were stirred with a sense of urgency, silently resolving to grow stronger, determined not to hinder their sister. That night, Xiuqing made a special arrangement for them to spend the night in the cave. Strangely enough, it was rather comfortable. Despite being a cave, years of renovation had rendered it indistinguishable from a typical dwelling, complete with a kitchen and bathroom. Notably, each of the 3 was assigned a cave with its own restroom, eliminating any inconvenience. The following day, Huan greeted Xiuqing and expressed her desire to explore the icy pool below. Given the high likelihood of encountering the dark-skinned intruders from Xingke there, Xiuqing was understandably concerned for their safety and ultimately decided to accompany them. At the cave entrance, Xiuqing first instructed them on how to maintain a thin layer of star energy shield enveloping their bodies. Though this matter may seem simple in theory, its execution is fraught with challenges. The thickness of the stellar energy defense shield is of paramount importance. It must not be too thin, lest it be breached by the stellar energy stone, nor too thick, as this would not only waste stellar energy, but could also lead to a catastrophic explosion if impacted directly. It requires a delicate balance, not too thick, not too thin, while maintaining a certain degree of resilience to effectively deflect the stellar energy stones. Even in the event of an explosion, the safety of oneself must remain intact. Additionally, vigilance regarding the surrounding circumstances is crucial. One must avoid colliding with stellar energy stones deflected by other shields. Particular attention should be paid to the movements of those with dark skin. One must not fall victim to treachery. Xiongcheng advised with a calm demeanor. While neither side would deliberately escalate hostilities, should an opportunity to ensnare the enemy present itself, no one would hesitate to seize it. Wan firmly nodded, holding Ah with her left hand and Ah Xiu with her right, declaring, "Eldest brother, second brother, we shall proceed hand in hand." Upon hearing this, not only Xiongcheng, but also Ah and Ah Xiu felt a sense of unease. With one hand occupied, Wan seemed to be a liability, dragging them down. Just as Xiongcheng was about to offer assistance, she assured him, "Do not worry. I can activate the stellar energy without freeing my hands." Xiongcheng, somewhat skeptical, was soon convinced when he observed the stellar energy defense shield she conjured enveloping both Ah and Ah Xiu flawlessly, exhibiting the perfect balance of thickness and resilience. Under the circumstances of Tianjian, the most agile among them would be those with wind attributes, earth attributes, and gold attributes. Descending from the cliff to the depths below would not be an easy feat, however. The environment here is particularly unique. The starlight energy in the air is so dense it borders on terrifying. While ordinary individuals may only feel a sense of oppression, the children of the stars can directly harness the starlight energy within them, resonating with the external world to achieve the ability to soar through the skies. Initially, as she held on to Ah and Axiu, and being her first experience of levitation, Wan struggled to maintain her balance. Fortunately, after some practice, she adapted and followed closely behind Xiongcheng as they dove downward. Time seemed to blur as Wan grew accustomed to the repeated bursts of starlight energy and gradually discovered the technique to evade the starlight energy stones released by her companions. The surroundings remained enveloped in swirling mists, with falling starlight energy stones trailing long white vaporous tails, creating a scene both magnificent and enchanting. "Prepare to adjust your posture," Xiongcheng suddenly instructed from below. Although Wan could not see the cold pool, she complied without hesitation. Interestingly, it was her first encounter with a white water pool. Yet, the whiteness of this pool was not gentle. Instead, it emanated an intense chill, exuding a distinctly aggressive aura. Even from several meters away, the icy air assaulted her senses, and to her astonishment, she felt the moisture penetrating her knees in a mere moment. Chapter 37. The flesh bud before her lay not a scene of stillness. Whenever a starlight energy stone plunged into the cold pool, it would create a spray of water, presenting a dynamic vista imbued with an indescribable dreamlike beauty. The bottom of the cold pool was strewn with numerous starlight energy stones, yet retrieving them proved to be a daunting task, for the deeper one descended, the colder the pool became, as Xiongcheng remarked. As Wan gazed downward, she initially failed to notice, yet soon discovered that there were individuals swimming beneath the cold pool. Indeed, amidst the swirling mist, the undulating surface of the water presented a peculiar beauty. However, before Wan could savor the scene for more than a few seconds, a figure suddenly burst forth from the water, soaring into the air like a great fish, only to tremble as if shaken in a sieve. Xiongcheng laughed heartily. "Do not be astonished. You too shall experience this." "Indeed," Xiongcheng replied somewhat disgruntled. "The cold pool is quite frigid." Wan turned to Ah and Xiu. "Shall we give it a try?" Ah and Xiu had no objections. Wan cautioned, "If it becomes unbearable, just let me know, and I will pull you out." Although Ah and Xiu originally possessed stronger physiques than hers, the current circumstances rendered that uncertain. No matter how weak a child of the stars may be, their constitution would invariably surpass that of an ordinary warrior. Xiongcheng added, "We shall not enter. If you find it intolerable, we will assist you." As it was Wan's first descent into the cold pool, he intended to keep a watchful eye, while Ah and Xiu were merely accompanying him. Grateful, Wan led Ah and Xiu into the icy depths. Despite her mental preparation, the moment she entered the cold pool, an involuntary shiver coursed through her. Almost simultaneously, Tendrils of chill permeated her limbs. A coldness so profound it seemed capable of freezing her very soul. Yet, she distinctly sensed that, alongside this icy invasion, her meridians were fortifying at a visibly rapid pace. And her flesh began to refine itself. In a moment of joy, a sudden sound of something breaking through the air echoed above. Wan furrowed her brow slightly, and the external star energy defense shield swiftly expanded, silently deflecting the star energy stone. Beside her, the formidable Chung was somewhat taken aback. He had intended to demonstrate a technique, but was surprised that Wan had intuitively mastered it without prior instruction. While Wan adapted to the frigid waters of the cold pool, on the other side, after sending off the grain convoy led by Xing Liu, Sate grabbed a teapot nearby and hurled it with force. A bunch of insubordinate scoundrels. The teapot collided with the door, shattering along with the tea inside. Heaven knows how challenging it is to procure grain. Although Xing Liu also needed their weapons, the crux of the matter is, weapons, when well maintained, can last for many years, but food is a consumable. Lita shot him a glance, saying, "So did you pay for the mineral resources those small families offered?" Sate was momentarily at a loss for words before responding. The entire Northwest region is our territory, so those mineral resources naturally belong to us. Why should I pay for my own possessions? Lita regarded him with a knowing look, remarking, "It's no wonder the leader of Xing Liu does not share your views. With attitudes like yours, you certainly exhibit tendencies of a tyrant." "Bah," Sate retorted angrily. "That applies to outsiders. If they were one of our own, would I act this way?" This statement held a kernel of truth. Sate was indeed known for his irritable and domineering nature, yet he was genuinely benevolent towards his kin, a fiercely protective trait that is rare to find. However, Lita inwardly shook his head. Being overly discerning of insiders and outsiders was not necessarily a good thing. "How do you intend to deal with the Duogene family?" He turned and inquired. Sate's expression darkened. They desired food, yet he resolutely refused to provide any. He could hardly believe that, on the brink of starvation, they would still refuse to join the Star Science family. Lita, upon hearing this, remained non-committal and merely remarked, "Be cautious, lest your attempts to pilfer result in greater loss." In truth, Lita's comment was rather casual, yet she did not foresee. "What do you think?" Wan glanced at Ahei and Axio. Compared to her, Ahei and Axia had emerged from the cold pool much earlier. Ahei clenched his fist, his face alight with excitement. "The effects of the cold pool are remarkable. Half a day here surpasses 10 days of training previously." Axio, standing nearby, also wore a joyful expression. Wan narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Tonight, I shall use stellar energy to refine your bodies. Tomorrow, we will delve into the cold pool to search for medicinal herbs. Henceforth, you shall train in the cold pool during the day and refine your bodies with stellar energy at night." "Excellent." Ahei and Axia nodded in agreement. Observing the three siblings' swift planning for the future, the individuals from Xiong City exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. In this region of Tianjin, devoid of animals, they could only await the transportation of meat from the Longling grasslands, while grains and vegetables were cultivated within the cave by wood-affiliated ability users. However, among the more capable star children, food primarily consisted of a peculiar plant known as meat buds. This plant bore a resemblance to sprout buds, and due to its immense energy content, it was particularly suitable for the high consumption needs of the star children. Nevertheless, meat buds were not suitable for ordinary individuals. Warriors like Ahei and Axiu could consume sprout buds, yet even a piece the size of a thumb would suffice to satiate them. "Where does this grow?" Wan inquired. "The buds grow in the crevices of the cliffs, making them difficult to harvest, and their numbers are quite limited." After a pause, Xiongqing added, "Especially that group of black-skinned individuals across from us. They do not have the same abundance of food as we do. They often come over here to gather meat buds. If you encounter them, do not hesitate. If you can take them down, do so." Ation nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, that group of black-skinned individuals seems like reincarnated starving ghosts. Every time food is transported here, we must be cautious of their attempts to rob us." Wan, feeling somewhat perplexed, wondered aloud, "Is Xingku truly so deprived of food? Did they not say they would exchange weapons for provisions? For we require fewer weapons than they do food." Shui Feng remarked, "Indeed, it is not only Xingku that suffers from a lack of food. The common folk there are also in dire need." Xiu Cheng, also munching on meat buds, concurred, "Right. And yet the chieftain of Xingku refuses to trade star energy stones for food, leading to inevitable hunger." Feng Yu concluded, "This is autumn. Mark my words, come winter, The commoners will risk venturing to the front lines in search of star energy stones, then secretly seek ways to exchange them for food with us. Chapter 38. Food shortage. What they discussed was previously unknown to Wan Wan, who stared wide-eyed and asked, "Is Xingke truly that short on food?" "Indeed. How could they not be?" Xiao Cheng scoffed. "In the northwest, there are many mountains and mines, but not a single proper field. Furthermore, there are hardly any wood element star children in the northwest, which means they virtually produce no food." Jian Jian furrowed her brows, somewhat astonished, and inquired, "Are you saying that the southeastern region bears the entire grain supply for the stellar realm?" Shui Feng nodded in affirmation. Jian Jian, with a look of hesitation, expressed, "Do we truly possess such fertile lands in the southeastern region?" This was the first time Jian Jian had encountered such information, and she could not help but exclaim, "If this is the case, the combat prowess of our family. When it comes to warfare, it is widely acknowledged that our stellar clan is inferior to the Xingke clan." Xiong Cheng bluntly stated, "Take the Tianjian side for instance. The number of our stellar sons is 1/3 less than that of the Xingke. If a real conflict were to occur, we would likely find ourselves overwhelmed by them. However," he added, "the Xingke clan would not dare to act so recklessly. If they did, it would not bode well for them either. It would merely differentiate between dying sooner or later." Jian Jian fell into silence, contemplating the absurdity of this world. As far as she knew, the Xingke family had long been adept in metallurgy and weapon crafting. Apart from arms, various hemp and cotton products produced by the stellar clan were sent to the Xingke for weaving and tailoring. This was not to say that the stellar clan could not engage in weaving and tailoring. Rather, they were simply too preoccupied to do so. As for the common folk, while some did partake in such crafts, their efforts were scattered and lacked organization. Achieving self-sufficiency was already a commendable feat. Furthermore, due to the presence of celestial calamities, they often suffered devastating losses, leading the majority of commoners to prefer idleness over the risks of labor. It could be said that this was a profoundly unhealthy world, with the weight of its pressures resting heavily upon the stellar sons. Meanwhile, the common people, though burdened with no responsibilities, also lacked even the most basic human rights. In the evening, Xiong Cheng spoke to Jian Jian and the others about the duties of the night watch. Ordinarily, a star child is required to stand watch at each of the 5 cave entrances. Typically, each person only takes the first half of the night. As a new addition, you will also be included in the rotation. No objections. One found this to be perfectly reasonable. Ahei and Axiu also expressed their willingness to participate in the night watch. However, Xiongqing stated bluntly, "You two need not stand guard. It's not out of consideration for you, but rather because the heavenly cleft is populated entirely by star children. Ordinary individuals like yourselves would be of little use, even if you were on watch." Ahei and Axiu exchanged glances, understandably embarrassed, but they insisted, "Then we shall stand watch with Wan Wan." Upon hearing this, Xiongqing did not voice further opposition. Wan Wan watched, feeling a pang of sympathy, yet she was powerless to alter the situation, as such occurrences were inevitable. However, even Wan Wan could not have foreseen that she would encounter a significant event during her first night watch. She was the first to detect unusual sounds emanating from the cold pond. Initially, she assumed someone was desperately seeking to become stronger, immersing themselves in the cold pond even at night. However, upon hearing faint climbing sounds and the dripping of water, she realized something was amiss. Wan Wan used a communication jade to send a message to the star children standing watch in nearby caves. Soon, several star children gathered around her. Fengyu had a lighter slumber and was awakened by the astral energy fluctuations on the communication jade, and he followed and ran out. After hearing Wan Wan's account, he directly used his astral energy to sense the area, and then frowned and said, "Indeed, there is a star child approaching the cave. If my senses are accurate, it should be a metal attribute star child." Metal attribute? Then it must be the dark-skinned one from the other side. Everyone, prepare for battle. In a moment, the crowd stood ready for action. Duojin Wanxin, after much effort, finally ascended with his kin, only to find himself surrounded by a host of star children. The biting cold, which had numbed his senses, prompted him to shiver involuntarily. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace and said, "Please do not misunderstand. We are the star children of the Duojin family, and I am Wan Xin, the son of the clan leader. We harbor no ill intentions." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. "The Duojin family?" Wan Wan replied, taken aback. "What brings you here?" "Sinny," Wan Xin instinctively called out, a flicker of struggle and shame crossing his face. In the world of Xinglan, Betrayal was held in great disdain. Although he had come this far, a part of him still hesitated. The Shinka family was undoubtedly unscrupulous, yet who could assure him that the Zingel family would treat them kindly? Even if Zingel was generally benevolent to the smaller families, if the Duojin family were to be perceived as traitors. Sini, however, asserted with a rising tone. The Duojin family has been without food for 6 days. Over a dozen elderly and children have perished from starvation. Since the Shinka family offers us no path to survival, why should we still recognize them as our sovereign clan? 6 days without food. Wan and the others gasped, realizing that losing merely a dozen elderly and children under such dire circumstances was, in fact, a small toll. Even the star children would begin to falter after 6 days without sustenance. Wanshin appeared somewhat despondent as he addressed Wan and the others. That is the situation. I do not know if the Zingel family would be willing to accept us. The group exchanged glances, and one among them spoke. I shall go summon Xiongcheng. A curious child of the stars, known as the Broomhead, inquired with interest. I cannot believe you have not noticed that the Shinka family seeks to compel your compliance. Currently, it is only the elderly, the weak, and women who suffer from hunger. They remain indifferent. Once you, the children of the stars, also face starvation, they will have no choice but to relent. The act of satyr is evident to anyone with discernment. Wang Xian responded with a wry smile. Indeed. But we cannot bear to watch our kin, the elderly, the weak, and the women, perish before our eyes. Unlike the cold and indifferent families like Zingel and Shinka, the Duojin family, though smaller in stature, possesses an unparalleled sense of unity and belonging that transcends the larger families. The Broomhead recognized this and lazily remarked, surely, the Duojin family comprises more than just you children of the stars? Though the Duojin family is modest, it boasts a few thousand members. And even if the children of the stars comprise merely a tenth of that, it still amounts to several hundred individuals. In contrast, the number of people Wang Xian has brought along is merely around 20. Chapter 39. The thousand-handed forest. Wang Xian had long contemplated this matter. The remaining children of the stars would stay home. Should Zingel be willing to accept the Duojin family, the children of the stars would wholeheartedly escort the elderly and weak of their clan. The Broomhead raised an eyebrow. Do you have confidence in this plan? Wang Xian sighed at the inquiry, admitting, I lack confidence, but we must take this gamble. The Shinka family wishes to use the Duojin as an example to instill fear. Yet the Duojin are unwilling to be mere pawns in their game. Although the Duojin family is small, they have been accustomed to freedom for thousands of years. It now appears that taking a step back could lead to vast opportunities. However, once other smaller families are assimilated, it is all too clear that the monkey, afraid of the butcher, will harbor resentment towards the chicken. They find themselves with no options left. At this moment, Xiongcheng strides forward and declares, as long as you can reach Tianjian, we are prepared to confront Shinka head-on for your ownership. His decisive stance brings a sense of relief to Wang Xian and the others, while Wan is left utterly astonished. Once in private, she cannot help but inquire. Xiongqing, shouldn't you consult the clan leader before making such a decision? This is rather abrupt, without even a hint of hesitation. Moreover, the affairs of the Duojin family seem to fall under Shinka's internal matters. Is it appropriate for us to interfere? Xiongqing reassures her, rest assured. I still possess this level of authority. Noticing Wan's confusion, he continues, ultimately, we remain adversaries of Shinka, and opportunities to undermine them are scarce. With this situation presented before us, we have no reason to relinquish it. On that day, Xiongcheng summoned all the offensive star children from the vicinity of Tianjian for a meeting, with the sole exception of Wan. He laid out the circumstances and stated, when the Duojin family arrives, that will be our moment to act. Until then, we must ensure that those black-skinned members of Shinka do not catch wind of our plans. He turned to Wang Xian and the other star children from the Duojin family, cautioning, before your kin arrive, you must not leave the cave. We cannot afford for those black-skinned members of Shinka to see you. Wang Xian nodded solemnly in agreement. Xiongcheng turned to the few wind attribute star children present and said, in the coming days, you must remain vigilant and pay close attention to the movements across from us. We cannot allow Xingku to seize the initiative. As the leader of the wind attribute star children, Fengyu nodded solemnly. Xiongcheng then addressed the other star children, stating, your task will be to thwart the star children of Xingku. He then looked at Wan and asked, will you be responsible for the support and logistics of this team? Although the number of attack-oriented star children from the Xing Lu family was limited, there were still thousands present. Wanwan considered this and replied, "I will do my best," seeing that she had not made any guarantees but had nonetheless agreed. Xiong Chung let out a sigh of relief. It was not that he intended to place all the burden of support on Wanwan. Rather, the Star Children on their side were already outnumbered by those on the opposing side. If they did not exploit some openings, breaching Xingke's defenses would indeed be quite challenging. He had already prepared himself for the long journey ahead. It was unlikely that all of Xingke's dark-skinned members could converge at once. The other Star Children merely needed to buy time. Under circumstances of uncertainty, those dark-skinned members would not strike with lethal intent. In that case, deploying elite troops against the temporarily formed team of Xingke would yield a considerable advantage. Even though the Star Children of Xinglu may not match Xingke in sheer ferocity, with careful planning and Wanwan's support, they should face no significant issues. In the days that followed, while Xingke remained unaware, things on the Xinglu side appeared to proceed as usual, yet preparations were underway with fervent enthusiasm. At the moment the wind carried the message, the mighty city of heroes rose abruptly and declared, "Let us depart." In an instant, thousands of Star Children silently followed him into the frigid depths. Concurrently, Wanwan and several others stepped forth as well. In truth, when the white-skinned Star leader suddenly appeared before them, carrying an individual on his back and soaring across, the Star Children of the Star Science were momentarily taken aback. The Doran family had betrayed them and allied with the enemy. A fire element Star Child was the first to regain composure, conjuring a fireball several meters in radius that abruptly materialized in the sky and hurtled down with tremendous force. Almost simultaneously, Wanwan knelt on one knee, her hands clasped upon the ground, and intoned, "Thousand-Hand Forest." In an instant, her form transformed into an endless source of stellar energy, radiating outward in a torrent of wood elemental energy, enveloping her entire team within its embrace. What ensued was a breathtaking spectacle. A fantastical forest of colossal trees emerged, captivating the gaze of all present. Not only the black-skinned Star Children of Star Science, but even those of Star Leader were momentarily awestruck by her grand display. Then, as they were still in a daze, the colossal trees in the center began to shift, creating a pathway for their allies to traverse toward the opposite side. Wanwan closed her eyes, locating all her comrades within the Thousand-Hand Forest. Arrows manifested atop the massive trees, guiding her companions toward the passageway. Although the Star Children of Star Leader were bewildered, they recognized Wanwan as an ally, and thus understood that the trees she conjured were indeed friendly. Without hesitation, they began to hasten toward the passageway, following the arrow's direction. However, there are always some fortunate dark-skinned individuals, either already present at the portal or nearby, accompanied by the Starlit Children, who followed them into the passage. On this side, the Starlit Children, led by the Xian City, desperately rushed towards the opposite side, while the Starlit Children who arrived took their positions on either side of the path, engaging in battle with the dark-skinned adversaries. Initially, no one noticed, but soon, the existence of the Thousand-Hand Forest became apparent, revealing that it served more than merely obscuring vision as an obstacle. A gust of wind swept through, causing the colossal trees to emanate a radiant glow, and then, the injuries of the wounded Starlit Children began to heal at a visibly astonishing pace. A dark-skinned warrior had just slit the throat of a white-skinned opponent. However, the fatal wound vanished in the blink of an eye. Were it not for the lingering traces of blood, one might have thought it all a mere figment of their imagination. Chapter 40. A grand engagement. To speak of the most extravagant occurrences, the most extraordinary moment was when a white-skinned individual had an ear severed, only for the dark-skinned onlooker to witness the emergence of a new ear on the other side. The dark-skinned warrior was nearly paralyzed with fear, stammering incoherently. You. Not only was he bewildered, but even the white-skinned individual involved was stunned, repeatedly reaching up to touch the newly grown ear. In fact, at nearly the same moment, all dark-skinned and white-skinned combatants found themselves in a state of confusion. Additionally, some dark-skinned individuals trapped within the Thousand-Hand Forest, after meandering through numerous paths without any resolution, grew impatient and began to directly use stellar energy to wreak havoc upon the forest. However, it did not take long for the dark-skinned individuals to realize that no matter how they attempted to destroy the colossal trees, these magnificent entities would restore themselves in the blink of an eye. Although they surmised that the tree's regeneration consumed stellar energy, they could not afford to expend all their time on such endeavors. Particularly, Judging by the speed at which the giants restored themselves, it was evident that their adversaries were still quite at ease. Though the heavenly rift was vast, the speed of the Children of the Stars had already successfully escorted the members of the Duogene family to safety. However, this did not signify the conclusion of the conflict. The faction of Shinka was unwilling to concede, and the faction of Zingel was already ablaze with fury. There had always been deep-seated animosities between the two parties, which had previously been restrained. Now, once unleashed, the hostilities appeared endless. In an instant, the war not only persisted but also escalated. At this juncture, those dark-skinned individuals who had been delayed by other white-skinned individuals became aware of the unfolding events, and the notion of restraint vanished. Both sides were now fully committed to the fray. Yun Xiao nodded, reassuringly stating that at this juncture, he would not allow the efforts of all to be in vain. When news arrived from the surveillance of the Duogene family, Satyr sensed something amiss. Without hesitation, he ordered a thorough search of the village where the Duogene family resided. Indeed, it was found to be deserted. Upon receiving the report, Satyr's countenance darkened as he commanded. Relay the order. All Children of the Stars of 2-star rank and above are to mobilize and pursue the Duogene family. The Children of the Stars are categorized into ranks: 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star, a rather rudimentary classification that serves to distinguish the varying levels of their prowess. Although Zingel did not place much significance on this ranking, Shinka was accustomed to using it to classify the Children of the Stars into distinct tiers. The tribesmen who came to report hastily descended to convey the message, while Lita expressed some surprise, saying, "Do you intend to take personal action? It is well known that those above 2 stars, including Sate himself, are involved." "Go." Sate gritted his teeth and replied, "If this matter succeeds, our star science will truly become a laughingstock." He had underestimated the Doran family, not anticipating their audacity. Lita remained noncommittal. Simultaneously, Yun Xiao delivered the Doran family to Ruinyu City, where Fang He personally received him. After hearing Yun Xiao recount the details, Fang He pondered for a moment before stating, "Issue an order for all the star children who have been on the front lines and are in good health to gather in the square." Once the tribesmen departed, she sought out several elders of the family and declared, "I intend to personally lead an expedition to Tianjin. Please manage matters here in Ruinyu City." At her words, the elders were taken aback. The eldest elder, who was the youngest in age, could not help but exclaim, "What is the rationale behind this? Is it really necessary for you, the clan leader, to personally intervene for the mere reception of the Doran family? Indeed, in Haven Tea we already secured them?" The third elder chimed in. The other elders began to grasp the situation, witnessing the two naive individuals, and they all shook their heads in disbelief. Fang He's usually gentle demeanor turned icy. Knowing Sate's temperament, he would undoubtedly take to the front lines himself. "If I do not go, no one will be able to restrain him." Upon hearing this, the eldest and third elders appeared somewhat skeptical, while the other elders harbored no doubts whatsoever. "Clan leader, you should go. We will safeguard Ruinyu City," the eldest elder stated emphatically. The fierce conflict between the two clan leaders was utterly unforeseen. Thus, 2 days later, as the battle raged fervently in Tianjin, the expressions of everyone turned blank upon the arrival of Satyr and Fanghe with their troops. At that moment, Huan was already quite exhausted. Had it not been for the ample supply of medicinal herbs prepared by Xiongqing for her replenishment, she would have likely succumbed to utter fatigue. Even so, her condition was far from optimal, with her sweat-soaked hair clinging to her face in disarray. For Huan, the greatest toll was not the consumption of star energy, but rather the strain on her mental fortitude, as managing the entirety of the Thousand-Hand Forest was an exceedingly complex and arduous task. Seizing the moment when the fighting paused, she instinctively grabbed the nearby herbs, stuffing them into her mouth without a second thought. Upon reaching the scene, Lita was taken aback by the sight of his daughter, who appeared as though she hadn't eaten in 3 days, instantly filling his heart with concern. When Satyr and Fanghe laid eyes on one another, their expressions soured dramatically. Those aware of their history averted their gazes, feigning indifference, and for a moment, apart from the sound of rain falling, Tianjin was enveloped in an eerie silence. Ultimately, it was Satyr who shattered the stillness, his gaze sweeping across the forest evidently conjured by star energy, and with a sardonic smile, he remarked, "I was unaware that Star Rate had produced such a formidable wood attribute star child." However, in truth, upon his arrival, he had already received reports regarding Huan's condition, which had surprised him. Yet, his words were not born of genuine goodwill, but rather a calculated maneuver. Although a confrontation with these pale-skinned warriors loomed, there are no eternal adversaries. Considering the long term, fostering a good relationship with such a healing star child could prove advantageous. It is noteworthy that their family has quite a number of star children who have retired due to old ailments. If only they could be healed. However, upon hearing the name called by Fangha, Cedar's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 41. The World Tree. Recently, Cedar has frequently encountered the name Huan. Although Lita is usually taciturn, whenever she speaks, it is invariably about how beautiful, adorable, and endearing Huan is, to the point of nearly driving him to exasperation. Thus, upon hearing this name from Fangha, Cedar's instinctive reaction was to glance at Lita. What he beheld was Lita's expression of profound sorrow and her infatuated gaze, which struck him like a thunderbolt. Cedar nearly choked on his breath. He could not allow that woman across from him to mock him. Even Lita, despite her usual obliviousness, sensed the hostility in Cedar's eyes. With a light cough, she feigned innocence and asked, "Tribe leader, what troubles you?" Cedar, gritting his teeth in frustration, turned to Fangha and declared, "I know you would refuse to hand over the members of the Dorjin family, so let us not waste words. Let us engage in a contest." He understood her too well. She appeared gentle but was more resolute than anyone when faced with a challenge. Even though this was not his first encounter with Fangha's veiled sharpness, Cedar was still infuriated. With a cold snort, he unleashed a torrent of blazing flames from beneath his feet. The scale of the flames rivaled that of Huan's thousand-hand forest, particularly. Huan sensed the stellar energy within these flames and was astonished by their incredible heat. Yet, Fangha was unfazed. She spread her arms wide, and a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. Astonishingly, the raindrops were green, not a lush green, but a bizarrely vibrant and striking hue. The ability possessed by Shinka Set is known as the Hellfire Furnace, an astonishingly high temperature that, if not deliberately controlled, could incinerate the cliffs of Tianjin into molten rock. Xiongqing explained beside Huan, "Our chief's ability is called the soul-bewitching drizzle. As you can observe, each droplet is laced with a potent venom." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Our chief is the first in history to transform from a support-type star child into an offensive-type star child. The soul-bewitching drizzle was originally a nurturing rain, a form of large-scale healing ability." Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. How could a support-type star child metamorphose into an offensive type? By daringly merging with star energy stones that resonate not with one's own essence, Xiongqing replied gravely. If successful, it can greatly enhance one's power. However, thus far, only our chief has succeeded, while all others who have attempted have perished. Huan fell silent. Her curiosity piqued. What perilous circumstance could have compelled the chief to undertake such a dangerous endeavor? It was known that before her, no one had ever achieved this feat. When the chief made this decision, it was undoubtedly a gamble where he had no alternatives left. As the Hellfire Furnace manifested, its heat almost instantly drenched everyone on the battlefield in sweat. In that moment, the few ice-type star children on their side began to unleash their star energy incessantly. As the soul-bewitching drizzle descended, the clash of water and fire conjured a green poisonous mist that swiftly permeated the air. The wind-type star children on their side, well acquainted with the chief, relentlessly conjured a fierce gale towards the opposing forces. The war was on the verge of erupting. As Set and Fang launched themselves towards each other in unison, the will of destiny descended like a blade. The rain transformed into a venomous python. A colossal blade, wrought from black flames, materialized high in the sky, viciously descending towards Fangha. In an astonishing turn of events, a luminous green python surged forth from Fangha's grasp, swiftly intercepting the onslaught of the massive blade. At that moment, both faction star children sprang into action. On the dark-skinned side, a metallic wall was erected in midair, effectively shielding them from the toxic miasma, while the pale-skinned faction skillfully manipulated the frigid waters below, shaping them into weapons and ferocious beasts to counter the enemy. Junjun had initially intended to join the fray, yet was restrained by Xiongqing, who advised her to take a moment to rest. The urgency was not yet upon them. He refrained from suggesting she abstain from combat, for he understood that the prowess of Xing'Lv paled in comparison to that of Shinka. The absence of Junjun's formidable support would create a significant disparity. Meanwhile, the concealed Ahe and Ashio hurried forward, one to dab her brow and the other to offer her water. "Junjun, are you all right?" Ahe inquired quietly, clenching his fist. At that moment, Ashio presented her with a skewer of grilled meat. The consecutive days of battle had not been without their advantages for her. Prior to this, She had speculated that her star energy sustainability would be commendable. However, upon actual engagement, she discovered that her endurance was nothing short of extraordinary. Were it not for her mental fatigue, she believed her thousand-hand forest could easily endure for another 2 days. Satyr and Fangha were locked in a fierce confrontation, their long-standing rivalry rendering them intimately familiar with one another, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Midway through their clash, Satyr suddenly recalled Lita and began to search the battlefield for his presence. However, upon witnessing him engaged in a lively exchange with a white-skinned individual, Satyr felt a surge of indignation. That audacious wretch, openly slacking off. Shinka Lita, he bellowed, his voice laden with unmistakable admonition. Lita, somewhat resigned, let out a sigh. Thunderous wrath. As the words left his lips, countless bolts of lightning erupted from them, swiftly claiming the lives of numerous white-skinned foes. With Lita unleashing his full power, the tide of battle soon turned against Xing's side. Xiongqing hurriedly dashed into the cave. Huan, come out and assist. Huan promptly swallowed a bird's egg, called out to Ahei and Axiu, and then charged forth. Scanning the battlefield, Huan realized that it was ill-suited for the thousand-hand forest at this moment. Not only did Sate's Hellfire Furnace pose a significant threat to the thousand-hand forest, but Lita's thunderous wrath was also formidable. Her healing speed would likely pale in comparison to his lethal prowess. With hands clasped together, Huan lamented, "World Tree." A resounding splash drew the attention of all toward the frigid pool below, and soon, they beheld a colossal tree breaking through the icy surface, ascending to the heavens with astonishing swiftness. Thousands of branches extended outward, lush foliage unfurling like an immeasurable umbrella, enveloping the Tianjian, the adjacent Chongling Prairie, the Twilight Forest, and the Starry Valley, nearly dominating the entire front line. As the world tree flourished, the color drained from Huan's face, and then, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. Chapter 42. The Silent World. A gust of wind swept through, causing the verdant leaves of the world tree to cascade down, emanating a radiant green light that transformed into luminous strands hanging from the branches. Each strand was tethered to a white-skinned being. Fang, intrigued, reached out to touch the luminous strands, only to find them insubstantial. Her fingers passed through effortlessly. Just as she pondered this perplexity, she felt the searing wounds upon her body miraculously heal. In an instant, not only did they notice, but even the black-skinned beings across from them recognized the utility of these light strands. Sate's expression darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled a Hellfire Furnace towards the World Tree. The furnace's formidable power had been previously mentioned. Upon impact, while the World Tree remained largely unscathed, a significant portion of its branches, along with the light strands, were incinerated. However, before he could exhale a sigh of relief, in the blink of an eye, the branches and light strands restored themselves. One turned to explain to Xiongqing, "The World Tree differs vastly from the thousand-hand forest. The latter requires me to sustain it with stellar energy after its formation, which is a considerable drain on my mental fortitude. In contrast, the World Tree, while initially consuming an alarming amount of stellar energy to manifest, once established, does not deplete my energy further. It autonomously absorbs external stellar energy for restoration. Most importantly, although the World Tree lacks consciousness, it resonates with my intent. Trust me, as long as the World Tree stands, no kin connected to the healing strands shall perish. There is no place more suited for the manifestation of the World Tree than here in Tianjian, where the air is thick with stellar energy, and the cold pool serves as a veritable treasure trove of energy." Upon hearing her words, Xiongqing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such abilities are akin to cheating. Huan smiled faintly, feeling somewhat helpless about her celestial powers. To be frank, she could not claim to particularly cherish these abilities that solely benefit others. The only consolation was that her powers had restored the health of Ahei and Xiu. With this thought, she no longer harbored disdain. The hearing of a star child is exceptionally keen, especially since Sate was already attentive to Huan's side. Upon hearing her words, his expression darkened immediately. "Isn't Huan particularly impressive?" At that moment, Lita chimed in cheerfully. Sate nearly erupted in frustration. He whirled around, casting a menacing glare at Lita, and declared, "I do not care what means you employ. Resolve the World Tree for me." "That is unfeasible," Lita responded without hesitation. Sate scoffed. "Do you believe that if I tell Fang He about your feelings for Huan, she would confine Huan in Ruinyu City for eternity?" "What feelings?" Lita was taken aback. "Sate, assuming he was feigning ignorance, retorted fiercely, "Regardless of your acknowledgement, once I speak, Fong He, even if skeptical, would take such action." Lita frowned. "Ruin you city. Even with my arrogance, I would not dare to assert that I could single-handedly infiltrate the stronghold of the Xingel family. Are you not asking the impossible?" His tone shifted to seriousness. "Did you not hear Wan say that the world tree does not require her celestial energy to sustain it?" "I am aware," Sate replied with a cold smirk. "But do not assume I am unaware that you have recently developed a new ability to disperse celestial energy within a certain area, have you not? As long as the world tree suffers from poor development, that is sufficient for us." With these words, he resembled a great rock, charging forward towards Fong He. Enveloped in scorching flames, Fong He, expressionless, merely curled the corners of his mouth and, likewise, relinquished his skills, using water attribute star energy to simulate a suit of armor. His fist raised to strike at Seder. Lita, troubled, rubbed his temples and glanced at the distant Wan before extending his hand and declaring, "Silent world." Suddenly, the sky above erupted with a cacophony of thunder and lightning, and in mere moments, it became dark and foreboding, as if a tempest were imminent. Abruptly, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended with a resounding crash. In the blinding white light, it seemed as though invisible hands tore through the air, rending something apart, while the dense star energy above receded like a tide. The star children present had already expended a considerable amount of star energy, and now, stripped of external support, their remaining energy was stifled. Following the initial chaos, they resorted to physical combat. Just as Seder had anticipated, with the absence of star energy in the air, the world tree could only draw upon the energy from the cold pool. Although it continued to heal the white-skinned beings present, the process had significantly slowed. For Seder, this was more than adequate. Notably, while others were unable to utilize star energy, Lita faced no such obstacles. Each bolt of lightning claimed a life among the white-skinned. Had he not held back, it was likely that the star-rate side would have suffered total annihilation. As evening fell, both sides instinctively ceased hostilities, yet the glances exchanged were far from peaceful. Thick with the scent of gunpowder, Fong He scoffed, remarking that the star child of the Xing family had suffered grievously, suggesting that the grain trade for the upcoming quarter would inevitably face a significant reduction. Seder, unwilling to concede, defiantly raised his chin, countering that the arms trade would similarly be halved. Despite his bravado, he trembled inwardly, for while one might perish without sustenance, the absence of weaponry merely diminished strength. In comparison to arms, food was the true necessity. Due to the numerous injured, neither Seder nor Fong He chose to depart immediately. As an observer, Wan found the relationship between the two families utterly perplexing. Rida, eager to seek out Wan, was swiftly restrained by Seder, who cautioned him in hushed tones, advising against drawing Fong He's suspicion by approaching Wan. With Wan present, the injured within the Xing clan were more manageable. And soon she was summoned for a meeting. "Have we accounted for our casualties?" Fong He inquired. Xiong Chung replied, "We have lost 456 lives." He refrained from mentioning the injured, as they had all been treated. Upon hearing this, Wan gasped inwardly, yet the others present appeared unfazed. It was crucial to note that these were over 8,000 star children. Fong He, however, displayed a faint smile, stating, "This figure is more than a third less than in previous times." Without a moment's hesitation, Wan shook her head, declaring, "I intend to stay." Chapter 43. Bloodline. Seder sat back, allowing his kin to tend to his wounds, lifting his gaze to observe the vibrant and vigorous members of the opposing faction. Feeling a pang of envy, particularly, the majority of star children from their StarTech faction are of the offensive type, with genuinely few support types, and even fewer healers. "By the way, do you have any confidence in turning that curly into one of our own?" he inquired of Rida furtively. "What?" Rida responded, somewhat bewildered, before regarding Seth and exclaiming, "What pipe dream are you having?" Without waiting for Seth to retort, he continued, "If that were the case, I would have long since become one of the Star Marshals." "What do you mean?" Seth's eyes widened. "Are you implying you want to defect? Is that not feasible?" Rida sighed. "Even if I were to defect, they wouldn't believe me. Haven't more than 10 of your own daughters perished?" Rida gazed at him somberly. "As you said, I am well aware of the kind of person you are. Everyone, in your eyes, possesses a specific utility, and the more useful a person is, the more you seek to control them. I cannot allow her to endure such a wretched existence. Most importantly, He was acutely aware that persuading Curly to willingly join StarTech and turn against her own people was an impossibility. Seth's paranoia was merely a minor issue. Rita inwardly lamented the failure of his original plan. Had he not revealed Curly's identity as a star child, he could have nurtured her for a few more years and won her over. Seth was disinclined to speak at that moment. Were it not for the fact that Rita was his trump card and that he was unable to defeat him, he would have beaten him to death. Lita anxiously awaited Fong He's departure, eager to seek out Wan Wan. However, Fong He did leave, and to Lita's dismay, Wan Wan followed suit. It was utterly disheartening. Unbeknownst to Wan Wan, Lita harbored feelings of concern for her. Although they had encountered each other before, the circumstances had rendered it more prudent to feign ignorance. In her eyes, their last parting had foreshadowed a future of estrangement. With differing allegiances, a friendship between them was forever unattainable. Time slipped away swiftly, and before one could blink, 3 years had elapsed. Wan Wan sat up from her bed, feeling a slight discomfort in her lower abdomen, which left her feeling somewhat resigned. Is it still painful? He inquired. Wan Wan shook her head, replying, It's nearly better. What about you, elder brother? Similar, he replied. After a brief pause, he could not help but ask, Ashio and I are not star children. To consolidate the bloodline, it requires at least a year. Yet you with your prowess, you might be able to gather a drop of lineage blood in just over 10 days. Have you decided on who will provide the paternal genes for the embryo? I think the Shui Feng Yu, and a Tian trio would be excellent choices, Ashio suggested from the side. Xiongcheng and a Cho are also commendable options. He quickly added, You should make your decision promptly. If the family allocates it later, any offspring born with inferior talents will undoubtedly suffer, he warned. It is said that their births were a mere accident. Under normal circumstances, Cheng-Yi, as a star child, would not unite with Huan, an ordinary warrior, even if Huan were a top-tier fighter. In truth, Cheng-Yi was originally intended to unite with Huan's elder sister. As a result, Huan's sister perished in battle, and the Stone of Heritage was destroyed. In her final moments, she suggested a union between Cheng-Yi and Huan, which led to their eventual pairing. It is said that Cheng-Yi and Huan's sister were childhood sweethearts, having grown up together. Thus their bond transcends a mere genetic partnership. In essence, this situation is fraught with complications. Noticing that Huan remained silent, He grew anxious, pondering whether the plan still involved trading their heritage blood for that of the female star child. This notion stems from a deeper context. As previously mentioned, the siblings within the Xingel family share exceptionally close ties. However, a pressing question arises. Not all siblings are star children, and cases like that of Huan and her 2 companions are not uncommon. Curiously, star children typically do not seek to create offspring with ordinary individuals. Conversely, when star children unite, the offspring have a significantly higher probability of becoming star children themselves. In contrast, unions between ordinary warriors predominantly yield ordinary offspring, with the chance of producing a star child being exceedingly slim. Moreover, unlike star children, who can bear numerous children within a year, ordinary warriors may spend several years before having a single child, which leads them to place greater emphasis on parenthood. Consequently, it is not unusual for a star child to exchange their heritage blood with that of an ordinary warrior's sibling in hopes of securing the lineage of a star child. Such an exchange resembles a marriage alliance and is quite prevalent within families. Huan had previously heard of this and, to her surprise, had given it considerable thought. This is not a reflection of her cold-heartedness, but rather an acknowledgement that most women develop maternal instincts as they mature. Huan once aspired to be a good mother herself. However, she felt that such an idea was, at least in this world, unattainable. After all, due to her identity as a star child, the number of children she would possess would not merely be a few, nor even a dozen. In a decade, she would likely have over 200 offspring. This figure could potentially double or triple. While parents may treat a handful of children equally, the prospect of extending such impartiality to hundreds or even thousands seemed almost impossible. Human emotions and energies are finite. Dividing a single maternal love into so many portions diminishes the essence of each. She harbored no guilt towards those children whose paternal genetic contributor was not a star child, resulting in slightly inferior talents. After all, without her choice, their existence would not have been possible. Every birth is unique. Had the maternal or paternal genes been altered, entirely different lives would emerge. Nevertheless, He and Axiu vehemently disagreed with this notion. They felt they had already burdened their sister too much over the years and did not wish for her to sacrifice any further for their sake. Observing their reluctance, Huan refrained from insisting, as she envisioned a more promising alternative. After all, were there not also female star children on the side of Shinka? It would be remarkable to seize their ancestral blood. Although such occurrences are rare, they are not entirely absent. Yet, the challenge of executing this plan is considerable, and most would find it unachievable. As for the prospect of their future children inheriting the bloodline of Shinka, it appeared that no one truly cared about that. Chapter 44. Hedonism. Although Huan had made her decision, she chose not to disclose it to Ahei and Axio, not out of any other reason, but simply to spare them from premature worries. Undoubtedly, her most pressing concern at present is to acclimatize herself to the legacy stone embedded in her lower abdomen. Its placement is rather delicate, situated near the uterus. Although several days have elapsed since her coming-of-age ceremony, she has yet to fully adjust, often succumbing to the urge to touch it. However, due to its location, such an action, whether performed in solitude or before others, carries an air of indecorum. Resisting this instinctive behavior proves somewhat challenging for Huan. In contrast, Ahei and Ashio seem utterly oblivious to the inappropriateness of their actions. Over the past few days, they have frequently reached out to touch it, leaving Huan feeling quite embarrassed. Ahei remarked, "I previously thought that embedding the legacy stone required excising a piece of flesh to insert it, which terrified me." Huan is also surprised, as she had not anticipated that the embedding of the legacy stone would be so effortless. By merely soaking the stone in blood beforehand, it establishes a magnetic field with the human body, allowing it to embed itself into the lower abdomen without causing any wounds. Moreover, the stone transitions from a blood-red hue to a crystalline transparency. Nevertheless, the area where the legacy stone is embedded always experiences a slight burning pain. According to seasoned members of her clan, this discomfort typically subsides within 10 to 15 days. However, before her departure, the male star children of the clan have already begun to express interest in her legacy blood, and she frequently encounters inquiries from others. Given Huan's current prowess, she possesses a small garden villa within the clan grounds of Ruinyu City, along with 2 assigned servants, one of whom is Sunin. However, over the years, he had grappled with life and death in the logistics team, and the thought of returning to the front lines filled him with trepidation and fear. Coincidentally, during that time, Huan was in the process of selecting servants, and he boldly volunteered. In light of their past camaraderie, Huan agreed to offer him protection. Although Sun was of mediocre talent and strength, he possessed remarkable skills in meticulous tasks. Initially, Huan had chosen a maid named Li Hua. However, it was not that Li Hua was lacking. Her honest and simple nature enabled her to diligently maintain Huan's small residence spotless amidst the trials of the front lines, never once faltering in her duties. Yet Sunin, while not as industrious as Li Hua, was undeniably a person of thoughtfulness. Having returned to Ruinyu City for several days, Huan adventured into the streets, where Ahei and Ashio found the bustling atmosphere delightful, but to her, it was utterly mundane, lacking cinemas, department stores, and parks. Consequently, when Ahei, Ashio, and their kin went swimming in the river, she chose to recline on a lounge chair in the garden, succumbing to a deep slumber. She slept soundly, while outside the garden, numerous men peered curiously, some merely passing by, others having come specifically for her. Lady Huan is truly beautiful. Indeed, look at her skin, so fair and tender. Her hair is utterly charming. I wonder if she will choose a partner. Unbeknownst to them, Huan had already awakened, but chose to keep her eyes closed upon hearing their remarks. Within her family, many had partners, and she had previously been unaware, as most of these couples resided separately and did not always remain inseparable. It is precisely because everyone is engaged in fierce struggles at the front lines that they become increasingly eager to seek companionship, even if it is fleeting. A brief solace is still welcome, embodying a certain hedonistic philosophy of seizing the day. In the past, when Huan was still a minor, the male relatives, though harboring such intentions, were reluctant to express them overtly. Nevertheless, there was no shortage of suitors eager to curry favor with her. She found this somewhat exasperating. Yet she genuinely had not contemplated such matters. It was not that these individuals were lacking in merit. Rather, she simply could not summon any inclination towards such thoughts. Initially, she believed herself to be peculiar, yet Ahei and Ashio shared her sentiment, showing no desire for companionship. Unbeknownst to her, Ahei and Ashio refrained from seeking partners primarily because there were no suitable candidates in Tianjin, and they were acutely aware that their efforts had significantly burdened Huan, making them reluctant to introduce a long-distance partner that would cause her further worry. Was it not cold to swim in the river under this weather? Observing their cheerful demeanor, Wan felt speechless, although it could still be loosely categorized as summer. Early autumn had already arrived. What of it? Ahe remarked nonchalantly. Having soaked in the cold pool, what is there to fear about a little chill? Upon hearing this, Wan found merit in his words and deftly shifted the conversation to another topic. By the way, I spoke with Wherein today. She mentioned that the blood of inheritance needs to be periodically submitted to the family, though the specific timing depends on individual circumstances. Those who gather it quickly may have to submit it annually, while those who do so more slowly can manage with submissions every 2 to 3 years as long as the inheritance stone is not full. The family does not impose stringent regulations. At this revelation, both Ahe and Ashio's eyes brightened simultaneously. That's splendid, Ashio exclaimed joyfully. Let us wait until the heritage stone is filled before we proceed. He had long vowed that if he were to become a father, he would not treat his children with the same indifference as Qingyi. Thus, until he felt adequately prepared, he did not desire children. For now, they relied on Wan's protection and decided to contemplate such matters only after enhancing their own strength. However, Wan appeared somewhat disheartened. She had inquired about the heritage stone, which could accommodate a maximum of 20 drops of heritage blood, and typically, a star child could fill it within 2 to 3 years. Moreover, heritage blood could not be extracted independently. It required the allure of the opposite sex's heritage blood. Siblings like her, Ahe, and Ashio shared the same bloodline, and thus, there was no attraction between their heritage blood. The heritage blood that could be drawn forth would immediately coalesce into a fetal cell. Chapter 45. The Ladders of the Tree Lida. Sate called out to the person about to leave. Gritting his teeth, Sate asked, when will you submit the fetal cells? Unlike the Star Raid, the Star Clan did not require the submission of heritage blood. However, they did demand the submission of fetal cells. Furthermore, within the Star Clan, there was no distinction between fathers and sons or mothers and daughters. Once the fetal cells were entrusted to the family, the subsequent nurturing and birthing were entirely disconnected from them. The family's nursery was strictly off-limits to anyone outside the staff. Not only that, but even the training mountains for young children were not easily accessible to clan members. Delivering items to the children was out of the question. In contrast, within the Star Raid, parents' names were registered, and they were present when their children entered the family lineage. In the realm of Shinka, unless a child bears an uncanny resemblance to their parents or for some other reason, it is utterly impossible to discern who one's parents are or who one's children may be. Unlike the siblings of Xingolf, who grow up together, the children in Shinka are deliberately separated, for there are no records kept. Ultimately, no one is aware of their own siblings or the number of siblings they possess. Even parents remain oblivious to the count of their offspring. Perhaps it is this severance of blood ties that engenders a greater indifference among the people of Shinka compared to those of Xingolf. Without a moment's hesitation, Lida declared, "Do not concern yourself with my lineage." A chill passed over Sate's countenance as he retorted, "Surely, you do not intend to unite with Xingolf's Wan? How many times must I say it? My feelings for her are not what you presume." His voice brimmed with impatience. In recent years, Sate had taken on the persona of an incessant gossip, perpetually declaring the depth of his affections for Wan. Did he take him for a fool? He would not be deceived. Just as Lida managed to extricate himself from Sate, he was once again halted by a voice. "Lida, do you have a moment?" inquired Shinka Chijuan with a cheerful demeanor. Lida raised an eyebrow. What is it? His relationship with his kin was fraught. During his training period, he had nearly bested every child, only to be met with collective hostility. Later, when he arrived at Xingyao Valley, he endured considerable oppression, as he was not among the first to be deemed a child of the stars, and the scars upon his neck were a testament to that suffering. Eventually, he grew stronger, and those who once tormented him now shied away. Though he bore no desire to revisit the past, he remained indifferent to reconciliation. Indeed, Chijuan is a character who forgets the pain of his past. Despite having been subjected to his beatings during our childhood, he has stubbornly convinced himself of his inherent goodness after I offered him a clove of garlic he detested. Scratching his head, Chijuan announced, "I have become partners with Jasmine." And coincidentally, news has arrived from the front lines that the ladder tree has manifested. I wish to procure some gifts for Jasmine. If you have the time, shall we journey together? The mention of the ladder tree piqued Lida's interest. He had only heard tales of it, but had never beheld its grandeur. It was indeed a rare opportunity worth seizing. Furthermore, from Chijuan's words, It seemed the ladder tree was abundant with treasures, and he could collect some delightful gifts for Huan. Simultaneously, Huan was informed of this news by Fangha. The ladder tree? She had never encountered such a term before and inquired, "What is it?" "It is a colossal tree that grows upon the sea, moving with the tides. Hence it does not appear consistently throughout the year. The manifestation of the ladder tree is largely governed by fortune. However, it bears numerous valuable items. This magnificent tree has mutated into a medicinal plant, absorbing the essence of various terrestrial and marine flora. Its branches sprout an array of peculiar flowers and fruits. While some possess trivial benefits, many are extraordinary treasures." Pausing briefly, Fangha added, "I calculated that it has been 14 years since the last appearance of the ladder tree. Over these 14 years, it must have borne many exotic blooms and fruits. We cannot afford to miss this chance." Intrigued by the ladder tree, Huan asked, "Elder, do you wish for me to lead the expedition?" "Indeed." Fanghe began, "However, this time you will not only be accompanied by our kin, but also by Duo Jin, Sun Feng, and members of the Bosher family." Huan furrowed her brow slightly, questioning why the smaller families were being allowed to partake in this venture. She always felt that the clan leader was overly lenient towards these lesser families. "I know what you are thinking," Fanghe chuckled. "It is not that I am soft-hearted towards them, but rather a consensus within the Xinglan world. With the appearance of the ladder tree, those smaller families will undoubtedly seek to join. Rather than allowing them to venture alone and risk being annihilated by the Shinka family, it is far more prudent for us to accompany them, thereby averting such a fate and bestowing a favor upon them." Huan nodded and quietly inquired, "Is the competition fierce at the ladder tree?" Having resided in this realm for many years, she had become acutely aware of its rules. Despite the ongoing skirmishes between Xingulf and Shinka, even on the front lines, exerting effort was a matter of discernment. There were times to fight fiercely and times to hold back. It all depended on the circumstances. Fanghe replied with a smile, "If it is merely common treasures, it suffices to act with moderation and not to force matters. However, should we encounter rare and exceptional treasures, then we must employ every means to secure them." Huan nodded, "I understand." Fanghe continued, "With the inclusion of smaller families this time, I will not specifically summon personnel from the front lines. Fortunately, Yun Xiao is at home. I shall have him assist you." Upon hearing Yun Xiao's name, Huan's expression grew somewhat complex. 3 years prior, she had harbored no particularly strong feelings for the handsome young man with the scruffy hairstyle. She merely recognized his commendable strength and extremely tenacious character. Later, she learned that Yun Xiao was, in fact, their half-brother, and intriguingly, their mothers were biological sisters, forging an unbreakable bond of blood. When Yun Xiao was born, Cheng Yi sensed his identity as a son of the ice element. To prevent him from perishing in the underground square, he took him away to raise him personally. It was during this time that she realized parents possess a unique connection with their children who share the same elemental affinity. Once this connection is established and the identity of the destined child is confirmed, there is no need for them to remain in the underground square, as they can grow up alongside their parents. Much like Ruin, whom Huan initially perceived as innocent and naive, she too was a being of such nature, untouched by the sufferings they had endured. Moreover, perhaps due to Yun Xiao being a descendant of the elder sister, Hua showed great concern for him. Although she was an aunt, her dedication mirrored that of a mother. Upon first learning this, Huan was relatively composed, while a He and a Xiao found it difficult to accept, and it took her considerable time to help them come to terms with it. Chapter 46. Awakening merely half a day into their journey, Lida began to have regrets. The reason being, he had never anticipated that Qi Jun would be such a person. "Lida, what do you think of this? The peach blossom on these earrings is simply exquisite. Emily would look stunning wearing them. Look at this fabric. The dye is so beautifully done. It's the first time I've seen such a pristine shade of blue. I must gift it to Emily. And this comb, the carving is truly remarkable. Emily will surely adore it." It was utterly exasperating. Unbeknownst to Lida, Qi Jun harbored a tinge of regret. He never anticipated that Lida could possess such a facet. The earrings were indeed exquisite, yet with Jasmine's rather plump visage. Adorning such delicate pieces would only accentuate her roundness. In contrast, the round-faced Junjun, with her petite features, would undoubtedly look charming wearing them. The fabric boasted a strikingly beautiful hue. However, such a vibrant blue would not suit someone with darker skin. Were you considering using it for curtains, or perhaps a quilt? Yet, Junjun's fair complexion would certainly complement this color splendidly. Are you certain Jasmine has an affinity for flowers? I once witnessed her incinerating an entire sea of blooms with a fiery outburst. On the other hand, Junjun possesses a genuine fondness for flora, always drawn to unfamiliar blossoms, eager to approach and inhale their fragrant essence. The comb is delightful, yet Jasmine's hair is so short that it would be an extravagant waste. Junjun, with her long, lustrous locks, would truly benefit from such a lovely comb. Although Lita refrained from voicing his underlying thoughts, Chijun could discern something amiss simply from Lita's impulsive purchase. Lita, do you perhaps have a romantic interest? At last, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Nonsense. Lita shot him a glance of disdain. I am buying it for Junjun. Chijun was well aware of who Junjun was. So, have you developed feelings for her? Why are you behaving like the clan leader? Lita scoffed. Your mind is perpetually filled with trivial thoughts. Can't you entertain something pure for a change? It's not that. Chijun, a sincere lad, stammered. If you hold no feelings for Junjun, why are you so preoccupied with her? The matters concerning Lita and Huanwan may be unknown to the star rate. Yet they are far from being a secret within the star science community. Who says that concern necessarily equates to particular sentiments? Lita scoffed. Others might harbor that interpretation. But surely you do. Chijun retorted with candor. You, with your cold heart and unfeeling nature, may have shown kindness to Xiaomei and Ahui in the past. Yet it pales in comparison to your treatment of Huanwan. You claim the chief's thoughts are unfounded, yet during your time caring for Xiaomei and Ahui, did the chief ever suspect you of beast-human relations? Lita nearly choked on his indignation. How could they possibly be the same? Why are they not? Chijun, already brimming with frustration over his partner's disparagement, could no longer hold his tongue. With the chief's character, is there anything he wouldn't contemplate? Despite Sate's tough exterior and fiery temper, those of the Star Science clan know him to be a meddling man with a vivid imagination. Lita found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chijun pressed on. I ask you this. Can you envision Huanhuan meeting the same fate as Xiaomei and Ahui? At this, Lita felt a sharp pang in his heart, and his expression abruptly turned icy. Chijun's face paled with fear as he quickly conceded, I apologize for my clumsiness. Do not be angered, Lita. Nevertheless, it only reinforced his belief that Lita's feelings for Huanhuan were anything but simple. Lita, not lacking in insight, had previously dismissed Sate's claims about Huanhuan. However, upon hearing Chijun's hypothetical, he, despite his usual bluntness, began to sense something amiss. What was his emotional state when Xiaomei and Ahui departed from his life? It is undoubtedly sorrowful. The loss of a pet, especially one nurtured since its infancy, is heart-wrenching, particularly when its fragility led to its cruel demise at the hands of others. How could one not feel profound grief? Yet, on the battlefield, there is little time to dwell on sorrow. He quickly rallied himself, engaging in a struggle for survival amidst life and death. Once he avenged them, thoughts of them faded even further. However, now, the mere contemplation of Huanhuan's potential demise sends a piercing pain through his heart. Even a fool can discern his unusual affection for Huanhuan. If he surmises correctly, he indeed resembles what the clan leaders said, a knife poised over the head of desire. Having taken a liking to a fair maiden, then arises the quandary. How can a dark-skinned individual win the heart of a light-skinned one? Rita was not one to keep his thoughts to himself, and as night fell, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and posed the question to Chijun. Chijun, scratching his head, replied, What will you do when you encounter each other on the battlefield? We will fight our separate battles. Rita responded without hesitation. After all, she is a supportive star child. We cannot possibly contend against one another. Chijun felt this arrangement might not be ideal, but struggled to articulate why. Not the most astute of individuals, he pondered before finally suggesting, why not have a child together? I have heard that star children differ from us. They tend to care for their offspring. If you have a child and raise it nearby, Huanhuan will surely come to see the child. At that point, you could propose that she become your partner, and she might just agree. Rita had contemplated this notion as well, yet he held a divergent perspective. Who said that a child must be entrusted to the family? He could raise it himself. However, this matter is not easily accomplished. It must remain undiscovered by the clan leader, and a secure location is necessary, ideally with someone to care for the child. These are all challenges. But it is of little concern, as Huanhuan has just reached adulthood and can take her time to deliberate. Is there no assembly at Shinka heading towards the ladder tree? Upon receiving the news en route, Huanhuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Yun Xiao nodded, stating that Shinka merely announced the information, allowing those who wished to go, rather than gathering a team. Wan frowned, asking if this had been the case in the past. Yun Xiao shook his head, revealing that, to his knowledge, it had not been so. However, it is said that due to several mountains in Zile City collapsing this year, maintenance has been prioritized, leading to the lack of a collective assembly as in previous years. This reason seems quite reasonable, yet, due to the occasional unreliability of the communication jade, when other options are available, people tend to avoid using it for transmitting messages. Chapter 47, Shameless? While leaving the matter in Fong He's hands, Wan secretly began to formulate her own plans. If Shinko were to engage in a collective activity, she would need to reconsider the idea of seizing the blood of inheritance. However, if they were to act independently, Wan believed that the prospect of obtaining the blood of inheritance could be worth considering. Nonetheless, after contemplating for a while, she recalled that a He and a Xiao are not children of the stars, and that it takes at least a year to condense a drop of inheritance blood. Thus, this rare opportunity would be squandered. Wan felt a deep sense of regret. The ladder tree stands amidst the vast ocean, and prior to this, Wan had always been perplexed by how a tree could grow in the sea. Only upon witnessing it firsthand does one realize that the ladder tree is, in fact, situated upon a moving island. The reason for the tree's mobility lies in the island's own ability to drift. It is said that the star children possess the capacity to anchor the island. However, no one has ever taken such action. The rationale is simple. No one can ascertain whether securing the island would lead to the tree's destruction by a sudden calamity. Conversely, allowing it to drift freely through the ocean diminishes the likelihood of such a disaster. Historically, the ladder tree has not been without periods of disappearance lasting close to a century, yet it has persistently endured. Isn't the occurrence of such calamities in the ocean quite rare? Inquired Wan, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, while the rainfall from the calamities is infrequent, Yun Xiao clarified. The calamities themselves are not uncommon. Every decade, our family ventures into the sea, each time reaping substantial rewards. Wan nodded, then tilted her head to gaze at the robust trunk of the ladder tree, estimating that it would take hundreds to encircle it fully. This tree, rather than being merely a tree, seemed to Wan more akin to a cylindrical expanse of earth, adorned with an array of exotic flowers and plants. The branches were equally peculiar. A mere glance revealed numerous shapes of leaves, with blossoms and fruits of every conceivable hue. However, Yun Xiao explained that this diversity was due to the tree's mutation, rather than other plants growing upon it. The island was not extensive, and thus Wan and her companions soon encountered the dark-skinned beings. Likely aware of their overwhelming numbers, the dark-skinned individuals promptly fled, fearing a collective confrontation. Meanwhile, some members of Wan's group were eager to engage, but she intervened. It is not advantageous to strike now. Let us wait a while longer. Some individuals may find this statement perplexing, yet the astute immediately grasp its meaning. Indeed, one must fatten the sheep before slaughtering it. Accompanying Wan on this expedition are not merely the children of the stars, but also elite warriors from various clans, including Hua, Ahe, and Axio. In an environment like the ladder tree, elite warriors are decidedly more suited than the more destructive children of the stars. After climbing several hundred meters, the first branch came into view. Though referred to as a branch, it actually measured over 10 meters in diameter. Lydie stepped onto it and called to her companions. Everyone, choose a branch to explore. Shouldn't we ascend immediately? Inquired a young man from the Duojin clan. His question stemmed from the understanding that the treasures of the ladder tree improve the higher one ascends. Convention dictates that all should rush upwards at the earliest opportunity to avoid losing out on greater rewards. Wan shook her head with a smile, saying, "There's no hurry. Whether we arrive early or late, it matters not, for we shall all compete in the end." Noticing Yun Xiao's astonished expression, Wan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Do you think we can coexist peacefully with the star science individuals here? That is simply impossible. How should one put it? A bit shameless?" Wan remained unaware of his thoughts. Even if she had an inkling, it would not have concerned her. In the realm of star mist, there are no laws and no moral compass. Why should one adhere to such conventions? Lita gazed downward, pondering. From a distance, the ladder tree appears shrouded in mist. Yet up close, this illusion dissipates. Additionally, he glanced at the island below and observed, the shape of this island is indeed quite remarkable. Let him draw the ellipse himself. He may not be able to achieve such proficiency. However, Qijuan remained indifferent to these remarks. His face twisted in concern. There are far too few of us here. Many cannot be obtained. Due to their early arrival, they found themselves in an almost desolate realm, where the gathering of medicinal plants was exceedingly convenient. Yet now, they found themselves in the awkward predicament of having an excess of items yet being unable to take them. Lita cast a sidelong glance at him, admonishing, "Don't just pick up everything like a scavenger." Unlike Qijuan, he stood there empty-handed, awaiting the opportunity to gather truly valuable items. Moreover, he had already contemplated the fate of those treasures, intending to present them to Huan. He had inquired and learned that the top of the heavenly ladder tree held numerous beauty-enhancing treasures. Upon hearing Lita's words, Qijuan grappled with the idea of discarding some of his finds. However, after a prolonged pause, he exclaimed in despair, "I can't bear to part with a single one." Lita regarded him with newfound perception, realizing for the first time his stinginess. Qijuan stammered, "That's not. These items are precisely what Jasmine specifically requested." Lita looked at him incredulously, noticing the enormous bundle on his back, which must have had a diameter of 2 meters. If his memory served him correctly, the package contained at least several hundred varieties of medicinal plants. "Are you sure you want to seek someone so greedy?" he cautioned. Qijuan paused, slowly grasping his implication, and immediately felt displeased. "What do you understand? Jasmine merely asked me to select a few, but how could I do that? I'm a grown man, and I can't even provide her with what she desires." He hummed, "If one asks you, would you refuse?" "Of course I would oblige, but one is different." Mid-sentence, he realized the flaw in his statement. What made one so unique? Why should there be any distinction? Lita cleared his throat, pondering that it was simply because he favored one. Yet what was it? Qijuan, unaware of his thoughts, inquired. Lita, with a serious demeanor, declared, One is infinitely superior to Jasmine." In truth, his impression of Jasmine was rather vague. He merely recalled her as a somewhat short and plump woman. In his eyes, all girls paled in comparison to One. The petite, doll-faced Jasmine was left speechless. Qijuan's expression stiffened. Had he not known the man's character and been aware that he could not match him in strength, he would have genuinely considered striking this self-assured individual down. Chapter 48. Scheming within just a day at the ladder tree, One witnessed the sheer abundance of medicinal plants, as if they were free for the taking. However, she also discerned that while there were numerous plants, most were aimed at beauty and aesthetics, with rarer varieties for calming, healing, and detoxifying being exceedingly scarce. Yet, those that did appear were all top-notch specimens. As One was the leader of this expedition and a support-type star child who would not engage in battle, the rare medicinal plants discovered by her team would all be entrusted to her for safekeeping. To her relief, not only her kin, but even members of several smaller clans had no objections, and everyone coexisted in harmony. Upon reflection, the preferential treatment bestowed upon the clan leader towards the smaller families renders the current situation rather unsurprising. Otherwise, one might inadvertently nurture a treacherous wolf. Setting aside others, consider the newly relocated Duojin family. Zingolf not only provided them with a parcel of land that boasts excellent conditions across various aspects, but in their inaugural year, he also doubled the rewards for the tasks they undertook. Furthermore, the provisions sold to them at a meager price were an added boon. Little did they know that in the wake of the Zingolf family suffering the loss of over 8,000 star children in the war against Shinka, the Duojin family trembled in fear of being unjustly blamed. Yet they were met with such generosity that the entire clan, young and old, could hardly contain their gratitude. The most challenging medicinal plants to harvest from the Tianyi tree are those that grow beneath the branches, as these areas receive little sunlight. Consequently, the plants that thrive there tend to possess a cold nature, proving remarkably effective against various fiery toxins and burn wounds. For the Zingolf, who often find themselves scorched by their formidable adversaries, the demand for such medicinal flora is undeniably significant. In such instances, the prowess of elite warriors is indispensable. Although the physical constitution of the Star Children is not inferior to that of top-tier warriors, their specialized skills are, without a doubt, lacking in comparison. Before becoming a Star Child, Wan's abilities were already modest, and since her transformation, she has seen no improvement, only regression. With an agile motion reminiscent of a monkey retrieving the moon, Ahei plucked a fruit the size of a fist. Inhaling its fragrance, his eyes sparkled with realization. This scent is likely not associated with beauty or skincare. Indeed, you have read correctly. While the medicinal plants on the Tianyi tree that pertain to beauty may still be identified through historical records, the identification of other medicinal flora relies solely on their distinctive aromas. After all, the latter are not only rare in number, but their maturation period ranges from a mere 7 or 8 years to over a century, thus few are truly knowledgeable about them. Fortunately, those born under the wood attribute possess an innate intuition in this regard. At this moment, one took the fruit handed to her by a hay, inhaled its fragrance, and discerned. This should be a medicinal plant remarkably effective for treating burn wounds. Prior to this, she had not given much thought to the sudden abandonment of the heavenly ladder tree's medicinal plants due to internal issues at Shinka. However, now she sensed that the interests surrounding the heavenly ladder tree were substantial, and given Shinka Set's unwillingness to suffer losses, it was highly probable that he was harboring ulterior motives. In any case, it is always prudent to be cautious. After saying this, another thought crossed her mind, prompting her to inquire, "By the way, does our family possess any oceanic behemoth vehicles?" The person, being astute, quickly surmised one's intentions regarding the aquatic behemoth vehicles. Having anticipated Shinka Set's plans and feeling perplexed about how to proceed, Fang He's eyes brightened as he replied with a beaming smile, "Do not rush to set off just yet. Stay for another night, and come find me tomorrow morning." Once he departed, Fang He hurried to the elder's office next door, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Old Six, I recall you have quite a number of oceanic behemoths, correct?" The sixth elder was taken aback, then immediately grew wary. "What are you planning?" Though their clan leader is generally a kind-hearted individual, when he chooses to be unkind, he is more ruthless than anyone else. Rest assured, Fang He reassured with a wave of his hand, "I merely wish to borrow your precious creatures for a time, and I shall return them in their original condition once I am done." The sixth elder remained on guard. "First, clarify your intentions." The other elders also gazed over with curiosity. "Fang He, what do you intend to do with the oceanic behemoths?" The Grand Elder inquired with a look of intrigue. Fang He, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Do you recall the conjectures I shared with you previously?" There was no doubt in their minds regarding Fang He's hypothesis. If anyone in this world possessed an intimate understanding of Shinka Set, it was undoubtedly Fang He. After all, Xingku's prowess eclipsed that of Xing Lu, and they were resolutely determined to seize what they desired, willing to exact a higher price from the opposing party, yet altering the outcome was impossible. Moreover, it was evident that Xingku had likely made preparations well in advance, and the manpower they could muster at the last minute would surely pale in comparison to that of their adversary. It was evident that in recent years, the Northwest had suffered severe shortages of grain, and Shinka Set was probably nearing his limits. Nonetheless, he was a man who valued his pride immensely and would refuse to relent. He likely aimed to seize the medicinal plants from the heavenly ladder tree, intending to barter them for Xing Lu's agreement to restore their previous grain trade volumes. Although Xing Lu currently boasted a remarkable healing star child, Wan, who could resolve nearly any predicament with her intervention, it seemed that medicinal plants were not an absolute necessity for them. Yet, one must remember that even Wan, no matter how formidable, could only endure for several decades. Decades hence, Xing Lu would still be reliant on those medicinal plants. Furthermore, medicinal plants possess a lengthy shelf life. If they gathered them now and stored them in their family's reserves, future generations would have access when needed. Should Set's calculations indeed come to fruition, Xing Lu would have no choice but to acquiesce, for their own arsenal was somewhat strained, and they could not afford to send their kin into battle empty-handed out of momentary indignation. Despite knowing that this would not disadvantage her, she couldn't help but feel slighted by the situation. However, when it came to matters concerning Setter, Fang He had an exception to her usual indifference. While others could afford to show her respect, this person was different. The elders had advised Fang He to endure the momentary frustration, and she was well aware of the wisdom in their words, yet she found it impossible to swallow her pride. She longed to see Setter humbled. At this moment, Fang He smiled coyly and said, "I know how to thwart that old man's schemes." Chapter 49. A change of position. The elders were taken aback, and the sixth elder exclaimed, "You can't possibly be suggesting we rely on the oceanic behemoths I raised, can you?" "Indeed," Fang He replied with spirited enthusiasm. "We'll take the waterways and leave Setter empty-handed." Waterways? The elders were not fools. They quickly grasped her intentions. "You mean to operate underwater?" The fourth elder's expression shifted to one of realization. This strategy could indeed work. In the starry mist world, it was rare for anyone to deliberately tame oceanic behemoths, as terrestrial and aerial beasts were far more prevalent and convenient. After all, oceanic behemoths mostly lurked beneath the waves, making them impractical for anyone other than those attuned to water attributes. Moreover, For transporting goods, it required those with metal attributes to ensure waterproofing, too cumbersome a task altogether. The second elder chuckled. We owe our thanks to Setter. Had he not forced the Duogene family to flee, we would have found ourselves in quite a predicament without a metal attribute star child. Ultimately, the matter stemmed from the treachery of the Duogene family, yet no one dared to mention it. The Zingle family remains quite reasonable. However, one must remain vigilant of the Miuf family from the northwest. The fifth elder remarked. As fellow children of the water attribute star, it would be unfortunate if they were to discover us. Thus, when Chuanling arrived the following day, he was informed that the sixth elder would accompany him. In addition, this time, there would be several thousand star children from the Duogene family, and those of the water attribute star joining them. Not only that, but the clan leader also instructed him to inform Huan that several batches of reinforcements would discreetly follow. Chuanling was filled with many questions, yet he found it inappropriate to voice them. When their party entered the oceanic region, and he saw the sixth elder produce a beast-taming token, he began to form some conjectures. Even Huan had not anticipated this. What she had suggested casually turned into a grand surprise from the clan leader. Gazing at the immense marine beasts behind the sixth elder, she found herself momentarily speechless. It is no wonder that Huan was astonished. These marine creatures were truly enormous. The so-called behemoths of this world are merely normal animals that have mutated due to celestial influences. However, it is essential to understand that some marine animals already exceed the size of terrestrial animals, and upon further mutation, their dimensions become even more exaggerated. Notably, the sixth elder seems particularly fond of large creatures, raising colossal marine animals such as blue whales, great white sharks, and sperm whales. As these giants floated on the ocean's surface, they appeared from a distance as if they were a cluster of islands. The sixth elder, a lean middle-aged man, bore the marks of his labors on his face, which had begun to show signs of wrinkles. At that moment, he squinted his eyes and chuckled, saying, "These little ones are my treasures. Do not wear them out." The term little ones caused Huan to involuntarily twitch her lips. Coincidentally, there were a dozen or so carriages filled to the brim, and Huan prepared to test these colossal marine beasts first. However, Elder Six expressed his discontent, casting a disdainful glance at the carriages that weighed merely 1 or 2 tons combined. He questioned whether such a trivial load warranted a journey. Huan found herself at a loss for words. It was he who worried about overexertion and who criticized the meagerness of the cargo. Since Elder Six had voiced his opinion, Huan decided to take no further offense and established that each marine giant would pull carriages weighing approximately 1/10 of its own body weight. Do not be misled into thinking this was insignificant. The marine creatures brought by Elder Six weighed at least 1,000 tons, meaning even 1/10 of their weight would amount to several hundred tons. Nevertheless, after consulting with Elder Six, she resolved to proceed in batches to avoid being ensnared all at once. Once everything was arranged, Elder Six discreetly called Huan aside and quietly inquired, "Is Xinkai Lida currently on the front lines?" Upon hearing that name, Huan was momentarily taken aback, her gaze dropping to conceal the complexity in her eyes. Over the past few years in Tianjin, Lida had visited her clandestinely on numerous occasions. Initially, she had been on guard, but soon she realized that he bore no ill intentions towards her and would occasionally present her with rare and exquisite items, which she found difficult to refuse. It felt as though she were a pet he had released into the world. "I worry that he has also come to the side of the heavenly ladder tree," the sixth elder, with a grave expression, remarked. "Although even if those with dark skin were to uncover our intentions, a mere moonlit figure capable of submerging to the ocean's depths would make little difference. The presence of Sheikah Lida complicates matters. The lightning attribute star child has always been the nemesis of the water attribute star child. The little creatures I nurture can maneuver at depths of thousands of meters, and ordinary lightning attribute star children are powerless against them. However, Sheikah Lida is another matter entirely." Junjun instantly grasped his meaning. It was widely recognized how formidable Lida's strength was. They had all witnessed the terror of his thunderous wrath, which could potentially strike down oceanic behemoths lurking beneath the waves. The sixth elder, resigned to the situation, felt there was no alternative. Just as they had spoken, a clan member arrived to report that Sheikah Lida had been sighted at the apex. Junjun and the sixth elder exchanged glances, and after a moment, she spoke. "Instruct our members to steer clear of Lida. Regardless of any rare medicinal herbs they may encounter, they must not engage in competition. Preserving their lives is of utmost importance." This was a necessary precaution, Within the entire Xinglu family, Junjun was the only star child capable of contending with Lida, and she was an auxiliary-type star child at that. The sixth elder raised no objections, merely advising that their movements be more discreet to avoid arousing Lida's suspicions. Yet, had Lida truly not noticed? Certainly not. In recent days, he had gazed thoughtfully downward, and with his keen eyesight, he had undoubtedly discerned the unusual activities of the Xinglu clan. Nevertheless, he showed no inclination to pursue further inquiry. Especially upon realizing that the leader of this expedition was Wan, he felt an even greater inclination to be lenient. Initially, in his heart, he regarded Wan's significance as equal to that of Sate. However, upon coming to terms with his feelings for Wan, Sate's importance was relegated to a lesser position. Chapter 50. In all its glory and summary, everyone shared a singular thought. Whatever they could secure would be a profit. Ahe and Ashio, as elite warriors, were exceedingly busy, while Wan was tasked with coordinating the dispatch of numerous carriages. As for the sixth elder, he was occupied with pacifying his ancestors, who, although possessing beast-controlling tokens, had evidently spoiled these oceanic behemoths, exhibiting nothing but foul tempers. When Yun Xiao arrived, Wan had just sent off a batch of carriages and was resting alongside the star child of the Duojin family. What has transpired? Wan inquired, noticing Yun Xiao's anxious expression. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yun Xiao replied gravely, as per your instructions. The family's wind attribute star child has been vigilantly monitoring the nearby sea surface. Just moments ago, someone sensed a large number of giant beast carriages approaching from above. It had been half a month since they had landed on the heavenly ladder tree, and with the arrival of reinforcements from the family, the quantity of medicinal plants transported had increased day by day, hastily estimated to have reached nearly 100 tons. This amount had already surpassed the harvests of previous years. Thus, upon hearing this news, Wan did not feel particularly anxious. While the combat prowess of Xing Lu might be slightly inferior to that of Xing Ku, the disparity was not insurmountable, especially with Wan's presence. It was reminiscent of the last battle at Tianjin, where Xing Lu had sacrificed over 8,000 star children. However, Xing Ku had also suffered losses of 6,000 to 7,000. With an order given, all the star children from the starry realm descended into a frenzied state. Disregarding the rarity or commonality of the herbs, they hastily gathered every medicinal plant within their sight, as if swept away by a tempest. Due to the inadequacy of their transport, the Dalkin family's star children resorted to conjuring a compartment of equal size using stellar energy, encapsulating all the gathered herbs within. Observing their perspiring brows, it was evident they had exerted considerable effort. With a casual wave of her hand, Junjun summoned a tree composed of luminous orbs, standing half a person high beside each individual, dedicated to restoring their vitality. Junjun's stellar energy not only mended physical wounds, but alleviated mental fatigue and replenished their energy reserves. Raising an eyebrow, she pieced together the situation at hand. As for why Satyr had withheld information from her, it was rather straightforward. He feared she might betray him. Yet, it was fortunate that Satyr remained silent, providing her with a valid excuse to take it easy. To ensure absolute security, Satyr had not only come himself, but had also brought along several elders of equal strength. He was aware that his schemes might not escape Fong's and that wretched woman's scrutiny, but he was confident that they could not possibly prepare as thoroughly as he had. After all, he had discovered the whereabouts of the celestial ladder tree 2 months prior and had quietly mobilized the entire family's resources. Even if Fong personally led a team, he believed he could seize all the herbs from her grasp. However, to his astonishment, Fong indeed took the lead. Yet her destination was not the celestial ladder tree, but rather, their star department's armory. Upon receiving this news, Satyr was utterly bewildered. And the elders beside him were even more so. Unlike the venerable elders of the Xinglu faction, who have grown steadfast with age, the Xingka faction has recently suffered from internal strife, resulting in the demise and severe injuries of many of its elder members. The few elders who have ascended to power, though formidable in strength, lack the wealth of experience that their predecessors possessed. He would not be so easily deceived. Although a vague sense of unease lingered in his mind, Sate could not pinpoint the source after much contemplation, so he chose to disregard it. The confrontation with the Xingka team was a development that Huan had anticipated and even longed for. As the two armies faced off, it became evident that Xinglu was outnumbered by more than half. However, before Xingka could revel in this advantage, they quickly discerned something amiss. There were no behemoth carts within the ranks of Xinglu. This was inconceivable. After all, Their forces had surrounded the heavenly ladder tree so thoroughly that allowing even a few to escape seemed improbable. Yet, the notion of maneuvering the behemoth carts away was utterly unthinkable. A flurry of conjectures raced through Sate's mind, all of which he promptly dismissed. Given the circumstances, the only plausible explanation was that the opposing team had concealed their medicinal plants. Upon spotting Huan, Sate furrowed his brow once more. To be candid, he was quite reluctant to confront this girl. Her almost miraculous healing abilities rendered prolonged combat utterly futile, which was exceedingly frustrating. Moreover, he dared not unleash his full might against her. One should not underestimate a support-type star child. If they were to disregard their safety and resort to self-detonation, it would spell doom for everyone involved. Particularly with a support type as powerful as Huan, a self-detonation could potentially engulf the entire front line. This was precisely why, despite Lida's formidable strength, Xinglu had never considered employing underhanded tactics to eliminate their foes. Moreover, the relationship between Xinglu and Shinka has always been fluctuating. Perhaps when their rapport improves in the future, there may arise an opportunity to seek her aid. Huan is well aware of this, and, noticing Sater's sullen expression, she cheerfully inquired, "Are you, Chief Sater, also interested in the medicinal plants of the ladder tree? Our mission has been successfully concluded, so we shall not impose any further." Sater hesitantly scanned the ranks of Xinglu, expressing his ambivalence as he probed, "Are you truly returning empty-handed?" He genuinely suspected that there might be a star child on their side with extensive cloaking abilities, yet the likelihood of such a possibility. With a playful smile, Huan replied, "We are not as avaricious as Chief Sater. We are content with what we have rightfully earned." This was a blatant jab at his covetousness for the possessions of others, wasn't he it? Observing the suppressed laughter of several old companions beside him, Sater gritted his teeth, asserting, "That which is nurtured by nature rightfully belongs to the capable. How can one label that as greed?" "Capable, indeed," Huan remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Sater, her tone laced with subtlety. Sater's expression darkened. "Damn it, the women of Xinglu are indeed as cunning as Fangha, each more shrewd than the last." After much internal deliberation, he ultimately chose to let them go. He surmised that those white-skinned individuals had likely concealed the medicinal plants, but they were undoubtedly still in proximity to the ladder tree, perhaps toying with him. Thus, Huan brazenly led her kin away from beneath Sater's very nose. Chapter 51. Guilt-ridden. As soon as the people of Xinglu departed, Sater sprang into action. He urgently began searching, determined to unearth the hidden medicinal plants of Xinglu, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. He believed that Xinglu would not easily relinquish the painstakingly gathered medicinal herbs. There was a high probability that there was a hidden agenda. Either they were concealed with utmost security, confident that they would not be discovered, or it was merely a stalling tactic, with intentions to buy time to rally reinforcements. The ensuing commotion soon caught the attention of Qijuan and Lida. Lida raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Unable to contain himself, Qijuan declared, "I must go down and investigate." With that, he gracefully leaped down, vanishing in a flurry of movements. Lida, unfazed, leaned leisurely against the tree. Initially, he intended to find an opportunity to hand the collected herbs to Huan, yet, having deduced Sate's scheme, he deliberately chose to avoid it. After all, there would be future opportunities to meet. Upon seeing Lida, Sate immediately berated him, "You little rascal, are you once again betraying us?" Lida's expression remained unchanged as he replied nonchalantly, "Mind your words. When did I ever betray anyone?" "Indeed, Chief, you cannot wrongfully accuse Lida," Qijuan chimed in. Sate was nearly driven to exasperation, pointing at Lida. "Then tell me, where has Xinglu hidden the herbs?" Lida frowned. "If I knew, that would indeed be betrayal." Noticing Qijuan's perplexed expression, he added with earnestness, "If Xinglu were to share such matters with me, it would indicate an extraordinary level of trust." Qijuan pondered this and turned to Sate. "Chief, you must not speak foolishly." Could Sate genuinely believe such nonsense? It was clear that he did not. With Lida's prowess, if he truly set his mind to it, there was naught that Xinglu could conceal from his scrutiny. However, Lida could not confront him directly. After all, the bond between the two was not impervious. Lida had always been aloof, and remaining within the family was already a considerable limit for him. To expect more, to demand that he serve the clan with the same fervor as the other members, was simply out of the question. Ultimately, despite Sate's exhaustive search, he could not uncover the medicinal plants hidden by Xinglu, and his gaze inevitably drifted towards the ocean. If there was still a place where things could be concealed, It was surely here. Yet, before he could issue orders for his kin to scour the waters, two dire tidings reached him in quick succession. What did you say? Set's eyes widened in disbelief. In the sea. Furrowing his brow, he pondered whether they had escaped underwater. But how could that be? Suddenly, his eyes grew wide with realization. Could it be a sea monster? The clan member nodded, steeling himself to say, Indeed, we saw a sea creature surface from the depths. Noticing Set's prolonged silence, he cast a quick glance upward and whispered, Chief, shall we send someone to pursue them? A sea creature. Lita had grown up in Zile City, where the climate was arid, surrounded by mountains but devoid of rivers. Nevertheless, water training was part of the upbringing in the Shinka family. Thus, Lita could swim, albeit not with great proficiency, as he was not accustomed to a life by the water's edge. Furthermore, he was a child of the lightning attribute, not of the water. Consequently, when he ventured into the sea, he did so with utmost caution. However, it soon became evident to Lita that his limited swimming abilities would not suffice to reach the depths he aspired to. Yet, he did not yield to despair. Instead, he embarked on relentless practice. Lita's physical prowess was truly exceptional, and after more than half a month of training, he felt prepared to plunge into the water once more. The shallow waters were breathtakingly beautiful, with the hues of the sea growing darker as one descended. Lita remained near the island where the ladder tree stood, exploring the depths alongside the island itself. Although the island floated on the surface, its underwater expanse was substantial. It was evident that a majestic structure like the ladder tree could not endure without a sufficiently large island to support it. With each passing day of exploration, Lita's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Finally, perseverance bore fruit. On this day, he felt a series of rhythmic pulses beneath his palm. A broad smile graced his lips, affirming the correctness of his hypothesis. Confirming his suspicions, Lita hastily retrieved a beast-taming token. Typically, one would not carry such a token, but Lita was an exception, keeping one with him at all times. Originally, he possessed two tokens belonging to Xiaomei and Ahui, but those had shattered upon their demise. He expended considerable resources to have them repaired and fused into a single piece, which he now kept as a cherished memento. Not willing to let this rare opportunity slip away, he then drew a dagger, gently caressing the rough texture beneath his palm, and whispered, Bear with me. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming longing for Wan Wan. Had she been present, this colossal creature would not have had to endure such excruciating pain. With this thought in mind, he resolutely plunged the dagger into the beast. Instantly, a torrent of blood gushed from the wound, continuously absorbed by the beast tamer's token. In the blink of an eye, the once pristine token transformed into a deep crimson hue. The sea began to churn, and a muffled roar of anguish echoed across the surface. As Lita struggled to stabilize his body while releasing a wave of benevolent mental energy. Nevertheless, a confrontation was unavoidable. Reluctant to exert his full strength, Lita opted for passive defense, while the immense tortoise writhed in agony, its body thrashing in the water until sheer exhaustion compelled it to cease its movements. The intelligence of such colossal beasts was not to be underestimated. Though inferior to true humans, it was akin to that of a teenage child. Having been abruptly awoken from a deep slumber, the turtle was particularly displeased, and despite having vented its frustrations, its mood remained foul. The great creature's massive head emerged from the water, yet it refused to spare Lita even a glance. Despite the fact that its life and death rested in the human's hands, as evidenced by the token he held, Lita touched his nose, feeling a rare sense of guilt. Chapter 52. Cooperation. The sea turtle spent its days in a state of temper, and Lita devised numerous strategies to appease it. Unfortunately, aside from moments of calm during the application of medicine, the creature either spat water at him or deliberately disturbed the sea, leaving him in disarray. Lita bore it all in silence, never once resorting to the use of the beast tamer's token. In this manner, the turtle seemed to gradually recognize that this human was not entirely undesirable. Although it continued to tease him, it began to exercise a modicum of restraint. The true reconciliation between Lita and the sea turtle, however, would not occur until a month had passed. It is rather amusing to note that the majestic sea turtle, embodying strength and resilience, is nonetheless quite gluttonous. To accuse it of gluttony might be somewhat unjust, considering the immense burden it bears with the colossal ladder tree on its back. It is a marvel that the sea turtle is not overwhelmed. And as for its desire to venture into the ocean in search of fish, shrimp, or seaweed, the latter is feasible, while the former is quite impossible, as it lacks limbs or a tail. The sea turtle, already slow in its natural pace, finds itself further hindered by the weight of the ladder tree, making it nearly impossible to catch up with those swift fish and shrimp. Thus, in recent years, the sea turtle has predominantly subsisted on a vegetarian diet. When Lita inadvertently presented it with a catch of fish and shrimp, the creature indulged in its feast with unrestrained joy, inadvertently splashing its tail and stirring the sea into a frothy uproar. Recognizing the turtle's vulnerability, Lita adeptly endeavored to cater to its tastes, diligently diving into the sea each day to procure a bounty of seafood. Not to mention, the lightning attribute of his star energy proved particularly effective for such endeavors. After a month, not only had the sea turtle grown closer to him than even kin, but Lita had also honed his skills to become a master fisherman. With the sea turtle's needs satisfied, Lita turned his attention to the ladder tree. In his eyes, there was no place on the entire island more suitable for habitation than this tree. Despite its singular nature, the tree's vastness suggested that, if hollowed out, it could easily accommodate an entire city's worth of inhabitants. However, Lita had never entertained the thought of relocating the entire populace of Purple Thunder City. His intention was merely to create a home for himself and Juju's offspring. Thus, he believed that with a few excavated hollows and some thoughtful arrangements within, he could establish a cozy abode. Yet, Lita was not a metal elementalist, and the task of hollowing out tree cavities was far from his expertise. All he could resort to was sheer brute force for the excavation. He was quite thoughtful, even contemplating the idea of opening the entrance above the branch. Thus, once the hole was completed, he could install a door, allowing him to push it open from the inside and step onto the branch, rather than risking a fall by stepping into empty space. Furthermore, Lita constructed a wooden railing around the edge of the branch, creating an outdoor balcony. Inside the tree hollow, Lita fashioned a simple wooden bed along with tables and chairs. As for bedding and other necessities, he planned to procure those later. Most importantly, they needed to find someone to assist in raising their children, as neither he nor Wan could remain there indefinitely. However, the people of Ruinyu City were exceedingly excited. The conflict between the Xinglu and Xinca clans had persisted for some time, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats. Yet, a complete triumph such as this had not occurred in many years. Particularly, this victory resolved the weapon issue for the Xingla side. It was clear to everyone that the Xinca clan had no choice but to concede this time. This assertion held true. Even if Sate was proud and reluctant to admit defeat, he had no option but to graciously seek forgiveness. Sate was indeed magnanimous. Having lost, he accepted his defeat, personally leading a group to request pardon. To demonstrate his sincerity, he brought along several carts filled with lavish gifts, exuding genuine goodwill. Notably, as the clan leader, he even brought along more than a dozen star children, boldly arriving in Ruinyu City. When the news spread, the city erupted in astonishment, though the higher-ups quickly regained their composure after the initial surprise. However, even though it is understood that Satyr dares to act this way because he knows Fong he is an upright individual and would never take advantage of his vulnerable position to slay him in Ruinyu City, the audacity he displays still garners respect from the onlookers. Unlike Xinca and Xinglu, internal strife is not uncommon there. Who knows if someone might be tempted to vie for power? If that were the case, Satyr would no longer serve as a bargaining chip. Upon arriving at Tianjin, Xiangqing hurriedly approached her with alarming news. Is there an issue with the Hantan? Wan was taken aback. What could possibly be wrong with the Hantan? Xiangqing's brow furrowed. There have been recent incidents at the Hantan. Incidents? Wan's confusion was evident. Xiangqing's expression was grim. Drownings. However, just yesterday we unexpectedly discovered that the bodies at the bottom of the Hantan had completely decomposed, leaving only bare bones. In the world of Xinglan, the notion of a proper burial is not esteemed, and the handling of corpses is generally limited to cremation. Typically, unless a body floats to the surface, no one would deliberately attempt to retrieve it. Moreover, the bodies that fall into the Han can ultimately contribute to its nourishment. Yet, even if they serve as sustenance, it is illogical for them to decay so rapidly as to leave only bones. The emergence of such a condition suggests only one possibility: the presence of carnivorous medicinal plants beneath the Hantan. Carnivorous medicinal plants are not uncommon, as many possess such attributes. A corpse is merely one of the nutrients for these plants. Some consume directly, while others absorb nutrients through the soil after the body decomposes. The concern lies in the fear that Wan's complexion turns serious. Do you suspect that the medicinal plants are actively seeking prey? Xiongqing nodded. In fact, I had previously encountered a conflict with a dark-skinned individual, during which I struck him into the frigid pool, and he never resurfaced. You did not deliver a fatal blow? Wan quickly discerned the crux of his words. Xiongqing nodded, affirming your understanding. Typically, we do not resort to lethal force. At that time, I thought little of it, assuming the dark-skinned man was already injured. Upon discovering the bones, I deliberately inquired on the opposite side. And a clansman who was friendly with that dark-skinned individual informed me that although he bore wounds during our altercation, they were merely superficial injuries. Wan frowned. Is such an occurrence common? I consulted with my clansmen, and there were a dozen similar cases. Xiongqing had anticipated this, and these were merely from the past fortnight. This is no trivial matter. Wan pondered before suggesting. Seek out a few dark-skinned individuals, and let us convene to explore the depths of the frigid pool together. With her presence, their safety would be significantly assured. It was evident that Xing Ke's side had also recognized the issue when Xiongqing approached them. They agreed to collaborate without hesitation. Chapter 53, Fetal Crystal. Fetal Cell. Wan and her companions were utterly astonished, and in their hearts, they suspected it was something of a similar nature. However, the reality proved to be quite the contrary. Upon seeing what Xiongqing held in his arms, even Wan, despite her preparations, could not suppress her shock. It was a sphere not much smaller than a basketball, and it was said that when Wan first arrived in this world, she had indeed encountered fetal cells, variously sized pinkish orbs. Before them lay a translucent white membrane, behind which curled a tiny, skeletal infant. The sight was undeniably macabre, and it was no wonder that the pale-skinned maiden had been unable to resist discarding it. Yet, Xiongqing delicately lifted the fetal sac and set it aside, instructing the others to continue their excavation. Is there more? Wan inquired, voicing the collective curiosity. Indeed, there is, Xiongqing replied. Although Wan harbored many lingering questions, she temporarily set them aside upon witnessing the urgency of Xiongqing and the other star children in unearthing the fetal sacs. After another half-hour of labor, they finally extracted all the sacs. As the group emerged from the icy pool, Wan could no longer contain herself. Why are there so many fetal sacs in the cold pool? And what is the nature of that humanoid medicinal plant? The humanoid medicinal plant was originally a carnivorous variety. By a twist of fate, it consumed a fetal sac, granting it a chance of transforming into a humanoid form. We have been fortunate this time. This particular plant has yet to mature, and its flowers have not yet bloomed. If the flower were to bloom, we would face a grave challenge. According to family records, we once lost thousands of star children due to a single humanoid medicinal plant. Wan fell silent at this revelation. A nearby pale-skinned individual then asked, if you are aware that there are lost fetal sacs beneath the cold pool, why not seek them out? Because the effort and the reward are not always proportional. An elder with dark skin remarked, the cold pool is not so easily navigable. Everyone is already exerting themselves to merely survive, let alone venture to the depths of the cold pool in search of those scarce embryonic cells. It would be one thing if we stumbled upon them while foraging for medicinal plants, but typically no one undertakes such an endeavor intentionally. He refrained from mentioning another reason. Those embryonic cells are ownerless, and the search for them could easily provoke conflict, which would render the effort futile. Wan pondered for a moment and inquired, then why the urgency to excavate the embryonic cells? Because if these cells are not extracted promptly, they will rapidly decay once the humanoid medicinal plants perish, Xiongqing replied, touching her nose. Despite the humanoid medicinal plants appearing to be of little value, the cells below hold great significance. As she spoke, she unexpectedly applied both hands to pry open one of the embryonic cells, extracting a soft substance from the infant's skull. This item was pale white, roughly the size of a quail egg, and emitted a faint, pleasant aroma. This is what we call embryonic crystal. It is of no use to adults, but holds immense value for children. If a frail infant consumes this, it can lead to robust health, while a healthy child can strengthen their constitution and lay a more solid foundation for their growth. Wan lowered her gaze, feeling a stirring within her. After all, it would not be long before she, along with Ahei and Axie, would also seek to have children. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, I would like one. Xiongqing, not in the least surprised, readily acquiesced. Though there are merely 26 precious crystals in total, which is insufficient for so many individuals, Junjun undoubtedly merits one. Subsequently, she observed a fierce clash between a group of fair-skinned and dark-skinned individuals. After their altercation, disputes arose within each faction before the rightful ownership of the precious crystals was established. This illustrates the rarity and value of such crystals. Upon her return, Junjun promptly presented the crystal to Ahei and Axiu, remarking that it would be prudent to keep it in case their future child were to be frail. She smiled brightly. Ahei and Axiu exchanged glances, a hint of exasperation evident. You should reserve it for your own child. Ours do not require your concern, Axiu stated. As time passed, they increasingly discerned that Junjun's mindset was somewhat skewed. Although they were the older brothers, tasked with caring for their sister, Junjun viewed them as burdens, intent on safeguarding them due to her perceived inadequacies in their abilities. This would have been acceptable, given the scarcity of individuals like her in the galaxy. However, her protective instincts towards them were exceedingly pronounced. Even now, she fretted over their future offspring. Junjun smiled, believing that whoever needed it most should receive it. Yet she remained obstinate. Unbeknownst to her, her brother's sentiments differed, and even if she were aware, her disposition would not waver. For Junjun, Ahei, Axiu, and the late Little Tong were profoundly significant and uniquely special figures in her life. Objectively speaking, Junjun is an individual profoundly starved for affection, a reality rooted not solely in her experiences at the orphanage. Before becoming an orphan, his parents were like phoenixes that soared out of two humble chicken coop families. Both relentless workaholics who built their substantial fortune from scratch. They did not lack affection for their only daughter, however. Their sentiments could be summarized in a singular notion. They simply lacked the time to love and cherish her. They believed that the pursuit of their careers was an opportunity not to be squandered, and regarding their daughter, they thought material possessions could suffice or that future compensations would suffice. Ultimately, they succeeded in building their empire, only to perish in a tragic car accident. The wealth they amassed for her benefit ended up benefiting whom, she could only wonder, as she fell from the status of a wealthy heiress to that of an orphan. In this context, how could her three brothers, born alongside her and raised together, not be seen as extraordinary? She initially perceived them through the lens of an adult, viewing them as akin to sons. Yet, in the underground square, it was these three who shielded her, prompting her to willingly acknowledge their fraternal bond, creating a family unit reliant on one another. Moreover, after Xiao Tong sustained severe injuries due to her compassionate nature, he chose to sacrifice his life, becoming their protector. Throughout her brief existence, it might be said bluntly that the essence of survival in this world for Wan Wan was indeed them. Following Xiao Tong's demise, the remaining two brothers became her lifeline, her Achilles heel. She could live for them or perish for them. Chapter 54. The kindness of Satyr. It is not surprising that Wan Wan ponders this reality. Although the world contains phenomena like the star child, which defy scientific understanding, it does not completely stray from reason. For instance, the concept of space remains absent here. In modern times, precious items can be secured in bank vaults or safeguarded within personal safes at home. Even in the most unfortunate circumstances, a home is one's own sanctuary, with possessions therein offering a semblance of security. Even if one were to fall victim to theft, there remains the possibility of reporting the crime. Should misfortune strike and one were to pass away, their belongings would be inherited by their closest kin. Thus, there is little recourse for grievances. The climate in Tianjin has always been rather peculiar. One moment it may be bathed in sunlight, and the next, it could be besieged by torrential rain. The residents have grown accustomed to such capriciousness. Consequently, after several days of hail and downpours, no one felt discomfort. In fact, many water and ice elemental star children seized the opportunity to engage in rigorous training. Huan Wan accompanied Ahei and Axiu as they soaked in the cold pool. Initially, Ahei and Axiu had harbored hopes of becoming star children, but after encountering nearly all the star energy stones without any response, their expectations gradually waned. Meanwhile, Huan Wan was more than willing to safeguard her two elder brothers during their time in the cold waters. The water from the cold pool had begun to overflow in recent days. Axiu opened her eyes and spoke up. Huan Wan glanced at the water that had spilled onto the grass and casually remarked, "There is nothing to be done. The rain has been rather excessive these past few days." "Commoners, smuggling?" Huan Wan exclaimed in disbelief. "What are you saying?" Ahei was equally taken aback. "Surely you jest?" 4 top-tier warriors like him and Axiu. Relying on Huan Wan's protection was imperative. After all, the star energy stones were perilous to anyone who was not a star child. This was not an uncommon situation. Wind Oracle remarked with a composed expression, "There have been instances in the past. The odds of a smuggled commoner surviving are exceedingly slim. Yet even such a minuscule chance compels some to take the risk. Why is this happening?" Ashio asked, perplexed. It is due to the food shortages in the northwest. Fengyu sighed. Although Xinglu produces grain, the supply is limited. The food allocated beyond ensuring the survival of the southeastern populace is utterly insufficient to satiate all the inhabitants of the northwest. You have all witnessed the hardships following the Tianjin War a few years ago. When our grain trade with Xinca was halved, the suffering of the northwest citizens escalated immensely. That we are only now witnessing a surge in smuggling is, in fact, a sign of improvement. Huan fell silent. The blame, in truth, lay with Xinglu and Xinca. Yet, the fault was not entirely theirs. Both families had exerted every effort to protect these people, and it was impossible for them to shoulder the entirety of their burdens. The group followed Fengyu, but even with their minds prepared, the scene before them rendered them speechless. Unlike the children of the stars or elite warriors, these commoners bore an uncanny resemblance to Huan's previous life. They were the epitome of ordinary individuals. They could not soar through the skies of Tianjin, nor could they scale the treacherous cliffs with their physical prowess. They were left with the most rudimentary and perilous means of relying on ropes. Yet, lacking the necessary skill, many lost their grip from exhaustion and fell to their deaths. Even more tragically, countless others were crushed by the falling star energy stones. In the midst of such a harrowing spectacle, with fellow compatriots perishing around them, one would expect no one to remain unmoved. Yet, at that moment, those individuals appeared to lack any sensation, continuing their journey as if in a trance. Thousands of emaciated souls, their bodies barely clothed, were expressions of utter numbness, as if they have relinquished all hope, both inside and out, steeped in despair. Yet, this very group moves with unwavering resolve, humbly and without hesitation, gazing toward hope while inching closer to death. The tumult within is indescribable. It is as though she witnesses countless lives cast into the crucible, revealing the stark reality of this world. So tragic, yet so heart-wrenching. Clearly, she is not alone in her emotional upheaval. Is there nothing we can do to assist them? Someone tentatively suggests. Fengyu shakes her head, asserting that to intervene would only solidify the resolve of those still wavering, compelling them to join the ranks of the smugglers. Following closely, Xiaocheng concurs. Indeed, we cannot help. In the past, those who felt compelled to assist only attracted more individuals, leading to further tragedies. Some remain silent, while others, in Navet, propose, then let us rescue everyone. Once they reach the southeast, they will no longer suffer from hunger. The civilians in the southeast are indeed better off than those in the northwest, a fact that many and their families take great pride in. Hearing this, Xiaocheng scoffs. We cannot concern ourselves with such matters. Where would the food for the multitude come from? Xingku would relish our invitation to the northwest populace. Despite Xing Lu trading vast quantities of grain to Xingku each year, it does not imply that the southeast is flush with resources. It is merely a necessity. The northwest scarcely produces grain. If we were to push Xinca to the brink, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, Sate, who had just arrived at Tianjin, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the scene from a distance. Throughout his life, he had witnessed such sights more than once. Yet each time he remained silently moved. Chief, a clansman beside him whispered. Sate shook his head, urging them to continue on their way. He was not a person like Fenghe, overflowing with compassion, but one could not remain indifferent upon witnessing such scenes. Yet, he was inherently a ruthless individual, and the empathy of such a person can be quite terrifying. A good person may see a beggar and feel compelled to offer food and money, while a malevolent one may perceive the same beggar's plight as a reason to end their life of suffering. In this moment, Sate's sentiments towards the common people echoed this duality. He sincerely believed that the world resembled a descent into hell, since these wretched souls lived in such agony. Why not eradicate their existence altogether, allowing only those who could thrive to remain? Chapter 55. A declaration. Fenghe had heard the news and spoke to the elders beside her, stating, regardless of whether Sate offers sufficient sincerity this time, the grain trade must be reinstated. The Grand Elder snorted disdainfully, and the expressions of the other elders were hardly more favorable. Fenghe swallowed hard. She wished to protect those commoners, yet felt powerless to do so. Nevertheless, she would never endorse Sate's delusional desire for a cleansing of the populace, until nearly all the common folk perished in the abyss. Only a handful of individuals clung to the hope of survival. It was then that Wan and her companions discovered the reason for the recent overflow of the cold pool. It was not due to rain, but rather an overwhelming number of people who had traversed its waters. To what extent, you may ask? Feng Yu recorded the details and remarked, "This smuggling route is not the only one. When combined with others, it could amount to over 100 million people." At these words, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Wan pondered a question. Could there be no children of the stars among the commoners? Feng Yu smiled and replied, "This matter is not a secret among the children of the stars. Before the celestial descent, dozens of individuals encountered an accident that brought them to the holy land of Lunel. Most of these individuals perished, unable to withstand the energy emanating from the sacred site, leaving only 2 survivors. These 2 were the ancestors of Xing Ku and Xing Shu. When the celestial descent occurred, our ancestors became the children of the stars, the only 2 in existence. Subsequent children of the stars can be regarded as their descendants." Wan was taken aback, but what of the small families of Duojin? At that time, the purpose of the Stone of Inheritance had yet to be understood, and the most primitive method of procreation was still employed. Small families, like those of Duojin, had all married daughters from either the Xing Shu or Xing Ku families, Feng Yu stated calmly. Wan fell silent. She had always believed that becoming a child of the stars was solely dependent on talent, unrelated to bloodline. It was merely that commoners had limited access to the Stone of Star Energy, which explained the absence of children of the stars among them. In light of this, her previous assumptions now seemed utterly ludicrous. In the realm of starry sky, ordinary individuals find themselves devoid of hope, as if their very existence is destined for suffering. Perhaps they have resigned themselves to this fate, much like a rabbit does not perceive injustice when consumed by a wolf, or a worm does not lament its demise at the beak of a bird. Yet, this is not the absolute destiny of the common people. No one understands this better than Wan, for she once embodied the essence of an ordinary person. Her life was neither grand nor exceptional, lacking any extraordinary talents. Yet she managed to find sustenance and warmth, indulging in pleasures that even the children of the stars have never experienced. Ordinary individuals too can lead lives of tranquility. They are not inherently destined to endure suffering. Even among those who cannot ascend to the status of the children of the stars, not all are insignificant. There are always those who can create miracles and achieve remarkable feats that draw the world's attention. In Wan's eyes, this world is utterly incomprehensible. She has not always been in the company of a He and a Xiao. At times, she retreats to the modest forest beneath the heavenly abyss, a place ravaged by relentless rain. Her voice, laden with evident fatigue, caught Li De off guard, prompting him to hasten his steps towards her, scrutinizing her for any signs of injury. Only upon confirming her well-being did he gently inquire, "What troubles you?" This tone, Wan instinctively opened her eyes, only to meet a pair of eyes. She found herself at a loss for words to describe the emotions within those eyes, yet she felt an undeniable familiarity. Once, there existed a man whose smile radiated purity, akin to the brilliant sun in the sky. His gaze upon her was always fervent, as if it bore the weight of his innermost passions, yet he cautiously inquired, "Sususu, what kind of boy do you like?" However, that vibrant visage ultimately left her with a haunting image, one that was eerily silent and drenched in blood. Seeing her lost in thought, Lita instinctively felt a pang of displeasure. Juju shook her head and looked up to ask, "Did you need something from me?" Lita initially intended to share his findings from the ladder tree, but at that moment, he altered his course. "I have discovered something," he declared, observing his serious demeanor. Juju instinctively sensed trouble. Juju was momentarily stunned, her expression one of bewilderment as she gazed at Lita. After a prolonged silence, Lita lowered his eyes, only to glance at her again, stammering, "Would you be willing to be with me?" Juju. She felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. "Well, I wasn't prepared for this at all." She swallowed hard and said, "Have you forgotten? You belong to the Shinka family, and I belong to the Zingel family." Lita replied, "I have not forgotten, but I have previously stated that my loyalty to my family." He scoffed softly, then grasped her hand, saying, "I will not betray my family, nor will I ask you to do so. This does not preclude us from being together, does it? Is it truly possible?" Juju felt somewhat bewildered. To Lita, however, her expression seemed to convey an unspoken acceptance. He couldn't help but smile, bending down to gently smooth her bangs, saying, "Don't worry. I've made all the arrangements." Before Wan could utter a word, she felt a dull pain at the back of her neck, and darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. Lita cautiously cradled Wan's fallen body, then glanced around to ensure no one was watching before blushingly beginning to remove her clothes. In the past, he had been quite adept at undressing her, having seen and touched her body thoroughly without a hint of embarrassment. Yet now, not only did his hands tremble, but his face flushed like a ripe tomato. After considerable effort, he finally managed to strip her bare. However, at that moment, he realized that it wasn't necessary to undress her entirely to transfer the ancestral blood. But having commenced the act, Lita laid Wan flat, pulled down his pants to reveal the blood-red ancestral stone embedded in his abdomen, and then leaned over her, adjusting their positions until the two ancestral stones made contact. Almost instantaneously, ancestral blood began to surge forth, merging together and swiftly forming 6 fist-sized embryonic sacs. Lita's ancestral stone was full, while Wan had only been embedded with her ancestral stone for less than 3 months. 6 drops of ancestral blood were indeed quite impressive. Chapter 56. A Misunderstanding? After securing the embryonic sacs, Lita gently dressed Wan again, cradling her tenderly in his arms. Fearing she might awaken, he took special care to extract the juice from a plant known to induce sleep and fed it to her. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the sky gradually darkened. Hearing footsteps approach, Lita gently placed Huan on the grass and deftly concealed herself behind a tree. Upon noticing Huan asleep against the trunk, Ahei and Ashio breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to nudge her, calling, Huan, wake up. Initially, they thought little of it. But after several nudges without any response, their expressions changed dramatically. The siblings exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, swiftly lifted her and fled. They were acutely aware that the assailant might still be nearby, yet given their current capabilities, remaining in place was not a prudent choice. What has happened to Huan? Ation inquired, stepping closer. Ahei exhaled, placing Huan down as he replied, She was in this state when we found her in the grove. We couldn't rouse her. With their present strength, venturing out still posed certain risks. Although they had considered seeking assistance, their positions rendered them without significant influence. And unable to ascertain whether Huan was truly in peril, they hesitated to trouble others. Upon hearing this, Ation attempted to awaken Huan, but as expected, he was unsuccessful. He turned her over and indeed noticed a swelling at the back of her neck, an evident sign of having been knocked unconscious. Furrowing his brow, he leaned closer to Huan's mouth and detected a faint scent of fresh grass. As I suspected, he remarked, she was first rendered unconscious and subsequently administered good sleep grass. As the name suggests, good sleep grass is intended to ensure a restful slumber. Previously, when a wounded individual experienced severe pain and struggled to rest well at night, they would consume good sleep grass to aid in their slumber. As it is not a hallucinogenic herb, it exerts no adverse effects on the brain's neural pathways, rendering this herb remarkably popular. Upon hearing the news, Xiongcheng and others hurried over, only to discover Ation's conclusion. Who could be responsible for the attack on Wan? Xiongcheng exclaimed, his fury palpable. The significance of Wan to the family was self-evident. He never imagined that someone would dare to act against her right under his nose. Need I say more? Xiongcheng scoffed. It must be that group of black-skinned individuals. Xiongcheng quickly realized the truth. Indeed, who else but that group? However, they managed to render Wan unconscious, yet did not abduct her. This left him incredulous. He was well aware that old coot, Sate, harbored a particular covetousness for Wan. Even other black-skinned individuals could not be said to be free from ulterior motives towards her. Upon hearing this, the others found it peculiar. Yet Shui Feng contemplated and remarked, Actually, it's not entirely surprising. Xingku is currently desperate to restore grain trade with us. Thus they would naturally hesitate to abduct Wan. But surely they wouldn't leave her unconscious without taking action? Xiongcheng furrowed his brow. In that instant, all present seemed to have a realization, their gazes shifting toward Xiongcheng. She too had her suspicions, yet she shook her head and said, Let us wait for Wan to awaken. She should investigate herself. The location of the Stone of Heritage was exceedingly private. Though she shared a bond with Wan, it would be inappropriate to examine it without her consent. Most importantly, regardless of whether their conjectures held any truth, they needed Wan to provide information. Without her awakening, all their efforts would be in vain. In the stillness of the night, Wan awoke, finding herself alone, as Xiongcheng and the others were absent. However, Ahei and Ashio had vigilantly remained by her side, alert to her every movement. Ashio promptly lit the lamp and approached with concern. Wan, are you all right? In truth, Wan felt somewhat dazed, invigorated by the effects of the good sleep herb, and then, memories of past events flooded her mind. Wan, quickly check if your ancestral blood has diminished, Ahei urged. Ancestral blood. Wan gasped, quickly realizing what was amiss. Motioning for a He and a Xiao to turn away, she lifted her garments to inspect, only to find the ancestral stone had indeed been depleted. What does this imply? Or perhaps he feigned misunderstanding on purpose. Wanwan leaned towards the latter notion. Though Lita lacked the profound cunning of Sate, he was hardly a paragon of integrity. Even she had contemplated seizing a He and a Xiao's ancestral blood, let alone Lita. The thought of developing feelings for someone with dark skin, even if they could never be together, might lead her to attempt to claim their ancestral blood. In fact, Wanwan's suspicions were correct. Lita certainly did not harbor the delusion that a mere confession would lead Wanwan to joyfully accept a relationship with him. Yet, this did not signify his withdrawal. Due to familial obligations, his immediate aim was not to win Wanwan's affection, but rather to alleviate her concerns. He had no desire for them to become the second iteration of Sate and Fong He. The latter two were middle-aged women, known as Tong Mama and Hui Mama, who worked in the Shinka family's nursery. The two individuals were stealthily abducted by Lita and were now being taken to the vast expanse of the ocean. Trembling in each other's embrace, uncertain of Lita's intentions. It was no surprise. During her childhood in the nursery, she had been met with disdain for various reasons, and they had not treated her kindly. Now, having been captured, could they not be concerned about her potential for revenge? Lita, oblivious to their fears and unaware that their trepidation stemmed from long-forgotten grievances, had chosen them with careful consideration. As fellow workers in the nursery, both Mother Tong and Mother Hui shared a common trait. Their children had perished on the battlefield. Due to their advancing years, they could no longer bear offspring, leaving them unbound by familial ties. In the case of ordinary clan members, the presence or absence of living children mattered little, as often they were strangers, rendering any emotional connection moot. Furthermore, among the Shinka clan, few truly cherished their offspring. However, those employed in the nursery were somewhat different, due to their professional advantage. They were likely aware of their children's identities. While the indifferent may not dwell on these thoughts, those with a deeper emotional capacity might find themselves preoccupied. The clan's employment arrangements also considered adaptability. Those who could endure in the nursery exhibited a certain patience toward children, indicating they were not devoid of warmth. Had it not been for these factors, Lita would not have learned that both Mother Tong and Mother Hui had lost all their children. Lita intended to keep these two individuals at the Sky Ladder Tree to assist in caring for the children. Although the area was surrounded by vast ocean and monitored by sea turtles, making escape nearly impossible, it was better to be cautious than to assume safety. If they were willing to stay voluntarily, it would be even more advantageous. While there were younger members in the nursery, their impulsiveness made them less reliable. Thus, Lita opted to bind two older individuals. After all, their immediate need for assistance was paramount, and in 10 or 8 years, the older children would be able to care for their younger siblings. Lita was determined not to allow the lineage of Wanwan to intertwine with that of other men. Upon realizing that Lita had captured them solely to help with child-rearing, both Mother Tong and Mother Hui sighed with relief. They did not dwell on the implications. In fact, within the Star Clan, there were numerous members who held differing opinions on the approach to raising children, yet they felt powerless against the prevailing authority. Nevertheless, it could not be said that no one discreetly raised children outside the clan. The clan's regulations were not overly stringent in this regard. For nurturing a child externally was indeed a formidable challenge, and one slip could lead to dire consequences. Their primary concern was how to handle potential calamities at the Sky Ladder Tree, not out of any other reason but to safeguard their own lives. Lita led the two into the tree hollow he had excavated, which still required various supplies. "Please inform me of what is needed, and I shall procure it," he stated. The hollow was spacious, specifically designed with a larger cavity encompassing a smaller one, perfectly accommodating a fetal pod. Thus, when the child was born, the initial stages could be spent within the smaller chamber. As for the arrangements for when they grow up, it is a matter that must be approached gradually. "Lord Lita, we need to concoct a nutrient solution so that the embryos can receive ample nourishment and avoid the tragedy of stillbirth." At the mention of the latter, Mother Tong's voice dwindled to a whisper. Lita, however, remained unfazed and simply replied, "If you require anything, please provide a list, and I shall ensure it is delivered promptly." He possessed a modicum of understanding, realizing that ordinary embryos could indeed be born without the nutrient solution, albeit with a prolonged gestation period. However, those bearing the bloodlines of the esteemed Xinglu and Shinka families required significantly more sustenance, particularly in the later stages, making it all the more crucial. When Mother Tong and Mother Hui presented the meticulously prepared list to Lida, he intended to leave with 6 of the embryos in his care. Mother Hui, with a slight twitch of her lips, hastily detained him, saying, "Lord Lida, might you leave us some provisions?" Lida was momentarily taken aback, for he had indeed neglected this aspect. He had assumed they could manage their own food supply. However, upon further reflection, he realized that both women worked in the nursery and most likely had not undergone any physical enhancement. This meant their physical capabilities were merely superior to those of ordinary individuals, possessing slightly greater agility. Yet it would be impossible for them to navigate the heights of the ladder tree. Not to mention, foraging for wild fruits, vegetables, or fishing was an even greater challenge. It would not only be a concern for them, but also for the children in the future, who would need to move freely on the ladder tree. With this thought in mind, Lida decided to venture into the sea, procuring a large fish to offer them, saying, "Please eat this for now. I shall return with provisions in a few days." It was over. He tossed aside a small knife and a flint, then departed with a dismissive gesture, leaving Mother Tong and Mother Hui exchanging glances filled with unspoken concern. Their frustration and annoyance were palpable, yet they dared not oppose Lida. Meanwhile, as dawn broke, Wanwan found herself besieged by inquiries from the crowd. "Is the bloodline still intact?" Xiaocheng inquired. Wanwan shook her head. "It is no longer present." She pinched her brow, revealing her uncertainty. "I did sense someone entering the grove, but their movements were so swift that I was rendered unconscious before I could react." It was not her intention to conceal the truth. Rather, if her suspicions were correct, Lida would likely return to seize her bloodline again. As an auxiliary star child, she felt utterly defenseless against him. Yet, she mused, if this occurred repeatedly, her family could hardly remain passive. She wondered what Lida's intentions truly were. With a soft sigh, Wanwan contemplated the situation. Lida had certainly considered this as well. His approach was both rudimentary and effective, as long as he wreaked havoc at the front lines. The Celestial Order would have no choice but to release Wanwan. However, what Lida failed to anticipate was her silence on the matter. Frustrated, he began to seek out trouble. "Is Lida still in Tianjin?" He pondered. If memory served, he had previously mentioned his intention to go there. A relative assisting him with paperwork paused in surprise. Then, after making inquiries, replied, he said he was heading to Tianjin, but they reported not seeing him there. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "By the way, there are 2 staff members missing from the nursery." "The nursery?" Seda frowned. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "I recall that the last time he visited the ladder tree, he was accompanied by someone. Who could it have been?" Seda lightly tapped the table. "Go fetch Qijuan." However, Qijuan was currently on a mission and could not arrive immediately. Seda would not see Qijuan until several days later. Without beating around the bush, he directly inquired, "Did anything happen while you were with Lida?" Qijuan appeared taken aback and scratched his head. "It seems nothing particularly noteworthy occurred." Seda skeptical, sensed that Lida might be up to her usual mischief. After contemplating for a moment, he asked, "What did you 2 discuss during your journey?" Chapter 58. The Mark Qijuan was honest, but not foolish. Upon Seder's inquiry, he immediately thought of Lida's romantic interest. Thus, he treaded carefully and recounted some of Lida's initial criticisms directed at him. He had been quite vexed at the time, otherwise he would not have remembered her words so distinctly. Seder listened intently at first, but as the narrative unfolded, his brow furrowed deeper, until he could no longer restrain himself and interjected, "Did Lida not mention anything pertaining to herself?" Qijuan understood that it was improbable for her to remain completely silent, so he pretended to ponder for a moment and replied, "Oh, she mentioned her intention to offer all the harvest from the ladder tree to Zingle, also known as Huanhuan." At this, Seder could not help but emit a huff through his nose, though he was not surprised by this revelation. Over the years, Lida's attentiveness towards Huanhuan had hardly been lacking. Anything else? Seder pressed further. Observing Qijuan's expression of confusion, Seder decided to dismiss him. Due to the incident regarding the stolen blood of inheritance, Xiangqin and others no longer allowed Wanwan to venture out alone, with a He and a Xiao accompanying her at all times. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiongcheng relayed the information to the clan leader. Upon learning of this matter, Fang He took it particularly seriously, even sending the eldest second elder to investigate. When they saw the weathered old woman, Xiongcheng and the others were taken aback. However, the second elder's gaze immediately fell upon Wanwan, who was momentarily stunned, realizing that the elder's visit might be concerning her. Once they entered the cave, the second elder clarified her purpose, which indeed was for Wanwan. Yet, When the elder expressed the desire to examine Wanwan's stone of inheritance, she hesitated but ultimately did not refuse. The Xingshu family required their members to submit their blood of inheritance, which naturally involved methods beyond mere interaction with the opposite sex, utilizing the blood crystal sphere. The blood crystal sphere is the essence of the central part of a large stone of inheritance, nourishing the blood of inheritance and thus encouraging it to detach from the stone. A few days later, a drop of inheritance blood had once again coalesced within Wanwan's stone. Therefore, when the second elder produced the blood crystal sphere, everyone, including Wanwan, assumed the family aimed to mitigate losses and prevent future incidents of stolen inheritance blood. However, when the second elder brought the blood crystal sphere close to the stone of inheritance and the drop of blood remained unmoved, all present were rendered speechless. What was happening? Xiao Cheng was dumbfounded, but the second elder appeared unsurprised. Wanwan looked at her and asked, "Second elder?" The second elder sighed. "Your inheritance stone has been marked." "Huh? What does marking mean?" Wanwan asked, bewildered. The second elder explained, "The star children have the ability to mark their partner's inheritance stones, usually voluntarily. In your case, she hesitated before continuing. Try to see if you can remove the mark using star energy." Furrowing her brows, Wanwan concentrated, gathering a sphere of star energy to envelop her inheritance stone. Previously, she had overlooked it, but now, upon closer inspection, she indeed sensed a sharp, domineering aura lingering around her inheritance stone. She attempted to extract this aura with her star energy, yet her efforts proved futile. Seeing Wanwan's failure, the second elder's expression darkened. It is indeed Lida. Such coercive marking can only be achieved by someone whose strength surpasses that of the individual marked. In this world, only Lida possesses the capability to impose such a mark upon you. In truth, when Huan was initially captured by Lida, her family's higher echelons were not aware of the details. However, as Huan rose to prominence, they could not remain indifferent. After a thorough investigation, how could they remain ignorant? It was merely that, over the years, they had not discovered any special connection between Huan and Lida, so they chose to keep the matter under wraps. Now that this issue had surfaced, the second elder recalled the incident. Jujuan, taken aback by Lida's swift revelation, blinked and asked the second elder, "Is there truly no other way to eliminate this mark?" The second elder shook her head, "Unless Lida takes action himself." It was evident that such a scenario was improbable. At this, both Xiaoqing and Xiang's expressions turned grim. It is important to understand that a powerful star child like Wanwan serves not only to protect her kin, but also significantly contributes to the lineage through her bloodline. Consider this. With her formidable strength, the rate at which she can condense her ancestral blood is undoubtedly rapid. Frankly speaking, her capabilities alone could rival those of 3 to 5-star children. Moreover, the quantity and quality of male star children within her family evidently surpass that of their female counterparts. Had Wanwan come of age, the quality of newborns in the family over the subsequent decades would have undoubtedly ascended to a higher echelon. Who could blame one for feeling vexed at this turn of events? It is not that she yearns to meet Lida, but rather that she desires to retain her freedom. Fanghe had already learned of Wanwan's marking and was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting that he has not submitted the fetal cells?" The elder regarded her intently, pondering whether Lida's motivation for marking Wanwan stemmed from genuine affection or merely an appreciation for her lineage. The Star Clan's approach to fetal cultivation is notoriously ruthless. Even the ambitious Set secretly reared his and Fanghe's child outside the family, given their insights into his temperament. If Lida holds even a modicum of genuine feeling for Wanwan, he would never surrender the fetal cells to the clan. Chapter 59. The busy Lida awaits the family's decision. It is impossible to claim that her heart is untroubled. Should the patriarch wish to confine her within Ruinyu City against her will, she would have to resort to certain measures. In truth, for Wanwan, the distinction of residing in Ruinyu City is minimal. Such a lifestyle appears intriguing to her. Yet, achieving this in her current world seems utterly unattainable. In a daring assertion, Wanwan contends that should a modern individual find themselves traversing into her world, there exists a high likelihood that they would succumb to despair. The sole purpose for her survival in this life rests upon the affection of her 3 brothers, who cherish her as a priceless treasure. Thus, Wanwan resolves that her later years shall not be confined within the walls of Ruinyu City. She adamantly refuses to permit He and Xiao to perish in a realm beyond her sight. After the passage of half a year, with no news forthcoming from her family, Wanwan finally feels a sense of relief. Yet, A troubling thought crosses her mind. Why has Lita not sought her out? Could it be that she had misinterpreted his previous declaration of affection? In truth, it is not that Lita is unwilling to visit her. Rather, he is simply overwhelmed with responsibilities that leave him no spare moments to seek her company. Had he foreseen the complexities of child rearing, he would have discarded those 6 embryos without hesitation. At that moment, Mama Tong cautiously approached, her demeanor tinged with anxiety. "Sir, we are short on diapers. What shall we do?" "What do you mean, short again?" Lita nearly reached his breaking point. "Well, there are just too many children. And the clean ones have yet to dry," Mama Tong murmured. Understood. I shall procure some fabric immediately," Lita replied, covering his face in exasperation and waving his hand dismissively. Mama Tong softly reminded him, "Ensure you acquire cotton fabric. Silk does not absorb well. Please do not make another mistake." Yes, I am aware," Lita retorted, irritation evident in his voice, with veins visibly throbbing on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and declared, "I will go find it." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel, eager to escape the cacophony of infant cries that surrounded him. Exchanging knowing glances, Mama Tong and Mama Hui could not suppress their laughter. "I believe Sir Lita is not as fearsome as he appears," Mama Tong remarked, continuing her task of washing the diapers. Mother Hui nodded, expressing her fears of potential retaliation from him. "However, it seems my apprehensions were unfounded. Adults can be quite magnanimous." Yet, Mother Tong shook her head and remarked, "It is not that he is generous. Rather, individuals like us are simply inconsequential in his eyes. Consider Yuan Li, for instance. While the cruelty of torturing another's pet is indeed reprehensible, Lita went so far as to strip him of his stellar energy and cast him into a throng of wild beasts. Such vindictiveness," Mother Hui shivered, suggesting they cease this line of discussion, as it bore no relevance to them. Their only duty was to assist the adults in caring for the children, and they would likely remain unharmed, especially after discovering that the island would instinctively evade calamities. In this world, as long as one survives, there are few demands beyond that. "What did you say?" Sater exclaimed in disbelief. A clansman, wiping the sweat from his brow, reported, "I encountered Li Da in Iris City. He was purchasing cotton fabric at a childcare store, and I overheard him making arrangements for a nursing beast." Sater's countenance turned a shade of green. "Find someone to investigate whether the bloodline of Xing'Elf and Huan has been stolen. This inquiry might prove challenging, though there exists some communication among the black and white skins over at Tianjin. Given that many white skins are disgruntled over this matter, they may not feel inclined to conceal anything. Thus, as soon as the clan's stellar offspring are mobilized, he couldn't help but smile. Truly, fortune favors me. If only I could seize Li Da and Huan's child. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an expressionless visage materialized in his consciousness. "Shinka, you are nothing but a monster cloaked in human skin. What flows within you is not blood, but venom." He paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. Acknowledging the truth in her words, he was indeed a monster. Yet, if he could transform this world, what did it matter if he became a monster? With Lita's formidable strength, he immediately sensed he was being followed and led his pursuers to a secluded spot. In a flash of lightning and thunder, all the stalkers turned to ashes. He spared them a breath of life, but that was the extent of his mercy. A year later, Huan encountered Lita once more. Not only she, but the pale-skinned individuals from Tianjin also laid eyes on him. As they surged forward in excitement, Huan quickly intervened, advising them against their impulsiveness. She was well aware that although Lita often showed leniency towards her, he would not hesitate to retaliate if these pale-skinned individuals sought their own demise. Her intervention calmed the crowd, who then realized they were no match for Lita, creating a moment of tense stillness. Chapter 60. A turn of events at this moment. Lita was equally bewildered. He had intended to sneak a glance at Huan after a year of relentless toil, yearning for her presence, only to be confronted by a throng of pale-skinned individuals. Clearing his throat, before anyone could react, a surge of electricity coursed through the air, rendering them unconscious. Huan surveyed her fallen kin and noted that Lita's actions were measured. Even Ah-He and Ah-Xiu had not been truly harmed, which alleviated her worries. She raised an eyebrow at Lita and inquired, "What brings you here?" Lita, slightly blushing, replied, "Shall we go to the grove?" Junjun inquired, "How long will they remain unconscious?" "Perhaps 2 hours," Lita replied, touching his nose. "I wish to converse with you." After a moment's contemplation, Junjun did not decline. They made their way to a small grove, where she turned to Lita and jested, You aren't contemplating knocking me out again, are you? Lita felt a pang of guilt at her words. He hesitated and muttered, "You could also mark me." Junjun scoffed, "Surely you can erase my mark." She was self-aware enough to acknowledge that, had she not been a support-type star child, her combat prowess would not be inferior to Lita's. However, she understood that Lita's strength undoubtedly surpassed her own. "I would not," Lita replied earnestly, locking his gaze onto hers. Perhaps his earnestness was too intense, for Junjun found herself unable to meet his eyes. Lita contemplated the matter seriously. He desired Junjun to mark him, firstly, for his own pleasure, and secondly, to deter Sator's interest. He was aware that Sator likely knew of his hidden child. Yet he remained confident that he could prevent Sator from discovering the truth. Nevertheless, Sator would undoubtedly still covet his bloodline. How splendid it would be if Junjun could provide him with a mark. Yet, such matters could not be rushed. They must unfold gradually. "Are you upset?" Lita cautiously inquired, noticing Junjun's silence. With her arms crossed, she retorted, "What do you think?" Lita settled beside her, unable to suppress the urge to ask whether she harbored feelings for him. Yet he deemed it premature. Instead, he softly remarked, "You won't find a better provider of paternal genes than me." Junjun let out a cold laugh. "No one can take my child away." "I have no intention of taking your child," Lita hurriedly replied. "I did not entrust the embryos to the family. I raised them outside." Upon hearing this, Wanwan could not help but show her astonishment. Is that really true? This was something she had not anticipated. Lita nodded, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. "I found a wonderful place. The children are all there. When the opportunity arises, I will take you to see them." Wanwan furrowed her brow concerned. "But if they are raised outside, what will happen if disaster strikes?" Families like Zingolf and Shinka, despite their flaws, can at least ensure the safety of the young ones from calamities. It is uncertain whether we siblings would have survived even a year if we had not been born into Zingolf. "That won't happen," Lita said mysteriously. "You will understand in due time." After a moment's hesitation, Wanwan inquired, "Have the children already been born?" Lita affirmed with a nod. 6 embryos resulted in a total of 21 children, 9 girls and 12 boys. Wanwan found this hard to believe. "Am I really a mother now?" 21 children. "Are they adorable?" she asked, curiosity piqued. Having grown up in an orphanage until adulthood, she was not unfamiliar with children. As a larger child, she was often tasked with caring for the younger ones. The children in the orphanage, while often ill-tempered, were not particularly disliked. However, they were not exactly endearing either. Those who had been conditioned by their oppressive environment to suppress their emotions and behave excessively often appeared dull, lacking the innate charm and playfulness of childhood. Upon hearing her thoughts, Lita's expression momentarily contorted, but she responded with certainty, "They are especially adorable. How could one be unlovable? It is imperative to win Juju's affection." Juju, without much contemplation, felt a genuine anticipation to meet the children. It would be impossible to claim that she harbored immense maternal love for them. Her emotions were predominantly characterized by curiosity and novelty, akin to a child who has just acquired a new toy. Subsequently, Lita shared anecdotes about the children, recounting the various gifts he had purchased for them and the preparations he had made. Juju found herself quite intrigued by these tales, even contributing several suggestions and resolving to ensure she did not arrive empty-handed on her next visit. Initially, Juju suspected that Lita had set his sights on her ancestral heritage. She maintained a facade of ease while secretly remaining vigilant, yet to her surprise, Lita made no moves until their parting. Little did she know that Lita harbored reservations about raising children. In fact, he was determined to carve out time to see her and had no intention of fathering another child, at least for the foreseeable future. Lita's presence seemed to have little impact on Tianjian, aside from the initial heightened alertness from Zingolf. As time passed, it became evident that although Lita frequently sought Juju, he had no desire to seize her ancestral bloodline. Ultimately, they ceased any defensive measures against him, recognizing the futility of their efforts. By this juncture, even the most oblivious could discern Lita's feelings for Juju. Juju had anticipated that Ahei and Ashio might voice their opinions, yet to her surprise, they appeared to support the notion. One day, unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Do you two really have a fondness for Lita? Who likes him?" Ahei retorted, rolling his eyes. Ashio remarked, "What does it matter whether we like him or not? As long as his strength is sufficient to protect you. That is all that counts." Although Wanwan possessed formidable abilities, her capacity for self-preservation was, in truth, quite limited. Were it not for the fact that those dark-skinned individuals harbored no murderous intent towards her, it was uncertain whether she would be able to retain her life. Upon hearing this, Wanwan momentarily froze, pondering, "Do you not think that my association with someone of dark skin is inappropriate? As long as he can safeguard you, who cares whether he is dark-skinned or light-skinned?" Ahei replied without a second thought. Ashio nodded in agreement and softly added, "As for family, a family that can shield us is our true family. Once a family poses a threat to us." He left his thought unfinished. Yet both Ahei and Wanwan comprehended his meaning. On the other side, Lita was also under the scrutinizing gaze of his kin. Unlike Wanwan's situation, he was the one who had taken the initiative, concealing the fetal cells and refusing to surrender them to the family. It was impossible to assert that no one held objections. Fortunately, Lita was known for his domineering and ruthless nature, and his strength was sufficient to overpower the others. Thus, despite any dissent, no one dared voice their opinions in his presence. However, soon enough, an event would transpire that shattered this tranquility. What did you say? The wild beasts are in turmoil. Chapter 61. Anomaly in the realm of Xinglan. Giant beasts represent a rather unique existence. Due to the influence of celestial phenomena, many elements within this world have undergone mutations, and the giant beasts are among them. Nevertheless, not all regions experience such frequent celestial occurrences as the front lines do. Consequently, giant beasts, much like medicinal flora, are not commonplace. If one were to assert that Tianjin serves as the boundary between the southeastern and northwestern territories, with the Xinglu and Xinca clans employing mutual vigilance in this regard, then the primary duty of the two clans residing on the Chongling grassland is to safeguard the majestic Dahuang mountain range, ensuring that the colossal beasts within do not escape and wreak havoc upon the populace. It can be said that 99% of the wild giants in this realm are found within the confines of the Dahuang mountain range, with merely 1% potentially appearing elsewhere, a reality dictated by geographical circumstances. The giants of the Dahuang mountain range hold immense significance for both clans. Firstly, these colossal creatures serve as the sole means of transportation in the region, rendering them indispensable. Secondly, the clans refrain from exterminating these beasts primarily because they are regarded as a reserve food source. Throughout history, during several instances of food shortages, the clans have relied on the slaughter of the giants from the Dahuang mountain range to survive. Although instances of upheaval among these giants have occurred in the past, such events are exceedingly rare. Typically, when trouble arises in that area, the main force consists of the clan's elite warriors, and the Xingzi from Tianjin would only mobilize under dire necessity. However, fresh news soon arrived. The strength of the giants within the Dahuang mountain range has inexplicably surged. Xiongqing appeared astonished. The warriors seeking assistance nodded in affirmation, stating that while the initial signs were subtle, it has now become evident that each beast has doubled in strength. Pausing momentarily, he choked back his emotions and remarked, "Our clan has already lost over 1,000 elite warriors." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. Although elite warriors are not as rare as the Xingzi, they are undoubtedly formidable figures within the clan's second tier. To think that in just a few days, over 1,000 have perished? Xiongqing furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Xiongqing turned to the soldier and inquired, "Have we discerned the cause of the monstrous upheaval?" Throughout history, each instance of such turmoil had not been without reason. Sometimes, it stemmed from a lack of water sources in the mountains. Other times, it was triggered by a volcanic eruption. Only by addressing the root cause could the chaos of the giants be genuinely quelled. "No," the soldier replied, his gaze downcast. "The giants surge forth like relentless tides. Even if we wish to investigate within the mountains, we find ourselves utterly impeded." Wanwan then asked, "Is the situation similar on the Xinca front?" The soldier paused for a moment before nodding. "The casualties in Xinca are no less than ours." Upon hearing this, Wanwan turned to Xiongqing and urged, "Let us not hesitate. Contact the black skin on the other side. We must unite to provide support at Chongling Prairie." Without needing further prompting, Xiongqing had already considered this course of action. Just as he was about to reach out to the other side, the black skin from their opposing faction arrived. The overall commander on the Tianjin front was Zhejiang, a son of the stars with lightning attributes. Though his strength did not quite match that of Lita, he was undeniably among the strongest. Let us dispense with pleasantries. We shall temporarily set aside matters on the Tianjin front and proceed to support Chongling Prairie, Zhejiang stated directly. Although Xiongqing felt a twinge of irritation at having his thoughts preempted, he recognized the urgency of the situation and readily agreed. Given the exceptional circumstances, there was little time to gather their belongings. After discussions, both parties consented to leave half of their members at Tianjin while the others hastened to Chongling Prairie. Unsurprisingly, Wan Wan was included in the departure list, accompanied by a He and a Xiao. Since she had decided to leave, Lita was determined to accompany her at any cost. This time, all the Earth Star children of the Star Alliance were included in the list, their purpose being to assist everyone in their journey. On the ground, colossal beasts galloped on, dragging their carriages, while the earth beneath them seemed to come alive, rolling forward in a continuous motion, creating the illusion of incredible speed. The distance between the Longling Prairie and the Tianjin was not great, and thus, the group arrived at the Longling Prairie in less than half an hour. There, a scene of chaos and warfare unfolded. Initially, the warriors spoke of the beasts having doubled in strength, a notion that left Junjun and the others at a loss for imagination. However, upon witnessing it firsthand, it was evident that the beasts had completely lost their senses, devoid of even the instinct to fear. Shui Feng followed closely, noting that many present had spent time on the Longling Prairie before becoming star children. While encounters with the tumult of beasts were generally rare, they had previously ventured into the mountains to capture beasts for their families and understood that due to their heightened intelligence, these creatures were adept at assessing situations. In the past, when comrades fell in battle, they would retreat in fear. Yet now, it was clear that no matter how many beasts had perished, those that remained seemed unaffected, their stride unwavering. Particularly with ferocious beasts like lions, tigers, and leopards leading the charge, even the usually docile Sika deer were at the forefront, which was highly unusual. It was no wonder that this time, the number of beasts emerging from the great wilderness mountains far exceeded any previous upheaval. Sensing the pungent scent of blood wafting from ahead, Wan Wan summoned the World Tree without hesitation. Countless beams of light emanated from the World Tree, binding all the living beings present, both dark-skinned and light-skinned. It was from that moment that the mortality rate among the human faction on the battlefield began to plummet dramatically. The Star Child, having rushed from Tianjin, plunged into the fray without a second thought. Gradually, more and more colossal beasts began to suffer casualties. Furrowing her brow, Wan Wan addressed Lita, who had inexplicably appeared beside her. The situation seems amiss. Please inform everyone that if they have the strength, they should refrain from killing those giant beasts. Merely incapacitating them will suffice. After a brief pause, she added, the warriors are ill-equipped to combat the giant beasts. Let them guard the unconscious ones to prevent surprise attacks on the star children engaged in battle. If we possess enough beast-taming cards, it would be ideal to contract those giant beasts while we have the chance. Lita sighed, transforming into a streak of lightning and appearing instantly on the battlefield to relay Wan Wan's intentions. Upon seeing Lita, Zhejiang's eyes brightened, and he urged, hurry. Take a few individuals to investigate the cause of the giant beast turmoil in the great wilderness mountains. Initially reluctant, Lita acquiesced, realizing Wan Wan's desire to conclude this conflict swiftly. In the depths of the great wilderness mountains, several youths listened anxiously to the roars of the giant beasts, their faces betraying their panic. Ajin, how many lives do you think have been lost by now? Chapter 62. The scream. The boy known as Ajin bore long, disheveled hair that cascaded past his shoulders, a dull yellow hue interspersed with dust. His complexion was sallow and gaunt, with sunken eyes that betrayed his emaciated state. His clothing was tattered and worn, yet his eyes sparkled with an undeniable brightness. He was evidently the leader among a group of boys. Upon hearing a companioness' inquiry, he pressed his lips together and replied, it does not matter how many lives are lost. After a brief pause, he continued, have not many perished in our village? But the lives lost outside are at our hands. One boy exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears. Shall he? The others cried out in unison. Ajin clenched his fists, stating, if they do not perish, we shall meet the same fate. To those noble families, our lives may seem insignificant, yet we too possess the right to live. Indeed, I do not wish to starve, another echoed. I do not wish that either. In my entire life, I have only tasted chicken skin once. I long to know the flavor of meat. In that moment, the spirits of the boys dulled. Lita, visiting the great wasteland mountains for the first time, noted that among his companions, 2 had previously ventured here. Let us first seek out a water source, Lita suggested. The great wasteland mountains are home to numerous water sources, most of which are tributaries. Ultimately, all water flows from the river of life. The origin of this river's name is shrouded in mystery. but it has borne this title for as long as records exist. Upon reaching the River of Life, they found its waters abundant, indicating that the Great Wasteland Mountains were not currently lacking in water. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, just as Lita spoke up. Jean, please examine the river water. Jean, with her fair complexion, was not only the sole female in the team, but also the only water element star child, making her the most suitable candidate for such an examination. Though uncertain of the necessity, Jean complied. Initially indifferent, she did not anticipate any issues with the river water. However, as the star energy in her palm made contact with the water, her expression shifted dramatically. "What's wrong?" someone asked, unable to contain their anxiety. "What kind of poison?" The group fell silent in shock. Jean shook her head. "I can't identify it. There seems to be more than one type of medicinal herb. It is likely a concoction of mixed medicinal ingredients." Unfortunately, they had not brought along a wood element star child on this expedition. Lita furrowed his brow, pondering the significant volume of the flowing river water, realizing that administering the poison would not be an easy task. If the dosage were too small, it would inevitably be diluted. After a moment's pause, he declared, "Let us move upstream and investigate." Regardless of the nature of the poison, it was undoubtedly linked to the recent upheaval caused by the colossal beast, and capturing those responsible was paramount. The group hastened upstream and soon apprehended several youths who were pouring the toxic concoction into the river. Upon seeing these youths, clearly identifiable as members of two prominent families, their faces turned pale. Even Lita and the others were taken aback prior to their arrival. They had speculated whether there were family traitors or if a minor clan was causing trouble. Never could they have imagined that the source of the beastly turmoil stemmed from a group of emaciated commoner boys. They exchanged glances, and finally, one among them, named Xuanshi, could not help but inquire, "From where do you hail?" Despite the fervor with which this group of youths had previously spoken, the encounter with legendary figures now instilled a sense of trepidation and fear within them. Xiao bit his lip, wishing to speak, but was restrained by Jean, who shook his head subtly, signaling him to remain silent. Noticing that the others seemed to look to him as their leader, Lita turned to Jean and asked, "Did you concoct these medicinal potions?" If he was not mistaken, the peculiar behavior of the colossal beasts was likely due to these very concoctions. Jean nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I prepared them." Lita raised an eyebrow. "What is your intention in doing this?" He found it perplexing that these youths would have any motive for such actions. After all, it seemed implausible to think they could challenge the dominion of the two prominent families under such a great disparity of power. Upon hearing this question, Jean fell into a long silence before responding, "Because we wish to satiate our hunger." Lita arched an eyebrow. "Given your ability to create such potions, I cannot believe you lack the means to slay a giant beast through your concoctions." Jean's face flushed crimson as he replied, "I desire for everyone to be well fed, not merely to fill my own stomach." He gazed at the robust and ruddy-faced star children, his eyes brimming with indignation as he declared, "Only by slaying a multitude of colossal beasts can we commoners hope to receive a share." "Are you filled with resentment?" Lita asked abruptly. Jean remained silent, his head bowed as he lamented, "If only we could equally distribute all food, then no one would suffer from starvation. To perish beneath the heavens. We resign ourselves to fate, yet to starve, that I cannot accept." Lita regarded him with a peculiar gaze for a prolonged moment, ultimately choosing silence. However, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves. Jing, her expression frosty, fixed her gaze upon him and remarked, "You must have traversed the Chongling grassland to arrive here, correct? Though Tianjin lies at the intersection of the southeast and northwest, it does not entirely sever the two regions. The Chongling grassland serves as a boundary as well, albeit one shrouded in marshlands, home to comparatively smaller colossal beasts, forming a natural barrier. Moreover, the warriors of both clans frequently engage in skirmishes, their numbers at least tenfold compared to the Star Children. It is evident just how dense the population is in this vicinity. To avoid detection and cross the boundary is nothing short of a dream. The reason Jiang and the others went unnoticed is not due to their prowess, but rather because they had merely reached the Great Wilderness Mountain Range and had yet to penetrate the most densely populated area of the Chongling grassland. Jiang nodded, perplexed by Jing's sudden inquiry. "You and your companions must owe your safety to the protection of your kin, I surmise?" Jing raised an eyebrow, adding, "If I am not mistaken, many of your relatives must have perished to ensure your survival." No sooner had she spoken than the eyes of several youths brimmed with tears. "And what of it?" Xiaohe retorted. unable to suppress her response. Is the descent from the heavens truly so terrifying? Ijing posed the question. For a long time. Ajin suddenly lifted his head. I admit that the descent from the heavens is indeed terrifying, and you, children of the stars, are truly remarkable. As the common folk under your protection, we ought to express our gratitude. However, his eyes burned crimson as he glared at them and declared, you must also confront the reality of our existence. Do not disregard our lives as if they hold no value. Chapter 63. Exploitation of worth quickly. Wanwan observed the changes on the battlefield. Although the reason remained unclear, the colossal beasts emerging from the great wilderness mountains had indeed begun to dwindle. Their numbers far fewer than when they first arrived. Consequently, the pressure on the group was significantly alleviated. Zhejiang and Xiongcheng also rushed over to hear the conversation in its entirety. Once Lida concluded, the one with the most complicated feelings was undoubtedly Wanwan. Were Jin's words erroneous? Not at all. No one could comprehend the concept of human rights better than someone who once lived in the modern world. Yet, Wanwan understood all too well that in this realm, the notion of human rights could scarcely be articulated. Moreover, even in modern times, harming others in the name of one's own rights is a crime. Gazing at the stubbornness and resentment etched on the youth's face, Wanwan sighed and said, in this world, humanity is born into suffering. If you perceive your inability to stay warm or to be well-fed as suffering, what of them? She gestured towards those still battling the monstrous beasts and continued, do you see? That is their daily existence, day by day, month by month, year by year, until death. Are they not also suffering? You demand that we regard your lives as precious. Then I must ask you, do you hold our lives in the same esteem? The truth is that, in order to avoid starvation, you orchestrated the present scenario, resulting in the demise of countless warriors. We, the Xinglu and Xinca, have never boasted of our greatness. Yet can you assert that the sustenance you once consumed and your repeated escapes from calamities were not due to our protection? The two prominent families merely withhold from you, while you seek to take from us. You question, who truly regards human life as valuable? The soft voice of Huan Huan was calm and unhurried, yet her words struck like a slap, leaving Ajin's face pale and guilt flickering in his eyes. Lida scoffed. No wonder Sate sought the annihilation of all commoners, wishing to preserve only the bloodlines of Xinglu and Xinca. Previously, I perceived his views as biased, but upon reflection, there is merit in his ideology. If everyone were like you, then, as he said, commoners would be nothing more than leeches and termites draining our vitality, knowing only how to receive without giving. If this continues unchecked, one day, the two clans may not perish from external forces, but rather from their own incessant internal strife. These notions expressed by him were unknown even to many warriors of the two clans, and for Ajin and his companions. This was indeed the first encounter with such a perspective. In an instant, the young faces turned pale. Until now, they had merely been enraged by the insufficient rations and the starvation of their families. Yet they had never contemplated that there were those who sought to strip away even this meager existence. However, upon deeper reflection, even if they were aware, could they truly resist? It is impossible. They possess no capital. No, it is not so. Ajin abruptly lifted his head, realizing that not everyone shares our sentiments. The majority harbor gratitude towards the protection of the two great families. Only a few of us are devoid of appreciation. Our actions represent solely ourselves. Thus, he wept profusely, imploring, do not deprive everyone of the chance to survive. The other youths, now comprehending the potential ramifications of their actions, began to react. Should the individuals before them, incensed by their behavior, decide to annihilate all the civilians in this world? Some trembled in terror, tears streaming down their faces, while others, in a state of panic, attempted to clarify, it is our fault. Do not direct your wrath at others. This misdeed was committed by only a few of us and bears no relation to the rest. The discourse among the youths was fervent until an unexpected voice pierced through the air. It was Ajin. The idea came from Ajin, and the medicine was also devised by him. We had no part in it. Suddenly, all sounds in the vicinity seemed to be choked into silence. The crowd turned their gaze towards the speaker, a somewhat rotund boy, not due to excess flesh, but rather a sturdy build and shorter stature that rendered him comparatively plump. Gao Ming, what do you mean? Xiao He exclaimed in anger, fixing an accusatory glare upon him. You ungrateful wretch. If it were not for the medicine prepared by Ajin, could we have evaded those colossal beasts? Would we have survived to this moment? Gao Ming hunched his shoulders and spoke softly. That is indeed the case. Yet the idea behind it was his, was it not? Now that trouble has arisen, he must naturally bear the responsibility. The concept originated from him. And did we not also agree? Did you not praise a Jean for his cleverness and multitude of ideas back then? Another youth scoffed. In the end, you have lost your conscience, seeking to cast a Jean into the jaws of death. Jun and the others observed the internal discord in silence until their quarrel reached a crescendo, at which point Xiong interjected, enough of this bickering. Regardless of whether today's predicament was a Jean-esque conception, he shall not perish. Likewise, none of you shall escape unscathed. At this declaration, not only did the group of youths stand in stunned silence, but a Jean too was bewildered. Why was this so? The answer was, of course, due to your extraordinary talent in potion making. Zhejiang remarked, in guilt, you share a commonality, yet because you still possess utility, we can spare your life. The others, however, are not so fortunate. The realm of Xinglan does not lack the craft of potion making, albeit it is rather rudimentary, primarily involving the alteration of herbal forms for ease of transport and use. A Jean, however, was evidently adept at combining various herbs to elicit greater effects. After a prolonged silence, a Jean raised his gaze towards Li Da and inquired, what must I offer for you to agree to spare the lives of Xiao He and the others? Having observed keenly, he surmised that the individual who had brought him forth held a position of considerable preeminence here. Li Da's interest was piqued, and he queried, are you capable of concocting a tonic to strengthen bones and enhance vitality, regardless of the star rate or the star science? Due to the excessively high elimination rate among the young, considerable resources will not be allocated to them. However, there are exceptions. Take Lida, for instance. Owing to Sator's special regard, he was provided with numerous medicinal herbs to strengthen his physique from a tender age. Now, when it comes to his own offspring, he acknowledges that he cannot afford to expend such resources on all of them. Yet, if a kin could concoct a similar potion using ordinary herbs, the common folk would find such a remedy most essential. Upon hearing this, Lida's eyes instantly sparkled with realization, and without hesitation, he declared, very well. You shall work for me henceforth. I shall ensure their lives are spared. He contemplated that this group of young men were no longer children, aside from a kin, who could formulate medicines. The others should be capable of handling tasks like changing diapers and caring for the children. Perfectly. He thought he and one could welcome another batch of children, thus preventing the precious lineage from being squandered. He felt no qualms about having more children, believing that the burden of caring for them need not fall solely upon him. The capricious decision made by Lida was nothing new to the dark-skinned individuals, yet the fair-skinned ones harbored some dissent. After all, who would not feel a pang of sorrow for the many warriors lost? Nevertheless, no one dared voice their objections. Firstly, Lida's prowess was well established, and none were blind to that. Secondly, everyone was pragmatic. If slaying these few youths could resurrect their fallen kin, it would be worthwhile. But if not, the act of killing them bore little significance. However, Wan furrowed her brow and inquired, do you wish to spare that fellow named Gao Ming as well? She has always held a disdain for such ingrates. Rita suddenly remembered this matter, almost forgetting it entirely. As he spoke, a bolt of lightning shot forth from his fingertips, and with a crack, the youth known as Gao Ming was reduced to mere ashes before he could even utter a cry of despair. Not only a Jean and the others, but even the nearby youths were utterly astonished. It is well known that lightning-based star energy is immensely powerful yet notoriously difficult to control. However, in Rita's hands, it behaved as obediently as clay, easily molded and shaped. This display left a Jean and his companions frozen in place, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. The Star Child was far beyond their reach. Their previous submission was born of self-awareness and understanding that escape was futile. Yet now, confronted with the true might of the Star Child, their wavering thoughts solidified into a stark realization of their own weakness. Such audacious acts as today's would likely remain beyond their courage for a lifetime. Although the source of the giant beast upheaval had been identified, it did not signify an immediate end to the conflict. The water supply within the great wilderness mountains had been compromised, and even if they ceased administering the medicinal substances, dilution would not be achievable in the short term. It would take at least half a month before no more giant beasts would emerge from the mountains. However, the situation did not conclude there. A substantial number of giant beast carcasses required attention, and those that had been rendered unconscious by the violent effects of the medicine and subsequently awakened in a weakened state also needed care. The disposal of the giant beast remains was not a daunting task. as the star child of ice attributes was present, ensuring that even after half a month, the bodies had not begun to decay. With the situation at hand, the warriors efficiently undertook the task of skinning and butchering the remains. It is indeed a challenge to manage the frail colossal beasts. Their overwhelming numbers render both families unable to adequately sustain them. Moreover, the uncontracted beasts possess formidable aggression, making them rather difficult to care for. Leto once suggested that a kin concoct a remedy to facilitate their immediate recovery. However, he shook his head in refusal, indicating that it was beyond his capabilities. The potions I can brew serve to awaken their vitality and potential, but only a select few exceedingly rare medicinal herbs can replenish their life force. Akin hung his head, unable to suppress a sense of shame. When preparing the potions, these colossal beasts appeared to him merely as sustenance, and thus he had not considered their welfare. Junjun contemplated utilizing stellar energy to aid in the recovery of these beasts, but was promptly dissuaded by Lita. The essence of life is of utmost significance, fundamentally underpinning all living beings. Setting aside whether your stellar energy possesses such efficacy, even if it did, it would likely entail sacrificing your own vitality to restore another, an unwise endeavor indeed. The others, initially indifferent, swiftly voiced their dissent upon hearing this. It was no jest. For a healing-type child of the stars like Junjun, they would fervently wish for her to thrive for centuries. And the notion of her diminishing her lifespan for a group of colossal beasts was utterly unacceptable. Observing their resolute opposition, Junjun chose not to press the matter further. Yet, deep within, she harbored the conviction that Lita's assertion may not be entirely correct. She was acutely aware that she differed from the other star children, not solely because she was directly fused with the holy mountain, but also because she had not forgotten the peculiar ability she had once acquired, seemingly trivial, yet capable of extending a few extra moments of survival. She always felt that the faint green luminescence was far from ordinary. The colossal beasts soon became a burden, for their massive size was matched only by their insatiable appetites, rendering their upkeep a daunting task. It was impractical to eliminate them all, as such a drastic reduction in the number of these creatures in the great wilderness mountains would ultimately render the granary obsolete when the time for need arose. Reluctantly, they resorted to using the flesh of the slain beasts to feed the remaining giants. Thus, after laboring tirelessly for days and losing numerous kin, they found themselves with nothing to show for their efforts. As for the furs and bones, while not devoid of value, they paled in comparison to the sacrifices made. This situation left not only the involved parties disheartened, but also stirred feelings of guilt within Aegin and her companions. Observing their despondent demeanor, a nearby figure with dark skin chuckled, "You lads are feeling this way over such matters? Let me tell you, I've endured far worse." The youths looked up, skepticism etched on their faces. The dark-skinned man recounted, "Before I became a child of the stars, I was tasked with safeguarding a small town that was on the brink of disaster. This town, fortunate enough to be near a mine, had thrived for many years, and remarkably, it had not faced calamity for over 60 years. Yet, when we arrived, they were so preoccupied with their possessions, reluctant to part with anything, that it nearly drove us to the brink of exasperation. It was precisely during that ill-fated occasion when misfortune struck. What was anticipated as a celestial descent transformed into a torrential downpour, accompanied by thunderous stones of stellar energy, each the size of a human head, plummeting from the skies. To compound our woes, the nearby air raid shelter, long abandoned, had been seized by a horde of colossal beasts. At the tender age of 13 or 14, we were no match for such formidable creatures. With no other recourse, we resorted to using our protective shields, which were soon rendered into mere shambles. In that dire moment, we could hardly afford to consider the townsfolk. Our only instinct was to ensure our own survival. We hastily excavated a deep pit to conceal ourselves from the falling celestial stones. Yet, as fate would have it, those previously disunited townspeople, emboldened by their numbers, banded together to unearth us, venting their frustrations against the relentless rain. Aegin and the others listened in rapt attention, while Hei Pai chuckled heartily, recalling the scene where over 10 of us convulsed like strung-up grasshoppers, electrified and screaming in agony. Chapter 65. Concern unable to contain her curiosity, Aegin inquired, "How did you manage to escape?" "Escape?" Hei Pai laughed. "What escape could there be? We all perished, only I survived by sheer fortune, having merged with a celestial stone that struck me." Though his laughter was devoid of any exuberance, and his tone remained remarkably ordinary, Ajin felt an overwhelming discomfort at his words. In contrast, the others found amusement in his predicament and were inclined to tease him. What of it? On one occasion, I was gravely injured while on a mission to save civilians and had to remain bedridden. At that time, my companion had to leave due to pressing matters, entrusting me to the care of the local villagers. To my dismay, those elderly folks absconded with the rations my companion had left for me. Had it not been for the sour pear tree by the window, I would likely have perished from hunger. The speaker was a Caucasian. I am in a worse predicament, he lamented, having encountered a family steeped in a nefarious cult. In an attempt to shield their injured and unconscious member, I awoke to the agonizing realization that they were carving my flesh. The speaker, a young black man, wore an expression that conveyed a profound sense of despair. This piqued the interest of others, leading to inquiries about the flesh cutting. Why would they do such a thing? Someone curiously asked. They are indeed a cult. The young man replied, rolling his eyes. They believe that by consuming my blood and flesh, they too will become powerful, perhaps even ascend to the status of star children. Subsequently, numerous individuals recounted their own experiences of being betrayed by common folk. As the tales unfolded, the heads of Ajin and the other youths drooped in dismay. Observing this, the crowd felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, there are indeed good-hearted individuals among the populace. One person spoke up, recounting, during my first mission, upon its conclusion, a little girl expressed her gratitude for saving her mother and gifted me her cherished candies. Wan listened quietly as the others shared their stories, and indeed, the expressions of Ajin and the others brightened somewhat. However, her emotions remained a complex tapestry of sentiments. Ultimately, there is no fundamental difference between the common people and those of the two clans. Good and bad exist within both. The true catalyst for conflict and discord lies in the inequality of power. No one wishes to offer unconditionally forever, nor does anyone desire to be perpetually at the mercy of others. The former arises from the inherent selfishness of humanity, while the latter stems from the universal presence of pride. This represents an irreconcilable contradiction in the current state of affairs. The environment of the Chongling grassland is not superior to that of Tianjin. They lack a permanent dwelling. Consequently, the earthbound children of the stars have once again emerged. Due to the terrain, they have not constructed excessively tall structures, but have instead built hollow earthen mounds. Although these may not be aesthetically pleasing, they are undeniably robust. Just as Huan had fallen asleep, footsteps echoed outside the earthen mound. She poked her head out to discover it was Lita. "Do you need something?" she inquired. Lita pressed his lips together and replied, "Would you like to see the children?" Huan paused. "Now?" She cast him a somewhat peculiar glance. "Aren't you concerned that I might sell you out later?" "Not at all," Lita asserted confidently. "I am certain you would not do such a thing." Although their interactions had been limited, and their understanding of each other was scant, Lita possessed a vague yet discernible insight into the essence of Huan. He recognized that she was not a conventional warrior. Her heart was softer than that of many in this world. Despite her attempts to conceal it, a certain misplaced compassion often surfaced, which she refrained from acting upon, yet Lita still perceived it. This, however, did not imply that she was weak. Rather, her strength lay not in aggression. There was an inexplicable gentleness about her, an air of subtle melancholy in her brow, yet when she smiled, it outshone the brilliance of anyone else, akin to the softest morning light, warm yet not blinding, embodying the essence of the finest maiden in this world. Jujuan felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze, unable to refrain from tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "What are your intentions for those children?" Lita gently guided her to a nearby patch of grass and smiled softly. "I plan to send Ajin and the others away. His pharmaceutical skills are invaluable. Not only can he assist in their physical conditioning, but he can also help with minor ailments." "I am not referring to that," Jujuan pressed, her lips pursed. "What about their futures? What do you envision for them as they grow older?" Lita appeared momentarily perplexed. Should not their future be determined by their own choices? Jujuan, feeling somewhat despondent, inquired, "Do you wish for them to become commoners?" "Certainly not," Lita retorted without a moment's hesitation. "If that were the case, why would I have Ajin enhance their bodies?" He continued, "They should have the freedom to choose." This time, it was Lita who fell silent. "Then what do you wish for me to do?" He scrutinized her intently. "I cannot be responsible for anyone's life but my own, and perhaps yours as well. It is precisely because you care for the children that I must keep them hidden. I cannot allow your vulnerability to fall into anyone's hands, nor permit anyone to use them to harm you." Jujuan asked, "Do you not care for the children?" A hint of uncertainty lingered within her. Did she truly care for them? Perhaps, to some extent, she did. After all, children are the responsibility of their parents, a deeply ingrained belief from her previous life. It could not be said that she was indifferent. Lita gently rubbed his temples and remarked, compared to others, children undoubtedly hold significance, yet their importance is limited. Only you stand as the sole individual whose significance parallels my own. The man's gaze was imbued with earnestness, yet Wan felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity within. In Chapter 66, titled Children, it is revealed that throughout 2 lifetimes, Wan has always been a person devoid of security. In her previous life, Chung Simin treated her with unwavering kindness for a decade, carefully nurturing her, and she vividly recalls the nervousness and trepidation he displayed the first time he confessed his feelings. To claim that she was unaffected would be disingenuous. She harbored feelings for him as well. This is an undeniable truth. Otherwise, she would not have allowed him to treat her with such affection. Yet, she always felt that their companionship, which began in high school, lacked the fervor of passionate love. As time has shown, some affections are only recognized in their depth and heart-wrenching pain after they have been lost. She understood how Xiaowei perceived her. Indeed, one of the reasons she declined Chung Simin's pursuit was her strong sense of self-esteem, unwilling to be looked down upon by his snobbish grandfather. More so, she lacked sufficient security. Those who are not orphans often find it difficult to comprehend her emotions, the haunting loneliness of having no one in the world to rely upon. Lacking family and kin, and having to fight for everything on her own. This led her to become miserly with emotions, reluctant to invest in relationships, and fearful of surrendering herself. In this lifetime, although she has family, the world has rendered her even more insecure than before. Burdened with the belief of needing to protect her 2 elder brothers, how could she dare to embrace affection, and what confidence could she possess to yearn for love? Thus, when confronted with Lita's pure and fervent love, Wan felt a sense of trepidation and timidity. However, before she could retreat, Lita had already expressed an attitude that left no room for her withdrawal. He reached out to gently touch her head, his deep-set eyes fixed upon her. And with a smile, he reassured her, "It's all right, we have a lifetime." Wan couldn't help but clench her fists. A profound sense of unspoken guilt swelling within her. This was a sentiment she had never felt towards Chung Simin, as she had tirelessly labored for their future together. Although unvoiced, she had firmly believed that they would eventually be together. Despite this conviction, Wan tentatively attempted to voice, "Actually, you could like other girls." Lita's gaze suddenly turned perilous. His hand moved to the back of her ear as he spoke in a low voice. "Do not utter such words, for I would be unable to resist the urge to abduct you and keep you hidden away." Wan felt her body stiffen. Indeed, with Lita's capabilities, such a feat was entirely within his reach. After all, he had already done something similar, had he not? In an instant, Lita swept her up into his arms, cradling her as one would a child, his lips brushing softly against her cheek as he murmured, "Be good, I do not wish to harm you." It was a moment that should have instilled fear, yet, nestled against his warm embrace, Wan felt an inexplicable sense of security. This feeling, so familiar. Did Lita know that Wan did not harbor feelings for him? Of course, he was aware. However, in truth, Lita was far more easily satisfied than Wan had presumed. In the world of Xinglan, one could not say that love was entirely absent. After all, had they not witnessed countless couples forming bonds? However, in the eyes of the world, love is certainly not regarded as a significant existence. When the most fundamental issues of survival remain unassured, love cannot possibly be the dominant theme in people's lives. Consequently, the discourse on love in the realm of Xinglan is far from the refined and abundant notions found in modernity and may even be described as monotonous. The concept of mutual affection is, at least for Lita, non-existent. For him, the only desire is to possess the legacy of Huan's lineage, ensuring that she bears his children. It is not that he lacks the desire for more. Rather, such a notion simply does not exist in his mind. He would not feel any sense of dissatisfaction even if this state of existence continued throughout his life. Of course, Huan remains unaware of this. In the end, Huan did not disclose her intentions to Ahei and Axiu. She merely left a note informing them that she was accompanying Lita to see the children before departing. Aware of the limited time they had, the two did not linger, and Lita, utilizing his stellar energy, swiftly transported Huan and the others, reaching their destination in less than half a day. Upon seeing the familiar sight of the ladder tree, Huan was taken aback. "You intend to raise the children here?" Lita nodded, asserting that there was no place more suitable. Beneath the latter tree lies an island that is, in fact, a giant sea turtle, which instinctively avoids falling debris. Thus, the family would be unable to locate this place, and they need not remain vigilant, free from the concern of the children encountering any calamities from above. Additionally, the latter tree is abundant with medicinal plants, and with Ajin's presence, these plants would find their purpose. Upon hearing the commotion, Mama Tong and Mama Hui rushed out, only to witness Lida speaking tenderly to Huan Huan, leaving them somewhat startled. It was Lida who discovered them, introducing them to Huan Huan while gesturing towards the 7 or 8 individuals behind her and stating, "This is a fishing family I rescued from the sea. They happened to be without a home, their fishing vessel having been destroyed in a maritime disaster, so I brought them here." After a brief pause, he continued, "I intend to hire someone to construct a fishing boat, allowing them to venture out to sea occasionally, thus providing the children with a taste of the sea's bounty." Although he expressed it this way, he secretly believed that once the children grew a little older, they would be able to fish for themselves. Otherwise, the yield from just one fishing family might not suffice to sustain so many children. Huan Huan raised her gaze and noticed that Mama Tong and Mama Hui were evidently of dark complexion, while the fishing family appeared increasingly gaunt and timid, their faces weathered by the elements. Understanding that she must be longing to see the children at that moment, Lida led her into the hollow of a tree. As she gazed at the infants nestled in the cradles, Huan Huan felt a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. After managing to calm her emotions, she expressed her surprise. Why are there both fair-skinned and dark-skinned children? Lida, however, was not taken aback. He explained that during the cultivation of embryos, families utilized certain special herbs to ensure that children born in Ruinyu City were always fair-skinned, while those born in Zile City were invariably dark-skinned. Otherwise, the competition for the bloodline inheritance would have led to chaos between the two clans. Thus, the children born without the intervention of these special herbs were indeed a blend of both hues. Huan Huan felt somewhat perplexed. Lida's initial introduction was of a boy and a girl, the eldest and the second born, both from the same embryo, representing the smallest number among the 6 embryos. As Huan Huan lowered her gaze, she observed 2 children, one dark-skinned and one fair-skinned. The girl was the one with the darker complexion, while the boy was notably fair. What astonished her further was the remarkable resemblance the girl bore to her, while the boy strikingly resembled Lida. Curiously, both children appeared remarkably charming. At 5 to 6 months of age, infants typically begin to display a myriad of expressions, and their smiles possess an enchanting quality that melts hearts. In an instant, Huan Huan's heart softened. Chapter 67. Resemblance. Huan Huan reached out, yearning to embrace the children, but Lida swiftly intervened, cautioning her, "Do not, they are quite spirited. Once you hold them, it will be difficult to let go, and the other children will surely protest." He had learned this lesson the hard way. Taken aback, Huan Huan quickly comprehended. Indeed, she had heard that while these infants were small, they possessed a rather demanding temperament, unlike the children she was familiar with from the orphanage. However, the fact that these children had developed such personalities indicated they were being well cared for. At this point, Lida began to introduce her to the other children. The 3rd through 7th were all from the same birth, having come into the world just 2 days later than the first 2. Lida pointed out 3 boys and 2 girls among the 5 infants. Additionally, the 8th to 11th were quadruplets, all boys. The 12th, 13th, and 14th were triplets, all girls. The 15th through 18th were also triplets, consisting of 3 boys and 1 girl, and the 19th to 21st were siblings, comprising 2 girls and 1 boy. Huan Huan listened, her mind swirling with the information, utterly perplexed by how Lida managed to keep track of it all. However, when she laid eyes on the youngest boy, she was momentarily rendered speechless. 3 brothers. In her lifetime, the first sight that met her opened eyes was that of 3 brothers. Others may have forgotten the appearance of little Tong during her early years, and perhaps Ah He and Ah Xiu, due to their tender age at the time, also hold no recollection. Yet, Huan Huan remembers. She recalls every facet of her 3rd brother throughout the years. The boy before her, the youngest among them, possesses round, brown eyes, a delicate face, and plump lips that reveal a pink gum line when he smiles, strikingly reminiscent of little Tong in her youth. Beside them, Lida paused in surprise upon hearing this. He was aware that Huan Huan had 2 brothers with whom she shared a deep bond. Indeed, it is not uncommon for all those with fair skin to have close relationships with their siblings. However, he was unaware of her 3rd brother. Upon reflection, it was not surprising. He likely perished on the front lines. Yet, he felt a surge of joy at this revelation. For the child bore a striking resemblance to Wan's deceased third brother, and she would surely cherish him. She understood all too well that despite the resemblance, this child was not little Tong. The light in Wan's eyes dimmed momentarily, only to quickly rekindle with anticipation as she expressed, "I wish to see how he will grow." Her third brother's life was forever paused in its infancy, and she yearned to glimpse what he might have become. "Perhaps you could give him a name?" Lita suggested. Wan felt a flicker of interest, but ultimately shook her head, replying, "No, that may be too special for this child. It could lead to him being ostracized by his other siblings. As for naming all the children, I believe it would be best not to burden myself." The tree on the ladder now hosts more than one hollow, all created by Lita over the past year, one of which is designated for him and Wan. He has heard that many couples share a bed, and he yearns to sleep alongside her. Upon learning of Lita's intentions, Wan paused, scrutinizing his expression, only to confirm that he harbored no ulterior motives. He simply wished to share a quilt and engage in conversation, with an innocence that was refreshing. Should she agree or decline? Although sharing a bed would not diminish her in any way. Wan was apprehensive. Is it not said that men are inherently adept at such matters? She did not wish to grant him that opportunity. Feeling rejected, Lita experienced a tinge of disappointment, yet he did not press her, recognizing that Wan needed her rest. Under the condition that he need only engage with the children when he felt inclined, they remained quite endearing. "All right then," Lita declared with a hint of pride. Wan nodded sincerely, replying, "Very well." Were the world filled with such simplicity, even without the conveniences of modern technology, she believed she might adapt and find joy in it. However, the sky's descent was truly terrifying. Even now, free from fear of the sky's descent, Wan still felt its dread. It ravaged not only lives and health, but also the human spirit. Too many had succumbed to despair, drifting through life in a fog. Consequently, the world felt lifeless, devoid of vibrancy. When the children grow a bit older, they shall learn to fish for their sustenance. In the future, whether they choose to come ashore or remain here, it will be their decision, Lita remarked. Wan remained noncommittal. Surprised, she did not understand why he suddenly broached this topic. However, it soon became clear what Lita's intentions were. "Look, whether it's our Shinka or your Zingolf, we have hundreds of thousands, even millions of kin. Shouldn't we consider accumulating some capital for the children?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Realizing his meaning, Wan felt a bit embarrassed. "Are you serious?" she inquired. "Why not? With so much bloodline inheritance, it would be a waste," Lita replied, his tone resolute. Although he did not particularly adore children, he was still fond of the notion that his and Wan's lineage could continue. The more children, the better. This sentiment was difficult to articulate, ultimately stemming from the biological instinct for reproduction. Wan was not entirely opposed to the idea. After all, having children did not require the intimacy of the bedroom, nor the 10 months of pregnancy. However, she was curious. How do the embryos combine? "I was knocked out before, so I didn't see that scene." She was aware of the process, yet she was intrigued about the moment the embryos came together. Lita misunderstood her curiosity, his body stiffening as he stammered, "It's quite simple. As long as our legacy stones touch, that's all it takes." Wan did not shy away from this matter. It was hardly unusual, considering the modern era of casual encounters, let alone such a degree of physical contact. With that thought, the image of Wan in her bare form resurfaced in his mind, causing him to instinctively touch his nose. For reasons unknown, he found himself particularly eager to see Wan unclothed, a thought that had crossed his mind countless times, each instance leaving him parched and his heart racing. Wan approached this endeavor with a mindset dedicated to research, yet upon witnessing the formation of nearly 30 embryonic cells, she was left utterly astonished. How can there be so many? Lita, equally flabbergasted, recalled the chaotic scenes from the previous year, his scalp prickling in response. Chapter 68. Closeness. Wan counted the cells, 29 in total. Furrowing her brow, she turned to Lita and asked, "Why are there so many? Was it not stated that the stone of inheritance can accommodate only a few drops of ancestral blood?" Lita, with a conflicted expression, replied, "That is the case under normal circumstances. It is said that the ancestral blood of a powerful child of the stars possesses a higher density. Although only a single drop is needed to form an embryonic cell, there are variations in size." "Understood," Wan retorted, nearly rolling her eyes. She gestured towards the multitude of embryonic cells and exclaimed, "What are we to do with all these?" Even with her limited knowledge, she recognized that once the children from these 29 cells were born, The few individuals present at the celestial ladder tree would be utterly incapable of providing adequate care. How could a mere handful of adults manage to care for hundreds of infants? Newborns require feeding every 2 to 3 hours, even during the night. If the adults do not rest, it is likely that some of the children will perish from hunger. Lita's face turned pale. I must seek out the nursing giants before the children are born and gather more people to assist with their care. We also need to break open more tree hollows. The current ones are insufficient, Huan added. He looked at Lita, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Are you truly unwilling to waste any of the ancestral blood? If this is the case, you will likely spend your entire life striving for these matters." Lita hesitated for a moment, but soon resolved, "It's all right. In 3 to 5 years, everything will be fine. By then, the children will have grown and be able to care for their younger siblings, fostering a bond among them." He did not harbor any notions about child labor and saw nothing wrong with 3 or 5-year-old children looking after infants. Huan contemplated opposing this idea. But upon reflecting on what she and her siblings were engaged in at that age, she dismissed her reservations. After all, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Raising children in the same manner as previous generations would indeed be detrimental, considering that the vast grasslands of Chongling would take at least 2 or 3 months to settle. Huan decided to stay and lend a hand. Compared to caring for a small infant, tending to the gestational pods was relatively manageable. As long as the nutrient solution was properly prepared and the pods were immersed, the task was simple. One pod was no different from 100. Thus, everything that needed to be arranged must be set in place beforehand. The shell of the sea turtle was quite substantial, comparable to the towering ladder tree, occupying roughly a third of the space. Huan observed that the layer of soil on the turtle shell was exceedingly thick, conservatively estimated to be 4 to 5 meters deep. While the surrounding sea provided some cover, the ladder tree did not completely block out sunlight, making it feasible to cultivate grains and vegetables. She shared her thoughts with Lita, who had no objections, but lamented, "The issue is that no one knows how." "I can," Huan replied. In her previous life, she studied horticulture, which was somewhat related to agriculture. Furthermore, the orphanage cultivated a variety of vegetables in the nearby wasteland to become self-sufficient. Although her experience could not compare to that of the experts, she had effectively become a half-farmer through her involvement in sowing, watering, and fertilizing. Upon hearing this, Lita did not express any doubt. After all, the would attribute auxiliary star children from the starry realm primarily remained behind to tend to the family's crops, with only Huan being an exception due to her formidable strength. Huan was reminded of this matter as well, adhering to the philosophy that versatility is invaluable. Her family had sent an elder to instruct her. According to the elder, if a wood attribute star child wished to produce grain, they would devise a specialized skill. Indeed, Huan had privately developed such a skill, yet she had never had the opportunity to test it until now, which seemed fortuitous. Lita made a note of this and inquired further, "Is there anything you desire?" Although Huan, who had spent years in the heavenly abyss, received a generous sum from her family each year, she seldom had the chance to spend it, as most of her necessities were provided by the family's standard supplies. In the past, Lita had often bought Huan items that young girls tend to favor, such as snacks, beautiful clothing, and jewelry. This world had seen little advancement in entertainment, yet it was not entirely devoid of options. With diligent searching, one could still find something appealing. Huan shook her head, responding, "I don't want anything, just take care of the children." In her past life, she would have certainly yearned for many things, but in this life she would rather not dwell on it. She lacked the inclination, and there were few items here that truly caught her eye. Upon hearing this, Lita felt a surge of happiness. It seemed to her that whenever Huan spoke of children, a unique bond formed between them, as if they were the closest of companions in this vast world, impervious to any external interference. Given the circumstances in the starry realm, finding someone to care for the child was indeed a simple task. Nodding in affirmation that there were no further matters to discuss, Lita cheerfully departed. Once he left, Huan found herself with an unexpected sense of idleness. With Tong Mama and Hui Mama attending to her needs, and the fishermen typically too reserved to approach her, she contemplated her next move and decided to seek out a Jean and the others. "What kind of medicine are you concocting?" Huan inquired with curiosity. A Jean was currently stirring a bucket of a grayish-yellow liquid, intermittently squeezing in the juice of some berries. Upon hearing Huan's question, he pressed his lips together and replied, "I am experimenting with a nutritional solution. I believe the ones used by Tong Mama and Hui Mama are not optimal." Huan did not perceive this as arrogance. The nutritional formula utilized by Tong Mama and Hui Mama was sourced from the Star Institute. It could not be deemed inadequate. Yet being a family-wide solution, cost considerations had to be taken into account due to its large-scale production. Here, however, the presence of the heavenly ladder tree ensured that medicinal plants were in ample supply, allowing a gene to create freely. Wan Wan's gaze swiftly fell upon two magnificent spotted deer, her expression one of astonishment. Are these lactating spotted deer? Lita nodded, explaining that they were recent arrivals at the nursery, fortunate to have coincided with his visit. I'm glad I had enough money on hand. Otherwise, I might have lost out to others. Over the years, he has accumulated a considerable savings, previously spent entirely on Wan Wan. However, in the past year, his expenditures for the child have nearly matched those for Wan Wan. Chapter 69. 5 years. Wan Wan gazed at the two magnificent Sika deer, hesitating momentarily before asking, "Are these two sufficient?" The expression on Lita's face instantly fell. Evidently, it was inadequate. I still need to make another trip. Previously, 6 fetuses required 2 lactating behemoths. And now with 29 fetuses, I must procure 7 or 8 additional lactating giants. These individuals were on the brink of starvation, and when I promised them a meal, they agreed to follow. Lita continued, "These 2 bags contain rice and wheat seeds, and here are various vegetables. I have forgotten the specifics, but I acquired everything available. Oh, and this." Lita retrieved a stack of saplings from the carriage, exclaiming, "These are the fruit tree saplings you requested. There aren't many vendors selling these, and it took considerable effort to find them. We have only apples, oranges, pears, and grapes." "That's quite satisfactory," Wan Wan replied, visibly pleased. It is worth noting that during their childhood in the underground square, they rarely had the opportunity to enjoy fruit even once a year. It wasn't due to neglect, but rather because fruit was perceived as impractical. It was messy to eat and could induce the urge to urinate, thereby disrupting training, making meat far more advantageous. As Wan Wan extracted the seeds, those who knew of her intention to cultivate grain gathered around to observe, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed and anxious about the possibility of failure. However, it was not the right moment to dismiss them, so she steeled herself. Placing her hand over the seeds, Wan Wan pursed her lips and proclaimed, "River of life." In an instant, a verdant expanse unfolded before the onlookers, coalescing into a colossal river that gently eroded the vicinity of the ladders of heaven tree. Once the greenery dissipated, the spectators were left in a state of astonishment. The ladders of heaven tree seemed to have grown taller. Not only that, it appeared to have thickened as well. I observed numerous medicinal plants emerging from the ground. Goodness, the grass was extraordinarily lush. In this moment, Wan Wan was equally taken aback, not for a lack of success, but rather because wheat, rice, vegetables, and even fruit trees had burgeoned forth, along with an unexpected proliferation of wild grass. The crowd stood in a daze amidst the flourishing grassland. Lita remarked with a chuckle, "Next time, we ought to till the soil thoroughly and set it ablaze." Wan Wan, slightly bewildered, inquired, "What shall we do with all this wild grass?" Lita responded, "This is simple. The colossal beasts on the island are herbivores, and this patch will serve as their sustenance." Wan Wan exhaled in relief, yet asked again, "As for the fruits and vegetables, fine, but how do we harvest this rice and wheat?" This was a genuine concern for her, as she had only witnessed grain harvesting in films and television, lacking any practical knowledge of the process. "I can assist." At this moment, a gene interjected. "Our village used to cultivate grains. Although the yield was abysmally low, we managed to harvest." As they departed, Wan Wan wore a relaxed smile, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a hidden paradise. Stepping onto the ladders of heaven tree once more, it was now 5 years later. 5 years have passed, and the once tranquil Tian ladder tree is now filled with the cheerful cacophony of children. "Here, I have found this beautiful bouquet, a gift for Wan Wan." A delightful little girl, cradling a bunch of exquisite purple flowers, eagerly presented them to Wan Wan as if offering a treasure. In response to her innocent smile, Wan Wan could not help but chuckle. "Thank you. I truly adore them. Look at mine, look at mine." A boisterous little boy rushed over, lifting a large seashell to Wan Wan's face. "My seashell is more beautiful. It even holds the sound of the ocean. This is for you, Wan Wan." Before Wan Wan could respond, another boy, clutching a basket of berries, squeezed past him. Observing the swarm of children vying for Wan Wan's affection, Ahei and Axiu stood in astonishment. Although they were aware that Wan Wan and Lita had raised the children outside, witnessing it firsthand left them utterly amazed. There were simply too many children. A glance revealed a sea of youthful faces. In that moment, they suddenly comprehended Qingyi's sentiments. Finally escaping the throng, Huan turned to her two brothers and asked, "So, what do you think? It's rather nice here, isn't it?" "It is indeed," Axiu replied, unable to contain her thoughts. Compared to them, these children are so much happier. Although, due to their numbers, they cannot receive their parents' undivided love, they are able to live vibrantly and freely. Huan reiterated her previous proposal. "Have you considered what I mentioned earlier? If we raise the children here, we need not fear being eliminated or even facing death in the underground plaza." Ahei and Axiu exchanged glances. To claim they were not tempted would be a lie. "Let us ponder this further," Ashio remarked at last. "They are not the children of the stars. Over the years, the heritage blood accumulated is but a few drops, yet they have neither surrendered it to the family nor sought to form a bond with others, all due to the concerns raised by Huan. However, in this place, those apprehensions were non-existent. Suddenly, Huan recalled something and, seizing the opportunity, asked Ajin, who happened to be nearby, "Where's Yao Yao?" Ajin set aside the medicinal plants he was tending to and replied, "He should be in the 6th tree hollow." Upon hearing this, Huan wasted no time and, with Ahei and Ashio in tow, began to ascend the tree. Although the two were perplexed, they followed suit. Yet, all their questions were silenced upon catching sight of the young boy. Ashio was left in a daze, while Ahei, with reddened eyes, murmured, "This child is remarkably similar." The child named Yao Yao was indeed the one who bore an uncanny resemblance to Little Tong from years past. While Ahei and Ashio may not recall Little Tong's appearance as an infant, the image of him at 5 years old was indelibly etched in their memories. Chapter 70. The End of the Stars. As the conversation progressed, a look of vexation and discontent crossed their faces. Huan chuckled, "I have just arrived." She understood that these children occasionally vied for her attention, becoming envious of each other, yet each one was more cunning than the last, adept at maintaining balance. So there was little cause for concern. Ahei and Ashio were now entranced, their eyes fixed intently on Yao Yao. In recent years, the treetop community has welcomed numerous individuals, including several former disabled veterans of the Starry Suns. Now, the children not only have educators to teach them academic subjects, but also coaches to guide their training, rivaling the esteemed families in their capabilities. Upon emerging from the tree hollow, Ahei and Axia found themselves unable to contain their emotions. One covered her eyes while the other wept silently. Jujuan felt a pang of sorrow in her heart and, with a tremor in her voice, remarked, "When Yao Yao grows up, we will finally understand what Sangu has become." "Yes, we will all see." Axia sobbed uncontrollably. Ahei murmured, "I actually wanted to embrace that child just now. But Little Tong has never been held before." Axia suddenly said, "I wish to learn to paint, so that I can capture Little Tong's likeness." "All right, let us learn together," Jujuan replied. At that moment, she felt a twinge of regret for not having pursued art in her past life. In this life, painting remains in its rudimentary stages, and finding a worthy instructor proves elusive. She can only navigate the path on her own. Just as the three had just descended, Lita rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency, and without a word, he enveloped Jujuan in his arms. She was taken aback, and then, blushing slightly, inquired, "What are you doing?" Over the years, their bond had grown considerably closer. Lita, being a man, pursued affection with fervor, even when Jujuan was reluctant. He had already performed nearly every gesture of intimacy, save for the final step. Initially, Jujuan felt uneasy, but eventually, perhaps she acquiesced to some extent. She might have been somewhat starved for affection, rendering her particularly unable to resist Lita's heartfelt devotion, and perhaps even a little envious of it. "Why did you leave me behind?" Lita expressed her discontent, casting a sharp glance at Ahei and Axio. The brothers merely scratched their noses, choosing silence. As long as this person treated their sister well and could protect her, they could endure some disdain. Over the years, the affair between the two had become an open secret among their families. Fong and he were aware of Lita's infatuation and chose to ignore it, while Sater wished to intervene but found himself powerless, leading to a tacit understanding among all parties involved. As for others, their initial awkward curiosity regarding the peculiar relationship had gradually morphed into acceptance. "No matter how busy you are, nothing is more important than you," Lita asserted confidently. Jujuan looked at him skeptically. "You're not going to stand up Sater's chief again, are you?" Lita replied without a hint of guilt. "He only deals with trivial matters throughout the year." "Well, he is the chief of your clan," Jujuan thought nonchalantly. Originally planning to enjoy a vacation with her two brothers, Lita's unexpected intervention not only jeopardized their plans, but altered their nature entirely. Lita's possessiveness over Jujuan had intensified each passing year, and it was only due to the good temper of Ahei and Axiu that conflicts were avoided. Surprisingly, this distorted vacation was also abruptly interrupted. When the communication jade suddenly grew warm, neither Jujuan nor Lita thought much of it, assuming it was mere coincidence. However, upon reading the message that appeared on the jade, both were left in a state of bewilderment. "What's wrong?" Axiu inquired, drawn in by their expressions, as she deciphered the message inscribed on the transmission jade. A sense of disbelief washed over her. Wan, her expression filled with astonishment, read aloud. "The celestial river shatters, the sacred mountain descends." Turning to Lita, she inquired, "What does this mean?" Though her heart harbored suspicions, she could hardly dare to accept them. Lita, his face grave and somber, replied, "It is precisely what you fear. The end of the stars is upon us." The so-called end of the stars, as the name implies, signifies the demise of the star children. In the world of Xinglan, this calamitous event recurs approximately every millennium, a relentless cycle of despair. Suddenly, Wan cast her gaze towards Ahei and Axiu, saying, "Eldest brother, second brother, you must stay behind." The two were taken aback, swiftly grasping the implication of her words. "No, we will accompany you," they exclaimed in unison. However, Wan insisted with an expression that brooked no dissent, "You must remain." Before Ahei and Axiu could protest, her eyes filled with pleading urgency, she implored, "Stay behind and do not distract me. The end of the stars is unlike any other. I lack the confidence to protect both of you. The tree of the heavenly ladder is undoubtedly the safest haven." Ahei and Axiu exchanged glances, bitterness etched on their faces. How they longed to shield Wan, to share her burden of suffering, yet. "Very well," Ahei conceded through clenched teeth. Axiu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Wan turned to Lita and said, "Let us depart." As they watched the figures of the two brothers fade into the horizon, Ahei suddenly knelt heavily, slamming his fist down in anguish, crying out, "I am truly worthless." Axiu remained expressionless, his hands clenched into fists, already stained with blood. Upon their arrival, Wan and Lita immediately sensed something unusual. The air seemed laden with anxiety, and the civilians around them appeared as startled as frightened birds. "Take care of yourself," Wan murmured softly. Lita, however, replied gravely, "Remember, I cannot allow you to perish." Taken aback, Wan paused for a moment before responding, "I will do my utmost." Despite her words, Lita felt a dull ache in his heart, as if some ominous event were imminent. This unsettling sensation arose inexplicably, prompting him to instinctively call out to Wan, but he found himself at a loss for words. Unaware of his thoughts, Wan swiftly transformed into a green shadow and vanished from sight. Chapter 71. The quarrel. As she traversed her path, those she encountered greeted her with bows and salutations, informing her that the star children of their clan were gathered in the great hall. The atmosphere within the hall was lively, with groups of individuals conversing, occasionally mentioning the river of heaven and the sacred mountain. It was abundantly clear that the emotions of the star children present were not as serene as they outwardly appeared. In matters of life and death, who could remain unperturbed? Wan. At that moment, the voice of Xiong Chung rang out. Upon looking up, Wan confirmed it was indeed Xiong Chung and his companions. "We certainly arrived early. It was imperative," Xiao Chung sighed, revealing an undertone of deeper significance. "Indeed," Feng Yu added, "the location of the River of Heaven's rupture is near Tianjian, and we were the first to receive the news." Observing their serious expressions, Wan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What significance does the location of the River of Heaven hold?" "The situation is far worse than anticipated. This time, for sacred mountains have descended." Xiang approached at some point, her expression grave. "For sacred mountains?" Wan stood in shock. She swallowed hard and inquired, "What attributes do these newly descended sacred mountains possess?" Wan fell into deeper silence. Aside from the earth attribute, the other three attributes were increasingly aggressive and formidable to contend with. Upon hearing this, Wan's heart plummeted. Lita raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this?" His expression revealed he was calculating something. After a moment of silence, Sate spoke. "The world is unaware that you can freely enter and exit the sacred realm. In this calamity, while other star children may perish, you will undoubtedly survive. If you are the last remaining star child, then he leaned forward, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at Lita. Then our star clan will have the opportunity to completely engulf the star rate, and you, as the new leader of both clans, will make decisions beyond reproach. At that time, you could eliminate all the useless commoners, leaving only the bloodlines of the star rate and star clan, without the burden of those commoners. Even if calamity strikes, our two clans' innate gifts would ensure we are not overwhelmed as before, thereby achieving a semblance of peace and tranquility. Remarkable, Sate, to have calculated your own life and death into this scheme. Lita raised an eyebrow. I must clarify, there are others besides myself who can freely enter the sacred realm, including Wan. Sate was momentarily taken aback, a look of dawning realization crossing his face. I understand now. You had suspected something from the very beginning, which is why you abducted Wan, am I right? By the end of his statement, anger was evident on his countenance. How could you conceal such crucial information until now? In the face of his wrath, Lita remained unflinching, his expression calm as he replied. You might as well abandon your schemes. Sate was incensed. He knew full well that Wan's prowess paled in comparison to Lita's. Yet he also recognized that when it came to Wan, Lita would only be obedient. No matter how eloquently he spoke now, after his demise. A mere word from Wan could lead Lita to betray him. The thought nearly made Sate spit blood in frustration. What a fate he had to endure. Encountering such a scoundrel. The following day, Xing Lu and Xing Ku appeared simultaneously near Tianjian. They gazed skyward, where the heavens appeared to be rent asunder. With countless gusts of fierce wind escaping through the fissures, torrents of energy swirling like scythes. The children of the stars fell silent in trepidation. At that moment, all warriors from both clans retreated to their homesteads. The vast Longling Prairie, Xingyao Valley, and Twilight Forest lay deserted. Fong He and Sate exchanged glances, neither willing to break the silence. After an indeterminate time, Fong He sighed and said, I have brought all the children of the stars from Xing Lu, approximately 210,000. Sate replied in a measured tone, the children of the stars from Xing Ku have also arrived, totaling 230,000. In this regard, neither party held back any information. However, when it came to discussing their course of action, as anticipated, a conflict arose between the two. I do not agree. Set and Fong argued vehemently. This matter cannot be rushed. We must take our time and allow everyone to accumulate some experience, lest we lose lives in vain. It was evident that Fong desired to save more civilians, while Set aimed to prolong the situation, exhausting even more lives. Shinka Set refrained from infusing personal emotions into this matter and heed the counsel of our predecessors. Historical accounts of the stars and have consistently advised us to act swiftly. Xinglu Fongha, do not preach to me with lofty ideals. I am acutely aware that, in comparison to ordinary lives, those of the star children are 100-fold, 1,000-fold more precious. There is no rationale for risking the latter for the former. You are utterly unreasonable. It is you who fail to discern the gravity of this situation. Before a gathering of star children, the two clan leaders clashed vocally. Jujuan furrowed her brow, preparing to interject, but Lita restrained her hand, gently shaking her head. Just as she pondered the unfolding tension, an elderly man with dark skin suddenly bellowed, Have you two finished your quarrel yet? Fong and Set fell silent, simultaneously letting out a cold huff. Resolve this issue first. Then you can continue your bickering. Chapter 72. To death a profound silence engulfed the scene. After receiving such a reprimand, Fong and Set finally regained their composure. In that case, let us refrain from discussing plans. We shall take one step at a time. Fong's tone carried a hint of resignation, yet there seemed to be no alternative. The group moved to the foot of the holy mountain, a place where no ordinary being could linger. Even for the star children, the conditions here were far from favorable. As waves of energy vibrations surged forth, Wan felt a sharp sting on her exposed skin. She turned to glance at those around her and realized she was not alone in this sensation. In fact, she was among the fortunate ones. Some of the less powerful star children were already showing signs of bleeding on their skin. The lightning surged wildly from the holy mountain of the lightning attribute. Countless bolts twisting and darting through the air, the holy mountain of the earth attribute resembled a vast quagmire, pulsating with suppressed madness and fury. The holy mountain of the metal attribute dazzled the eyes, with flashes of blades and swords slicing through the air, as if one would be cleaved merely by proximity. The holy mountain of the fire attribute loomed like a demon forged from flames, its fiery tongues glaring hungrily at the crowd. All-star children aged 40 and above, step forward, commanded Satyr and Fong He in unison. No sooner had the words left their mouths than a portion of each family stepped forth. The mortality rate among the star children was notably high. Only a select few reached the age of 40, and thus, the number of those who stood up was dishearteningly small, roughly 50 to 60,000 combined from both clans. All-star children aged 30 and above, step forward. All-star children aged 20 and above, step forward. Wan joined the ranks, and this group was considerably larger, numbering over 100,000. The remaining individuals were the youthful star children, some merely 17 or even younger, totaling approximately 50 to 60,000. The star children were divided into 4 teams according to their ages. At that moment, several elderly elders from the Xing family slowly approached the forefront. The second elder cast a glance at the assembly of elders from the Xing family, none of whom surpassed the age of 40, and with a faint smile remarked, "Satyr, we once advised you not to be so ruthless. It is well known that when Set ascended to power, many elders within the family were dissatisfied with his overly radical ideas. The details of what transpired remain shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, none of those elders are alive today." The words of the second elder were nothing short of blatant mockery. Set, possessing a thick skin, remained unperturbed, his composure unshaken. Soon, Wan discerned their intentions. As the eldest star child of the 2 clans, the second elder took a step forward, and in an instant, the earth beneath him seemed to awaken, surging forth with remarkable speed to form 2 colossal strands, spiraling to ensnare the earth attribute's sacred mountain, wrapping it tightly in relentless coils. Following closely behind, the third elder unleashed thousands of green willows, which similarly ensnared the sacred mountain. Subsequently, the 4th, 5th, and 6th elders sprang into action, each employing their stellar energy to bind the sacred mountain. The first wave of troops was deployed. Set and Fong He issued their commands in unison. Soon, countless beams of stellar energy illuminated the scene as tens of thousands activated their powers, effectively encasing the sacred mountain. Wan, may I borrow your world tree to elevate us?" inquired the second elder. Fong He then turned to Set and declared, "This time, we will protect Wan." Set snorted coldly in response, "We shall safeguard Lida." These words left Wan momentarily stunned. Each time the star's end approached, both clans endeavored to preserve a star child, ensuring the flame of their lineage would endure. She had assumed that this time the focus would be on the clan leader. Little did she know. "After the star's end, you shall become the new clan leader of the Star Clan," echoed Fong He's gentle yet resolute voice in her ears. On the other hand, Sate whispered to Lida, "After my demise, you will become the chieftain of the Xinka clan. You may not agree with my intention to eradicate the commoners, yet there is one imperative you must fulfill, the amalgamation of the Xinglu and Xinka clans. Only by uniting as one can we mitigate the casualties arising from our conflicts and amalgamate the strengths of both clans to enhance the lives of our kin." Noticing Lida's indifferent demeanor, he clenched his teeth and continued, "Do you not yearn to be genuinely united with Wan, to become a family, to rightfully be her partner and care for your children?" Lida's expression faltered. "Then heed my words," Sate exclaimed vehemently. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the world tree surged through layers of clouds, ascending towards the heavens and taking the multitude along with it. Simultaneously, propelled by the collective effort of the people, the holy mountain of earth began to detach from the ground, rising skyward. The only solace for Wan was that, despite the unfriendly environment for them, it was utterly conducive for the world tree. The abundant starlight emanating from the holy mountain served as the vital nourishment for the growth of the world tree. With the binding of the light bands from the world tree, thus far, none of the children of the stars had suffered any casualties. As the holy mountain approached the crack in the celestial river, the hearts of the onlookers tightened with anxiety. Wan took a deep breath, guiding the world tree towards the fissure. "Just a little further. We are almost there. Keep pushing." In the midst of their tension, countless voices whispered encouragement. However, the expressions of Sate and Fong He darkened, revealing a hint of sorrow. "We cannot ascend any further." Jian's countenance darkened as she remarked, "The world tree can only grow to this extent." Near the rift of the celestial river, an unknown energy seemed to cling to the area, and despite her best efforts, she could not make the world tree penetrate further. Upon hearing this, Elder 2 and the others were not taken aback. Her gaze swept over the gathered star children, companions. Let us embark on this final journey together. No one spoke. All wore solemn expressions and nodded in agreement. Then, countless individuals were enveloped in the radiant light of star energy, propelling themselves into the shattered rift of the celestial river. Simultaneously, the sacred mountain, which they were tethered to, followed suit into the rift. Fang He turned to Jian Jian and inquired, "What now?" The light of the world tree still connected to those individuals. And Jian Jian attempted to smile. "It's all right. They are all well for now." But as she spoke, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by a look of disbelief as she uttered, "The connection, it has all been severed." Chapter 73. Tsunami. Fang He, however, was not surprised by this. In truth, she had suspected it all along. Her inquiry stemmed from a glimmer of hope that Jian Jian's world tree might be an exception. Jian Jian, on the other hand, was rendered speechless. 50 or 60,000 lives, just like that, extinguished? Never had she felt that life was so fragile and fleeting. Yet, as Jian Jian's gaze fell upon the remaining star children, she pondered whether they too would meet a similar fate. Among them were even children no older than 15 or 16. Nevertheless, on their youthful faces, there was not a trace of reluctance or discontent, as if they had accepted this fate as a matter of course. At this very moment, not a single soul weeps. Everyone has resigned themselves to the belief that they too will soon become one of the casualties. Meanwhile, in a place hidden from Wan's sight, the ladder tree is also undergoing a calamity. The once tranquil ocean has suddenly erupted into a furious roar. At first, the crowd assumed a storm was imminent and paid little heed, reassured by the sea turtle's remarkable sensitivity to such events, which always allowed them to evade danger swiftly. However, this time, their assumptions proved misguided. As the winds grew increasingly tempestuous and the waves surged with ferocity, the sea turtles swam restlessly yet failed to reach calmer waters. It was then that Ahei and Axiu recognized the ominous signs. Could it be a tsunami? Axiu voiced her uncertainty. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Indeed, given the circumstances, it was highly likely that a tsunami was upon them. Among the inhabitants of the ladder tree were several water element star children, former members of the Miyue clan who had retired, led by Lida. They had been brought here after Wan healed them, to serve as mentors for the children, assisting them in their physical training. In this critical moment, a few of the star children reacted swiftly, scrambling up the ladder tree. They procured several bundles of flexible vines from an unknown source and distributed them to the older children, instructing, "Tie these around yourselves." In this pivotal moment, the children understood the gravity of the situation and worked together, obediently binding themselves to one another under the guidance of their instructors, resembling a string of candied fruit. Once they were all secured, the star children tied the vines around their own waists as well. To prevent the vines from snapping, they exercised utmost caution, ensuring that both ends of the vines were secured to one of the star children. Thus, even if there is a single disruption, it is not beyond redemption. However, should there be two or more interruptions, it becomes an insurmountable predicament. Furthermore, they each bound 2 infants to their front and back. Ahei and Ashio followed suit, carrying 2 infants each, but when they attempted to secure the vine strips tethered to the children onto themselves, they were halted by several star children. "We are the water element star children, capable of effortlessly navigating the waters, a feat you cannot achieve. If you are engulfed by the waves, it will only endanger the children." Upon hearing this, the 2 reflected and chose not to insist. Compared to the newborns, the fetal forms were considerably easier to manage. As long as they remained unscathed in the seawater, the children would still be born without any lingering effects. The most troublesome were the commoners. While Mother Tong and Mother Hui possessed some skills, Ajin and the others, Ahei contemplated and suggested, "Let us ascend to the summit of the sky ladder tree. In the event of a tsunami, the treetop may offer safety. Even if the waters reach that height, we can hold tightly to the sky ladder tree, and it shouldn't pose much of a problem." Though he and Ashio were not star children, they genuinely felt little threat to their lives, with the only concern being the 4 infants they carried. The group maintained an optimistic outlook regarding the impending tsunami. However, when the tsunami truly arrived, they discovered that the situation was far more dire than they had anticipated. The tsunami, heralded by the descent of the sacred mountain, was far more terrifying than any tsunami they had previously conceived. No one could have anticipated that the roaring waves carried with them the essence of star energy. Ahei and Axiu were tethered by a vine, ensuring that the brothers remained in close proximity. In their efforts to safeguard the infant they carried, they shrouded themselves in celestial fabric, immersing only their lower bodies in the ocean's depths. Beyond this, they managed to extend a helping hand to Ajahn and the others. On the other hand, several children of the stars found themselves at a disadvantage, though they too were cloaked in celestial fabric. The children tethered to the vine were left utterly unprotected. While some of these children had begun the process of body tempering, their youth rendered them vulnerable. And even the tempering they underwent was of a mild intensity, offering little resistance to the star energy. The children of the stars exerted every ounce of their strength, utilizing their star energy to shield the youngsters. However, their reserves were limited, and as time progressed, some children began to suffer injuries and succumb to unconsciousness. The vines frayed in multiple places, causing some children to plunge directly into the depths of the sea. A group of adults, their eyes glistening with despair, could only watch helplessly. Yao Yao, as he observed the small figure gradually sinking beneath the waves, bloodshot veins appeared in Ahei's eyes, and he summoned every ounce of his strength to refrain from diving in after them. Axiu could no longer contain her tears. These were the children of Wan Wan. If only they were stronger, could they not have protected Wan Wan's offspring? After a day and a night, the surface of the sea regained its tranquility. The brothers, nearly frantic, implored Ajahn, "Quick, check on the children. We must save them." This time, thanks to the brothers' protection, Ajahn emerged as one of the few survivors among the common folk. At that moment, he nearly tumbled forward to the few bloody children, trembling as he retrieved the medicine concealed upon his person. Fortunately, among the star children, two possessed healing abilities, although not as extraordinary as Wan Wan. They were still capable of saving several critically injured children. On the ladder tree, a group of people wept inconsolably. Ahei produced the beast-taming token that Wan Wan had given him before departing and commanded the great sea turtle, "Hurry to the coastal area." He feared another tsunami might strike. If they were along the coast, they could escape towards the heart of the land, avoiding the previous passive predicament. "Should we convey the message to Lita and Wan Wan?" one of the star children inquired. Ahei and Ashio exchanged a glance, momentarily hesitant. Ultimately, Ashio spoke softly. "Yes, we should. There is no need for secrecy." He believed that as long as he and his elder brother were alive, Wan Wan would never relinquish her life. Yao Yao had already perished. Wan Wan must not meet the same fate. Chapter 74. Forever Together, Fong He remarked. According to the records I have reviewed, resolving a sacred mountain with 50 to 60,000 people is already an exceedingly high efficiency. This achievement bore the mark of Wan Wan's contribution, and moreover, which of the star children who reached the age of 40 lack their own unique prowess? When those young ones take charge, their efficiency may not match such standards, Sade added. Fong He was well aware of this fact. As they deliberated, the communication jade pendant that Wan Wan carried suddenly began to radiate heat. She took it out and was instantly taken aback. The message read, "Encountered a tsunami. 41 civilians dead, 92 children dead, including Yao Yao." Juju felt as though her heart had been struck heavily, causing her mind to swirl in a haze. "Do you wish to change this world?" A voice, ambiguous in gender and devoid of any discernible emotion, suddenly echoed within her mind. Juju, disoriented, thought she might be experiencing an illusion. "Do you wish to change this world?" The voice inquired once more. Who are you?" Juju stammered, her eyes wide in astonishment. "What do you mean by saying you are this world?" Juju appeared utterly bewildered. "Perhaps you are more accustomed to calling me the Way of Heaven." The Way of Heaven. Juju recognized this from the cultivation novels she had read in her previous life. She swallowed hard and asked, "What do you want me to do to change this world?" A heavy silence enveloped the air until the voice, identifying itself as the Way of Heaven, finally spoke. "What are you willing to sacrifice for this cause?" Juju was taken aback, pondering, does it require the lives of all the star children? She recalled what Lita had said in the sacred grounds. At that moment, she had been somewhat tempted. If all the star children were to perish, even if it meant bearing the sins of a lifetime, it would be worthwhile for the sake of eternal peace. However, upon reflection, she realized she lacked the strength to accomplish such a feat. She had anticipated a definitive answer but was taken aback when the Way of Heaven replied, "The lives of all the star children are not necessary. But the life of Starchild Lita is required." "Why?" As soon as she posed the question, Juju recognized her emotions were running high. She made an effort to calm herself before reiterating, "Why?" This time, her tone was notably more composed. After a prolonged silence, Wan Wan finally inquired, "What about me? Must I pay with my life?" At this moment, Wan fell utterly silent. Time passed, and the voice resumed. It is true. You awakened me initially. Within you resides the source of vitality I bestowed, enabling you to harness the essence of stellar energy. However, the power of Lita is vastly superior to yours. You cannot seize his stellar energy. Wan discerned the concern in the voice of the heavenly path, yet she believed it. She simply replied, "Allow me to ponder." When Lita arrived, he found Wan lost in thought. Upon seeing him, she felt a fleeting discomfort. Lita, misinterpreting her demeanor, assumed she was still grieving over the tsunami, and gently took her hand, planting a kiss on it. "Do not be sad. We shall have more children in the future." Wan absent-mindedly nodded. Lita continued to speak, but her mind was elsewhere. Even Lita, though somewhat oblivious, sensed that something was amiss. He grasped her shoulders and leaned in, asking, "What troubles you?" Gazing into his eyes, filled with concern, Wan suddenly posed the question, "Would you be willing to die to change this world?" "No," Lita replied without hesitation, observing the gloom on her face. He added, "Yet I would willingly die for you." When he uttered these words, a light-hearted smile adorned his face, indicating it was a spontaneous remark. Nevertheless, even if it was said in jest, the unwavering certainty behind it pierced Wan's heart, solidifying her resolve. Neither of them, not even Lita, could comprehend the gravity of the moment. "Are you jesting?" For some reason, Lita felt that something had spiraled out of control. However, Wan turned to Fang He and said, "Let me give it a try." Meanwhile, she inquired of the heavens, "Are you certain of success?" "As long as you can eliminate Lita," came the assured reply. With lowered eyes, Wan replied, "Then let us commence." Naturally, Set and Fang He did not refuse her request. Almighty God of the Wood, before the gaze of hundreds of thousands, a verdant light erupted from Wan's being, transforming into a colossal ethereal figure. Subsequently, the remaining 3 sacred mountains morphed into streams of energy and surged into that ethereal form, instantaneously merging within. At that moment, countless motes of light burst forth from the bodies of those present, swiftly converging towards Wan, blending seamlessly with the ethereal figure. As more and more energy coalesced, the figure became increasingly solidified, sprouting a pair of resplendent, multicolored wings from its back. At this juncture, sensing the depletion of stellar energy within, the gathered multitude began to realize the gravity of the situation, especially Fang He and Set, who wore expressions of astonishment. Could it be? Wan extended her hand towards Lita, asking, "Will you accompany me to the sacred land?" Lita gazed at her intently for several seconds, and just as Wan thought he would refuse, he suddenly grasped her hand and replied, "All right." In that fleeting moment, tears nearly welled in her eyes. The god of the wood unfurled its wings, carrying the two hand in hand through the shattered rift of the celestial river. Upon entering the sacred land, the god of the wood began to disintegrate, transforming into myriad energies that dispersed in all directions. The two stood in serene silence, marveling at this breathtaking spectacle, with no one daring to shatter the beauty of the moment. "Why?" Lita inquired as the god of war of the wood vanished entirely. Wan slightly curled her lips into a smile and replied, "You truly guessed it. Are you willing to sacrifice your life for this?" Lita's heart bled silently as he questioned her. Observing the sorrow in his eyes that threatened to overflow, Wan could not help but shed tears. "I'm sorry." Lita looked at her expressionlessly as she drew a dagger, and he sadly realized that even at this moment, he had yet to resolve to refuse her. However, in the next instant, his expression drastically changed. He almost frantically rushed forward to embrace the fallen figure, staring in shock at the dagger lodged in her heart. Wan. For the first time, his voice quivered with fear. Grasping his hand, Wan endured the pain and weakly asked, "Will you stay with me?" In that moment, Lita's sorrow dissipated entirely. He gazed at the woman he cherished and softly replied, "Yes, I will stay with you. We will be together forever." No sooner had he spoken than a blinding purple light erupted from within him. Chapter 75. Epilogue. It was only long after that the people of this world truly believed that the times had changed. The world had transformed. Yet the people found themselves at a loss, and ultimately, Fang He and Sate made the decision that until a path to the future was discovered, everyone would continue as before. Although the two clans appeared to have reconciled, in reality, the competition persisted. Furthermore, the stone of heritage, which had once been abundant and disregarded, had now become a non-renewable resource, leading everyone to desire to retain as much of it as possible. Thus, it is impossible for both parties to refrain from contention. As for the colossal beasts of the great wilderness mountain range, the two clans have conferred and resolved to establish a contract for what must be obliterated, ensuring that future generations are spared from difficulties. Meanwhile, Ahei and Axiu have already decided to take root by the celestial ladder tree, which is indeed a precious treasure. Now more so than ever, they contemplate that with the celestial ladder tree, they can nurture their children into talents. In the absence of the star child to refine their bodies, they shall have to rely solely on medicinal herbs to enhance their physical forms. With no threat from water attribute star children and the presence of the great sea turtle, their safety here is further assured. What did the clan leader say? Ahei inquired. Glancing at Axiu, it was their mutual agreement to gather as many heritage stones as possible, aiming to pass down as much of their bloodline as they could. You wouldn't have agreed, would you? Ahei exclaimed in surprise. Axiu shook her head, stating, I merely said that the children should decide for themselves when they grow up. Ahei's curiosity was piqued. Axiu smirked slightly and remarked, It is said that the clan leader of the Set tribe once employed charms to entice our clan leader, who was already a candidate for the chieftaincy, in an attempt to annex our star rate, and nearly succeeded. Ahei's eyes gleamed with intrigue. What happened? It is rumored that our clan leader was quite naive in her youth, Axiu continued, clearing her throat. She willingly followed the Set tribe leader into the Shinka family until she was either intentionally or unintentionally manipulated and discovered the truth. It turns out she was not just a supportive star child. She forcibly merged with that star energy stone while residing in the Shinka family, driven by a conviction that she would succeed or perish in the attempt. Later on, it became apparent that the clan leader had transformed into an aggressive son of the stars, cunningly turning the tables to carve out a substantial advantage for the family within the Star Science faction. What exactly is this substantial advantage? Ahei inquired. Ashio pursed her lips and recounted that their clan leader had skillfully orchestrated an alliance, nearly seizing the entirety of the Star Science family's treasury. In essence, the relationship between these two individuals was tumultuous. After some contemplation, Ashio remarked, The clan leader of the Sate family is a born ruthless character. While our clan leader has been shaped into one by circumstances, their emotions are intertwined with love and hatred. Yet it seems that our clan leader harbors more resentment than affection towards the Sate leader, whereas the Sate leader seems to possess more love than animosity for our clan leader. Ahei reflected with relief, understanding that their clan leader would emerge unscathed. There exists a quaint town renowned for its abundant flowers. When I visited, a flower exhibition was in full bloom, showcasing blossoms of breathtaking beauty. In the rural villages, the inhabitants have begun cultivating crops and raising livestock, while others are nurturing fish in the ponds. Once, as I roamed the outskirts, desolate lands were in abundance. However, now, verdant rice paddies and wheat fields stretch as far as the eye can see. The children of the common folk, who once appeared emaciated, now exhibit signs of health and vitality. The lives of the common people have improved significantly. And I heard from the clan leader that the family intends to implement a modest tax on the populace next year. As the two conversed, neither exhibited impatience. Yet, as time passed, their eyes began to glisten with emotion. The new world is indeed wondrous, surpassing their expectations manifold. However, how delightful it would be if Wan were still here. Ahei, Ashio, come quickly. The birthing process has begun. Your child is about to arrive. Just then, the voice of Mama Tong echoed from above. The two were momentarily stunned, but upon quickly regaining their senses, they hurriedly climbed up the tree ladder. This new batch of children included not only Wan and Lita's offspring, but also their own and the original star children, even the children of commoners. Before they could even enter the tree hollow, the sound of infants' cries filled the air, eliciting smiles from both of them. Once inside, they were greeted by a group of little ones who had arrived early, gazing in wonder at their newly born siblings. Some wore freshly made dresses. Others adorned themselves with beautiful floral accessories, and a few sported sturdy little leather boots, all gifts brought back by Ashio or Ahei from their outings. Upon noticing the now absent Ashio, the children eagerly gathered around. Ashio, did you bring us gifts this time? Ashio, did you buy me candy? Amidst the crowd of children, a little girl posed a rather unique question. Ashio, with new siblings arriving, do you have enough money to take care of us? Ashio chuckled, assuring them, Indeed, Wan and Lita left behind ample funds to ensure your upbringing is more than sufficient. You see, your parents have bestowed upon you a truly wonderful gift. Chapter 76, Dilly Na Dilly Na. Dilly Na. Under the radiant spring sunlight, in the garden's lush lawn. A beautiful maiden lay peacefully asleep, her silver locks cascading over the grass. Her ethereal dress of smoky blue billowed around her, revealing a glimpse of her delicate calves and dainty feet clad in black leather shoes. Yet, what captured the eye most were the hands that dangled carelessly above the lawn and her slender waist, as if they were radiating light. Yeshua was lost in thought. "Sister?" Rena murmured, slowly awakening, yawning and gazing at the still brilliant sky, languidly remarking, "Isn't it still early?" This Rena was none other than the modern-day Yi Su, also known as Huan Huan in the world of Xinglan. She had never imagined that after stealing a lifetime, she would once again open her eyes. A guest? Rena raised an eyebrow, aware that throughout her life, their home had never hosted visitors. Well, that wasn't entirely true. If one considered the nearby neighbors, they had indeed received guests. Violet City was the domain of the Pochi family, and those residing there were primarily Pochi clansmen, rarely encountering outsiders. At least, Rena had never seen any. The familiar faces that came and went were always the same. Rena's home was a charming three-story house adorned with a pointed blue roof and gray-white walls, accompanied by an expansive garden. Due to the garden's vastness, whenever guests arrived, it necessitated Yeshua to call for her. As they entered the house, a warm and joyful atmosphere enveloped them. Vida Pochi was conversing merrily with a refined middle-aged gentleman, while at their feet, Rena's twin brother, Rizero, accompanied them. Meanwhile, Maida Pochi was pouring tea for the guests. She then introduced, "This is Uncle Mookie Kegging, my father's best friend from his academy days. He is now a teacher at the Holy City Academy. You should call him Uncle." Upon hearing this, Rena's expression shifted to one of realization. She understood the reason for the guest's arrival. "Uncle Kegging," Rena sweetly called out. Mookie's gaze fell upon her hands, and the smile on his face deepened noticeably. "I came in such haste this time that I neglected to bring a gift. Next time you visit the Holy City Academy, I shall make amends." Indeed, a sense of helplessness washed over Relina. Noticing his daughter's expression, Vida chuckled softly. Mookie was merely invited but did not linger, even refusing to stay for a meal despite Vida's persistent entreaties, resolutely departing instead. "Dad, do you have nothing to say to me?" Relina crossed her arms, observing her father with an air of calm. She felt a throbbing headache. God knows she did not harbor any fondness for the city of Violet, wishing to remain here. But rather, she was utterly enamored with this tranquil and unassuming life, unwilling to venture out into the chaos. Isn't it wonderful to live a simple life? Why must one always seek to step outside? After her experiences in the starry world, she truly harbored no ambitions, only desiring to enjoy a peaceful retirement in Violet City. Even Maida chimed in. "Indeed, Relina's hands are so exquisite, she will undoubtedly become a remarkable master artisan in the future. Such divinely gifted talent must not be easily forsaken." Before Relina could respond, the previously silent Yeshua could no longer contain herself. "Dad, Mom, could you please consider Daizero a bit more?" Upon her words, everyone's gaze turned to Daizero. The golden-haired, blue-eyed youth appeared bewildered, taking a moment to grasp the situation before scratching his face and asking, "Elder sister, how does your attending the Holy City Academy concern me?" Yeshua, filled with frustration, remarked, "You are the twin brother of Rena, her destined husband. How can you claim that this does not concern you?" Rena replied coolly, "I have already stated that I shall not marry Jazero. Even if her current worldview has shifted from what it once was, the notion of incest remains unacceptable to her, regardless of how many times she may traverse realms. Even if, as she suspects, the genetic inheritance in this world differs from her previous understanding, akin to singular directional reproduction, should a DNA test be conducted, she and Jazero, though they are dragon and phoenix twins, would reveal no blood relation whatsoever. To put it plainly, they each inherit solely from either their father or mother. After experiencing the starry world and the Babuka world, Rena perceives this world as nearly flawless. Except for one aspect. The children born in this realm will invariably be dragon and phoenix twins, and these twins are universally recognized as spouses. Rena has expressed this sentiment on numerous occasions, yet Jazero cannot help but display his disappointment, while Yeshua wears a mask of anger. Mediator Vida interjected, "Rena, you are still young. Your thoughts will surely evolve with time." The only one who held faith in her was likely Yeshua. Vida turned to Jazero and suggested, "If you do not wish to part from Rena, you might consider enrolling in the academy. Even if entry to the Holy City Academy proves elusive, there are still other institutions to pursue." In truth, he felt somewhat helpless. He and his wife had welcomed 2 children, yet in both instances, one was always strong and the other weak, leading to an inevitable lack of regard between them. For his eldest son and youngest daughter, he felt a complex mix of love and resentment, yet he was reluctant to impose upon them. Now, he feared that his lineage would not endure. Upon hearing this, Rosero's face broke into a smile as he glanced at Relina and then spoke to Vida, expressing his determination to strive forward. Ueshua cast an indignant glance at Relina before turning her worried gaze towards Rosero. Relina, feeling somewhat exhausted, contemplated the possibility that leaving this intricate family dynamic for the Holy City Academy might not be such a bad idea after all. Chapter 77. The Enchanted Hand. In the stillness of the night, Relina found herself wide awake, gazing out at the hazy moonlight, her heart enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. She truly adored the world of Babuka. While both realms possessed supernatural powers, the supernatural forces in the starry realm were wielded for combat and self-defense, whereas in this world, the value of the supernatural lay in creation. The supernatural energy of Babuka was referred to as the Enchanted Hand. The Enchanted Hand is divided into 2 types, the Hand of Time and the Hand of Creation. The former wields the magic of time, capable of reversing, halting, or accelerating time, achieving mastery known as the Time Master. The latter possesses the magic of creation, able to conjure from nothing or transform raw materials into various creations, attaining the pinnacle of skill known as the Creation Master. As the name suggests, the essence of the Enchanted Hand lies within the hands themselves. Every individual possesses an enchanted hand, though its strength may vary. Notably, the occurrence of the Hand of Time is exceedingly rare compared to that of the Hand of Creation, making it a true rarity. Determining whether a person's enchanting hands are virtuous or nefarious is remarkably simple. One merely needs to observe the beauty of her hands. In this realm, everyone possesses a pair of exquisite hands. As for Rena, she boasts that her hands have never been deemed unattractive in her previous 2 lifetimes. To the eyes of others, they could be considered lovely. Yet, in this life, her hands pale in comparison. One can easily find someone on the street whose hands surpass hers in beauty. However, her hands in this lifetime transcend mere aesthetics. They are veritable works of art. At times, she finds herself entranced while gazing at her own hands, and it is no exaggeration to assert that such beauty belongs to the divine rather than the mundane. It is as if they belong to a deity. Consequently, throughout her upbringing in the city of Violet, the populace has firmly believed that her magical hands must be exceptionally powerful. Yet, Rena herself feels a tinge of uncertainty within. Nevertheless, she reasons that such widespread belief cannot be unfounded, and thus she tempers her emotions. The magical hands of the Babuka people, while rooted in innate talent, require time for true awakening. The greater the talent, the later the awakening. Conversely, the weaker the talent, the earlier one awakens. Rena, now 16, has yet to exhibit any signs of awakening, whereas Daizero awakened his creative hands at the tender age of 12. It is said that both Maida and Vida awakened at 13, while Ueshua did so at 11, each possessing the gift of creation. As for her brother, Yusheng, who has never been seen since he ran away from home, it is rumored that he awakened at 19, acquiring the exceedingly rare hands of time. Reflecting upon her family in this life, Rena's emotions become somewhat convoluted. For the parents, Vida and Maida, although she cannot rely on them like a true child due to their adult relationship, she naturally harbors feelings for them after years of their affectionate concern. However, with Ueshua and Rizuruo, Relina finds it impossible to become close. The former constantly reminds her from childhood to treat Rizuruo well, reiterating that she is to be Rizuruo's wife in the future. Such an older sister is hardly endearing to her. Furthermore, although Ueshua may be oblivious, Relina can sense a hint of disdain and jealousy towards her. She tends to favor Rizuruo, demonstrating far more concern for him than for her. As for Rizuruo, he is a good child, possessing a simple and shy nature, and he trusts her immensely as his sister. However, merely being the one whom the world sees as her future husband is enough for Relina to maintain her distance. She does not wish for him to harbor any expectations of their future as a couple, firmly declaring from the outset that she would never marry him. Consequently, Ueshua often reproaches her for being too cold towards Rizuruo, which in turn leaves him feeling dejected. In truth, Relina believes that Ueshua's incessant reminders are not beneficial for Rizuruo. Does she not notice his increasing silence and lack of confidence? Yet, such matters are not for her to meddle in, lest she sow misunderstandings in Rizuruo's heart. Ultimately, the reason she hasn't grown closer to Yue and Rizalue, aside from the objective reasons, is that she herself lacks the desire. Having lived through her previous life, her heart is weary, so much so that in this life, she doesn't want to form overly deep connections with others. In this life, she simply wants to live a carefree existence, enjoying the pleasures and indulgences without bearing too much burden. Meanwhile, in another room of the same house, Vida and Meidao were also discussing matters concerning her. Sometimes, I truly wish that Yuesheng and Relina were born together and Yue and Rizalue were born together. That way, we wouldn't have to worry as much as we do now, Vida sighed. Meidao responded, do you think I haven't considered that? I wonder what will become of the children in the future. I feel heartache for Yuesheng's departure, but I also ache for Yueshua's inability to move on. And then there are Relina and Rizalue. The future of these two children is also uncertain. Despite her seemingly indolent demeanor, Relina is, at heart, like Yuesheng. No one can dictate her choices. When she says she won't be with Rizalue in the future, she likely means it. Vida turned over and said, then what can we do? We can't force the children, can we? Aside from whether it would be effective, have you forgotten what happened to Luosheng and Luoming? Upon hearing this, Meidao shuddered. Luosheng and Luoming were their cousins, and their situation was similar to that of their own children. The younger sister, Luosheng, possessed exceptional talent, while the elder brother, Luoming, was quite ordinary. In terms of personality, Luosheng was cheerful and likable, whereas Luoming was taciturn. Luoming harbored a profound affection for Luosheng. However, Luosheng never reciprocated those sentiments, resulting in their remaining unmarried even at the age of 30. Their parents persistently desired their union, but Luosheng staunchly refused to yield, a stance maintained until their parents' successive passing, each imploring them to marry before their final breath. In particular, their father's eyes remained open until his last moment. A veritable death with unclosed eyes. Perhaps driven by remorse, Luosheng eventually relented and agreed to marry Luoming. Subsequent to their marriage, Luoming treated Luosheng with utmost care. But Luosheng remained perpetually melancholic, her once cheerful and vivacious demeanor gradually fading into silence. In an unforeseen turn of events, Luosheng, pregnant, leapt from a towering precipice, resulting in a tragic demise for herself and her unborn child, a triple fatality. Luoming, utterly devastated, succumbed to madness. She would rather her own children remain single for eternity than witness them suffer the same fate as Luosheng and Luoming. Chapter 78. The Clan Academy in this lifetime. Relina possessed an exceptional fondness for indolent mornings. During daylight hours, whenever the weather was agreeable, she delighted in napping in the garden, and the evenings were no exception. Habitually retiring late, she invariably indulged in sleeping in on mornings. That child, Meta remarked with a touch of helplessness, yet also with a sense of anticipation. To Yue, who intended to rouse Relina. Let Relina slumber. I shall warm her breakfast for her later. Unlike her eldest daughter and youngest son, who favored milk, toast, pancakes, fried eggs, and sausages for breakfast, her youngest daughter, eldest son, and husband shared a preference for porridge and various types of pancakes and steamed buns. Consequently, breakfast at home has always consisted of two dishes. Today, we prepared congee and steamed buns, both of which retain their delightful texture when reheated. Upon hearing this, Yue scoffed. Mother, you always indulge Rina. Just look at how lazy she has become. Vida, disapproving of his sister's nagging demeanor, couldn't help but retort. No matter how idle Rina may be, her grades in the family academy surpass yours. Yue was momentarily silenced, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Sensing the tension, Desero interjected, Sister, I plan to purchase some mechanical parts. Would you care to join me? Yue pressed her lips together and acquiesced. All right. As the siblings departed, Meidao sighed. Ever since Yusheng left, Yue's temperament has grown increasingly unappealing. As a mother, I find it difficult to describe my child with harsh words. When Rina descended from the staircase, it was nearly 9 o'clock. While reheating her breakfast, Meidao inquired, will you be attending the academy today? The academy serves as a place for the family to nurture its younger members. Rina had been attending since she was 6, and until the age of 12. The rules were quite strict. After that, the regulations relaxed considerably. As long as the work submitted pleased the instructors, attendance and class selection became a personal choice. Since that time, Rina's attendance had become erratic, which is why Meidao asked, I need to submit some work to teacher Masha. Rina yawned. Don't forget to inform Elder Pengfei about your plans to attend the Holy City Academy, Vida quietly reminded, glancing at the newspaper. Rena cast a glance at him without retorting. Was this an agreement? Vida felt a surge of joy within, unable to resist sharing a smile with his wife. Just then, the buns were perfectly steamed. Rena, stifling her excitement, swiftly retrieved the buns from the steamer, eagerly taking a bite. Instantly, the succulent juices flowed forth, harmonizing beautifully with the rich aroma of wheat and savory filling. The taste was simply exquisite. This is the hallmark of a mother's culinary skills, Rena exclaimed, giving Maida a thumbs up. When it came to her mother, Rena had no qualms. Her culinary expertise was undeniably commendable. Maida beamed with happiness, knowing that among her 4 children, her youngest daughter was her most ardent admirer. It's a pity you didn't inherit my culinary talent, she lamented softly. In the realm of academic pursuits, Rena's skills in cooking forever remained mediocre, constrained by a lack of innate talent despite her diligent efforts. Unlike Maida's regret, Rena remained unfazed. In truth, while her culinary prowess may not rival that of her mother, she was confident that she could successfully run a modest restaurant in modern times. This was more than enough for her. Upon arriving at the academy, Rena found Ms. Mosa engaged in a lesson, so she waited in her office. As an art teacher, Ms. Mosa's office was predominantly filled with various artworks, leaving only a small portion for her desk. The walls were adorned with students' paintings, 2 of which belonged to Rena. Additionally, the floor was cluttered with numerous pieces. Ms. Mosa had often complained that her office was too small to accommodate all the artwork. Upon seeing Rena, Ms. Mosa smiled brightly. Have you completed this month's assignment? The sunlit day saw Delina nodding gently as she handed over 2 rolled-up paintings. Mosa, unable to contain her excitement, unfurled the artworks, and upon witnessing their content, she couldn't help but smile. Truly exquisite. Indeed, your landscapes never fail to enchant me. As her proud protege, Delina had never ventured into portraiture. Her submissions were consistently landscapes, still lives, animal depictions, and floral compositions. While she found this curious, she did not delve further into it. Receiving Mosa's praise, Delina smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. Perhaps it was due to having seen too many images ravaged by calamity in her past life that she was able to genuinely appreciate even the most mundane scenes and objects in this life. Moreover, the world of Pabuka is infinitely more beautiful than the earth, which has suffered significant ecological degradation, and the Pabukans excel in the art of beauty, leaving Delina, who has yet to step beyond Violet City, never concerned about the lack of inspiration for her art. Thus, Mosa often remarked that the beauty in her landscapes was something others had overlooked, commending her for possessing exceptionally bright eyes. The 2 paintings Delina presented this time depicted the vibrant moment when fish leapt from the river's surface amidst a gentle rain, and the breathtaking splendor of a sunset. After admiring both pieces, Mosa carefully rolled them up and turned to Delina, inquiring, I heard your father has contacted a teacher from the Sacred City Academy? Surprised that even Mosa was aware of this, Delina nodded with a hint of resignation. Yes, it won't be long before I embark on my journey to the Sacred City Academy. In truth, the esteemed teacher Miyuki's visit was akin to an interview for her. One could discern his satisfaction from the way his eyes sparkled as he gazed at her hands. It is well known that the admission criteria for the Sacred City Academy stipulate that students must be at least 16 years old and yet to awaken their magical hands. Once the admission notice from the Sacred City Academy arrives, Delina shall embark on her journey to the Sacred City. However, Masha, with an expression of undeniable certainty, remarked, with your talent, attending any academy other than the Sacred City would be a waste. Subsequently, she elaborated on arrangements for Delina's future studies. Although painting is merely a foundational skill, once you awaken your magical hands, this art may no longer serve you. Nevertheless, it is indisputable that painting is a fundamental art form, the cornerstone of creation. Seize the opportunity to learn as much as possible before your awakening. It will undoubtedly benefit you in the future. Seeing that Delina was evidently absorbing her words, Masha felt a sense of satisfaction and continued to elaborate. I have a particular affinity for ink wash and watercolor painting, with a specific expertise in expressive brushwork within the realm of ink wash. While you have been my pupil, your artistic path need not be confined to my teachings. I perceive a certain spirit in your meticulous works. I encourage you to explore and develop that talent. Should the opportunity arise, do not hesitate to delve into other styles of painting as well. Chapter 79. The collection. Upon realizing that Delina was destined for the Sacred City Academy, teacher Masha refrained from assigning her new tasks. merely reminding her not to forget to bid farewell to her other instructors. In the realm of religious studies, the initial 6 years primarily focus on acquiring fundamental cultural knowledge. As the curriculum progresses, it encompasses a total of 9 subjects: literature, painting, sculpture, architecture, dance, music, drama, craftsmanship, and culinary arts. It is evident that the world of Babuka reveres various forms of art and craftsmanship, with its development largely concentrated in these domains. While subjects such as military strategy and medicine exist, they are deemed peripheral, relegated to lesser paths. Politics, too, appears to be virtually non-existent in this world. It exemplifies a typical city-state management system, where each city functions as a clan. Here, there are no formal laws, yet there exist precepts, which are categorized into universal precepts and clan-specific regulations, both designed to penalize those who err. In addition to these precepts, there are also offerings, which are similarly divided into universal offerings and clan-specific ones. The former serves a punitive purpose, while the latter is intended for rewards. Amusingly, in Delina's perception, modern cities and nations compete based on economic strength, military might, and technological prowess. However, in the world of Babuka, the competition among cities revolves around the beauty of their architecture, the grace of their dancers, and the ability of their young men to cultivate rare flowers. Undoubtedly, the most significant competition is over who has the most masters of time and creation. Delina finds this quite endearing. It is precisely for this reason that, despite her occasional laziness, she has diligently pursued her studies in religious studies over the years. Apart from her culinary skills, which have remained average due to her innate talent, she has excelled in all other subjects. Certainly, one should not hold her in overly high regard. The courses in the Academy of Religious Studies may seem numerous, yet they fundamentally remain foundational. There is no expectation for them to be exceptionally versatile. Possessing proficiency in even a singular field suffices. Take literature, for instance. Initially, she felt quite bewildered, as she truly struggled with composing poetry or prose. However, the literature instructor advised them to refrain from aiming too high, suggesting that one should begin with the simple and the familiar. Literature encompasses far more than merely poetry and prose. Over the years, Delina has not engaged in writing lofty poetic works. She initially wrote diaries, later explored short stories, and even ventured into fairy tales, receiving commendable grades from her teacher. In the future, upon leaving the City of Violets, she intends to pen travelogues. In Delina's perspective, the most intricate subject is, paradoxically, handicrafts. Despite appearing to be the most grounded discipline among all, aside from culinary arts, one must recognize that handicrafts encompass a broader range of topics than any other subject. This includes weaving, tailoring, embroidery, carving, woodworking, beadwork, inlay, origami, and even activities such as planting, floral arranging, and pruning, which are also classified as handicrafts in the world of Pabuka. Additionally, certain mechanical assembly tasks fall under the purview of handicraft lessons. According to the religious studies instructor, mastering the art of creation hinges significantly on proficiency in handicrafts. Yet, akin to the literature teacher, the handicraft instructor does not impose the expectation for them to become omnipotent at once. Rather, they are encouraged to select one area of interest to pursue. As the instructor noted, there remains ample time in their lives to learn each subject in due course. It is worth mentioning that the average lifespan of the Pabuka people is 200 years, exceeding that of both the Starfall and Earth inhabitants. In the years that followed, Jelena honed her skills in sculpture, and her dedication yielded notable results. While she may not yet stand shoulder to shoulder with the masters, she had certainly established herself as a competent sculptor. Her earnest attitude towards learning endeared her not only to the esteemed teachers of her core subjects, but also to her culinary instructor. Of course, one cannot overlook the element of innate talent. There is a saying on Earth that a woman's hands are her second face. In Pabuka, however, hands serve as a calling card for all. After bidding farewell to all her teachers, Jelena sought out Elder Pengfei. Elder Pengfei, responsible for the clan's scholarly pursuits, was a jovial, plump little man with a penchant for laughter. Jelena vividly recalled their first encounter, her gaze drawn to his chubby, delightful hands, an involuntary gulp escaping her throat. Clearly, Elder Pengfei had already heard the news, for he greeted her with a warm smile, inquiring, "Have you received your acceptance letter from the Holy City Academy?" Shaking her head, Jelena replied, "Not yet." Elder Pengfei, unfazed by her response, offered her reassurance, "Do not fret. It will arrive in due time. Given your talent, There is no cause for concern. I am not anxious. The interviewers only arrived yesterday, Jelena retorted, slightly exasperated. Elder Pengfei, undeterred by her tone, cheerfully announced, I have something for you. Follow me. Curiosity piqued, Jelena trailed behind him as he led the way. To her surprise, he brought her into a study, or at least what seemed to be a study. The room was filled with bookshelves and volumes, perhaps better described as a library, though it felt somewhat too small for such a title. Without allowing her to speculate further, Elder Pengfei spoke. These are the belongings left by Yusheng. They comprise his personal collection. Before he departed, he was unable to take them with him, fearing that if left at home, they might be destroyed by Yushue in a fit of rage. Thus, he decided to move them to the sect's library. He mentioned that if any of his younger siblings attended the Holy City Academy, these books should be given to them. Elder Pengfei's expression was somewhat complex. Delina was taken aback. But, would my sister truly resort to destroying books out of anger? Although she harbored disdain for Yushue, she could not deny that. To her knowledge, Yushue was not the type to engage in such behavior. While her demeanor might be unappealing, she was fundamentally a rather melancholic and passive individual. The thought of her exhibiting such a vindictive act was hard to fathom. Elder Pengfei suddenly seemed eager to reminisce, his face filled with nostalgia. Both Yusheng and Yushue are exceptionally proud individuals. However, the pride of the former is grounded in substance, while the latter, he sighed. Her pride derives from Yusheng's excellence, as he is to be her future husband. Delina grasped the implication and realized why her elder brother had chosen to leave home. The current Yushue was indeed less than endearing. She had initially believed that her sister's demeanor stemmed from a personal setback, only to discover that it was, in fact, even more unappealing than she had imagined. The mere thought of Day Sero possessing such a temperament sent chills down her spine. Approaching the bookshelf, she selected a tome, opened it, and soon understood why Yusheng had insisted that they attend the Holy City Academy in exchange for these books. In comparison to the teachings she received at the sect, the content of the books left by Yusheng is considerably more profound. Had she never departed from Violet City, she might never have required these tomes in her lifetime. Chapter 80. Stimulus. Relina drew a book on architecture, yet the contents eluded her understanding. Elder Pengfei, observing her struggle, chuckled and remarked, Yusheng has harbored a passion for architecture since childhood. Alas, he awakened the hand of time rather than the hand of creation. Nevertheless, his fondness for architecture remains unabated. Indeed, it is so, Elder Pengfei continued. While architecture is his greatest passion, he also possesses remarkable talent in mechanics and carpentry. Moreover, the Holy City Academy advocates for well-rounded development, and he has dabbled in various other subjects. Though she harbored no fear of him, she was reluctant to seek out trouble. Elder Pengfei, perceiving her concerns, reassured her, you may leave these books in the sect for now. When the time comes for you to depart from Violet City, you may take them with you. Upon hearing this, Relina expressed her gratitude but then voiced her worries. The Holy City Academy requires students to reside on campus. Does it not? Is there sufficient space for all these books? Rest assured, Elder Pengfei replied with a smile. The accommodation at the Holy City Academy is renowned for its excellence. Each student is granted a private bedroom, along with their own study and workspace, ensuring ample room for your books. With his words, Relina felt a sense of relief wash over her. Yet, her thoughts turned inward as she rolled her eyes, and replied coolly, I am quite busy. If my sister has more time, she may offer him some guidance. You Shui exclaimed, her face flushing with anger. What is wrong with Desai Luo? Why are you so unwilling to give him a chance? Rena cast a glance at her, unwilling to engage in conversation, and proceeded into the room. Frowning, she exclaimed, let go. Have you taken the wrong medicine today? Raising an eyebrow, Rena continued, I have been an independent entity since birth. Whatever I choose to do in the future, be it marriage or companionship, should remain my own freedom and right. No one has the authority to make decisions for me. Your contentment with mediocrity does not obligate others to align with your choices. Her words resonated with conviction, yet Yusno's expression grew increasingly grim. Unperturbed by her thoughts, Rena seized her books and departed, having relinquished her hold. In truth, Rena found it challenging to harbor any affection for her elder sister, Yusno. Though unspoken, Rena was acutely aware that Yusno had long been haunted by feelings of abandonment, perpetually believing that her lack of excellence was the reason Ma Xing had declined to marry her. Consequently, Yusno had always held a sense of animosity towards Rena, whose extraordinary talents only served to exacerbate the rift between them. Even as an infant, Uesno had often whispered discouragements in her ear, warning her not to let her gifts inflate her ego. What Rina could not fathom was why. If Uesno was aware of her own shortcomings, she did not strive to improve herself. Admittedly, Uesno's proficiency in the magical arts was limited, and her innate abilities would likely hinder her future achievements in creation. However, this did not imply that she lacked avenues for growth. Setting aside the fact that one's magical capabilities are not immutable and can be enhanced through effort, was there truly no other aspect in which Uesno could exert herself? Previously, it was mentioned that the world of Babuka holds beauty in the highest esteem and is fervently dedicated to the creation of beauty. Even works that are not fantastical, or those of lesser magical caliber, are deserving of praise if their craftsmanship is outstanding. Indeed, there have been esteemed creators who sought counsel from individuals whose creations may not be of high rank but whose skills are remarkable, who can claim that these individuals lack excellence. Yet, what has Yushui accomplished over the years? Since her birth, Delina has not witnessed her engage in any meaningful pursuits. The people of Violet City, even those as young as Maida Vida, frequently seek guidance from their teachers at the academy or delve into books to enrich their knowledge, truly embodying the adage of learning throughout one's life. However, what of Yushui? Delina has certainly never seen her attend the academy, nor has she observed her create any works at home. Instead, she wallows in self-pity, incessantly complaining and meddling in the affairs of Desai Luo and herself, striving to foster their relationship. Maida has remarked on Yushui's culinary talents. Yet Delina has never seen her pursue the art of cooking. When she and Desai Luo were younger, due to Maida's busy schedule, they did partake in meals prepared by her. Nonetheless, Delina dares to assert that her culinary skills have not progressed beyond what they were then, highlighting the extent to which her abilities have languished and how carelessly she regards her own talents. What she thought would be a mere interlude has proven to be far from over. After dinner that evening, while Delina was assisting Maida in clearing the table, Yushui suddenly dropped a bombshell. "I wish to go out and find Yusheng." "What did you say?" Maida was taken aback. Maida cast a glance at Rina and softly inquired, "Did you say something to Yushui earlier?" She had witnessed the conflict between the two sisters in the garden from the second floor and found it curious that Rina had spoken so much, considering she usually disregarded Yushui. Thus, when Yushui suddenly uttered such words, Maida suspected that Rina had provoked her in some manner. After all, it was the first time in many years that Yushui expressed a desire to seek out Yuesheng. Chapter 81. Composure. Due to Maida's remark, the family's attention shifted to Rina. This included Yushui, whose light azure eyes appeared clear, yet concealed a subtle sense of satisfaction beneath the surface, as if silently challenging Rina to explain herself. Rina lowered her gaze, exhaling softly in resignation. It made sense now. Yushui's sudden intent to find Yuesheng seemed orchestrated, as if she were waiting for an apology from Rina, hoping to leverage it to change her stance. If this had occurred in her earlier years, Rina, despite recognizing the ulterior motives, would have likely capitulated. After all, while the Babuka people are naturally averse to conflict, resulting in commendable public safety and a rarity of violent crimes, this does not imply that the world is devoid of danger. Leaving aside other concerns, the wild beasts in the wilderness do not abide by human ethics. They are solely driven by the need to satiate their hunger. Natural disasters such as earthquakes and floods are inevitable, and even within the city, one must remain wary of unforeseen accidents. If she were still Yisu, contemplating the value of a life, she would not mind enduring some losses and offering an apology. However, the current Rina has experienced the world of the starry mist. Though she has not become a ruthless killer, she no longer holds life in disdain. The choice of others to seek their own demise is of little concern to her. As Rina calmly reiterated her previous words, Yueli felt her entire being stiffen. It was not only her. Even Vida and Maida exhibited signs of astonishment, while Desero lowered his head, obscuring his expression. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly grew heavy. Rina collected the sauce-stained tablecloth and placed it into the laundry basket, stating coolly, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Rina." Vida could not restrain himself from calling out, "What are your thoughts on Yueli's desire to seek out Yuesheng?" Without waiting for a response, she ascended the stairs. Once her figure vanished, Vida turned a cold gaze toward Yueli and inquired, "Do you still intend to pursue Yuesheng?" Yueli's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Her silence spoke volumes, leaving no doubt as to her feelings. As parents, how could they misunderstand her intentions? Once in private, Maida hesitated, saying, Do you think Rina is a bit? You mean to say she is cold-hearted? Vida raised an eyebrow at her incomplete thought. Maida nodded. Although Yueli's actions may lack propriety, Rina remained unaffected, showing no concern for whether Yueli might genuinely go after Yueshing, unwilling to concede any ground. Even Yueshing himself was not like this in the past. Vida remained silent for a considerable time before speaking. This child harbors no affection for Yushue and Risai Luo. Today, she articulated her reasons for her coldness towards Risai Luo. As for Yushue, you have undoubtedly observed her attitude towards Lina over the years. It is hardly surprising that anyone would struggle to appreciate such a sister. Maida, too, was well aware that their youngest daughter does not share the same sentiments towards her and her husband. Nevertheless, Vida sighed, stating, I no longer harbor any hopes for them to marry and have children. It would suffice if they could simply lead a decent life. Deep down, he believed that the turmoil stemmed from their eldest daughter. The eldest son's departure was a consequence of her stubbornness, while the youngest daughter's distance from the youngest son was also influenced by the eldest daughter's incessant proclamations that the youngest son was destined to be her future husband. The youngest son's silence and lack of confidence were, too, a burden that the eldest daughter must bear. However, he understood that the eldest daughter had been suffering internally all these years. Thus, even with his myriad grievances, he found it difficult to voice them. Yet, dissatisfaction lingered, especially. I miss the moon. His words drew tears from Maida, who replied, I miss our son too. For Lina, this minor family dispute came to an abrupt end. The following morning, observing Yushue seated in the dining room, enjoying her breakfast, she felt no surprise. The essence of this sister was that of a tyrant within her own domain, having never ventured beyond the confines of Violet City since her birth. Despite her outward display of fearlessness, she was, at heart, a coward, forever reluctant to step beyond her inner sanctuary. Today, Maida prepared a layered meat pie, which is a cherished favorite of Rina. The moment she took a bite, her joy overflowed, prompting her to embrace Maida tightly and plant a hearty kiss on her cheek. Exclaiming, Mom, you are simply the most adorable mother in the world. Maida, feeling a delightful mix of happiness and shyness, smiled at her daughter's exuberance. Besides the layered meat pie, Maida also made tofu pudding, another of Rina's favorites. This delightful breakfast set a positive tone for Rina's entire morning. In addition, she intended to organize her belongings in anticipation of her upcoming journey to the Sacred City Academy, contemplating what items she should take along. To her surprise, she realized she had amassed quite a collection throughout her life, with over a dozen storage boxes filled with various creations, an assortment of books, and a few tools. Regarding personal items, her clothing has always been crafted by Maida. While not exceptionally superb, it certainly surpasses the mass-produced garments of modern times in beauty and quality. Furthermore, most gifts received from her parents on her birthdays were handmade treasures. In Babuka, craftsmanship permeates everyday life. Although there are shops, they primarily sell raw materials or basic goods, as all finished products require one's own handiwork. Naturally, individuals have their strengths and weaknesses, and it is permissible to seek help from others in certain areas, provided that such assistance is offered freely or in exchange for goods. However, engaging in monetary transactions for finished products constitutes a violation of the Great Precepts. While imprisonment is not a consequence, both the goods and funds would be confiscated, accompanied by a tenfold fine. Considering the unexpectedly vast quantity of her possessions, Rina pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to take only those items of practical use, leaving behind the mementos that held sentimental value in her home. If only there were a space, Delina sighed, contemplating her situation. She found herself somewhat bewildered by the current circumstances. Uncertain whether her second journey was a mere accident or the result of some other cause, she was equally unsure about the possibility of a third. Yet, regardless of the outcome, she had come to accept her fate with equanimity. No matter how many worlds she might traverse, she would approach each with a sense of normalcy, as if she had lived but a single lifetime. By embracing life in this manner, she could savor it without regret. Chapter 82. The carriage. The admission notice from the Sacred City Academy arrived 5 days later, with Veda being the first to discover it in the mailbox. Upon gazing at the golden acceptance letter, he was overwhelmed with excitement, pouring forth a torrent of admiration in 100 words. After confirming that his daughter's name was indeed inscribed upon it, he handed it to Delina. You must keep this. It holds great sentimental value, Veda advised. In truth, the admission letter from the Sacred City Academy bore no functional significance. After all, students were required to undergo interviews conducted by teachers, and due to the nature of talent, it was generally impossible for anyone to impersonate a Sacred City Academy student. Even without the admission letter, the rightful candidate could still gain entry. Nonetheless, the letter was renowned. And despite its lack of practical utility, most individuals cherished it as a keepsake. As Rena surveyed the golden admission letter in her hands, its surface delicately outlined in white to depict the silhouette of a city, adorned with the elegantly scripted words Holy City, she felt a sense of wonder. Upon opening it, she discovered one side featuring an intricately designed gear mechanism, while the other bore the formal notification, complete with the author's signature and the date inscribed in the lower right corner. Moreover, as she lowered her gaze to inhale its unique fragrance, fresh, lingering, and tinged with a hint of coolness, she recognized that it could almost be classified as a work of art. It was no wonder that it was often treasured. The admission letter from the Holy City Academy was crafted by this year's newly minted master of creation, and each year bore a distinct design imbued with special significance. Beside her, Maida spoke up. Zaisero gazed at the admission letter with bright eyes and cautiously asked, "Sister, may I have a look?" Rena glanced at him before handing over the letter. Zaisero examined it intently before reluctantly returning it to her. Rena was well aware of Zaisero's fondness for mechanisms, and this year's theme of gears for the Holy City Academy's admission letter would surely captivate him. In fact, under ordinary circumstances, she would not hesitate to gift this admission letter to someone else, but concerning Zaisero, perhaps it was best to refrain. Despite his habitual silence, Rena understood that, whether influenced by the moonlight or otherwise, he harbored feelings for her. After all, where else could his attention and trust have stemmed from amidst her consistent indifference over the years? Recently, Ueshua had been unusually quiet, perhaps due to the earlier revelation of her true self. The reporting date on the admission notice is set for 1 month later. However, for Delina, this time frame is hardly generous. Violet City is merely a small settlement, and although it has produced a few master craftsmen, it remains relatively mediocre among the hundreds of cities. Not particularly close to the provincial capital. Conservatively estimating, the journey could take 12 to 13 days. In anticipation of Delina's enrollment at the Holy City Academy, Veda had long been prepared. Upon receiving the admission notice, he mysteriously led Delina to his workshop. Veda's workshop, located in the corner of the backyard, was not particularly refined. Yet it was spacious. Unlike Maida, his expertise lay in fields such as architecture and sculpture, which are not easily accommodated in smaller locales. As Veda unveiled the curtain, revealing the contents within, Delina could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Before her stood a large carriage compartment, coated in a layer of black paint, adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns in gold and crimson. At each of the 4 corners perched a lifelike white bird. The compartment featured rear-opening doors and 2 glass windows on either side, with delicate and beautiful red lattice work. The carriage was equipped with a movable windscreen, ensuring that the driver would not toil excessively even in inclement weather. In Delina's previous understanding, such a carriage would be excessively ostentatious. However, this was Baboka, where every item, regardless of size or function, was crafted with exceptional beauty and care. The carriage before her was, indeed, striking in its own right. Most astonishingly, Delina had initially believed the carriage to be constructed of wood, perhaps of superior quality, but upon closer inspection, she discovered that the exterior was fashioned from metal. Noticing her revelation, Vida expressed his pride, stating, "The carriages in the Holy City are all designed with a metal shell encasing wood. This not only enhances safety, but also alleviates the burden on the horses, as they are not as cumbersome as entirely metal carriages." Delina, however, expressed her apprehension. "Isn't this carriage a bit too large?" Vida reassured her, "Not at all. This carriage is designed to be drawn by 4 horses, so a larger size poses no issue." He continued with a smile, "Moreover, I have incorporated a hidden compartment beneath the carriage where books can be stored, which also stabilizes the chassis, making it less likely to tip in case of unforeseen events." Upon entering the carriage, Delina could not contain her delight. Inside, there was a fixed small bed, and astonishingly, a small stove affixed to the wall. With sufficient charcoal, it would be a simple task to heat water, prepare porridge, or cook noodles. Do not underestimate this, she thought. When traveling, having a small stove is incredibly convenient. Additionally, the walls of the carriage featured a row of lockable drawers, which were indeed quite practical. In a corner, separated by a curtain, there was even a fixed wooden toilet. While it was not as convenient as the flush toilet at home, It would have to suffice while traveling. Delina was taken aback. Uncle Shoming was willing to undertake such work? She was certainly aware of Uncle Shoming, a relatively rare widower in the clan, whose wife had passed away over a decade ago. His relationship with his children was less than amicable, leading him to live in solitude. Due to exceptional carpentry skills and an aptitude for repairs, life has been fairly pleasant. Why would one feel otherwise? Upon hearing this, Vida chuckled and remarked, "Once you arrive at the Holy City Academy, you will truly appreciate the allure of this craft. If it weren't for your Uncle Shoming's reliability and expertise, such an opportunity would not have come his way." His words carried a weight of significance, prompting Delina to speculate about the underlying truths she was unaware of. Yet Vida clearly intended to keep her in suspense. What Delina did not anticipate was Vida's decision to accompany her, along with Maida, to the Holy City Academy. Faced with her daughter's astonishment, Vida, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, replied, "You are still but a child, and this is your first time leaving Violet City. How could we possibly allow you to travel alone?" Chapter 83. Innate love. While Vida and Maida spoke with such certainty, the reality was far from straightforward. The primary reason for their concern stemmed from the incident that occurred when Yueming first ventured to the Holy City Academy alone, which ended in misfortune. To be precise, Yueming did not initially set off alone. His sister, Yueshue, insisted on accompanying him. The couple agreed, hoping to foster a bond between the siblings. Unexpectedly, Yueshue encountered a conflict with another girl en route, whose brother, afflicted with a troubled mind, struck Yueming, declaring that he refrained from hitting women, thus bringing misfortune upon Yueming. The boy possessed considerable strength, and a single blow rendered Yueming unconscious, causing him to fall onto a large rock, resulting in a grievous head wound. Yueshue was left in shock, and from that moment on, she resolutely refused to venture outside. Concerning Yusheng, the circumstances were fraught with peril. Given Yushue's lack of assertiveness, it was, in the end, the girl responsible for the injuries who escorted them to seek medical attention. Subsequently, Yusheng remained unconscious for nearly a month before awakening. However, his recovery was not without consequence, as he was left with a persistent ailment of headaches upon exertion, not to mention experiencing double vision for approximately half a year. As a result, his enrollment was deferred by a year, and the headaches were never fully resolved. With such an experience in mind, Vida and Maida naturally dared not be careless this time. Yushue anticipated her parents' concerns and remained silent, only to suggest, "Let Rosero accompany her as well. Students at Holy City Academy are permitted to bring attendants, and everyone brings their twin siblings. Let Rosero accompany Relina," she proposed, though she did so with reservations. Deep down, Yushue had always felt that if she had insisted on accompanying Yusheng to Holy City Academy, he would not have been unfaithful and left home because he was unwilling to marry her. Despite the lack of evidence, she harbored the belief that Yusheng must have had a paramour at Holy City Academy. Upon hearing this, anticipation flickered in Rosero's eyes, but Relina promptly retorted, "No, I disagree. She would be insane to allow Rosero to be her attendant. After all, Rosero was merely a 16-year-old child, and Maida had arranged everything for him since birth. Aside from his obsession with mechanics, he possessed no practical life skills to speak of. In contemporary society, affluence equates to accessibility, yet in Babka, monetary means are not omnipotent. It would be untenable for her to perpetually cater to Rizzolo's needs, providing sustenance, garments, and footwear. Such an arrangement would, in due course, engender notions in Rizzolo's mind, irrespective of his initial sentiments. Yueshue voiced her discontent, while Vida and Maida remained taciturn. To assert that they harbored no desire for their youngest son to accompany their youngest daughter to the Sacred City Academy would be disingenuous. They were cognizant of the myriad benefits that permeated the institution, benefits that the populace ardently sought. However, they were equally aware that attendants served primarily as auxiliaries to students, a role for which Rizzolo was ill-suited. Indeed, his abstention from causing disruption would be a boon. Paramountly, Relina was disinclined. Even parental authority could not compel their offspring to undertake endeavors against their volition. On the eve of Relina's departure, Vida sought Rizzolo in his chambers. "Father?" Rizzolo, engrossed in lubricating mechanical components, paused, rising to his feet in surprise at his father's entrance. "Why have you come?" "Be seated," Vida gestured, settling himself opposite his son. "Father wishes to converse with you." Rizzolo hesitated, carefully stowing the mechanical parts. He adopted an upright posture, hands clasped demurely in his lap, resembling a diligent student. Vida sighed, inquiring, "Do you hold affection for Relina?" Rizolo faltered, a blush creeping across his countenance as he murmured, "I do." Vida, unsurprised by the affirmation, continued, "What aspirations do you harbor for the future?" I am uncertain." Sero pursed his lips, a hint of despondency coloring his tone. "Sister doesn't care for me, and I'm at a loss as to how to gain her affection." Veda regarded him intently. "Have you contemplated the possibility that Rena may never harbor affection for you? What would you do then?" Sero's countenance paled at the question, the specter of his eldest sister looming in his mind. "Would I become like that?" he wondered. Sero's voice faltered, choked with emotion. "I don't want that. I don't want sister to leave, nor do I want her to perish." Witnessing his son's distress, Veda's heart ached, yet he knew certain truths had to be conveyed. It is true that Rena does not care for you, nor is she close to you. However, you must at least ensure that you do not incur her loathing. Sero's tears flowed more freely now, yet he remained unable to utter a single word. Veda departed from Sero's chamber, finding Meta awaiting him just outside the door, her face already awash with tears. "Is it right to pressure Sero in this manner?" she lamented, her heart heavy with sorrow. Meta sobbed inconsolably, emitting soft, mournful sounds like a wounded animal. She understood all too well the inherent attraction that bound siblings born of the same womb in Babka. In essence, they were predisposed to love one another. However, those who possessed exceptional qualities, whether innate or cultivated through diligent effort, were capable of severing the ties that bound them to their siblings. Whether this was a positive or negative phenomenon was debatable, but for the other party involved, it was undoubtedly a misfortune. To yearn for affection that remained perpetually out of reach, with no means of escape, was a source of profound agony. Vida gently caressed his wife's hair. His voice tinged with melancholy as he remarked, "In the past, we allowed Yueshua to sink deeper into her troubles due to our compassion and a sense of false hope. The outcome of her relationship with Yusheng is evident to you. When it comes to Relina and Rizero, we must not repeat our mistakes. Relina is far more challenging than Yusheng. At a young age, Yusheng shared a bond with Yueshua, even fighting other children for her sake. There were moments of affection between the siblings, but Relina, from the very beginning, she has never shown Rizero a hint of kindness." Chapter 84. The Academy of the Holy City. Heaven knows how apprehensive Vida has been watching Relina grow up. Had he not been certain of his youngest daughter's extraordinary talents, he would not have insisted she attend the Academy of the Holy City. Firstly, he did not wish to see her gifts squandered, and secondly, though reluctant to admit it, the truth is that for both his eldest son and daughter, as well as his youngest, separation is preferable. Before Rizero finds himself trapped as Yueshua did, it is prudent to keep them apart, lest Rizero become another Yueshua. As parents, they all desire their children close by. If possible, they would wish for all four to remain in Violet City. However, they prefer this separation over a bleak future. Early in the morning, before dawn, Relina departed in a carriage with Vida and Maida. It was only while packing that Vida discovered his eldest son had left all his books to his youngest daughter. 2 carriages set forth, with Uncle Shuming guiding one for Relina and Vida driving the other for Maida. Although it was a carriage, the journey was not excessively bumpy due to the rubber wheels. In fact, had the road conditions been more favorable, their travels could have been even more comfortable. They paused in the wilderness to partake in a meal, during which Maida distributed several insect-repelling sachets among them. Uncle Shuming and Vida went to gather firewood together. While Maida was washing rice, Dilena constructed a makeshift earthen stove, a skill imparted by her mentor in the academy. Given better circumstances, she could have crafted a more elaborate version. Nevertheless, Maida was quite dissatisfied, frowning throughout the cooking process and lamenting that her culinary offerings would surely fall short of expectations. Dilena, feeling speechless, recognized that the people of this world were infused with a romantic artistic sensibility. "You actually caught fish?" Maida exclaimed in surprise. Vida, rubbing his nose, quietly remarked, "They weren't caught in the river, but rather in a puddle." Indeed, he lacked the skill to catch fish from the river, so his wife's suspicion was understandable. Upon hearing this, Maida's expression shifted to one of realization, and she chuckled. "I knew it, but fortuitously. I was concerned that you and Uncle Shuming might struggle without meat. I shall prepare these 2 fish, one for braising and the other for soup." As for the rather unsavory task of killing the fish, Vida would not permit his wife or daughter to partake, so he enlisted Uncle Shuming's help. After their meal, with the sun shining brightly, both Vida and Uncle Shuming felt drowsy and intended to rest for a while in the carriage. Meanwhile, Dilena and Maida, untroubled by fatigue, remained in one compartment, one engrossed in reading while the other ground spices, having decanted the cumin powder into a jar. Meta glanced up to see Relina hunched over a small table, engrossed in her notes. With a furrowed brow, she remarked, "It must be tiring to be hunched over like that. Perhaps you should desist, as we will arrive at the Holy City Academy in a mere 10 days or so." Without lifting her head, Relina replied, "It's quite all right. It's only a fortnight, and I would find myself bored if I were to do nothing." Knowing that she could not dissuade her, Meta sighed and lamented, "Alas, there is no railway line in our region. It would be far more convenient and comfortable to travel to the Holy City Academy by train. The technological advancement of this world is somewhat limited. Yet steam trains have already been invented. They have a rudimentary understanding of electricity, and electric lights are commonplace in households, but that is the extent of it." This was the state of affairs when Relina was born, and little has changed in the intervening decade or so, suggesting that the Babka people do not prioritize such matters. Upon hearing this, Relina could not help but twitch her lips. As far as she knew, steam trains had been around for more than 3 decades. Yet in all that time, the tracks had not been laid across all the cities. The reason for this was not a lack of funds, but rather the lack of cooperation between the various cities and the lack of initiative from above, which naturally slowed progress. In fact, most people in the Babka world spend their entire lives in a single city, so the demand for trains is not high. Their journey was relatively fortunate. Although they encountered 2 rain showers, they were not severe, and the road surface was not significantly affected. As a result, the 12-day journey took only half a day longer than expected. Standing at the city gate of the Holy City, Veda was registering the 4 of them, while Relina's gaze was drawn to the buildings within the city. Unlike the intricate architectural style of Violet City, the Sacred City, as the heart of Pabuka, is characterized by its opulence. Lined with numerous ginkgo trees along the streets, the diverse attire of the residents reflects the presence of many outsiders, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. In contrast to the serene tranquility of Violet City, the Sacred City is bustling and vibrant. Yet it possesses a grace and refinement that sets it apart from the modern urban landscapes that Delina envisions. "Father, are you familiar with the route to the Sacred City Academy?" Delina inquired with a hint of anxiety. To her knowledge, Veda was not an alumnus of the Sacred City Academy, and although Uncle Shoming had sent many students to various academies, none had attended the Sacred City Academy. During his own schooling, Yusheng had employed a different coachman. "Of course I know it," Veda replied. "I came here years ago to visit your elder brother." Delina sighed in relief. However, Veda's visit had occurred over a decade ago, and given that it had been a solitary occasion, his recollection was understandably vague. The quartet meandered through several circles until finally a passerby, noticing their plight, surmised they were newcomers to the Sacred City Academy and kindly directed them. Veda, blushing with embarrassment, expressed his gratitude, remaining silent for the remainder of the journey. Understanding his discomfort, the other 3 refrained from teasing him. "Is this truly the Sacred City Academy?" Delina exclaimed in astonishment as they disembarked from the carriage. Veda, relieved, responded, "Indeed, this is it. Although some changes have occurred, it is unmistakably the same." "Unmistakably so, as the name is inscribed upon the entrance," Delina remarked, her surprise stemming from the fact that the Sacred City Academy was considerably smaller than she had envisioned. Well, she had envisioned her standards based on the university she initially attended. However, in reality, the Holy City Academy appeared to be. Rena thoughtfully touched her chin. Perhaps only slightly larger than a residential district in the city? Later on, Rena would come to understand the reason, despite its fame. The Holy City Academy maintained stringent admission criteria, resulting in only 20 to 30 new students each year, with merely 7 grades in total. The student body comprised no more than 100 or 200 individuals, and the number of teachers exceeded that of the students. Thus, the academy's size was indeed commendable. Chapter 85. Enrollment. The 4 of them were taken aback when the school gate creaked open, revealing a frail, elderly man emerging from behind it. Given the circumstances of the Babuka world, this gentleman's age was likely over 150 years. While Rena had encountered such elderly individuals before, this was her first encounter with one possessing such exquisite hands. It is difficult to articulate. Those hands, though undeniably aged, thin, and lacking moisture, bearing the marks of time, were remarkably beautiful. One would not typically classify such hands as attractive, yet the allure they exuded was indescribable, possessing a mesmerizing quality that was palpably real. This man was undoubtedly a master craftsman. Not only were they observing him, but he was also scrutinizing their group. Almost immediately, his gaze fell upon Rena, captivated by the beauty of her hands. With a cheerful expression, he inquired, "Have you not yet awakened?" Rena nodded and replied, "Hello. I am the new student Rena Pochi. May I ask where I can complete the enrollment procedures? I am ardently, and perhaps fate will lead you to become my student in the future." The elder, with a twinkle in his eye, chuckled, "You're here to complete the enrollment formalities, I presume. Follow me." With that, Armin ambled toward the school's interior, his hands clasped behind his back. The four exchanged glances, and Veda murmured, "There's no reason for him to deceive us. Let's follow." En route, Armin peppered Rowena with inquiries, curious about her city of origin, her age, and her preferences. His stream of questions was ceaseless. "Here we are, the faculty office building," Armin announced, standing before a 5-story edifice. Faculty office building? Upon entering, Rowena discovered that each of the academy's instructors possessed their own individual office, which explained the need for an entire building to house them. Armin escorted them to his office, retrieving a form which he handed to her, saying, "Please complete this with your basic information." Once Rowena had finished, he presented them with a thick file folder, explaining, "Contained within are the fundamental details of all the academy's current instructors. Peruse it at your leisure. Once the semester commences, the monthly schedules will be posted in advance on the bulletin board. You may then decide which courses to attend." "Hold on," Rowena interjected, her curiosity piqued. "Are we free to attend any course we wish?" Armin nodded, affirming, "Each instructor possesses unique expertise. You may select courses based on your predilections." "No examinations?" Rowena inquired, perplexed. "None," Armin replied. "However, upon awakening your magical hand, examinations are required should you wish to seek apprenticeship." Realization dawned upon Rowena. She had suspected it couldn't be that effortless. After completing the enrollment formalities, Armin retrieved a palm-sized white shield from a drawer and inscribed Rowena's name upon it with a carving knife. Subsequently, a sudden burst of golden light emanated from his hand, coalescing into an orb that melded into the shield, suffusing the white surface with a resplendent golden hue. Astonishingly, even after Armin's hand returned to normal, the golden radiance on the shield persisted. Golden phantasmal light. Is this a masterpiece of magical artistry? Veda exclaimed in astonishment. Armin retorted with a dismissive curl of his lip. It's merely a crudely wrought, unrefined prototype, hardly worthy of being considered a magical work. Nor does it possess the properties one would expect of such a creation. Turning to Rowena, he explained, "This is a gold shield, serving merely as proof of your student status, and it has no other function. Upon your graduation, you may utilize this shield as material to craft a graduation piece for the instructors to evaluate." Rowena nodded, accepting the shield, her mind teeming with questions, though she restricted herself to those of immediate relevance. What purpose does the gold shield serve within the academy? It is required for entry and exit to the library and dormitories, as well as for leaving and entering the campus during holidays. Furthermore, when shopping within the Holy City, presenting the gold shield entitles you to a 20% discount. He paused, then added with a smile, "This is a privilege exclusively enjoyed by enrolled students. Once you graduate, this preferential treatment will cease, so cherish it while you can." Subsequently, Armin escorted Rowena to the academy's library and dormitory, instructing her on the proper usage of the gold shield. What astonished Rowena the most was the dormitory building, as the living conditions were exceptionally splendid. As a freshman, she had been assigned to a suite nearly 200 square meters in area. However, this expansive space contained only one bedroom, while the study and workspace were particularly spacious. Especially, upon seeing an elderly lady who was evidently not a student stepping out of the elevator, Rowena was taken aback and quietly inquired, "Are there teachers living here as well? Is there a problem?" Armin asked, looking puzzled. Rowena shook her head, recollecting something and asking, "By the way, are there no tuition fees?" "The tuition is paid after graduation. Once you become a master of creation or a master of time, 10% of your annual income will belong to the academy." "Is it really so?" Rowena exclaimed in astonishment. Armin, however, regarded Veda with some surprise, saying, "Not many outside are aware of this rule of the Holy City Academy." "How do you know?" "Some prominent families are aware of this stipulation, and they often criticize the academy as profiteers. Yet, just by looking at the level of Veda's magical prowess, one can tell he is not from one of those prominent families." Veda scratched his nose and replied, "My eldest son also graduated from the Holy City Academy." Oh, Armin's interest was piqued. What is your eldest son's name? A child who has not awakened their magical abilities by the age of 16 is often considered fortunate if a family produces even one, yet this family has two. My eldest son is named Yushingboki. Both Vida and Maida could hardly conceal their pride. At this, Amin was truly astonished and turned to appraise Relina, remarking, "This child bears a striking resemblance to her elder brother." He indeed had an impression of Yushingboki, though it was not to suggest that he was exceptional to such a degree. Rather, the students of the Sacred City Academy were inherently few in number. Furthermore, even within the academy, those who awakened the hand of time were far fewer than those who awakened the hand of creation. In his 2 decades of service, he had encountered only 2 students who had awakened the hand of time, with Yushingboki being one of them. How could he possibly forget? Chapter 86. Parting. It was the first time that Relina had heard someone say that she resembled that brother she had yet to meet. She turned to gaze at Vida and Maida, whose expressions betrayed no surprise, clearly affirming that Armin was indeed speaking the truth. In her family, only she and Vida possessed silver hair and blue eyes, while Maida, Yushue, and Relina all had golden hair and azure eyes, their skin radiating a healthy honey hue. In stark contrast, she and Vida exhibited a distinctly pale complexion. The combination of silver hair, blue eyes, and fair skin easily conjured a particular aesthetic. And coupled with their small faces and exquisite features, they appeared undeniably beautiful, yet exuded an air of aloofness that felt somewhat disconnected from reality. Vida was relatively untroubled. His ever-cheerful demeanor made his detachment less apparent. However, Relina seldom laughed heartily, her most common expressions being languid and indifferent, which only amplified her perceived coldness. Yushue's assertion of her being lofty was not without merit. Yet, in retrospect, perhaps Yushue's bias against her stemmed from the striking resemblance she bore to Yusheng. Vida, oblivious to his daughter's silent musings, was currently engaging in pleasantries with Armin, acknowledging that his daughter was still a child at heart. Having been indulged by both him and her mother, and he hoped the teachers would be understanding in the future. Armin often heard remarks of this nature from his parents, yet he dismissed them with a smile, responding lightly. He then added that non-students and non-teaching staff relatives were not permitted to linger in the dormitory, while the drivers had their own separate accommodations. Parents of students could find lodging at a nearby and operated by the academy, which charged very reasonable rates. Subsequently, Delina and her companions escorted Uncle Shoming to the single accommodation area and exchanged greetings with the messenger responsible for communicating messages to the drivers on behalf of the students. The preparation of meals also required a certain level of skill, thus Babuka was not permitted to sell food. The inn merely offered kitchen rentals and the sale of ingredients. Even within the academy, there was no cafeteria to speak of. Fortunately, Delina had inquired and learned that the academy provided ingredients and seasonings free of charge. Upon the commencement of classes, students only needed to register their requirements with the dormitory administrator a day in advance to receive them the following day. Of course, prior to the start of classes, they would have to procure these items themselves. Delina and Maida remained in the dormitory to tidy up, while Vida took a portion of the purchased items to Uncle Shoming. The study was equipped with a ready-made bookshelf, and Maida assisted Delina in organizing the books she had brought, then began mopping the floor. As Delina was placing various small items, like ink for her fountain pen, into the drawer, Maida remarked, "Since you are just starting your studies, it's acceptable for now, but once you become accustomed, remember to find ways to manage meals, laundry, and cleaning. Do not attempt to handle everything yourself, for that would hinder your ability to focus on your studies." With that said, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Indeed, she harbored a genuine desire to become a stay-at-home parent, and Vida could even serve as Relina's chauffeur. However, the two at home were a constant cause for concern. How can this be resolved? Relina inquired with earnestness. She was aware that Maida and Vida had previously attended the academy together, and although it wasn't the Holy City Academy, they undoubtedly possessed relevant experience. As expected, Maida began. The matter of sustenance cannot be simply resolved with currency. However, toiling endlessly for mere meals is also untenable. Once the semester commences, ascertain if there are any students within the academy who are engrossed in culinary arts, particularly those who relish cooking. At that juncture, barter for meals with them using other commodities. If none are found, enlist several close confidants and take turns preparing meals, as there is negligible difference between preparing a single portion and several. Laundry and cleaning are more straightforward. Within the academy, there should be individuals who specialize in such tasks for remuneration. You may wish to take note. At this point, Maida furrowed her brow and cautioned. Although one can procure laundry services, undergarments must be laundered personally to avert any potential scandals. Furthermore, while one can engage assistance for cleaning, remember to maintain vigilance and seek trustworthy individuals. Otherwise, if items are pilfered, there will be cause for lamentation. Concerned that Relina might not heed her advice, Maida provided an illustrative example. One of my female classmates from yesteryear harbored an aversion to laundry, even outsourcing the washing of her undergarments. Consequently, individuals with whom she had strained relations contrived to obtain her undergarments and displayed them prominently on the lecture platform for all to behold. Consider the level of embarrassment and humiliation this would inflict upon a young woman. Quite so. While such an incident may not inflict physical harm, it is undeniably vexing. Beholding Rena's inexplicable countenance, she murmured softly, "When I was at the academy, my laundry would sometimes get mixed up with others, and I ended up contracting a skin ailment. Your father had to take me to several apothecaries before it was cured." Upon hearing this, Rena solemnly acknowledged the concern. Skin ailments were minor, but she dreaded the thought of acquiring bromidrosis or athlete's foot, and most troubling of all, sexually transmitted diseases. Subsequently, Meta recounted the instances of her personal belongings being pilfered by cleaning staff, including the theft of her graduation project design. "This is something you must be especially mindful of," she cautioned. "Remember to lock and back up the drawer containing your designs, lest you suffer a loss." Meta imparted her wisdom didactically. Rena nodded, realizing she might not have considered such precautions had Meta not mentioned them. Vida and Meta had initially intended to stay and help Rena acclimate to the holy city. But in reality, merely tidying up the dormitory consumed 2 entire days. By this time, the reporting date on the admission notice had arrived. Rena longed to spend time with her parents, but the course schedule for the first month had already been released, and she needed to thoroughly examine the bag of archives that Armin had given her in order to select her courses. Observing her diligence, Vida and Meta, though somewhat disappointed, were understanding. Coupled with their concern for their 2 children at home, they decided to depart. Rena offered to escort them out of the city, but they declined. Vida hesitated for a moment before whispering, "While you're at the academy, keep an eye out for news of your elder brother. It would put our minds at ease." He paused, then added, "But if you do hear anything, remember to keep it from Ueshua and inform us directly." Over a span of 2 days, Irina meticulously familiarized herself with the faculty of the Holy City Academy, numbering over 300. These instructors were divided into 2 categories. The first comprised teachers of fundamental courses, responsible for imparting the basic skills of various crafts to the students. Muji Kajin, who had previously visited her home, belonged to this group. It would be a mistake to assume that these instructors were not prominent figures. The competition for these positions was fierce, precisely because individuals capable of teaching basic courses were abundant. Those who distinguished themselves in this role, possessing comparable skills and qualities, often benefited from their lineage within influential clans. It is important to note that the world of Babka, strictly speaking, did not have a privileged class, and these powerful clans did not wield any special privileges. Acts of bullying or taking advantage of one's position were simply not tolerated. The Holy City Academy's preference for individuals from prominent clans as foundational instructors stemmed from 2 factors. Firstly, these clans were populous and produced a wealth of talented individuals, inevitably fostering direct or indirect relationships with the academy, leading to a degree of favoritism when candidates were equally qualified. Secondly, members of these clans resided within the Holy City, making them more suitable as instructors compared to those from outer cities. Unlike other cities, the Holy City was unique in its diverse mix of clans, all of which were influential. It was advisable to maintain amicable relations with these instructors, even if not actively seeking their favor, to avoid potential complications. The other category consisted of specialized instructors, individuals of exceptional stature who were either master creators or masters of time. Armin Leaching, who had facilitated Irina's enrollment, was one such figure. Among the Academy's instructors, over 200 are dedicated to fundamental courses, with the remainder specializing in professional disciplines. The esteemed reputation and universal reverence enjoyed by the Holy City Academy are attributable not only to its exceptional student body but, more significantly, to the influence of its professional instructors. After all, the importance of innate talent is universally acknowledged. Do not other academies also aspire to attract superior students? Why then, do they not elevate their admission standards? It is not for lack of desire, but rather a deficiency of confidence. Without a faculty of sufficient caliber, how can one hope to entice prodigies? Initially eager to familiarize herself with the faculty, Relina later realized that such an endeavor was not presently necessary. In actuality, she needed only to select a few fundamental courses based on her interests and inclinations. Professional courses, at least for the time being, did not require her immediate attention. After observing the frequency of the fundamental courses, Relina ultimately chose painting, sculpting, polishing, tailoring, and inlaying 5 subjects with minimal scheduling conflicts. It was not that she was incapable of selecting more, nor was it due to indolence, but rather her conviction that the fundamentals are of utmost importance and should not be approached carelessly. Only after establishing a solid foundation in these 5 crafts would she consider further options. Due to the extensive range of over 200 fundamental subjects, Relina was unable to meet all of her fellow freshmen during the first week of the semester. It was said that their class comprised only 19 students, 12 males and 7 females. It was not until this week's introductory courses that she finally encountered all of her peers. The Holy City Academy does not impose strict age requirements for student enrollment, stipulating only that candidates must have awakened their magical hands after the age of 16, although most students typically enroll at 16. However, among their cohort of students, there was a male who appeared to be in his late 20s. Rena initially assumed that he simply had an early matured countenance, but during the introductions, the young man named Soj Mayware revealed that he was actually 24 years of age. Confronting the astonishment of his peers, Soj elucidated with a smile, "I, too, received my admission letter at the age of 16, but prior to matriculation, I sustained a grievous injury in an unforeseen incident, compelling me to suspend my studies. After recuperating for 2 years, just when my condition had substantially improved, I inadvertently awakened the mystic hand. Regrettably, my physical constitution was not robust at the time, leading to recurrent illnesses over the ensuing years. Once the mystic hand had stabilized, my body was left debilitated, necessitating further convalescence, hence my belated enrollment." Finishing his explanation, he pursed his lips and chuckled, "I presume I am the most senior in this class, and I beseech your guidance in the days to come." Rena's gaze swept across her fellow freshmen, all vibrant and youthful, and seemingly affable at first glance. Further acquaintance would be necessary to ascertain their true nature. In attendance at the introductory lesson, alongside the freshmen, were also some upperclassmen who had yet to awaken their mystic hand, bringing the total to approximately 60 or 70 individuals in the classroom. As the bell signaling the commencement of the lesson rang, a female instructor entered the room, cradling an unidentified object shrouded in a light cloth. Rena, at this moment, was seated alongside 6 other female classmates. The septet exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Subsequently, they witnessed the instructor on the podium unveil the azure fabric, revealing a ship model beneath. Indeed, it was a ship model, and a remarkably exquisite one at that. The assembled freshmen instinctively began to assess the ship model from various perspectives: design, coloration, craftsmanship, materials. However, they soon discerned something amiss. It was luminous. Someone exclaimed. All eyes turned towards the podium, where a delicate, azure radiance emanated from the exquisite ship model, gradually permeating the entire classroom. With keen perception, Ileana noticed that these cerulean emanations were infiltrating her very mental essence. Sensing no imminent threat, she offered no resistance, allowing the azure light to permeate her consciousness. As time elapsed, Ileana tentatively placed her hand upon her chest. That sensation, it was as if a floral expanse had taken root within her heart, causing it to palpitate with fervent anticipation as blossoms unfurled in rapid succession, conjuring forth cherished memories of bygone days. In the midst of a torrential downpour, a youth had drawn her beneath the eaves of the dormitory building, mysteriously unfurling his bundled school uniform to reveal several steaming baked sweet potatoes. His countenance radiant with a beaming smile as he urged, "Eat up, I procured these with considerable difficulty." Upon the culmination of their university entrance examination, the youth, accompanied by every male classmate, each bearing a solitary red rose, stood beneath the academic edifice, collectively proclaiming, "Elise, I adore you, be my consort." Within the confines of a nocturnal observatory, observing her rapturous gaze fixed upon the celestial meteor shower through a telescope, a youthful and handsome man expressed his discontent. "What allure do shooting stars possess? If you harbor a desire to make a wish, direct it towards me. For I am your own personal meteor shower, exclusively yours." Opening her eyes, a solitary tear traced a path down Ileana's cheek. yet her lips involuntarily curved into a gentle smile. Chapter 88. Illusory light. The beautiful and nostalgic feelings within gradually faded, and Dylina found herself feeling a tinge of reluctance. A refreshing coolness enveloped my head, a sensation most delightful. At that moment, Lianxing spoke up beside me. Is that so? I do not share such sentiments. Shortly thereafter, Julie chimed in. I find my hands somewhat warm. After that warmth, they seem to have become more agile. Indeed, I feel similarly, another girl joined in. Now that you mention it, I think I might also be experiencing something akin to that. Soon, several other girls echoed their sentiments. Dylina felt perplexed, wondering why she sensed nothing at all. Despite the teacher at the podium remaining silent, the new students below had already grasped the essence of the experiential lesson. In truth, Dylina was not entirely ignorant of magical works. Throughout her life, she had encountered numerous magical creations and had garnered some understanding from Maida and Vida. Many items in her home were, in fact, the magical creations of her parents. However, without the touch of a magician to awaken such creations, they lacked the enchanting light. Moreover, the unique effects of the magical works only manifested in the presence of this illusory light. Regrettably, as minors, children were deemed unsuitable for exposure to such light. According to Vida and Maida, it could hinder the proper development of magical abilities. This was no trivial matter. Thus, throughout her upbringing, Vida and Maida had refrained from activating magical works in her presence. It could be said that the first time she witnessed the illusory light was upon entering school, when she beheld the golden shield. Yet, as Professor Armin had stated, that light was but an illusion. In her childhood, she did inquire about moon snow. Yet that individual maintained a discreet silence on the matter when present. Teacher, is it not said that minors should not come into contact with illusory light, as it may hinder the development of the enchanted hand? At this moment, a new student posed a question. The age of maturity for the Papuka people is 20, which is 2 years older than that of modern humans. I am Yunli. You may address me as Teacher Yunli, the female instructor at the podium stated. It is indeed true that minors should refrain from engaging with illusory light, though there exists a subset of it that is exceptional. Pausing, she cast a gentle smile towards the fresh faces before her, adding, I presume the newcomers are not yet acquainted with the functions of illusory light. At her words, all the new students, except for Su Gu-mei-yu, nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Yunli's smile deepened. Today, I shall elucidate the specific functions and effects of illusory light. As implied by its name, magical works are creations born from the enchanted hand. To be precise, they are crafted by the hand of creation. Without delving into the intricate process of producing magical works, it is essential to understand that illusory light is the manifestation of their effects. Broadly speaking, illusory light operates upon the mental faculties of individuals. Noticing the perplexed expressions among the new students, Yunli elaborated, what we refer to as mental faculties are, in truth, the sustenance for the enchanted hand. For the enchanted hand to awaken, it requires continuous honing and nurturing through mental faculties. Once the enchanted hand awakens, these mental faculties become the foundation for the formation of illusory light. Upon hearing this, Relina was taken aback. So, does this imply that the strength of the enchanted hand is contingent upon the potency of the mental faculties? Yunli continued her narration. As everyone knows, those who awaken their magical abilities later tend to possess stronger talents. But do you know the reason behind this? Delina was now in a state of confusion, her mental energy shifting towards her hands. What kind of miraculous operation is this? In her understanding, mental energy equates to the soul of the brain. Isn't this akin to grafting the brain onto the hands? She simply could not fathom what such a situation would entail. Typically, a person's mental energy is predetermined at birth, and while it is not impossible to strengthen it later in life, it often demands immense suffering or significant life changes. This method not only lacks unlimited efficacy, but also carries certain aftereffects. If one is not careful, it could alter their temperament, even driving them to madness. However, the illusory light, which affects mental energy, can facilitate a slight enhancement of mental strength through emotional resonance. Although this approach yields slow results, it is celebrated for its safety and has a long-standing tradition. With a gentle smile, Yunli remarked, naturally, the effects of illusory light are not limited to this. Strengthening mental energy is merely its most fundamental function. It can be said that all illusory light possesses this capability. Nevertheless, certain effects are unique to specific individuals. As she spoke, Yunli proudly lifted a ship model from the podium, declaring, "This ship model is my creation, and although I am merely an intermediate artificer, my magical work possesses a unique capability to refine a person's mental energy. It is important to note that while mental energy is an exceedingly personal entity, in truth, most individuals cannot fully control its existence. Just as one possesses a precious set of tools, one may wield them without comprehending the necessity of their maintenance. My ethereal light serves as a nurturing essence for your spiritual force. Thus, despite your tender age, you are granted access to my luminescence." In conclusion, Yunli solemnly advised everyone, "Remember, prior to your coming of age or awakening the magical hand, refrain from engaging with the luminescence of others, aside from that which the Academy permits you to experience. Teacher, aside from your unique luminescence, are there other forms with different effects? Could you enlighten us?" inquired a spirited newcomer. Yunli briefly elaborated. The more common types are those that enhance the physical body, detoxify, and provide healing. Pausing for a moment, she added with a smile, "I have also encountered luminescence with beautifying effects." The new students widened their eyes in astonishment. As the class neared its conclusion, Yunli tapped the podium and announced, "Before we dismiss, there is one important matter we must address. This pertains to all new students." All 19 newcomers lifted their heads in anticipation. Those who, after their initial encounter with my luminescence, felt their minds clear and comfortable, please raise your hands. Xing and 6 other boys silently raised their hands. Yunli and the senior students exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging the promising quality of this year's newcomers. Chapter 89. The Hand of Resplendence. Those who felt their hands become more agile after interacting with the luminescence, please raise your hands. In an instant, the remaining newcomers eagerly raised their hands. Delina hesitated for a moment, yet chose not to join in. 11. Yunli was momentarily taken aback, almost doubting her own counting. However, upon recounting, it still amounted to 11. Previously, 7 hands had been raised, totaling 18. Yet, if memory served her correctly, it appeared that this year's newcomers numbered 19. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, which new students did not raise their hands. Her classmates, now turning their gazes towards her, saw Delina rise, an expression of innocence gracing her features. "Why did you not raise your hand?" Yunli thought, observing the girl, whose beauty resembled that of a moonlit fairy, and couldn't help but feel a slight frown, suspecting she had encountered a troublemaker. Delina responded slowly, "Teacher, I did not feel any of those things you mentioned." Yunli was taken aback, questioning her hearing. After a moment of confusion, she recovered, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are you certain? You felt nothing at all? Could it be that you are simply too dull to perceive anything?" Delina shook her head, affirming, "I am sure, I felt nothing." At this, the newcomers were perplexed, while some of the older students cast glances at Delina, filled with envy and admiration. Yunli remained stunned for some time, striving to compose herself. And just as the class bell rang, she announced the end of the lesson. As she departed, a wave of murmurs erupted within the classroom, with the older students eagerly turning their attention to Delina. "Good heavens! Has another Zhou emerged from the academy? This is monumental news. Is it true? You truly felt nothing at all?" Unable to contain their curiosity, one inquired. As multiple pairs of eyes fixated on her, Delina pressed her lips together and replied, "Indeed, I felt nothing." After a brief pause, she asked, "Does this hold any significance?" The group of senior students looked at one another, and finally, the most strikingly handsome among them spoke. "Teacher Yunli's illusionary light is blue. There is no doubt she is a mid-level creator. As a creator of this rank, the enhancement of her illusionary light can only augment abilities akin to the magical hands of a similar level. The levels of magical hands, ranked from lowest to highest, are the white jade hand, yellow jade hand, blue jade hand, red jade hand, purple jade hand, silver jade hand, and golden jade hand, with each hand corresponding to its respective color. White and yellow are the colors of illusionary light possessed by novice creators. Blue and red belong to mid-level creators. Purple and silver are held by advanced creators, and gold is the color of the illusionary light of a master creator. Prior to the awakening of your illusionary light, due to the non-manifestation of mental strength, its intensity will be diminished by 1 level. Hence, it is expected that those who feel a sense of clarity and comfort after encountering the illusionary light will eventually awaken the red jade hand. Upon hearing this, the few freshmen who had raised their hands first displayed expressions of disappointment. While the red jade hand is regarded as a mark of genius externally, within the Sacred City Academy, it merely blends into the crowd. However, they quickly regained their spirits, for among the current master creators, there are indeed those who initially awakened only the red jade hand, and their futures remain bright. Why not the blue jade hand? One curious freshman could not help but inquire. And what about us? Julie and a few others asked eagerly, what level will we attain? In response, the senior students shook their heads, saying, that we cannot ascertain. It is evident that your mental prowess cannot be enhanced, yet it has undergone a certain refinement. The lesser the degree of refinement, the greater the innate talent. What he did not mention was that the instructor for the trial class typically inquires individually about each person's circumstances before assessing their talent. However, it is quite apparent that, due to the unexpected presence of Relina today, teacher Yunli overlooked this aspect. You have yet to clarify the nature of Relina's situation. Yu Chuan couldn't help but remind the senior. Apologies, I almost overlooked that detail. The other party appeared momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing their features as they responded. In the entire history of the Holy City Academy, there has only been one instance of a situation like Relina's, and that was Senior Zhou Yu. Who is that? Yu Chuan inquired with curiosity. Zhou Yu, also known as Renjing, was a senior who graduated last year. It was not until the eve of his graduation, at the age of 23, that he awakened, and what he awakened was the Hand of Resplendence. Upon uttering this, the senior could not help but display a look of complexity. The Hand of Resplendence? Everyone, including Relina, was taken aback. The Hand of Resplendence and the Hand of Oblivion are indeed remarkable. Time can bestow all beauty and light, which is known as the Hand of Resplendence. Conversely, time can obliterate all beauty and light, referred to as the Hand of Oblivion. One is alluring, while the other incites fear. Yet, they share a commonality. Anyone who awakens either of these two powers possesses an initial mental strength equivalent to that of the Hand of Gold and Jade, without exception. Both the Hand of Resplendence and the Hand of Oblivion are exceedingly rare, as far as they know. The Hand of Resplendence has not manifested for nearly 5 centuries prior to Zhou Yu, while the Hand of Oblivion has not appeared for over a millennium. Lena's emotions were exceedingly complex at this moment. Must she truly wait another 7 or 8 years to awaken the magical hand? What she remained oblivious to was that others were not entangled in the quandary of when she would awaken, but rather, what she would awaken. Could it possibly be the Hand of Annihilation? Although no one dared voice it, this thought lingered in the minds of all. Even Yunli, who had departed, shared this sentiment. Upon leaving the classroom, she made her way directly to the office building of the professor, eager to relay her discovery to the esteemed figures present. Chapter 90. The esteemed ones calm as ever. The dignitaries were momentarily taken aback by Yunli's words. Surely she jested? Amin adjusted his spectacles, skepticism etched upon his face. This is genuine, Yunli insisted anxiously. I am not foolish enough to make light of such matters. Indeed, those gathered were somewhat familiar with her. They were not the sort to misjudge the gravity of a situation. Thus, could it be that what she claimed was true? The esteemed figures exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Mengyan Dongling wiped her face and suggested, let us first inform the dean of this matter. As the group ascended to the top floor, they found Dean Fengming Kui Ing and the 2 vice deans, Dulin Bosi and Buma Adusi, engaged in a leisurely tea session. Upon noticing the commotion of their arrival, Dulin chuckled, with so many of you here, I fear my tea supply may be insufficient to accommodate you all. The warm and cultured middle-aged gentleman's smile radiated warmth, his demeanor far exceeding mere elegance. However, Buma, ever perceptive, inquired, you all gathered here, does it pertain to something of significance? Her appearance may not be conventionally beautiful, and the lines at the corners of her eyes are quite pronounced. Yet, even in the absence of a smile, her visage exudes an inexplicable warmth, as if one could share anything in her presence. In contrast to the amiable demeanor of the 2 vice deans, the dean's stern expression stands out starkly. However, the members of the Holy City Academy have largely grown accustomed to Fengming's taciturn nature and do not dwell on it. Amin nudged Yunli forward, prompting her to speak. Surrounded by such esteemed figures, Yunli nervously swallowed and shared her insights from the experiential lesson. Despite her preparations, the 3 deans still shifted in their seats, their expressions changing. After a lengthy pause, Fengming tapped the table and inquired, what are your thoughts on this matter? Surely, this is a positive development, Amin replied. We initially overlooked that child, Zhou Yu, treating him the same as the others. Although his awakening of the magical hand was indeed remarkable, had we recognized his potential earlier? he would undoubtedly excel even further now. We must not repeat the same mistake with Dilina. Buma added, indeed. While there may not be a higher tier than the Golden Jade level, we all understand the vastness of this realm. Some individuals spend their entire lives merely at the threshold. The distinctions among those at the Golden Jade level are not insignificant compared to the disparities between different tiers. Meng Yan, smiling, suggested, indeed, I recommend that the specialized course instructor provide Dilina with an experiential lesson. After all, ordinary experiential lessons hold little value for her. Why allow her to squander 7 years, akin to Zhou? Amin stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, there is one issue. Although we have previously speculated that individuals like Zhou and Ri Lina may not be bound by the stipulation of avoiding contact with illusory light before reaching adulthood, such conjectures remain merely theoretical. In my view, even if it is necessary to arrange a trial lesson with a specialized instructor, it should be conducted by someone possessing a unique type of illusory light. Upon hearing this, the crowd paused momentarily, redirecting their gazes towards Feng Ming and Buma. It is worth noting that among the numerous specialized instructors at the academy, only Feng Ming and Buma are capable of allowing minors to engage with illusory light. The rationale behind the prohibition of minors from interacting with illusory light is well-founded. The pathways in the brain that connect to the hands of a babuka individual consist of 2 critical junctures. Once the magical hand awakens, these junctures will open, facilitating the transfer of mental power into the hands. Prior to this awakening, any external illusory light exhibiting even the slightest degree of aggression can prematurely activate these junctures. Once opened, they will not close again. At this stage, the body is still maturing, undergoing constant growth and transformation. Moreover, without awakening, mental power remains trapped in the brain, devoid of the nurturing influence it requires. Over time, these junctures may become obstructed, distorted, or even develop into deformities. One can only imagine the dire consequences when the magical hand finally awakens. This elucidates why it is asserted that minors may suffer from developmental issues if they come into contact with illusory light. Thus, it is not that minors cannot interact with illusory light at all, but rather that they must avoid any form exhibiting even the slightest aggressiveness. However, this proves to be exceedingly challenging, as even nurturing types of illusory light rarely exist without a hint of aggression. Yunli is one among them. The illumination of Feng Ming possesses the ability to unlock the potential within the human body, while the illumination of Buma has the power to refine mental strength. The former is not even a nurturing type of illumination, but rather a highly aggressive developmental type, yet it exhibits no trace of hostility. This illustrates the profound contradiction within Feng Ming's character. Consequently, despite his usual demeanor of calm authority, no one truly fears him. I have no objections, Buma said with a slight smile. As the two exchanged glances, contemplating who should take on the role of instructor for this one-on-one experiential lesson, Dulin decisively intervened. The two were taken aback as Dulin inquired, "Do you have any objections?" They all shook their heads. Witnessing the influential figures collectively decide to provide a specialized lesson for Rina, Yunli felt bewildered. "Aren't you all concerned that Rina might awaken the hand of annihilation?" She could not help but ask. In an instant, all eyes turned to her. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Yunli shifted her position. "So what if she does awaken it?" Armin replied nonchalantly. "Many harbor biases against the hand of annihilation, deeming such a destructive magical force entirely unnecessary. More extreme individuals even regard those who awaken the hand of annihilation as devils. As prominent figures at the forefront of the world, it would be disingenuous to claim they are entirely untroubled by the hand of annihilation, yet it is not a topic they avoid discussing altogether. After all, historical records indicate that while the hand of annihilation is exceedingly rare, there has never been a case of a true-born devil. Ultimately, those who awaken the hand of annihilation are human. Moreover, the hand of obliteration does possess a certain degree of significance. No matter how formidable the force, if wielded for the purpose of protection, it embodies heroism. Feng Ming, with a solemn countenance, stated, "I believe that under our guidance, even if Rina were to awaken the hand of obliteration, she would still become a beneficial presence in this world." Dulin added nonchalantly, "Furthermore, what you mentioned is merely one possibility. It is far more likely that Rina will awaken the hand of creation." As he concluded, a glimmer of anticipation could not be concealed upon his visage. While the hand of time is commendable when it comes to granting us, the mentors, the opportunity to truly shine, it is undoubtedly the hand of creation that stands out. The other prominent figures nodded in agreement, regarding Yunli as one with a mischievous child. Chapter 91. Sweet dreams. Though she had only just begun her studies and was not in a rush to awaken the magical hand, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no anticipation for it. To be told that she would have to wait 7 or 8 years to see any hope. Could it not be a tad gentler? Alas, no amount of frustration would alter the reality of her situation. As she began to interact more frequently with her peers, the issue of Rina's meals found resolution. Among the 7 girls in her cohort, Lian Xing happened to be the most skilled in culinary arts and had a penchant for cooking. Upon Rina's request for assistance with her meals, Lian Xing agreed without hesitation. Naturally, Rina did not expect Lian Xing to cater to her every meal, nor did she wish to let her hard-earned culinary skills go to waste. Thus, she continued to prepare her own breakfast and cooked for herself on weekends, while Lian Xing took charge of providing 2 meals a day from Monday to Friday. Upon hearing this matter, other female classmates of the same year also came to express their requests. Although Lian Xing herself claimed to enjoy cooking without needing any compensation from them, the others felt a sense of guilt, unable to provide monetary assistance. And with the ingredients supplied free of charge by the academy, they found themselves at a loss for how to contribute. After some deliberation, they resolved to collectively take care of Lian Xing's daily necessities, with those who had the means contributing financially, while those who did not would lend a helping hand in other ways. Fortunately, the Holy City Academy was incredibly generous to its students, allowing them to spend very little during their time there. Otherwise, most of the students from Pabuka had rather meager finances. Delina was somewhat fortunate. She had received an unexpected sum of money from Vida when she came to school, which he claimed were funds left over from the Moonlight Festival that they had no other use for. Moreover, upon her acceptance into the Holy City Academy, her family rewarded her with a monetary gift according to their customs. However, aside from Julie, who hailed from a prominent family, most of her classmates did not enjoy such financial comfort. This was particularly true for Mou, whose clothing and shoes appeared to be of poor quality, and his pen and backpack were quite worn. Regarding the issue of laundry, as Madao pointed out, there were individuals in the academy specifically designated for this task, namely their dormitory's administrator, Supa. The name Supa does not denote age, but is simply what she is called. In reality, she is merely a middle-aged woman. Delina felt particularly relieved to learn that, due to the relatively small number of students at the Holy City Academy, Supa had diversified her laundry services to maximize her earnings, offering a variety of cleaning methods including water wash, dry cleaning, hand wash, and machine wash. In addition, for those with discerning tastes, the establishment offers a laundry separation service, allowing patrons to reserve several new wash basins exclusively for their garments. Some may find the idea of machine washing perplexing. Initially, Delina too was puzzled, only to discover that there indeed existed a washing machine, albeit not the fully automatic drum type she was accustomed to, but rather a manual version. The mechanics eluded her understanding. Nonetheless, by gently turning the lever, the water within the drum would begin to churn, achieving an effect comparable to that of an automatic machine and requiring little effort. It was said to have been invented by a professor skilled in mechanics. Although this service incurs additional costs, Delina remains unfazed. However, the matter of cleaning presents a challenge. Upon inquiry, she learned that most students rely on their twin siblings to maintain the dormitory's cleanliness, while a small fraction either cleans themselves or hires familiar relatives. Those who opt for relatives often hail from large families residing in the Holy City. For the time being, Delina has no choice but to tend to the cleaning herself. Fortunately, having recently moved in, her dormitory is relatively spacious, making upkeep manageable. Among her cohort, the dormitories of the 7 female students are in close proximity. Lian is next door to Delina, with Julie, Yuqian, and Wudong residing above her, while Lanqin and Mayu are below. Despite their close quarters, interactions beyond shared meals are infrequent. After all, each has chosen different courses and is engrossed in their studies, leaving little opportunity for leisurely gatherings or casual chats. Rina could sense that. At the outset of her experiential class, the peculiar demeanor of the other 6 towards her was somewhat unsettling. However, being still quite young, she soon acclimatized after a couple of days. Yet now, Rina found herself utterly bewildered. In response to teacher Yin Li's announcement regarding the class, she swallowed hard and asked, "Who will be conducting my experiential lesson?" "Director Feng Ming will instruct you on Tuesday, and Vice Dean Bu Ma will take over on Friday. Please remember to arrive on time," Yin Li replied, having come to terms with the situation and adopting a calm demeanor towards Rina. Rina nodded. Uncertain whether this turn of events was fortunate or unfortunate, yet she could not help but harbor some anticipation. In a moment of realization, Rena followed Feng Ming as he led her through the academy's quaint little grove, eventually arriving at a charming two-story wooden cabin. This delightful cabin, with its enchanting beauty, could easily serve as the backdrop for a scene in a film where the protagonists first encounter each other in a fairy tale setting. Feng Ming's expression softened considerably as he said, "This is my first magical creation. Let me show you inside." The cabin was not only visually appealing, but exuded an undeniable charm within. Indeed, every nook and cranny was adorned with an array of adorable plush toys. The floor covered with a beige plush carpet, and the pristine white windows adorned with exquisite feather wind chimes. Various cartoon cushions were arranged upon a pumpkin-shaped sofa. Feng Ming gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa, and then stated, "From now on, we will hold our classes here." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and golden light burst forth from his fingertips, illuminating the entire cabin in a radiant golden glow. Feng Ming settled across from Delina, his tone gentle as he said, "Have sweet dreams." Delina felt an inexplicable warmth, yet her eyelids soon grew heavy, her consciousness gradually slipping away. As time flowed by, when Delina opened her eyes once more, her expression bore a hint of drowsiness. She had dreamt, revisiting a life before she became an orphan. Her parents, engrossed in their careers, had hired a kind-hearted nanny who cared for her tenderly over the years. At the age of 6, she had resisted sleep one night, tugging at the nanny's sleeve, pleading for a story. The nanny, far from being impatient, began to weave a tale with a gentle voice. Once upon a time, there was a little princess named Su, who was intelligent and beautiful, kind and brave. At that age, she was but a small child. Enchanted by such narratives, how naive she had been, Delina mused, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Chapter 92. Imperial-level mental strength. This experience was not merely a source of mental delight. Unlike before, Delina now sensed a tangible change within her body. This transformation was subtle, yet undeniable. How to describe it? It felt akin to the refreshing sensation of a person who had not bathed for a month. Finally cleansed both inside and out, a liberation radiating from within. Recalling what teacher Yinli had mentioned about the dean's phantasmic light properties, Delina began to comprehend. It was about unlocking potential. Moreover, she discovered that her mental strength had also undergone a slight transformation. The overall capacity had increased. Though this change was akin to a single drop merging into the vast ocean, an increase, no matter how small, was still an increase. As the end of class approached, Delina turned to Feng Ming and posed a question that weighed on her mind. "Dean, do the emotional resonances evoked by different magical works vary? The distinction between the two, though subtle, undeniably exists." Feng Ming did not appear to be particularly quick-witted. After pondering Delina's inquiry for a moment, he finally responded, "You are correct, yet not entirely so. The emotional resonance elicited by magical works fundamentally depends on the creators behind them. Due to their differing personalities, the illusions conjured by these creators evoke distinct emotional responses. However, this is not immutable. As experiences shift, so too can the illusions they produce. In fact, under certain unique circumstances or environments, the illusions may also transform." Delina appeared contemplative. Feng Ming assumed that the student's questions had concluded, but to his surprise, Delina hesitated before inquiring further. "Why am I receiving this individual experiential lesson? Can't the other students join as well?" Although her peers had been quite amicable thus far, it was evident that if they were to learn of her exceptional treatment, it would surely stir some discontent. The adage, "A tree that stands out in the forest will be beset by the wind," aptly applies here. It was not fear that troubled Delina, but rather a desire to avoid such complications. She questioned, "Am I really so different?" "You are indeed different," Feng Ming replied, pressing his lips together with seriousness. "We have studied that individuals like you, who are entirely unaffected by the blue illusions in terms of emotional resonance, are not merely slightly superior to others. Even if among the new students there are those who will eventually awaken the golden hand, you must at least be 5 times stronger than them. In such a disparity, not only the blue, but also the red, purple, and silver illusions will be of no use to you." Seeing this, Rena appeared astonished, while Feng Ming bore a slight smile and continued. "We have conducted experiments on Zhou. After his awakening, we performed tests, and even though he had just awakened, his mental power was several times greater than that of those of us who have awakened for decades. Later, Vice Dean Doolin conducted research on your situation and termed it imperial-level mental power. Imperial-level mental power? Rina was bewildered. Fengming pondered for a moment, deciding it would be clearer to explain further. In fact, as creators, we have a sense of this imperial-level mental power. Rina's curiosity was piqued. Fengming cleared his throat and added, there exists a hierarchical suppression among illusions. Lower-level illusions become submissive when faced with higher-level ones. This is something others may not perceive, but creators can. The illusions within this wooden cabin emanate from me, and they became quite docile when confronting you. Rina could only grasp the literal meaning of his words, with deeper understanding awaiting her awakening of the magical hand. Nevertheless, Fengming had resolved many of her uncertainties. She had long suspected that the mental power from her previous life might have followed her. What? Rina dares to question you? Buma inquired with curiosity. The students regarded their dean as a formidable adversary, and even if they harbored doubts during his lectures, they would refrain from voicing them, opting instead to spend tenfold the time pondering in silence. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that although Fengming was not particularly loquacious, he was always ready to address any inquiries posed by his students. As for the subsequent feelings of anxiety, with perspiration and dry mouths, there was little that could be done. After all, their dean bore psychological burdens in this regard, rendering him unable to control his physiological responses. At this moment, however, Fengming's spirits were quite buoyant, and he offered a rare smile, remarking, she is a remarkably considerate child. This piqued Du Lin's curiosity, having met her only once. How could he form such an opinion? Fengming contemplated before elaborating. Her eyes, they are exceptionally clear, warm, and pure. The repetition of these three adjectives sufficed to convey his fondness for Li Na. Du Lin raised an eyebrow, questioning the notion of warmth. If memory served correctly, Armin had described her as a cold beauty. Fengming asserted, her heart is very warm. Du Lin found himself at a loss for a counterargument. Despite his austere appearance and somewhat rigid demeanor, their dean was, in truth, an idealist, prone to acting according to his whims. It was undeniable that he had not misjudged anyone over the years. Thanks to Fengming's remarks, both Du Lin and Buma formed a favorable impression of Li Na. Upon encountering her, Mou appeared somewhat uncomfortable, yet Li Na paid no mind, merely greeting him before taking her leave, unaware of the sigh of relief that escaped Mou behind her. A couple of mornings later, during a tailoring class, Li Na met Lan Xian, who was lamenting about the presence of Mou next door. She was uncertain about what she was doing at night. The sounds of footsteps and doors opening and closing echoed through the midnight hours, disturbing her sleep. If it continued tonight, she would have to confront her. Chapter 93, Conflict. For some reason, Delina recalled the events of a couple of days ago, only to dismiss them, pondering who would clean at such a late hour. Oh, Mou must have brought her attendant to school, right? Delina inquired. Lan Xian, without giving it much thought, nodded and replied, it's her twin brother. I don't know his name. He has been staying in the dormitory and hasn't come out. Students who bring attendants to the academy are allotted an additional bedroom in their dormitory, while the rest remains ordinary. Delina mused that this made it even less likely, for typically, attendants assist with cleaning, living a life filled with more comfort than hers. She thought little of the incident until nightfall when chaos ensued. It was not until Lan Xian rushed up to them in a frenzy, seeking help, that the urgency became apparent. It's bad. Mou is being attacked. Hurry and help. Uncertain of the situation, Delina called Lian Xing to fetch the other three while she pulled Lan Xian down the stairs. What exactly happened? Delina asked as they hurried. Lan Xian, equally perplexed, replied, I have no idea. I went to borrow red ink from Mou, and while I was speaking to her at the door, a woman suddenly burst out and started pulling her hair. As Rina furrowed her brow, the two of them reached the 4th floor, where they found Mou being violently pulled by her hair by a woman. A nearby boy, visibly anxious and distressed, attempted to intervene but was at a loss for how to do so. Noticing the 2 bloody wounds on Mou's face, Rina's expression turned cold. She was about to rush forward when suddenly, a boy burst out of Mou's dormitory, charging at the woman like a bull. Caught off guard, she was knocked to the ground. That was Mou's twin brother, Lan Xian whispered to Rina. Brother, Mou exclaimed, but disregarding her own injuries, she hurriedly tried to pull him behind her. He was unwilling, his eyes fierce and predatory, fixed intently on the girl who was getting back on her feet. At that moment, the boy who had been trying to separate them finally seized the opportunity and rushed forward to embrace the woman. Let go of me. I want to tear this shameless woman apart. She is seducing men. The woman struggled unsuccessfully, her mouth spewing curses. Hearing this, Mou's face flushed with anger as she glared at the boy. Senior, I won't take on your task anymore. Please settle my previous payment. However, before the boy could respond, a figure suddenly darted forward, accompanied by a scream, and both the woman and the boy holding her were sent flying. Brother, seeing him intent on pursuing further, Mou quickly leaped forward to wrap her arms around his waist, preventing him from advancing. Rina and Lan Xin were left bewildered, just as Ling Xing and a few others arrived, and the group stood there in a state of stunned confusion. At that moment, Mou's brother staggered and abruptly fainted. Fortunately, Mou was already holding him, preventing him from falling. This prompted Dalina and the others to step forward to assist. Mou, noticing their arrival, offered a faint smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your help. Although they were girls, their numbers made it feasible to carry a boy, especially since Mou's brother was quite light. This is my brother, Mo Phone. Once they entered the bedroom, as Mou covered Mo Phone with a quilt, she softly remarked, his health is rather poor. Dalina hesitated before inquiring, shouldn't he see a doctor after fainting like this? Mou shook her head, explaining, he tends to faint when he becomes overly emotional or after intense physical activity. As she spoke, she retrieved an incense stick from the cabinet and lit it, clarifying for everyone. This incense is prepared by the physician of our clan. After he faints, if lit, he will awaken in about 2 hours. Given your brother's frail condition, why did you bring him to the academy? Yu Chuan asked, blinking inquisitively, even as Ling Xing poked her from behind in an attempt to silence her. She could not be deterred from posing the question. Mou had anticipated this inquiry and felt no need to conceal the truth any longer. Our parents have passed away. If I didn't bring my brother along, it would be unwise for him to stay home alone. Moreover, Mou's gaze darkened as she continued. When our parents died in the wilderness, it left only my brother and me. We spent half a year in the wilderness. My brother was bitten by a venomous snake while trying to save me. By the time our clan found us, he was already delirious from fever, his body beginning to convulse. Although my brother ultimately survived, his mind remained at the age of 9, and he was left with severe after effects, becoming frail and prone to illness. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a solemn silence. Even though they had their suspicions, none anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. Ying Quan, oblivious to the gravity of the moment, asked, why did that woman strike you? That woman was clearly unhinged. Moyu gently ran her fingers through her brother's hair and murmured, though attending the Holy City Academy incurs no tuition, the medication my brother needs daily is quite costly. I must find a way to earn money. Coincidentally, Senior Zhengyan is seeking someone to assist with cleaning, and he offers a generous wage, so I agreed. You mean Senior Zhengyan? Julie couldn't help but express her astonishment. Others turned to her, curious. What is the matter? Julie pressed her lips together and replied, I know him. He comes from a prominent clan. His branch is particularly well known for having a hereditary mental illness. The previous generation suffered through it with his father. Now, it afflicts his sister. After a pause, she continued, I heard that he initially did not bring his sister to the academy, but when he was away, she would go into fits of madness. His mother, unable to manage 2 mentally ill children, compelled him to bring her along. This caused a stir with the academy, and after a conflict arose, he assured them that he would keep her confined to the dormitory and prevent her from harming anyone, which led to the academy's eventual concession. As she spoke, Julie glanced at Mou and remarked, in truth, while assurances have been made, Senior Zheng and has exhibited excessive leniency. More than once, he has allowed his sister to venture out and injure others, ultimately resolving matters with monetary compensation without drawing the attention of the academy. Should you feel angered, you have the option to report the incident directly to the academy. However, if you wish to seize the opportunity for additional financial gain, you might consider negotiating with Senior Zheng, and silence fell over the group. This matter ought to be decided by Mou herself. To their surprise, despite the evident need for funds, Mou responded without hesitation, I intend to inform the academy. The humiliation of my brother cannot be mitigated by mere money. Chapter 94. Concern. In light of her unexpected declaration, the others were left in awe of Mou. Yet, it was not long before they began to ponder whether her words were somewhat misplaced. What did she mean by her brother being humiliated? Shouldn't it be herself who felt the brunt of such indignation? What humiliation had her brother endured? He had first knocked someone down and then kicked them away. Where was the injustice in that? In a fleeting moment, the true nature of Mou became apparent to everyone. She was, unequivocally, a sibling fanatic. This realization did not escape the notice of Relina and the others. Anyone residing in the same dormitory felt a sense of relief. No one wished to be entangled with a lunatic at such close quarters. At that moment, Relina and her companions were more concerned about Mo Fong. It was only after their direct interaction that they comprehended the extent of the child's frailty. Mo's previous statements had been understated. In reality, in addition to what she had mentioned, Mo Fong could not endure fatigue, could not tolerate smoke, and was allergic to a multitude of substances. It is said that a boy as delicate as crystal glass would inevitably exhibit a hint of fragility. However, to describe Mo Fong, even in his frail state, he is akin to a weakened wolf. Although his mind is that of a child, his alertness and coldness are unparalleled. Mou, holding Mo Feng's hand, remarked, "My brother has always been more capable than I since childhood. Had it not been for him in the wild, I would not have survived." Julie then inquired, "Have you considered allowing your brother to undergo illumination therapy? Its effects far surpass those of medication. In fact, if we could find the right illumination for him, your brother might even have a chance to return to normal." "Of course, I have considered it," Mou replied, gazing down at Mo Fong. "But my brother has yet to awaken his magical hand. Until that happens, such matters cannot be entertained." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Lan Xian widened her eyes and exclaimed, "No way, Mo Fong hasn't awakened yet? Does that mean he?" Understanding her unspoken thoughts, Mo shook her head. "It's hard to say. My brother's health is too poor. In such circumstances, the awakening of the magical hand will be delayed." Everyone, upon reflection, found themselves in a state of hesitation and difficulty. Aware of Mou's predicament, they felt compelled to offer financial assistance. Yet, they were not particularly affluent themselves, and they feared it might offend Mou's pride. Finally, Dalina pondered for a moment and spoke up. "Mou, are you still willing to take on cleaning jobs?" At this, Mou was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "Dalina, you don't need to. It is not specifically to take care of you." Dalina interrupted her, stating, "In truth, I have long intended to hire someone to manage the household chores. However, my inability to find a person in whom I can place complete trust has led to this delay. I must be candid with you. I cannot claim to fully trust you, considering our acquaintance has barely lasted a month. Therefore, you will only be responsible for the cleaning tasks outside of the study and the workspace. I shall handle the cleanliness of those two areas myself and will keep them locked. Regarding payment, I will cover half of what Zhengyan Sr. receives. And you need only come twice a week to tidy up, rather than every day." Previously, Mou mentioned that due to the antics of that twin sister, Zhengyan Sr. requires daily assistance, resulting in an overwhelming workload that forces her to clean at night, disturbing Lanqin in the process. Half of the payment seems excessive. Mou contemplated and remarked, "The workload for the workspace and study is considerable. Excluding these two areas, given your circumstances differ from Zhengyan Sr.'s. A monthly payment of 1,000 gold should suffice." Zhengyan had previously compensated her with 6,000 gold a month, a rather generous sum. Though Dalina was eager to provide more assistance, she understood the importance of moderation and thus agreed to the terms. Buma was taken aback by the question, pausing momentarily before responding. "There are indeed opportunities, but they tend to be either time-consuming or quite laborious." Dalina felt a twinge of disappointment but pressed on. "Could you share some details with me?" The time-consuming part-time job involves cataloging books at the library, typically occurring once a week, requiring over 12 hours of work for an income of 400 gold. A rather arduous part-time job involves assisting a professor in specialized courses, often associated with masters in the field of architecture. The tasks typically entail soaking tiles, mixing cement, and transporting building materials, yielding a daily wage of 600 gold coins. Dalina sighed inwardly. Although both jobs offered substantial compensation, they were evidently unsuitable for Buma, necessitating the exploration of alternative options. A month into the academic year, a significant event transpired among the freshmen. Lianxing awakened the red jade hand. Dalina felt a tinge of disappointment regarding this development, despite having anticipated it. The lingering hope for a different outcome persisted. However, Moyu was consumed with envy, for only those who awakened the magical hand could create magical works. Upon crafting such masterpieces, one could claim a reward from the Great Offering, with each intermediate magical creation fetching between 100 to 1,000 gold coins. Lianxing, possessing the red jade hand, would secure a minimum reward of 600 gold coins. Should she strive to advance to the purple jade hand, her potential earnings would undoubtedly increase. It can be asserted that students at the Holy City Academy, upon awakening their magical hand, are destined for prosperity. Otherwise, how could Jungen afford to employ individuals at high wages for cleaning and to manage his sister's chaos? Around the same time, Dailina caught wind of news indicating that Zhou Renjing was about to join the Holy City Academy and would commence duties within a month. Initially indifferent to the truth of this matter, she soon encountered a revelation that piqued her interest. Is it true? Zhou does not have a twin sister? You must be jesting. Indeed, it was my classmate who mentioned it. She hails from a prominent lineage as well. She stated that Senior Zhou is a remarkably rare singleton. His twin sisters tragically passed away. How unfortunate. No, it's entirely different. He was indeed alone in the womb. How could that be? How would I know? Regardless, that is what they say. Relina recalled Lita, who had mentioned that he too was an uncommon singleton. It is well known that the lineage's blood can typically yield at least 2 offspring, yet he astonishingly has no siblings. For this reason, many within the Shinka family regard him as an aberration. He nearly faced suffocation at birth. But it was clan leader Sate who recognized his uniqueness and resolutely safeguarded him. Chapter 95. Employment. In contrast to Relina, Julie and others were genuinely intrigued by Zhou. I heard that when Senior Zhou was still a student, he was the sole campus heartthrob, exclaimed Yu Chuan with palpable excitement. The only one? Lian Xing queried with curiosity. Considering the academy currently boasts more than one heartthrob. I know. Lan Xin raised her hand, stating, it is said that Senior S' striking appearance left all the other male students of his cohort in the dust. Even Julie joined the conversation, her expression dreamy as she remarked, I have seen Senior Zhou. He is indeed breathtakingly handsome, resembling a celestial being, beauty that transcends the earthly realm. Even Mou and Wutong perked up, one with a look of longing, the other blushing. Relina could not help but twitch her lips. This was rather exaggerated. Moreover, her gaze swept across them, as if to remind them that they were individuals with twin brothers. Unlike her own unique situation, the majority conformed to the notion that twin brothers would eventually become their husbands. However, unexpectedly, upon hearing her words, apart from Lian Xing, who recoiled slightly, the others appeared entirely unfazed. What is the big deal? Can we not appreciate handsome men? Lan Xin scoffed. Indeed, Julie chimed in. Dating a few times before marriage is hardly a vice. There is no law against infidelity once married. Who dictates that I can only have one man? The statements made by Yu Quan were even more astonishing. Di Li Na remained silent. However, the truth was that notions akin to those of Julie and Yu Quan, while perhaps not mainstream, were certainly not rare in the world of Babuka. To be candid, Babuka was not an inhospitable realm. Although it was widely accepted that twins were considered spouses, there was no obligatory mandate to marry, nor was there a prohibition against engaging with other heterosexuals. In fact, as Yu Quan had pointed out, infidelity was not deemed unlawful. To voice such sentiments in contemporary society might evoke feelings of disgrace and shamelessness. Yet, in Babuka, where marriages were often not born of genuine desire, how could one demand fidelity? Just like at the Holy City Academy, while many had attendance, there were also numerous individuals who chose not to have them. Those who opted out, like Di Li Na, were not solely seeking to distance themselves. Many simply wished to relish their final moments of freedom, unwilling to be constrained. Even among those who did have attendance, it was difficult to ascertain whether they were entirely unencumbered by such considerations, as many lived by their own whims. Nevertheless, the news regarding Senior Zhou's employment was most likely fabricated. Julie sighed once more, and a wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. Why? Yuqin pouted, her face clouded with discontent. Everyone has been saying that. Julie shook her head resolutely. That cannot be. Senior Zhou is a master of time. What could he possibly teach us? Unlike the masters of creation, who, due to the rigorous and demanding nature of the Babuka people, require not only innate talent but also mastery of various skills, the master of time relies solely on his gifts. Upon hearing this, the others, though still disheartened, recognized the truth in Julie's words. On that day, as Rena stepped out of her dormitory, she noticed a man standing with his back to her in the opposite room. Puzzled, she recalled that the dormitory across had been vacant, and if someone had moved in, it should not have been more than a month into the semester. At that moment, the man seemed to sense her gaze and turned to face her. Rena was momentarily stunned. This man was indescribable. His beauty was exquisite, akin to a celestial being, a visage far beyond the realm of mortal allure. Suddenly, Julie's earlier description of Zhou Yu echoed in her mind. Could it be? Rena scrutinized him closely. Every feature was impeccable, and his deep-set eyes appeared to hold the essence of countless stars. His demeanor was extraordinary, exuding an air of tranquility and grace in every movement, like a serene moment in time. Clad in a seemingly ordinary white shirt and light-colored trousers, his tall and elegant figure radiated an aura of nobility, reminiscent of a gentleman amidst a gentle breeze under a bright moon. Hello, I am the new resident here. I look forward to your guidance in the future. As the other party spoke, it resonated like the sound of jade and gold, a harmonious blend of clarity and depth, laced with an enchanting magnetic quality. His demeanor exuded a regal grace, neither hurried nor sluggish. Who was this celestial man? Though Chung Si-min and Lito were undeniably handsome, it was for the first time that Rena felt truly captivated by beauty. It was not merely that this man surpassed Chung Si-min and Lita in appearance, rather, it was as if the most sensitive spot within her had been gently prodded. To put it bluntly, this man's visage was particularly pleasing to her. Rena pressed her lips together, uncharacteristically lowering her gaze, and softly said, "Hello, I look forward to your guidance in the future." She was on her way to class and hurriedly departed after her greeting. Thus, he did not witness the fleeting depth that momentarily clouded the eyes of the formerly radiant man behind her. After class, as Rena passed the bulletin board, she was somewhat surprised to find it surrounded by a throng of people. It was not the beginning of the month, nor was it the time for class schedules to be posted. The gathering could only signify the announcement of some news from the academy. After some effort, Rena finally made her way to the front of the bulletin board, and indeed, there was a brand new notice. Dear esteemed teachers, students, and all faculty members, the academy leadership, after considerable deliberation and consultation, has made the following decision. In order to facilitate the needs of all faculty and students, the Academy is introducing a new position for a restoration specialist. The selection for this position has been determined through a vote among all professional course instructors, and we are pleased to appoint the esteemed alumnus, Master Zhou Yurenjing, to this role. The Academy will construct a new restoration building on the West Campus, where all faculty and students requiring assistance in this area may seek help, with all students receiving a 50% discount. Dean, Fengming Kuying, April 28, 4975. It seems that the man I saw earlier might indeed be Zhou Yurenjing. Relina, have you heard? Senior Zhou Yu is really going to join us. It's true. It's written on the bulletin board. He will be the Institute's restoration specialist from now on. How fortunate we are. The rumors turned out to be true. I wonder when Senior Zhou Yu will officially start working. As soon as she reached the bottom of the dormitory, Relina was encircled by others, each excitedly chattering. Upon hearing Lixing's question, Relina's expression grew complex as she glanced behind them. In fact, he had already started his position. How do you know? Julie inquired curiously. A man standing a few steps up the staircase winked at her, exuding a certain boyish innocence and charm. Relina averted his gaze and addressed the 6 girls, saying, I saw him come out of the opposite dormitory this morning, and now, he is standing right behind you. The group of girls quickly turned around. Unsurprisingly, a shriek erupted. Chapter 96, The Ambition of a Wolf. After the initial chaos, Julie was the first to regain her composure, noticing that Zhou Yu was still nearby. Watching them, she blushed and said, I apologize for the commotion, Senior. I am Julie Missy. We have met once before, but I wonder if you remember me. Zhou Yu seemed to ponder for a moment before replying with a smile. Your mother is Tina Missy, isn't she? My mother has always admired the pottery she creates. Julie was pleasantly surprised to discover that the other party truly remembered her. With a hint of shyness, she replied, You flatter me. Ms. Yuyun's sculptural works are equally remarkable. The Ms. Yuyun she mentioned was Zhou Yu's mother. Aren't you going to introduce me to your classmates? Zhou Yu's gaze swept across the other girls, and for a fleeting moment, it lingered on Delina, unnoticed by anyone else. It was then that Julie realized she had overlooked a few friends and proceeded to introduce them one by one. These are my classmates and friends from the same year. This is Lan Xinfu. This is Lian Xingtong Wang. This is Delina Boki. This is Mou Zhangling. This is Wu Tong Shuchun. And this is Yuchuan Baiha. Hello, everyone. Zhou Yu replied with a faint smile, and the group responded with a polite greeting. Zhou Yu turned his attention back to Delina, asking, Do you remember me? We met this morning, and as neighbors, I look forward to your guidance. Delina felt a bit uneasy and bit her lip, softly responding, You are too kind. For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite Zhou Yu's gaze being warm and calm, imbued with a polite detachment, Delina felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if she had been subtly teased. Well, surely it was just her imagination. In fact, it was more likely that she was the one teasing him, given how irresistibly handsome he was. Thanks to the craftsmanship of a master creator, the college's restoration building was completed in no time. Delina had been taken by Julie and the others to see it. The restoration building was quite expansive, spanning a considerable area, yet it only had 2 floors, with rumors suggesting a basement below. The entire building is adorned with vibrant red tiles and bricks, the seamless integration of their brilliance alongside a minimalist aesthetic, evoking an extraordinarily poignant beauty. It is rumored that the building was personally constructed by the dean, despite being a student who has yet to awaken her magical abilities, and thus unable to create enchanted works. Diliana, by all accounts, should not have much interaction with Zhou Yu, even though they are neighbors. However, Diliana was taken aback to discover that Zhou Yu possessed culinary skills of remarkable excellence, rivaling even those of Maida. Spicy hot pot, assorted marinated delicacies, spicy beef sauce, roasted pig trotters, fried meatballs, barbecued char siu. What was even more astonishing was Zhou Yu's keen understanding of neighborhood culture. Every time she prepared something delectable, she would generously offer a small bowl to Diliana. Just a small bowl. After tasting it once, Diliana regretted her decision, for it was simply too delicious. One bowl was hardly sufficient. Yet, she lacked the audacity to request more, as their relationship had not yet reached such familiarity. Moreover, unlike the students, teachers and staff were not entitled to receive free ingredients. They were required to purchase them outright. In truth, aside from the initial bowl, which she accepted out of politeness, Diliana had intended to decline subsequent offers. However, she found herself utterly incapable of doing so. She had never anticipated that she would be so weak-willed as to succumb to her cravings. At this moment, Diliana found herself yearning for Maida. Yet she understood that even Maida's culinary creations could not compare to those of Zhou Yu. Though she masked her feelings outwardly, inwardly, she felt a profound sense of injustice. The Hand of Resplendence is universally acknowledged as a versatile enhancer of abilities. Her lack of profound understanding in this regard, combined with her embarrassment over her gluttonous appearance, led her to refrain from discussing it with anyone. Had they known that Zhou Yu was consistently enhancing the flavors of the meals with his exquisite culinary skills, and that he would always serve a small bowl to Rina, even a fool could discern his ulterior motives. On the weekend, Rina prepared a pot of zongzi at home. Reflecting on the various delicacies Zhou Yu had brought her over the past few days, she decided to reciprocate by sending 6 of them across the way. After knocking on the door, she found herself puzzled by the prolonged absence of footsteps. Indeed, moments later, the door swung open, revealing Zhou Yu, his voice slightly husky. "Rina?" Startled, Rina was taken aback, not least because Zhou Yu was clad in long pants, while his upper body was bare. With a loud thud, she hastily shut the door, but Zhou Yu merely blinked and smiled, delighting in her reaction. What delectable dish shall we prepare tonight? Rina had yet to sample his desserts. Perhaps he could whip up a black forest cake for her, or a strawberry cake, which most girls tend to favor. Yet, she found herself covering her face in sheer embarrassment. Despite her self-reproach, images of Zhou Yu's upper body invaded her thoughts uncontrollably. Unlike the typical babuka, who generally lacked a penchant for physical activity and were often rather soft, Zhou Yu was an exception. He was lean, devoid of any excess flesh, with abdominals that were strikingly well-defined. Good heavens, it was almost lethal. Rina felt a wave of despair wash over her, contemplating whether she should request a dormitory change with Su Pe, as there were indeed vacant rooms in the building. The warmth in Rina's cheeks gradually faded away. Firstly, although she harbored no affection for Rizero, she certainly did not wish to subject him to lifelong humiliation. Regardless of her personal sentiments, others would perceive her association with another man as an affront to Rizero's honor. In any realm, men are seldom at ease with the notion of being cuckolded. Secondly, she had no desire to challenge the societal norms of the babuka world. Zhou Yu's situation was rather unique, as he had no biological sisters. This meant that should Delina engage in a romantic relationship with another man, no one would anticipate marriage. There would be no debts of obligation among them. However, Zhou Yu was different. He would take such matters seriously. In babuka, while romantic relationships between non-siblings are permitted, marriage and procreation are strictly prohibited. Chapter 97. Understanding. Unlike the 21st century, the Holy City Academy does not observe summer vacations, but only a winter break. This is not due to the Academy's strictness, but rather the logistical challenges within the Babuka world, rendering it unnecessary to have 2 extended breaks each year. Furthermore, their class schedules are remarkably flexible, making the concept of holidays rather inconsequential. Although the Holy City Academy is divided into 7 grades, this does not imply that all students will remain there for a full 7 years. In truth, many students opt to linger at the Academy, as there is no compulsion to partake in annual advancement examinations. Countless individuals have graduated after spending over a decade at the institution. Delina's birthday falls in the summer, and surprisingly, the birthdays of the other 6 also occurred during the same season, a coincidence that invokes a sense of fate. Julie proposed a compromise to celebrate on a collective date, a suggestion that met with unanimous agreement. After all, since our birthdays all fall in summer, we can celebrate together each year henceforth. Lianxing cheerfully remarked, I will take charge of preparing the meals. Delina responded, I can also lend a hand. While Lianxing's culinary skills may not rival Mei Da's, they are nonetheless superior by a slight margin. In truth, not only Delina, but others too, though not as adept in the kitchen as Lianxing, possess some basic cooking abilities. There is not a single person among them completely devoid of such skills. Mou quietly inquired, may I bring my brother along? Of course, Julie replied without a moment's hesitation. Your brother shares the same birthday as you. He must certainly be included. There was no one who harbored dislike for the cool Mo phone. Lianxing hesitated, then stated, I would like to bring my brother as well. The group had seen Lianxing's brother, Lianyang, though their interactions were minimal, and they held no ill feelings towards him. Since Mo phone was welcome, Lianyang would naturally not be refused either. Besides Lianxing, Lan Xian's brother, Lan Jie, also accompanied her as a retainer. With Mo phone and Lianyang present, he too was expected to join. Remarkably, out of the 7 of us, only 3 brought retainers. It was as if Julie suddenly realized, looking at Delina and the others. I didn't bring my brother because he is spoiled and would likely be more of a nuisance than a help. What about you all? Yuquan rolled her eyes and replied, my brother is studying at Nanyang Academy and cannot come. Wu Tong, with her head bowed in despondence, lamented, my parents separated when I was very young. I stayed with my father while my brother went with my mother, and we haven't seen each other in many years. The revelation left the others astonished. Your parents actually separated? Julie exclaimed in surprise. Is one of them a master of creation? Born into a prominent family? She possessed knowledge that surpassed that of others. How do you know? Wudong glanced at Julie with surprise and remarked, my father is indeed a master craftsman. While the others paid no mind, Delina felt a stir within her heart. Did Julie imply that a master craftsman's relationships were prone to fracture? Lanxin, filled with curiosity, turned to Delina and inquired, what about you? Why didn't you bring your attendant? Upon hearing this, Julie wore an enigmatic expression and asked her, were you, like Wudong, separated from your brother since childhood? Not at all. Delina shook her head and replied, we've always lived together. Upon hearing this, Julie's gaze became even more peculiar. Yet she ultimately said nothing further. To facilitate everyone, the chosen time for the celebration was Saturday, with the venue set at Lianxing Dormitory. After some discussion, it was decided that Julie would take Yuchuan and Lanxin out to procure the necessary decorative items, while Lianyang and Lan Jie would assist as movers, leaving the remaining 4 to draft the menu at home. When Zhou arrived, he found the 4 of them deeply engrossed in discussion and note-taking. He entered uninvited and, addressing the astonished quartet, said, I encountered Julie outside, and she shared your plans with me. I have a suggestion. What? Delina was perplexed as to how this concerned him. Zhou chuckled softly and replied, since this is a birthday celebration, how could we burden the birthday stars with such tasks? Other preparations can be arranged in advance, but cooking is not something you should handle. So what do you mean? Lianxing asked, still somewhat confused. As the sun shone brightly, a sense of foreboding crept into Rena's heart. Her suspicions were soon confirmed when Zhou spoke up, offering, I would like to volunteer as the chef for your birthday celebration. In an instant, Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, then we shall rely on you, senior. Rena attempted to intervene but found herself powerless, her forehead resting in exasperation. Having been at her job for 2 months, Rena initially thought she was merely overthinking the situation. But it had become crystal clear that Zhou had been flirting with her all along. To put it plainly, they were neighbors. Yet Xing had never once been able to partake in his daily offerings of a modest bowl of delightful dishes. Rena felt a surge of indignation. Little did he know the immense self-discipline it took for her to decline his subsequent invitations. Convincing herself that she had never tasted such delectable fare was no easy feat. The prospect of indulging once more filled her with trepidation about her future. In truth, her premonitions were accurate. At the birthday gathering, she repeatedly reminded herself to eat sparingly. Yet she ultimately succumbed to the temptation and overindulged. Even when Zhou Yu handed her a box of small cakes upon her departure, she found herself unable to refuse. How utterly weak-willed she felt. However, the very next morning, Zhou Yu knocked on her door. "What brings you here?" Rina asked, somewhat irked to see him standing outside. With an innocent expression, Zhou Yu replied, "I made too much breakfast. Would you help me finish some?" Rina assumed he intended to entice her with just a small bowl. Yet she couldn't help but swallow hard, her resolve wavering. When she laid eyes on a generous bowl of wonton noodles, her surprise was palpable. Could it be that he truly had made too much? Doubt swirled in her mind. Zhou Yu, however, had altered his strategy. Delina was far too perceptive. Before he could successfully reel in his catch, she swiftly discarded the bait and fled. This time, he resolved to employ a method akin to boiling a frog in lukewarm water. The initial step involved acclimating Delina to the meals he prepared, ensuring that she could no longer swallow food made by others. After a satisfying meal, Delina awkwardly descended the dormitory stairs alongside Zhou Yu. Yet they parted ways once more. On her way to class, a sudden realization dawned upon Delina. What was the harm in Zhou Yu pursuing her? If he sought her affection, acceptance was part of the equation, was it not? Despite her heart's incessant fluttering, there was no rule dictating that one must acquiesce to such pursuits. She need not endure the pain of rejecting Zhou Yu's delicious offerings. She could simply regard them as his investment in courtship. In the 21st century, men who demanded compensation after a breakup would surely be labeled as petty. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yu, who was in high spirits, his beloved had come to comprehend a rather callous truth about relationships. Chapter 98. The gift. Half a month after the birthday celebration, Delina found herself summoned by Zhou Yu under the pretense of having prepared an extra serving for breakfast at his home. Once they had finished eating, as she was about to take her leave, Zhou Yu called out to her and handed her a box. Noticing her furrowed brow, he reminded her, "It's a birthday gift." Delina's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, although a birthday party had been held, her actual birthday was today. She had almost sighed in relief when Zhou Yu had not presented her with a gift previously, unaware that he had been waiting with one for her now. With a firm resolve, she accepted the box, and a glimmer of joy appeared in Zhou Yu's eyes as he encouraged her, "Open it and see if you like it." Upon the request, Delina readily acquiesced and opened the box, revealing a watch, a remarkably exquisite timepiece. The rose gold casing was adorned with a ring of colorful gemstones, while her name was elegantly engraved on the side. The strap resembled more of a bracelet than a mere watch band. When her hand was raised, it appeared as a delicate silver braid, and when lowered, it cascaded like shimmering droplets. Any woman would find it impossible to resist such a watch. "I crafted this with my own hands. Do you like it?" Zhou Yu inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Delina was taken aback to learn that the watch was his creation. Despite her surprise, she could not feign indifference and replied sincerely, "I adore it." "Thank you." In that instant, a profound joy radiated from Zhou Yu, showcasing an unparalleled charm. Delina pressed her hand against her heart, momentarily lost in thought. Was she about to commit a transgression? How could a man possess such captivating allure? Zhou Yu continued, "How about we have dinner together tonight? I shall prepare longevity noodles, your favorite spicy hot pot, garlic prawns, and curry beef buns, and I'll even bake you a cheese explosion cake." He had keenly observed that these were among Delina's most cherished dishes. Unaware of his intentions, Delina would have certainly informed him that she was not picky. Anything he made would be to her liking. Even in her ignorance, her heart wrestled with conflicting emotions. She longed to indulge in the meal. Yet the notion of celebrating alone with him on her birthday felt somewhat inappropriate. After much deliberation, Delina ultimately resolved to cast aside all sense of shame and seize the opportunity to dine with him, realizing that since meeting Zhou Yu, her sense of modesty had waned considerably. Subsequent events have indeed validated the decision to cast aside any semblance of embarrassment. Zhou Yu has never disappointed him. To alleviate any pressure on Rina, Zhou Yu brought the prepared meal to the opposite side that evening. Upon noticing the stack of gift boxes nestled in the corner of the dining area, he glanced over and inquired, "Are these birthday gifts from your family?" He was certain he had not seen them that morning. "Is it from your younger brother?" Zhou Yu's gaze momentarily darkened before swiftly regaining clarity. In truth, Zhou Yu's affection for Rina had not gone unnoticed by those around them. The first to observe was their mutual neighbor, Lian Xing, though she was not one to gossip and kept her observations to herself. Over time, Julie and others began to notice as well. Not everyone was as open-minded as Lian Xing. Julie, being generous, merely felt a tinge of jealousy before moving on, while Wu Tong remained indifferent, and Mo's heart was entirely devoted to Mo Feng. However, Yu Quan and Lan Xin did not share the same level of composure. Among the 7 girls in their cohort, all possessing notable beauty, there existed a hierarchy, with Rina, Julie, and Yu Quan standing out as the most exquisite. Rina was as untainted as the luminous moon. Julie radiated like the vibrant morning sun, her beauty fervent, while Yu Quan resembled the most resplendent flower, captivating and enchanting. As for Julie, it is worth noting that Yu Quan had privately harbored competitive feelings towards Rina, often vying for the attention of any male classmate who exchanged a few words with Rina. In contrast, Lan Xin found herself in a different predicament. Though her beauty was undeniable, it paled in comparison to that of Rina and the other 2. However, she possesses her own advantages. She has a pair of exquisitely beautiful hands that have attracted attention since childhood. Growing up, her life was as noteworthy as that of Rina. Excluding Rina, Lanxin is the most beautiful among the girls of her generation. Thus, it is no surprise that her talent ranks just below Rina's. Yet, having never experienced defeat, Lanxin is dissatisfied with merely being second. Zhou Yu's exceptional prowess is evident to all, and nearly half of the girls in the academy harbor some feelings for him, let alone those who are closer to him. Now, upon discovering that such a revered figure has developed affections for Rina, it is akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the calm surface. Most notably, during their meals together these past few days, Yu Chuan and Lanxin have refrained from initiating conversation with Rina. To be honest, Rina finds this rather novel. In her first life, during her school days, Yesu was seen as a goddess by her classmates, while Cheng Ximin, despite being a wealthy second-generation heir and not lacking in looks, was merely average in academics due to the absence of pressure. Unlike Yesu, who strived tirelessly for scholarships and a commendable are some to facilitate her post-graduation employment. University students tend to have simpler thoughts. Most believe that Cheng Ximin is unworthy of her company. Even after graduation, aside from the elderly patriarch of the Cheng family, no one considered her to be elevating herself by associating with him. Consequently, her admirers often directed their envy towards Cheng Ximin. This is the first time Rina has experienced such a situation. Ignore them, those envious souls, Julie remarked, rolling her eyes and offering her a quiet consolation. Unlike others, she believes that Rina and Zhou Yu make quite a fitting pair. Zhou Yu is a naturally born singleton, while Rina evidently harbors no profound affection for her twin brothers. The prospect of these 2 individuals sharing a lifetime together is not without merit. Rina smiled lightly, remarking, "I do not take it to heart." Her words were not a display of bravado. She believed that anyone who had traversed the starry realm would dismiss such trivialities. Each winter, the Holy City Academy would host a myriad of exhibitions, nearly on a daily basis, continuing until the arrival of spring. Rina had initially presumed that these exhibitions bore no relevance to students like herself, who had yet to awaken the magical touch. However, she learned from Zhou Yu that they too could participate. The Academy's exhibitions evaluate the craftsmanship of the works themselves, rather than the level of magical light they possess. Upon hearing this, Rina wore an expression of surprise. Chapter 99. Heaven's Favor. Noticing her astonishment, Zhou Yu could not help but chuckle. You may not realize that as long as one awakens the hand of creation, even at the apprentice level, possessing a golden touch can endow a work with a golden magical light. Rina was taken aback by his words. Are you suggesting that the level of magical works is entirely unconnected to one's skill? Zhou Yu nodded. Then, Rina was bewildered. Why should we devote ourselves so earnestly to mastering these skills? Although her pursuit of knowledge was not solely for the sake of creating magical works, but rather from the belief that a multitude of skills is never burdensome. Yet what of the Babuka people? Are they deceived by ignorance? Or is there another reason for their plight? Firstly, the inhabitants of Babuka possess an intrinsic passion for exploring various crafts. Moreover, Zhou Yu remarked with a smile, in the realm of magical creations, craftsmanship is not without significance. However, the time required for its effects to manifest is exceedingly long. He gazed at her and continued. Upon becoming a master creator, the magical works produced hold the potential to give birth to magical spirits. Those creations that can birth magical spirits are invariably the pinnacle of a particular craft. Magical spirits? Delina was taken aback. Zhou chuckled softly. While the creator possesses wondrous abilities, they lack any form of offensive or defensive power, unlike magical spirits. Babuka is not perpetually tranquil and peaceful. It occasionally faces natural disasters and calamities. It is during such times that the magical spirits come into play. The existence of these spirits ensures that the heritage of the Babuka people remains unbroken. If the master creators are akin to brilliant shooting stars, then the magical spirits they leave behind are the treasures that lay the foundation of the world. However, not all magical spirits are endowed with offensive capabilities. After a brief pause, Zhou elaborated, some magical spirits possess abilities that lean towards support, and their contributions are by no means less significant than their more aggressive counterparts. To be honest, at that moment, Delina felt as though she had uncovered the truth of the world. It is important to note that not every master creator can conjure magical spirits. Indeed, for the majority, their life's work may never yield such a phenomenon. Ultimately, Zhou concluded, thus, the Academy places paramount importance on the craft itself. He spoke at length, ultimately aiming to persuade Relina to participate in the exhibition, not merely to attend as a visitor. The faculty at the Academy often relish strolling through the exhibition halls, should a professor take a liking to your work. It would significantly ease the path to mentorship in the future. Each year, the exhibition presents an unmissable opportunity, and you should not hesitate, Zhou urged. Given the weight of his words, Relina found it hard to refuse participation. Her artistic pursuits encompassed painting, sculpture, and gardening, a field she had scarcely engaged with throughout her life. After all, her initial studies were rooted in horticulture, and her decision not to choose a more employable major under those circumstances speaks volumes about her passion for the art of gardening. Relina hurried to the bulletin board to transcribe the exhibition schedule, discovering that the sculpture exhibition was slated for next week, while the painting exhibition would occur in early next month. However, regarding gardening, in the world of Babuka, there is no specific term for horticulture. The various floral and plant exhibitions are scattered throughout the year, lacking a cohesive timeline. Subsequently, Relina organized her existing works. In the realm of painting, owing to Ms. Emo Shah's penchant for collecting her students' creations, she possessed only those she had painted since the beginning of the term, yet the quantity was not insignificant. From this collection, she selected a few of higher quality, amounting to 7 or 8 pieces. As for sculpture, her studies had focused primarily on wood carving, while she did possess some works. They were mostly small items, the largest being a pen holder adorned with floral and avian motifs. In terms of gardening, she had developed a habit of cultivating plants in her residence. Although she had been enrolled for less than a year, her balcony was already brimming with greenery. While none of the varieties were particularly rare, the quality of her plants was undoubtedly exceptional. On a sunny day, Rena contemplated the spontaneous creation of new works. Yet she realized that such endeavors were seldom of the instant variety and that impromptu creations might not surpass her previous efforts. Initially, she intended to decide independently which pieces to submit to the exhibition. However, upon reflecting that Zoya was a graduate of the Academy with undoubtedly greater experience, she resolved to seek his counsel. When Zoya beheld the collection of works displayed in Rena's studio, he was momentarily taken aback. "These are all your creations?" he exclaimed. A hint of amusement in his tone. Rena chuckled softly, not perceiving his astonishment as a testament to her skill. She possessed a clear awareness of her abilities. Unlike other children who might have indulged in play rather than diligent study, her third iteration had imbued her with a sense of purpose. Despite her occasional languor, she never faltered in her academic pursuits, consistently achieving commendable results. Nevertheless, even amongst her peers, there were those endowed with exceptional talent who surpassed her. Zoyu, however, spoke earnestly. Any one of these pieces, if presented at the exhibition, would surely compel the professional instructors to consider taking you under their wing. Taken aback by his sincerity, Rena inquired, "Why?" She genuinely could not discern anything particularly remarkable about her works. With a gaze imbued with complexity, Zoyu replied, "Every craft is imbued with spirit. Creations born of a spirited individual, regardless of technical shortcomings, possess a vibrancy that resonates. Conversely, works crafted by those devoid of such spirit, even if technically flawless, exude a mechanical quality. To put it poetically, only creations infused with emotion possess a true soul." At that moment, he could not help but silently pray that Delina would not awaken the hand of time like he did. Otherwise, she would face the same disappointment he once did, and he would be left with regret. Delina comprehended that Zhou Yu implied her creations possessed a certain spirit. However, upon scrutinizing her works, she found nothing extraordinary. While she was naturally pleased with the fruits of her labor, they did not seem as remarkable as Zhou Yu had suggested. What she failed to realize was that, as a former child of the stars, the one closest to the laws of nature, she inherently embodied a spiritual essence. Not to mention, she had directly communicated with the way of heaven, saving an entire world. Such divine favor was beyond her current understanding. With a heart full of complex emotions, Zhou Yu meticulously selected the finest pieces from a collection of works. Before departing, he could not resist asking, "Are you truly not considering submitting these to the exhibition?" Delina shook her head, deeming it too ostentatious. As the door closed behind him, Zhou Yu let out a sigh. The girl he had grown fond of was simply too radiant, and he knew he must exert himself further to prevent anyone else from winning her affection. Chapter 100. Parents Not Once. Had it not been for her and her husband being utterly swamped during this time, she would likely have rushed to confront someone long ago. If anything were amiss, her sister would certainly have informed her. However, now that she had finally completed her tasks, Yuyun resolved to pay a visit to the Sacred City Academy. Although Yuyun was not a student of Sacred City Academy, she was not unfamiliar with it. Her father had previously worked as a fundamental course teacher at the academy, and as a family member, she had essentially grown up within its embrace. Later, when her son entered the academy, she would occasionally visit to bring him supplies, rendering her quite familiar with the surroundings. Her son had long mentioned that he had applied for a dormitory at the academy, so after registering at the entrance, Yuyun proceeded directly to the dormitory. Unfortunately, after knocking on the door and receiving no response, she had no choice but to wait outside. As she saw the young girl disappear behind the door, Yuyun couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional nature of Sacred City Academy. To encounter a girl of such astonishing beauty was indeed remarkable, and the elegance of her hands. Aside from her son, she had never seen such exquisite hands. What a pity. If only her son were more perceptive, given the proximity. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Zhou Yu was taken aback, a look of realization washing over his face. It was truly astonishing. While he remained indifferent to the presence of other women, upon seeing her, he felt as though his heart might burst with emotion. The urgency to embrace her took him by surprise. As a mother, Yuyun immediately sensed something amiss with her son. "What is wrong with you?" she asked with concern. Zhou Yu shook his head and opened the door, saying, "Let us talk inside." Seeing that he had regained his composure, Yuyun felt relieved and followed him into the dormitory. Upon entering, she was greeted by a rich fragrance. She walked into the kitchen, incredulous, and exclaimed, "You mean to say you've been cooking for yourself at the academy?" Yuyun suddenly turned her head to look at Zhou Yu, her eyes brightening as she asked, "Have you developed feelings for someone?" As she posed the question, she felt a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow. It was important to note that despite her son's remarkable culinary skills, he harbored a profound aversion to cooking due to his dislike for greasy fumes. Over the years, neither she nor his father had tasted many of his creations. Now, however, in pursuit of his beloved, he had taken to cooking every day. How could she not feel a pang of sadness? Zhou Yu, upon hearing her question, did not refute it. He was aware that his mother had long wished for him to find a companion, thus there was no need to conceal the truth. When Yuyun discovered that her son's affection was directed towards the girl she had previously glimpsed, she was taken aback but felt a sense of inevitability. Her son was so exceptional. It was only fitting that he would be drawn to someone equally remarkable. One should not misconstrue this as superficiality. Yuyun had always believed that ordinary individuals might be enamored with the extraordinary, while the extraordinary would only be attracted to their kind. Should a day come when an exceptional person falls for someone commonplace, one must not waver. For there are only two possibilities. Either the ordinary individual possesses a unique brilliance unnoticed by others, or the so-called love is merely a calculated maneuver. After her moment of happiness, she inquired with a hint of concern, "Does she have a close friend at school?" While she understood that her son's affection might encroach upon another's territory, from her standpoint, all she could do was silently apologize and offer her son a metaphorical shovel. "No," Zhou Yu replied with a slight smile. "Her relationship with her brother is rather mediocre." His initial intention was simply to understand his beloved better, yet he had unexpectedly learned exhilarating news from Julie. "How is that possible?" Yuyun instinctively remarked, "You must be dreaming." It was indeed her own words. Zhou Yu, somewhat displeased, retorted, "She, like me, possesses one of the rarest imperial-level psychic powers in history. How could one possibly regard her as ordinary? Yu was taken aback, soon realizing that her son's assertion might hold some truth. An Imperial-level psychic could easily overpower a Master Creator, if a Master Creator could escape such innate allure. Why couldn't they? Moreover, only her son and that young girl possessed such power. As for her son, he was an only child, and thus not a valid reference. Could it be that the girl truly had a strained relationship with her twin brother? Such a girl seemed to be a divine match crafted for her son. Elated, Yu whispered to her son, "You both must settle in the holy city. It's not that your father and I insist on keeping you close. I just fear that the twin brother might harm you." She was not joking. There had been a real incident before, where a Master Creator was killed. Zhou Yu shared her concerns, but was less afraid of being harmed and more apprehensive about keeping that twin brother out of Rena's sight. Although, he had yet to win her over. In the end, Yu looked at her son with disappointment, thinking, "I misjudged you. You are surprisingly inept." Zhou Yu felt somewhat embarrassed and rubbed his nose, saying, "She is different. She's particularly difficult to pursue." He wanted to describe the girl as cunning but refrained, not wanting to leave his mother with a poor impression. He is not foolish. After several months, how could he still be oblivious to the little girl's intentions of indulging freely, taking advantage without a shred of responsibility? Yet, the little girl, with remarkable audacity, persists, leaving him utterly helpless. Despite feeling a pang of frustration, he finds her mischievous demeanor irresistibly charming, which is quite hopeless indeed. After a prolonged silence, Di-Yun finally stated, "You have already mentioned that the little girl harbors no affection for her brother. Thus there is no justification for allowing her to remain solitary for a lifetime in the name of his dignity." Chapter 101. The date. This venue, however, serves as the site for the annual winter exhibition. Each winter, it transforms into a bustling hub of activity. Among the newcomers, nearly all students are participating in the exhibition this time. The temporary organizing committee comprises half professional course instructors and half foundational course teachers. In truth, whether a professional or foundational teacher, the prospect of becoming a committee member is one that most would rather avoid. The workload is overwhelmingly substantial, not to mention monotonous. Yet, this task must be undertaken, and thus, a draw is conducted to determine who shall serve. By chance, this year, Amon has drawn the short straw. It is worth noting that he has not engaged in such work for over a decade. His aging limbs are simply not up to the task. He sits in his chair, theatrically tapping his legs. As he speaks, he glances at the others. Regrettably, none are swayed. Each is engrossed in their respective tasks. Observing this, Amon, somewhat disheartened, remarks, "The youth of today truly show no respect for their elders." Upon hearing this, a newly appointed instructor of basic courses from last year felt a pang of guilt and was about to speak, only to be silenced by a colleague beside him. After a lengthy period of complaints with no response, Armin too found the situation disheartening and reluctantly began his work. This piece was inadequate. The craftsmanship was somewhat crude, compelling him to venture into the elementary zone. However, he soon discovered a piece that exhibited remarkably fluid lines, prompting him to proceed to the intermediate zone. As time passed slowly, Armin felt increasingly disenchanted, his gaze growing weary. Just then, a small figure appeared before him. Initially indifferent, he soon perked up upon closer inspection. It was a wooden carving of a lobster. While the craftsmanship was not extraordinarily high, it surpassed that of a novice, falling into the realm of moderate skill. Yet, as Armin marveled at the lobster in his hands, he was astonished by its lifelike quality. Had it not been for the slight variations in texture and color, he might have mistaken it for a real lobster. The relatively simple carving lines, however, captured an exuberant lobster, imbued with a touch of arrogance. This was not mere realism. It was an embodiment of spirit. Such an essence is often the elusive goal of many master artisans throughout their lifetimes. Armin could hardly contain his excitement as he retrieved the application materials, eager to discover the identity of the student behind this creation. Upon seeing the name Delina Pochi, he was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed it was the work of some seasoned students, yet now, amidst his astonishment and joy, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Could it be that this girl might truly awaken the potential of a hand of extinction? That would indeed be a tragic waste. At that moment, he profoundly comprehended the sentiments of the dean from earlier. It was no wonder that when Zhou Yu awakened the radiant hand, the others rejoiced, while the dean, as a mentor, wore a countenance of utter dismay. Subsequently, Armin instructed his subordinates to gather all the work submitted by Delina. However, he soon discovered that the wooden lobster was not a mere coincidence. The other pieces, whether paintings, wood carvings, or cultivated flowers, all exhibited strikingly similar qualities. There was an almost divine vibrancy and liveliness to them that was simply astonishing. Armin could hardly contain his excitement as he shared his findings with others, who soon found themselves sharing his trepidation. Although Feng Ming and Buma had been nurturing Delina's talents and had grown quite familiar with her, they had never encountered her works before, thus realizing for the first time her exceptional craftsmanship. In that instant, the hearts of the instructors felt as if they were being fried in oil, overwhelmed by discomfort. Ultimately, it was Feng Ming who remarked, "What Delina will awaken in the end remains uncertain. Worrying excessively now will not alter the outcome." Everyone understood this principle, yet anxiety persisted. Armin sighed and inquired, to which category should her works be assigned? "Certainly, to the exceptional category," came the response. Yet her skills still possess considerable room for improvement. "Perhaps we should place her in the advanced category instead?" After a pause, she continued, "That child's future exists in a realm distinct from that of her peers." With this assertion, the others naturally had no objections. Unbeknownst to Delina, who was currently grappling with her own dilemmas, this conversation among the Academy South instructors was taking place. The reason lies in Zhou Yu's proposal for a date, though he claimed it was merely to accompany him in selecting a birthday gift for his mother while shopping for materials. In truth, it was only when Yu Yun arrived that Zhou Yu conceived of such an excuse to invite her out. Previously, he had indeed contemplated asking Relina out. However, Relina rarely ventured outside, and when she did, it was primarily for the purpose of gathering materials. Such excursions were typically undertaken by her group of young ladies. While he could certainly join them, it wouldn't be nearly as enjoyable without the intimacy of a one-on-one outing with Relina. Relina was inclined to decline his invitation. Yet, on one hand, she felt the weight of obligation, and on the other, she had to admit that the prospect of shopping with an exceptionally handsome gentleman was quite enticing. Nearly a year into her studies, while she couldn't claim to be intimately familiar with the holy city, she was well acquainted with the streets surrounding the academy. Beyond that, however, there were places she had yet to explore. Coincidentally, the location Zhou Yu intended to visit was one such unfamiliar territory for her. Yet, it was understandable, as the materials sold near the academy were primarily catered to students, decent, but of ordinary quality. Naturally, the raw materials Zhou Yu sought for his mother's birthday gift would need to be of superior quality. "What do you plan to make for your mother?" Relina inquired during their journey. Zhou Yu seemed to have prepared his answer well in advance and replied, "I wish to create a mechanical dog." "A mechanical dog?" Relina was taken aback. "Is that even feasible?" "It is indeed feasible." Zhou Yu smiled and said, "My mother adores small animals. But both my father and I are allergic to fur, which has prevented her from keeping any pets. Over the past few years, I have been devoted to researching mechanical creatures, and I now possess a finalized design." Chapter 102, A Sudden Misunderstanding. As the largest city in Babuka, the streets were surprisingly sparse with people. This is hardly surprising when one considers that modern urban landscapes are filled with various consumer establishments aimed at profit. However, in Babuka, aside from raw materials, no handmade products are permitted for sale, imposing significant restrictions on bartering. Consequently, the public's interest in shopping naturally diminishes. After wandering through 2 fabric stores and a fur shop, Delina belatedly realized something was amiss. "Aren't we supposed to be making a mechanical dog? Why are we browsing fabric and fur shops?" Especially since when Zhou Yu initially sought her opinion, she had carelessly expressed her thoughts, and he had purchased everything she had agreed to. "Shouldn't we be heading to a parts store for the mechanical dog?" Delina suggested. Zhou Yu cast her a disappointed glance. "I thought you might find these items more intriguing." His gaze resembled that of a distressed puppy. Unable to withstand the look, Delina averted her eyes and cleared her throat. "Well, let us hurry to the parts store then. Acquiring parts is generally a swift endeavor." Despite Zhou Yu's attempts to prolong their time, within an hour, he had procured all the necessary items, even though he was not in need of these components at all. Indeed, Rena was moved, yet she hesitated, saying, "It is afternoon now. The vegetable market must be closing soon." Based on her experiences in modern times, one should visit the market early, for by afternoon, all the good items would have been taken. According to what Meta had previously mentioned, the situation in Babuka would be similar. However, Zhou Yu interjected, "No need to worry. I have acquaintances at the market, and I can procure fine goods even at this hour." Remarkably, he was not boasting. Upon entering the market, he sought out several familiar faces and quickly acquired an array of splendid items. freshly picked vegetables, succulent pork ribs, tender beef tenderloin, and astonishingly, a royal crab. To be candid, upon seeing these, Rena's mouth watered uncontrollably. After they arranged the ingredients, they settled into the carriage, preparing to signal the driver to depart when a voice called out from behind, "Zhou Yu." It was unmistakably a delicate female voice. Zhou Yu's expression shifted. Yet he chose to ignore it, directly instructing the driver, "Hurry and leave." The driver, being under his command, promptly flicked the whip, urging the horses to gallop forward. Rena glanced through the window and saw a beautiful girl trailing behind the carriage, shouting Zhou Yu's name as she ran. Ultimately, as the carriage showed no signs of stopping and the distance widened, the girl halted, her face flushed with frustration, muttering something in exasperation. Rena cast Zhou Yu a sidelong glance, a smile playing on her lips, yet for reasons unknown, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Zhou Yu, sensing the urgency, thought to himself that he must not allow her to harbor any misunderstandings. The woman is named Jiao Lu Pingzheng, and her grandfather was a close friend of mine. Originally, their family was thriving. However, following the passing of her grandfather, their household has deteriorated significantly. The relationship between our families has become rather strained over time, yet her grandmother, relying on their former friendship, continually seeks to maintain ties with us. Jiao Lu's parents possess mediocre intellect, and in her generation, she has an intellectually challenged brother. Consequently, Jiao Lu has followed in my footsteps since childhood, and as she matured, her grandmother even suggested that I should be with her, under the condition that she bear a child with her brother. My motivation for securing a position at the Holy City Academy stemmed not only from my own aspirations, but also from the incessant entanglement with her at home, which drove me to seek an escape. Zhou Yu spoke rapidly, fearing that if she did not clarify matters now, she might miss her chance. Although there exists a natural attraction between twins, no one with a sound mind would willingly commit to a lifetime with someone who merely drools and giggles absent-mindedly. One should not assume that couples destined for love are impervious to infidelity. In truth, in modern society, those who stray do not necessarily lack affection for their partners at home. Perhaps a fraction do, yet the majority are simply unable to resist temptation. Many men, even those deeply in love, may readily embrace the allure of a beautiful woman, believing that seizing the moment is harmless. This is especially true for women who abandon their true loves for financial gain or power, opting to become mistresses. Ultimately, loyalty is not determined solely by emotional bonds. Delina was truly astonished. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. Tilting her head slightly, she inquired, "Is your reluctance due to a dislike for Jiao Yu? Or are you dissatisfied with the conditions proposed by her family?" "Certainly not," Zhou Yu replied with an air of urgency. "I have no affection for her whatsoever. Heaven knows how repugnant it was for Jiao Yu's family to bring forth such a proposition. Disturbingly, they had already leaked the news prior to approaching us with this matter. And while many found their suggestion to be quite unscrupulous, asking him to wear a metaphorical green hat and compelling the Renjing family to assist the Pingzheng family in raising children, their beauty and agreeable temperament made it an opportunity too enticing to overlook. After all, Jiao Yu was indeed attractive, her character not entirely disagreeable, and her talents were passable. In a typical scenario, one in his position might either remain a lifelong bachelor or end up with a widow. Regardless, he would still be tasked with raising someone else's children. So why not raise hers? Consequently, those around him began to offer unsolicited support for Jiao Yu, urging him towards her. His parents, in turn, would make their comments, only to be met with ridicule. It was as if they were preparing to sever ties entirely. Upon finishing his explanation, Dalina felt as though her worldview had been irrevocably altered. She had always perceived the Pabuka people as, well, not entirely virtuous. Yet she believed that genuine malevolence was a rarity. To her surprise, it appeared that some could indeed be so shameless. Zhou Yu, taken aback, did not foresee that she would shatter the window without so much as a greeting, and before he could collect his thoughts, a barrage of remarks ensued from behind. In that fleeting moment, his mind was utterly blank, a series of questions swirling within. Who am I? Where am I? What enigmatic notion was this? He felt as though an undeserved misfortune had befallen him. Chapter 103, Effortless Resolution? Well, Irina conceded that her actions were deliberate. She harbored no belief that Zhou Yu was such a person. Had he been, she would have discerned it over their half-year acquaintance. In truth, though the man was courteous and gentle, he exuded a detached composure, hardly the type to engage in petty disputes. In that instant, what remained unclear to him? He expressed with a touch of helplessness, "You are well aware of the depth of my affection for you. Please, cease this teasing. There was nothing intrinsically wrong with his words, yet the tenderness and indulgence with which he uttered them caused Irina to instinctively clutch her heart. She realized that Zhou Yu was exceptionally suited to be the male protagonist of a romantic drama, surpassing even those she had seen by 100-fold. However, she failed to notice that Zhou Yu's statement had unequivocally brought their current relationship into the open. Subsequently, 2 days later, he committed an act that Irina deemed outrageous. The genesis of this was as follows. Irina was deeply moved, yet she declined. However, upon approaching Lian Xing, she was informed that the latter had not prepared her lunch that day. Well, Senior Zhou Yu mentioned that you would be dining with him from now on. Observing Irina's expression, Lian Xing inquired with some trepidation, "Is there something amiss?" Irina retorted through gritted teeth, "No, nothing is amiss." She had, of course, contemplated revealing the truth. But why reject a delectable offering that presented itself so readily? The following day, when Delina awoke, she finally grasped the gravity of her situation. Having shared meals with Zhou Yu 3 times a day, and with the other residents of the dormitory not being oblivious, it was inevitable that they would presume the two were in a relationship. Was it too late for her to regret this? Yet, Zhou Yu clearly had no intention of allowing her to retract her actions. At noon, he arrived to escort her to lunch, bringing with him a vibrant bouquet of roses. Dripping with color, Delina could almost perceive the whispers of gossip and ambiguity emanating from those around her. To be frank, she felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the bouquet at Zhou Yu's face. However, she was no longer the capricious girl she once was, and could not bring herself to commit such an embarrassing act. Particularly, she had to admit that she harbored feelings for Zhou Yu, albeit largely influenced by his striking appearance. Once inside Zhou Yu's dormitory, Delina acted on her impulse. She had anticipated that Zhou Yu would dodge her, but to her surprise, he stood his ground, allowing the thorny roses to strike his face. Observing the small wounds that appeared on his skin, Delina felt a twinge of pain in her heart. Though she maintained a facade of indifference as she coldly inquired, "Are you done with this?" Zhou Yu exhibited no trace of anger. Instead, he guided Delina to a chair and asked, "What has you upset?" "I thought you understood," Delina replied icily. Zhou Yu gazed at her intently and said, "I do. But I do not wish to comply." Delina's expression tightened. Anyone with keen eyes could detect her fury, and Zhou Yu was no exception. "Why?" Zhou Yu gazed at her intently and remarked, "I can perceive that you harbor feelings for me, albeit faintly. However, it is evident that you have no intention of accepting my affections." Through their interactions, he had come to understand that the girl he admired possessed a resolute heart. Her determination to decline his pursuit meant that no amount of clever tactics on his part would prove effective. She was no fool and had discerned Zhou Yu's intentions. Ultimately, he sought clarity, not out of desperation, but in order to address the situation directly. Relina was taken aback by his audacity. Observing the little girl's cheeks puffing up in indignation, Zhou Yu softened his demeanor. His deep-set eyes reflected a hint of sorrow as he implored, "Please, tell me." This was a profound blow to her composure. Relina pressed her forehead in contemplation. If Zhou Yu could genuinely alleviate her concerns, perhaps being together wouldn't be so bad after all. Taking a deep breath, she began, "I do not possess any romantic feelings for my brother, nor would I describe our relationship as particularly close. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall never marry him. However, I do not wish for my existence to subject him to ridicule for the entirety of his life, rendering him unable to hold his head high. Especially in your situation, one would assume you desire marriage. I realize that you are not one to easily yield. Yet I do not wish to engage in a futile struggle against the world and society at large. It is simply too exhausting. Throughout my life, I aspire to avoid burdensome endeavors." Zhou Yu remained silent for a considerable time before seemingly organizing his thoughts, finally stating, "First and foremost, you have expressed that you do not intend to marry your brother. Regardless of whether you are with me or not, he is destined to be ridiculed throughout his life. Are you really willing to compromise and agree to be with him?" As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Jelina's expression. Jelina was momentarily taken aback, but then resolutely shook her head, declaring, "No, I will not compromise on such matters." "That simplifies things," Zhou Yu sighed in relief. "In fact, if we both reside in the Holy City in the future, the people of Violet City may never know, and consequently, they will not have the opportunity to mock your brother. Even if they do find out, the distance will render it a fleeting topic of discussion, soon forgotten." Jelina had no particular fixation on this point. Although she felt a pang of reluctance regarding her parents, She understood that cohabitating with Jizero was not a sustainable solution. Thus, she shook her head. Zhou Yu exhaled once more and continued. As for marriage, I am unsure why you think I would be concerned about such matters. As long as we are together for a lifetime, does it truly matter whether there is a ceremony or a legal marriage certificate? You must trust me. He gazed intently at Jelena, assuring her, I will never impose any burdensome tasks upon you. Jelena had to admit that she was wavering. It seemed that Zhou Yu rendered her previous worries superfluous. However, she failed to notice the fleeting shadow that flickered in the depths of his lowered gaze. Once again, the annual graduation season arrived, transforming this time into a stage for graduates. After all, many final projects, such as architectural designs, cannot be conceived indoors. The Sacred City Academy thus experienced a lively atmosphere. However, for Rina, this moment was rather unfriendly. Although the students remaining on campus during the winter break were not attending classes, it did not imply that they were refraining from venturing outside. At such times, students like her, who had yet to awaken their magical abilities, ought to stay indoors. It was not merely a precaution. A careless encounter with the illusory light could lead to troublesome consequences. Strangely enough, one could say she was either unfortunate or fortunate, for Rina fell ill during this period. Unbeknownst to her, this slumber extended into the night. Upon awakening, she discovered Zhou Yu lying beside her, his arm draped around her waist. She reached out to rouse him, only to realize she lacked the strength to do so. Nevertheless, this slight movement stirred Zhou Yu from his slumber. Awake? His voice emerged, raspy and soft. When did you arrive? Rina inquired, though even she was startled by the feebleness of her own voice. What is happening to me? She asked. Zhou Yu turned on the bedside lamp, illuminating the room, and gently touched Rina's forehead, exhaling in relief. The fever has subsided. Rina was taken aback. I was ill? She questioned, bewildered. But I didn't feel anything. I slept soundly. She had experienced fevers before. Yet regardless of the cause, whether mild or severe, it typically required a day or two for recovery, accompanied by various discomforts. Instinctively, she sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, Zhou Yu continued, you are not actually sick. I previously attempted to alleviate your symptoms with the hand of renewal, but it proved ineffective. However, it had yielded no results whatsoever. As the sun shone brightly, Dilena found herself in a state of bewilderment. Zhou Yu sighed and remarked, it seems that your magical hand is on the verge of awakening. Dilena's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a positive development. After all, she was now a 6th grade student, and her peers had long awakened their magical abilities, while she had yet to show any signs of awakening. During this extraordinary period, she was the only one confined to her dormitory. It's not as simple as you think. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow and continued, I was once in a similar predicament, constantly plagued by uncontrollable fevers and weakness for over 2 years. My parents believed I had contracted a peculiar illness, taking me to various physicians and even a time master. Yet none of it yielded any results. It wasn't until the 3rd year that I finally awakened my vibrant hand. Dilena was stunned. Are you implying that I must wait another 2 years to awaken my magical hand? And during those 2 years, I can only be a frail shadow of myself? It might take even longer, Zhou Yu replied with a frown. Once dawn breaks, I will inform the Academy of your situation to see if there is any way to shorten this frail period. But when Julie and the others awakened, it wasn't this troublesome, Dilena protested, her brow furrowing. She attempted to sit up, but found herself unable to do so. Zhou Yu quickly rushed to support her, placing a pillow behind her for comfort. Don't rush. Rest for a few hours, and these symptoms will gradually subside. As he spoke, he leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile and pressed his lips to hers in a tender kiss. In such a manner, inviting and enticing. Delena could not help but chuckle as she leaned in closer. Noticing her newfound spirit, Zhou Yu let out a sigh of relief and inquired, what would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Delena, initially unaware of her hunger, suddenly felt her stomach protest audibly at his suggestion. Although she longed for a lavish feast, considering the circumstances, she sighed and replied, perhaps something simple. Shall I prepare a bowl of noodles? Zhou Yu proposed. Delena had no objections, for everything he cooked was delightful. Though it was merely noodles, Zhou Yu never settled for mediocrity when it came to Delena's meals. He specially crafted a broth from tender ribs, hand-rolled the noodles, and even fried a beautiful sunny-side-up egg to adorn the dish. To ensure a balanced meal, he added blanched bean sprouts and broccoli. Due to her fatigue, Delena was fed by Zhou Yu himself. Once they finished dining, He gently wiped her mouth and assisted her in lying down, saying, "It is still early before dawn. Let us rest a little longer." Delina had no objections. Yet she found herself far from sleepy. Instead, she thought that Zhou might still need more rest, so she chose to keep him company. In the enveloping darkness, listening to the rhythmic sound of his breathing and feeling the warmth of his body, Delina marveled at the incredible reality that she had been with this man for 5 years. These 5 years had passed in a manner unlike anything she had previously experienced. If their initial connection had been merely a matter of physical attraction, over the years, their bond had evolved into something infinitely deeper. In his company, she experienced a sense of ease she had never known before, free from any burdens. He would attentively remember every detail of her life, effortlessly alleviating any potential troubles that might arise. This man was so extraordinary that she felt as though her current existence was akin to a dream, surreal in its nature. As she reflected on the myriad of moments they had shared over the past 5 years, Diana gradually drifted into slumber. Feeling somewhat sticky, she decided to take a shower and change her attire. Upon emerging and heading to the kitchen, she discovered that Zhou had indeed prepared breakfast for her, still warm and requiring no further heating. After finishing her meal and tidying up the dishes, she heard the sound of a door opening at the entrance. Looking up, she saw Zhou stepping inside, accompanied by a group of teachers led by the principal. Chapter 105. A Touch of Romance. Principal. Teachers, what brings you here? Diana hurried to greet them. It was not an exaggeration. The number of teachers following Zhou was certainly not a mere handful. There appeared to be at least a dozen. Upon seeing Diana, the teachers instinctively scrutinized her. She seems to be in good spirits, Dulin remarked hesitantly. By this time, everyone had entered, and while the dormitory was relatively spacious, it became apparent that there was insufficient seating in the living room for such a crowd. Diana quickly retrieved a folding chair gifted to her by Uncle Shoming, ensuring that everyone had a place to sit. Diana, how do you feel now? As she spoke, Buma took her hand, a gentle, harmless psychic energy flowing through her like a delicate stream. I don't feel anything particularly unusual, Diana replied, shaking her head. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Bulma nodded and remarked, Indeed, there appears to be no issue. It is as usual. After a brief pause, she added, At least, I cannot discern any. Delina, extend your hand to me. Just then, Fengming spoke up. Although Delina felt perplexed, she trusted the dean and extended her hand. After a considerable time, he finally released her hand, expressing some confusion. There is a slight change in the bones, yet it differs from the situation with Zhou. Different? The others looked on in bewilderment. It is worth noting that only Fengming had previously examined Zhou's hand, possessing unique insights into the circumstances. In Papuka, the esteemed master of creation could ascertain the awakening status of the magical hand through bone examination. Coincidentally, Fengming was one of these masters. Are you suggesting? The group became animated. Fengming nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. In this case, Delina will likely not awaken the Hand of Time. However, if we discount the possibility of the Hand of Time, it must be the Hand of Creation, correct? Ultimately, led by Fengming, the group of teachers departed with joyous hearts. This was particularly true for Linglong Juman, who had taken Delina under her wing 2 years prior, enamored by her artwork. Her previous concern had been whether Delina could awaken the Hand of Creation. Now, upon receiving such news, how could she not be elated? The brilliance of her smile was so radiant that it incited a tinge of envy among her fellow teachers, especially Fengming, whose sole apprentice had awakened the Hand of Resplendence. As soon as the teachers departed, Julie and her companions paid a visit. With so many educators arriving, they were certainly not blind to the situation. Thus, their visit was, in essence, a means of gathering intelligence. Upon learning of the awakening signs of Delina's magical prowess, others might remain unaffected. But Lanqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. She had awakened the golden jade hand at the age of 20, a testament to her remarkable talent, making her a standout among her peers. Among the girls, she was the sole possessor of the golden jade hand, and only one boy shared this distinction. She felt a sense of satisfaction, convinced that even Delina, formidable as she was, could not surpass her, especially if she were to awaken the Annihilation Hand. When she heard the dean confirm through bone reading that her future awakening would not be the Hand of Time, her heart churned with an inexplicable mix of emotions. Unlike her, Yu Chuan's thoughts were fixated on Zhou, observing how his gentle gaze was consistently directed at Delina, which left her feeling somewhat discontent. Over the years, she had dated several boyfriends, including some of the Academy's heartthrobs, Yet each time, she felt a sense of pride. She would see Zhou Yu's attentive care for Delina and feel deflated. After all, Zhou Yu's qualities far exceeded those of her previous suitors. What was even more infuriating was that none of her former boyfriends could match Zhou Yu's tenderness towards Delina. Delina was not oblivious to the subtle feelings between these two, yet she deemed it trivial, unworthy of her concern. Just then, Zhou Yu's gaze shifted to Yu Chuan. However, before she could revel in the moment, she heard him speak. Yu Chuan, I recall that you excel in crafting various jewelry pieces. Would you be able to create a dressing box? Alara paused momentarily, then responded with a touch of listlessness. I am capable. What kind are you seeking? It was evident that the vanity case was intended for Relina. Despite her displeasure, she had no intention of refusing. After all, Senior Zhou Yu was exceedingly generous. If she assisted in creating the vanity case, he would undoubtedly reciprocate with something exceeding its value. Alara nodded, then inquired with earnestness. What aesthetic do you desire? Something minimalist or more ornate? Rubies lend themselves to a more elaborate design, Zhou Yu replied, having already formulated his vision. Relina leaned in, asking, Is this being commissioned for your aunt? Certainly not, Zhou Yu responded with an affectionate smile. It is for you. I noticed your vanity case is already replete. Relina was taken aback, as she had not given it much thought. Due to her aversion to domestic chores, Zhou Yu typically managed such matters. While she was not particularly enamored with jewelry, deeming 1 or 2 pieces sufficient, Zhou Yu clearly held a different perspective, frequently adding to her collection. This would be the 6th vanity case she had filled. Since Mou had awakened her hand of creation, she no longer needed to earn money through cleaning. Relina, not wanting to impede her, had terminated their employment arrangement. Consequently, Zhou Yu had naturally assumed responsibility for the household duties in her dormitory. She glanced at Zhou Yu with a hint of resignation, only to be met with the deeper tenderness in his eyes. Observing their exchange of affectionate glances, the others felt a mixture of helplessness and envy. Oh, Relina, this is for you, Lian Xing announced, presenting a box. What is it? Jelena, with a hint of confusion. Receive the gift. It's a scarf, she paused, casting a glance at Zhou Yu. It was designed by Senior Zhou Yu, and he asked me to knit it. It's a couple-S scarf. To be honest, Jelena had grown accustomed to Zhou Yu's occasional romantic gestures in their daily lives. Yet she couldn't help but feel a rush of delight. She opened the box to reveal 2 woolen scarves, one in blue and the other in red. Although the checkered pattern was quite simple, it exuded a timeless elegance. I absolutely adore it, Jelena smiled. Had there not been others around, she would have been unable to resist kissing him. Chapter 106, Casual Conversations. Since the others had gradually awakened their magical abilities, Jelena found herself increasingly out of sync with them. To say they were completely at odds would be an exaggeration, but their conversations had indeed become somewhat disconnected. Many topics remained foreign to Jelena, as she had yet to awaken her magical prowess, rendering her unable to engage in those discussions. However, during their casual chatter about mundane life matters, she found herself able to contribute. By the way, when do you all plan to graduate? Julie inquired. At St. City Academy. Most students participate in an annual advancement exam during the first 6 years, but when it comes to the graduation exam in the 7th year, many prefer to linger, often delaying it for several years, even a decade. Consequently, the 7th-year students at St. City Academy are the most numerous. Coincidentally, Jelena and her friends had just passed this year's advancement exam, enabling them to take the graduation exam next year. However, it was evident that no one intended to adhere to the previous habit of taking the graduation exam after just 1 year. Subsequent to their departure from the hallowed halls of Holy City Academy, they would be bereft of the privilege of seeking guidance from their mentors on any matters of perplexity, as they were presently accustomed to. Furthermore, the sheer volume of tomes sequestered within the Academy's library was unrivaled by any external institution. I have yet to make a definitive decision, mused Mou. As for myself, I intend to remain ensconced here for as long as is humanly possible. Ideally, I would secure a position as an instructor of fundamental courses before my eventual graduation. However, the prospect of perpetual residency, spanning a year or 2, or even a decade or 2, might be met with tacit approval from the Academy's administration. Any duration exceeding that would necessitate more stringent measures. This revelation was novel to the assembled company. Yu Hai, the fraternal twin of Yu Quan, was a figure familiar to them. In truth, he was rather unremarkable, not only in his physical appearance, but also in his talents and disposition. In essence, he bore no resemblance to Yu Quan whatsoever. The mere mention of Lian Yang elicited a collective expression of unease among the female cohort. To be fair, it could not be asserted that he treated Lian Xing poorly. Within their shared domicile, aside from the daily repasts prepared by Lian Xing to her liking, Lian Yang assumed responsibility for all other domestic chores and errands, diligently shouldering any burden he could. Moreover, despite the modest level of his mystical abilities, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for repairs. While he lacked mastery in any particular craft, his versatility was undeniable, rendering him adept at a wide array of tasks, thereby proving invaluable in matters of daily life. However, his proclivity for control was particularly pronounced. Initially, this facet of his character went unnoticed. However, an incident occurred when a male student from their cohort assisted a professor by delivering an item to Lian Xing, and their brief exchange was witnessed by Lian Yang. From that moment onward, Lian Yang began escorting Lian Xing to and from her classes. Whenever Lian Xing ventured out, Lian Yang would invariably accompany her. Upon encountering the opposite sex, even if it is a younger teacher, Lian Yang's countenance darkens, and he often seeks ways to interrupt the interaction. Lian Xing, with her amiable disposition, manages to endure such restrictions, while others find it quite intolerable merely to observe. Nonetheless, it is evident that Lian Xing harbors some discontent regarding this situation. However, as outsiders, they refrain from voicing their opinions. Lan Xian expresses her dilemma. I can also endure as long as MOU does. Ultimately, the collective gaze turns toward Wu Tong. While their concern for Lian Xing and her companions is mild, their disappointment in her is palpable. Wu Tong, you cannot possibly be contemplating graduating next year and marrying Wu Shu, can you? Yu Quan inquires with a frown. Initially, due to the distance, everyone held no particular opinion about Wu Shu. However, as time passed, issues began to surface. This Wu Shu, while he appears gentle and considerate toward Wu Tong, his intentions are far from benevolent. Yet, it seems Wu Tong, whether from a lack of affection or some other reason, obediently complies with his every whim. It is not without cause that one might assert Wu Shu's maliciousness toward Wu Tong. To be fair, he is not entirely without merit, at the very least. He manages her household chores and meals, and he is available to assist when Wu Tong is in need. However, after Wu Tong awakened the hand of purple jade and began creating magical works, every cent of the prize money she earned from the Xiandian event was firmly grasped in his hands. Initially, they did not think much of it, assuming that Wu Shu merely managed the finances of the sibling duo. It was only when Yu Quan fortuitously witnessed Wu Shu flirting with another girl outside, generously stuffing a handful of money into her pocket, that the situation became painfully clear. They had previously heard from Wu Tong that Wu Shu wished for her to graduate early so that they could marry swiftly. However, she herself was still somewhat hesitant. Wu Tong excelled in architecture and mechanical engineering, but in remote cities, opportunities to showcase her talents were scarce, and acquiring the necessary components was often impossible. Ultimately, remaining in the holy city was her best option. Furthermore, Wu Tong's dedication to her studies was unparalleled among her peers. I need to think it over, she remarked, her expression betraying her uncertainty and inner conflict as she addressed the expectant gazes of those around her. Others exchanged glances, resolutely deciding they must intervene in Wu Tong's affairs. The thought of watching her plunge into a perilous situation without taking action was simply unbearable. At that moment, Yu Chuan turned to Relina and inquired, "You shouldn't worry about being unable to stay, right?" The group fell silent for a moment before comprehending her implication. After all, Zhou Yu was the Academy's restoration expert, and even after Relina graduated, she could remain as a dependent. Chapter 107. The Scream Here. It is essential to discuss the uniqueness of the Holy City Academy. It is widely known that in Babuka, non-twin siblings cannot register for marriage. Consequently, in most workplaces, partners without a marital bond are not recognized as dependents. However, the Holy City Academy stands as an exception. Here, students may bring attendants, and teachers and staff can have family members accompany them. Yet, there is one stipulation: whether attendants or family members, the consent of the individual involved is required. If the individual involved consents, familial ties exist regardless of marital status. Conversely, even a legally wedded couple lacks such connection without mutual agreement. After all, while Pabuka permits divorce, it is notoriously difficult, with successful cases being few, and most remain entangled in the process. Even setting aside the current exceptional circumstances at Holy City Academy, Relina's precarious health renders her unfit for outings. Zhou Yu has resolved to emulate Lin Yang, escorting Relina to and from classes daily after the graduation season. "Auntie, what brings you here?" Relina inquired, surprised to see her at the door. Upon establishing her romantic relationship with Zhou Yu, she had anticipated avoiding contact with his elders, and even felt some aversion to it. However, Yu Yun consistently sent gifts, ostensibly for Zhou Yu, yet some items were clearly intended for a young woman, evidently prepared specifically for her. Faced with such genuine sincerity, Relina gradually felt embarrassed. Later, when Zhou Yu suggested inviting his parents for a meal, she did not object. As their interactions increased, she inadvertently discovered Yu Yun's profound talent in sculpting. To put it immodestly, her magical creations, while perhaps lacking in the brilliance of illusion, rivaled those of professional instructors in terms of artistry. Coincidentally, before awakening her hand of illusion, Relina was unable to formally apprentice in painting. Linglong herself had offered to take her on as a disciple, as she was otherwise unqualified for in-depth, systematic study. Yet, her progress had reached a point where she required personalized instruction from a mentor. Yu Yun also discerned this development and proposed to mentor her directly. Subsequently, Yu Yun would spend weekends with her, providing targeted instruction to Relina. By now, although Relina addressed her as auntie, she had come to regard her as a mentor. Unbeknownst to Relina, within the Zhou Yu lineage, regardless of other inclinations or talents, each set of twin siblings would have one apprentice in horology and the other in sculpture. Arguably, these dual crafts were the hallmark of their lineage, specialized knowledge and techniques passed down through generations, surpassing even those of the Holy City Academy. Zhou Yu had studied horology since childhood, and Yu Yun's willingness to teach Relina sculpture was, in effect, akin to treating her as a daughter. The concept of a daughter-in-law was not prevalent in the world of Babka. Seeing Relina in good health, Yu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, remarking, "Zhou Yu sent word home, mentioning only that you were showing signs of awakening, and nothing more. I was concerned he might not be able to care for you adequately. But seeing your complexion so radiant, I am reassured." As she spoke, she began unpacking her belongings. "This is bird's nest, specially sourced by my mother, of the highest quality. Remember to consume a portion before bed each night. These are wild pigeon eggs, brought to me by a friend, also highly nourishing. And these are wild mushrooms, rare delicacies beneficial for your health. These chestnuts, hazelnuts, and pine nuts were gifts from friends, all of excellent quality, and I've already roasted them for you. Enjoy them as snacks in your leisure time. Oh, and this too." From the depths, Yu Yun retrieved a paper parcel, unveiling it to her with the words, "This is cheese I bartered with another. Its aroma may be pungent, yet when thinly sliced for consumption, the intensity diminishes. Entrust Zhou Yu with its preparation. He possesses the requisite knowledge." Relina, slightly embarrassed, responded, "Auntie, you've brought an abundance of provisions. One might surmise I'm in dire straits." Upon hearing this, Yu Yun solemnly declared, "You are unaware. Initially, Zhou Yu mirrored your innervation, and Di Yun and I attributed it to illness, seeking medical assistance far and wide. A renowned physician posited that Zhou Yu's frailty stemmed from the body's protest against deprivation and unfulfilled needs. Subsequently, we experimented, discovering that Zhou Yu's consumption of ample, nourishing sustenance prolonged the intervals between his episodes. However, the physician, perplexed by the destination of these absorbed nutrients and apprehensive of potential ramifications, cautioned against excessive indulgence. After a pause, she continued, "We refrained from divulging this to Zhou Yu. Later, his awakening of the radiant hand precipitated a complete recovery, and we relegated the matter to oblivion." Relina, astonished, inquired, "Auntie, are you being earnest?" Her skepticism was palpable, given the other party's proclivity for bestowing edibles upon her, coupled with persistent remarks regarding her slenderness. Was this not merely a pretext to fatten her? Indeed, Yu Yun affirmed, nearly swearing an oath to dispel her disbelief. "Experiment for yourself and witness the correlation. The better you nourish yourself, the more nutrients you assimilate, and the longer the intervals between your debilitating episodes become. Furthermore, we never explored the possibility that, with sufficient nourishment, you might transcend your frailty entirely." Initially, he truly harbored a disinclination towards cooking. However, after spending time with Rena, he gradually acclimated to it. Now, each time he witnesses Rena joyfully savoring the dishes he has prepared, he finds it to be a delightful experience. As for household chores, he previously held no strong feelings either way, merely considering them a waste of time. Yet, after engaging in them more frequently, he has come to realize that they are quite manageable, requiring only a mere 15 to 20 minutes each day. Thus, on this particular afternoon, the lunch was a collaborative effort between Yuyun and Zhouyu, with Rina assisting them. Once the trio finished their meal, Zhouyu and Rina accompanied Yuyun to see her off. Given that it was the winter break, the academy felt somewhat desolate. Upon reaching the entrance, Yuyun halted them and boarded the carriage to depart. The conversation was largely akin to what Yuyun had mentioned previously, primarily revolving around food. Rina, well, she was not particularly averse to it. As the two were about to enter the dormitory, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the air. Generally, Rina was not one to meddle in others' affairs. However, given that they were at the academy and the scream was one she recognized all too well, she felt compelled to act. It belonged to Inquan. Chapter 108. The Villain. Rina furrowed her brow, her voice sounding somewhat distant. She shook her head, insisting, "We should go together." Although she intended to suggest they search separately, she understood that under the current circumstances, Zhouyu would not permit her to act alone. The two scoured the academy, nearly ready to concede defeat when the sound of footsteps reached their ears. Fortunately, it was not common for glass shards to be strewn about the walls. Zhouyu was taken aback. He had never realized that Rina possessed such agility. Indeed, having lived a previous life, Rina has improved even if she was originally physically inept. Yuchuan. Rina couldn't care less about Zhouyu at this moment. As soon as she sat on the wall, she spotted Yuchuan running from the front. Her hair and clothes were somewhat disheveled, her face flushed, and one of her shoes was missing as she staggered along. Behind her, several men, either clutching their lower bodies or their stomachs, were chasing after her with ferocious expressions. Hearing someone call her name, Yuchuan groggily looked up, taking some effort to recognize Rina. She was immediately delighted, followed by a sigh of relief. As expected, upon seeing Rina appear, the men chasing closely behind her stopped one after another, exchanged glances, and then turned and fled. Zhouyu had also climbed onto the wall at some point, and together with Rina, they jumped to the outside. Yuchuan was clearly drunk, and at this moment, she leaned weakly on Rina, gritting her teeth with a ferocious expression, saying, "That bastard Wudong. If I don't flay him alive, I'll eat my hat." Rina was about to ask further when she noticed that after uttering a curse, the girl leaned against her and fell into a hazy sleep. Zhouyu stopped her, saying, "Let me do it." He couldn't bear to have Rina carry this drunkard on her back. However, Rina watched as Zhouyu first carried Yuchuan on his shoulder like a sack, then put her down, then carried her on his back again, then put her down again, and finally ended up carrying her in a princess carry. If he didn't look so disgusted at the moment, Rina might have been jealous. As if sensing her doubt, Zhouyu explained, "Only this way. If she vomits on me, I can throw her away." As the sun shone brightly, it was fortunate that Yuchuan had already succumbed to slumber. Lacking the key to her dormitory and unable to find it on Yuchuan, Jelena had no choice but to accommodate her in her own bedroom. Thankfully, after indulging in drink, Yuchuan exhibited a commendable demeanor, refraining from any untoward incidents, which brought a sigh of relief from both Jelena and Zhouyu. Yuchuan awoke to the rich aroma of a sumptuous meal, and upon exiting, she beheld Zhouyu carrying dishes while Jelena busily arranged the tableware. The sweet and warm atmosphere between the two momentarily stirred a twinge of jealousy within Yuchuan. However, as Zhouyu's cool gaze fell upon her, she was instantly jolted, forcing a smile as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Jelena, for today." Seeing her awake, Jelena promptly beckoned her to join in the meal, urging her to freshen up before dining. Yuchuan swallowed hard, obediently heading to wash up. It occurred to her that she had never tasted Zhouyu's culinary creations, and today seemed a stroke of fortune. Upon savoring the first bite of sweet and sour ribs, Yuchuan found herself devoid of any inclination for conversation, devouring the meal with great fervor. At the mention of her past, Yuchuan's expression contorted in disdain. It was none other than that scoundrel, Wushu. In the Holy City, establishments akin to dance halls and nightclubs existed, albeit without the direct sale of alcoholic beverages. Such venues attracted patrons seeking merriment like Yuchuan or those experiencing creative stagnation, yearning for inspiration through indulgence. Indeed, Yuchuan had become a frequent visitor to such places, having met her two ex-boyfriends within their confines. Thus, her visit this time carried a hint of a hunting spirit. However, unexpectedly, after a round of observations, she not only failed to find a satisfactory man, but also witnessed Wushu flirting with another woman. Infuriated, Yuchuan approached the bartender, exchanged a ring for a case of red wine, and, upon uncorking it, dashed over to pour the entire contents over Wushu. Knowing that Wushu had successfully deceived Wudong, she decided not to report him and instead vented her frustration on the spot. Wushu, drenched and humiliated, fled the scene, while Yu Chuan, feeling triumphant, began to indulge in the remaining red wine. By the time she left, she was somewhat inebriated. In my drunken state, my mind was hazy. I had reached the entrance of the academy but somehow ended up taking a longer route. Fortunately, I was quick-witted enough to toss my belongings behind me, even using my shoes, or else I might not have outrun them. As she recounted the events, Yu Chuan wore a smug expression. However, her demeanor soon darkened. Oh no, my dormitory key is in my bag, which I threw away, and my necklace, my headband, my bracelet. I even had a bag of diamonds in there. In contrast to Yu Chuan, Relina's expression was genuinely grim. She abruptly stood up and declared, "We must go to the disciplinary office." Yu Chuan immediately grasped her meaning, momentarily stunned, and replied, "You can't be serious?" She frowned and said, "The key issue is that they did not succeed, and I have no evidence." She naturally guessed the intentions of Wushu and his companions. Just imagine, a few men pursuing a beautiful, intoxicated woman. Even if their intentions were not the most sordid, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to take advantage of her in some way. If executed artfully, they could subsequently exploit Yu Chuan's inebriated state and feigned helplessness as a pretext for claiming their actions were merely the result of drunken indiscretion, thus evading the penalties of the precepts. Then accuse them of robbery, Rilliana stated coolly. "The items you've lost are of considerable value." Previously, she had held a low opinion of Wutri, regarding him as a scoundrel, but upon learning that he was indeed a villain, she felt no need to be polite. Yu Chuan hesitated. Would that work? What if they claimed to have found the items? Although the precepts imposed a lesser punishment for robbery, it would be ideal to discipline Wutri thoroughly. Rilliana declared with unwavering composure, "I can testify." Testify to what? Yu Chuan inquired, bewildered. Chapter 109. Self-deception. Rilliana regarded her meaningfully, naturally. "To the truth, that you saw them pursuing you." Seeing Yu Chuan's perplexed expression, Rilliana clarified, "Aside from the robbery, you need only speak the truth. The disciplinary hall will make the necessary judgments. Aside from the robbery, you need only speak the truth." Then the question arose, what was the truth? Was it that she had witnessed Wutri flirting with a woman, and out of solidarity with her friend, she had doused him with red wine? Then, upon leaving, she was accosted by Wutri, after which she fled. No, it should be that the valuables on her person were stolen, and those individuals attempted to seize her. She managed to escape, even throwing her shoes at them, and ultimately encountered a classmate outside the academy. The question then became, what would the disciplinary hall think upon hearing this narrative? Observing the subtle smile on Rilliana's face, a chill ran down Yu Chuan's spine. She suddenly realized that her understanding of this old classmate seemed somewhat insufficient. Zhou Yu, however, maintained an unwavering countenance from beginning to end. How could he not be intimately acquainted with the person she held dear? His girl was never a delicate flower. Although the hour was growing late, Rowena felt it was imperative not to delay the matter overnight. Thus, as twilight still lingered, they accompanied Yu Chuan to the disciplinary office. As expected, after Yu Chuan recounted the events, and Rowena and Zhou Yu offered supplementary testimonies as witnesses, the disciplinary office staff concluded that Wudong and his cohorts had initially acted with premeditated malice, later succumbing to avarice, and ultimately to lust. This man was exceedingly cunning. They apprehended him committing offenses outside, while Wudong was typically a complete homebody. After Wudong assumed responsibility for all procurement matters, she rarely ventured beyond the campus gates. As long as Wudong did not witness it firsthand, Wudong could deceive her. Therefore, he would never risk being discovered by Wudong by pursuing Yu Chuan near the academy. I say. Rowena glanced at Yu Chuan with a hint of novelty. You didn't actually think I was sending you to the disciplinary office merely to have Wudong imprisoned for a few years, did you? Wasn't that the purpose? Yu Chuan inquired, bewildered. Zhou Yu interjected, you intend to investigate his background? As an outsider, Wudong's commission of a crime in Holy City, even as a mere suspect, would inevitably necessitate an inquiry into his place of origin. Rowena nodded, then shook her head. Not solely that, but primarily to alarm his parents. Why? Yu Chuan asked, perplexed. How did I not notice that this child was somewhat foolish before? Delina sighed, saying, you must have noticed as well. Rather than asserting that Wushu is innately charming, it is more accurate to say that he harbors a deep-seated malice towards Wudong. Yet, in truth, they bear no enmity toward one another. They are, after all, twin siblings. So, Whence comes Wushu's animosity toward Wudong? What do you mean? Thankfully, Yu Chuan was not entirely dim-witted. Dalina nodded. The crux of the matter lies with their mother. Furthermore, she furrowed her brow. If possible, I would also hope that Wudong's father could intervene. Wudong appears to be in a trance. Compared to our words, her father's would likely carry more weight. Due to the loss of Yu Chuan's dormitory key, he could only take refuge at Dalina's until he could procure a new one, leading Zhou to accompany Dalina to his residence. Early the next morning, personnel from the disciplinary office arrived at the academy. Upon encountering this esteemed group, the staff of the disciplinary office conveyed their intentions, stating that they were there to take the suspect, Wushu Shuchun, for questioning. Upon learning that the individual to be apprehended was not a student, but merely a student's attendant, the teachers collectively sighed in relief, and naturally, there was no longer any reason for them to feel troubled, especially since the victim was one of their own students. In stark contrast to Wushu's panic, it was Wudong who appeared most astonished. "Excuse me, but have you made a mistake? How could my brother possibly do such a thing?" Wudong was not particularly eloquent, and in the face of the situation, all she could muster was this single protestation. Abruptly, her gaze alighted upon Yu Chuan, who stood among the throng of onlookers. Oblivious to all else, she rushed towards him, seizing his hand with urgency. "Yu Chuan, there must be some misunderstanding. My brother could never. Why persist in this self-deception?" Yu Chuan interjected, impatiently extricating his hand from her grasp. "I've told you, he consorts with numerous women. I am not the sole witness. Many have informed you of this. Yet, what have you done? You haven't even attempted to verify the truth, instead clinging to his account of a mere misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding, indeed. Are we to believe that our eyes serve no purpose?" Before she could continue, Lianxing gently cautioned her, "You just uttered a profanity." Wutong, utterly bewildered, wore a look of utter confusion and helplessness. Whereina's eyes fell upon Wudong. Undeniably, the man possessed an exceptional appearance, surpassed only slightly by Zhou Yu in terms of sheer beauty. In contrast, while Wutong was undoubtedly a petite beauty, she appeared somewhat unremarkable beside him. At that moment, he seemed to regain his composure, casting a frigid gaze upon Wutong, observing her utter helplessness and confusion. Whereina approached and patted her shoulder in a gesture of consolation before departing without a word. Observing this, Julie and the others followed suit, offering a pat of comfort before leaving. Even the most obtuse individual would have sensed something amiss. Why did none of them utter a word in Wudong's defense? Was it because he was truly a scoundrel? Unexpectedly, the following day, members of the disciplinary office arrived once more, but instead of seeking out Yu Chuan, they headed directly for the faculty office building. Under the scrutiny of the entire university, they entered the dean's office, only to depart shortly thereafter. The students were perplexed. But Zhou Yu, as a